Xiao Fan travels through Chengdu and becomes a rich second-generation villain in a cool novel. At the beginning, he was almost beaten up by the protagonist, but he sent the protagonist to the police station. Madam, since you are apologizing, you should at least show sincerity, right? God of War son-in-law, 3 years, I have lived in a doghouse for 3 years, the Empress is reborn. Xiao Fan, we are sworn enemies. 2 months later, I want a kiss, hug and lift you up high. Chapter 001. You don't want your son to go to jail, do you? Whoopius, handsome and suave readers, why not save it? Ma'am, you don't want your son to go to jail, do you? Xiao Fan looked fiercely at the beauty in front of him. The young woman sitting opposite him was wearing a white dress, had long black hair, and a pair of charming big eyes with a hint of sadness. Her charming and mature face was full of thoughts, and she looked pitiful. The most important thing is, real *36D. When the young woman heard Xiao Fan's words, her face turned pale instantly. Her family has no power or influence. If Lin Yan goes to jail, her future will be ruined. How could she have the face to face Lin Yan's father, who had passed away long ago, 100 years later? Mr. Xiao, Yenner didn't do it on purpose. He was just impulsive. I beg you, please give him another chance. The beautiful young woman had tears in her eyes and she stood up and was about to kneel down to apologize to Xiao Fan. Mrs. Luo, there is no need to do this. Xiao Fan quickly reached out and helped the beautiful young woman up, but his big hands were restlessly placed in places where they shouldn't be. Feeling something strange in her body, the beautiful young woman was angry but dared not say anything. He took 2 steps back before he escaped from Xiao Fan's clutches. It smells so good. Xiao Fan sniffed his right hand with fascination, and there was still a faint fragrance lingering on it. Ding! The host's behavior is detected to be consistent with the villain style. The big villain system is officially awakened. A mechanical voice came, interrupting Xiao Fan, who was still intoxicated. Fuck! System, you're finally here. Do you know how I got here these days? Xiao Fan is not from this world. This story begins on a sunny morning when Xiao Fan was having a picnic in the suburbs. A big cat with the word king written on its head suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Fan. Of course, Xiao Fan, who had received 9 years of compulsory education, would not run away, because he could not outrun him at all. Just as the big cat pounced towards him, Xiao Fan took out a fruit knife and slid forward to attack it. The moment he slid out, Xiao Fan knew that he was 30 to 70% tied with the big cat. As expected, the big cat was 70% full in 3 seconds. Then he traveled to this world, where his father was the top leader of Jiang province, his grandfather was a big shot in the military, and his mother was the richest person in Jiang province. But Xiao Fan soon discovered something was wrong. Wasn't this a fucking urban thriller novel that he had read? My identity is just that of a villain in a personal master novel, and he doesn't even survive past 50 chapters, adhering to the attitude of, if you can't afford to provoke someone, you can afford to avoid them. Xiao Fan did not provoke the protagonist unexpectedly. The protagonist Lin Yan is just like the humanoid radar, always pretending to be cool in front of him, this time, in order to step on him to please the school beauty Yu Fuyao. He even broke the bones of several of his bodyguards. Fortunately, Xiao Fan called the police in time and Lin Yan was arrested. So the opening scene appeared at the debt that you, Lin Yan, should be repaid by your mother, Luo Fian. System, what functions do you have? As long as the host changes the plot, he can gain villain points, which can be used to purchase goods and break through his cultivation level. System, you are forcing me to do something, but I like it, so let's start with the woman in front of me, hee. Now that you have become a villain, you have no choice but to go down this path until the end. Xiao Fan looked at the panicked Luo Fian, with an evil smile on his face. Since Madam is not sincere, I think there is nothing to discuss between us, but I want to remind you that Lin Yan broke the bones of several of my bodyguards, so he will be imprisoned for at least 3 years. After saying that, Xiao Fan turned around and was about to leave. Mr. Xiao, please don't leave. Please save Yenner, okay? He was just impulsive. He is still a child. Seeing Xiao Fan was about to leave, Luo Fian didn't care about anything else and hurried forward to hold Xiao Fan's hand. Then what do you say we should do? You don't have the money to pay compensation, so I think Lin Yan should just go to jail. Xiao Fan spoke in a cold tone and shook off the woman's hand. Still wanna blackmail me morally? Unfortunately, I have no morals at all. Luo Fian runs a fruit shop and has to support Lin Yan's schooling. Her life is already difficult, so how could she afford to pay compensation? Master Xiao, please, you are a magnanimous person. If it really doesn't work, I will borrow money from you. I promise I can pay it back. Luo Fian was so anxious that she almost cried. She had raised Lin Yan alone with great difficulty and hoped that her son would bring honor to him. Promise, what can you promise me? Xiao Fan turned around and looked at Luo Fian unscrupulously. I can write an IOU. Luo Fian endured Xiao Fan's unscrupulous gaze and did not dare to get angry. She knew that her son's fate now depended on this young man's decision. Don't be ridiculous, ma'am. You just wrote me an IOU and wanted me to lend you hundreds of thousands. If I remember correctly, this is the first time we met. Xiao Fan sneered. As expected of the protagonist's mother, she was so naive and cute. So, what do you want to do? After hearing Xiao Fan's words, Luo Fian was completely panicked and her mind went blank. That depends on your choice. Xiao Fan's big hand gently brushed across the face as white as mutton fat jade. Luo Fian was like a frightened little white rabbit. She quickly took a few steps back and shouted at Xiao Fan, Mr. Xiao, please be a little more respectful. I'm not the kind of woman you think I am. Well, I don't like to force people to do things against their will. Since you don't want to, then we'll see you in court. Hearing this, Luo Fian stood there in a daze. She really didn't know what to do now. When Xiao Fan opened the door and was about to leave, Luo Fian said tremblingly, Mr. Xiao, I promise you. After saying this, Luo Fian seemed to have lost all her strength and collapsed on the sofa. After hearing Luo Fian's words, Xiao Fan closed the door. That's right. I want to congratulate you for making the right choice. Xiao Fan walked up to Luo Fian and comforted her softly. Hearing Xiao Fan's words, Luo Fian cursed him in her heart for being shameless. If it weren't for Lin Yan, she would have kicked Xiao Fan out long ago. Chapter 2. This time I choose Qing Mei. 10,000 words omitted here. 2 hours later. Now you should agree to reconcile, right? Looking at Luo Fian's resentful eyes, Xiao Fan smiled silently. Don't worry, I am a very honest person. I will naturally do what I promised. Let him go? You must be joking. He and Lin Yan have been in a life-and-death relationship for a long time. This silly woman is really naive. Congratulations to the host for changing the plot for the first time. I will reward you with a novice gift pack and 1,000 villain points. The mall is now open. The host can check it out by himself. Open the gift package first. Opening the gift package. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the destined villain halo, which can resist the protagonist halo and make it ineffective. Hearing about this reward, Xiao Fan suddenly sat up from the bed. What is the protagonist's greatest strength? Talent? Background? Understanding? None of them. It's the damn protagonist's halo. Once the halo is turned on, the heroine will definitely be given away for free. If you are the protagonist, then there is nothing that is impossible. 2a. The villains all turned into idiots, and experience packs were continuously given to the protagonist until the protagonist was fattened up. System, open the mall. I want to see what good stuff there is. Xiao Fan rubbed his hands excitedly. A novice gift pack was so good to him. The things in the mall must have made him take off. Soon Xiao Fan's face turned dark, not because the things in the mall were bad. The red-haired old monster is invincible at the peak level, and the price is $99.99. The Chaos Body ranked first among the 3,000 physiques. It is very awesome, isn't it? The price is $99.999. Heavily level technique, Blue Lotus Heart Sutra. 99.99999 sows are also crazy. The price is $99.99. I can't afford it. I simply can't afford it. You are cheating the system. You are selling it at such a high price. You are even more ruthless than any ruthless businessman. Xiao Fan strongly condemned the system's immoral behavior in his heart. If you can't afford it, don't buy it. Did I force you to buy it? Faced with Xiao Fan's condemnation, the system remained completely unmoved. It has been this price for so many years. Sometimes I should look for the reasons in myself. CPUI, a good system shouldn't learn this, right? Let's buy 1,000 experience points first. Fortunately, in the system mall, you can buy 1 experience point for every 1 villain value. He practiced the Xiao family's inherited earth-level martial arts Yuan Tian Gong. At the age of 18, he had already practiced to the 9th level of the acquired realm and was also a leader among the younger generation. Then Xiao Fan added all his experience to his realm. System, panel. Xiao Fan age, 18. Gender, male. Hobbies, beautiful women. Strength, innate triple level appearance, 99, 100 must be from all the readers. In just a dozen seconds, he had broken through to the innate level. Xiaofan only wanted to use one word to describe the feeling of increasing power. Cool. P.S. The realms are divided into body refining, acquired, innate, master, grandmaster, martial king, martial emperor, martial saint, and martial emperor skills. Huang, Xin, Di, Tian, Di. Xiaofan turned around and left without any reluctance. Is he gone? Hearing the sound of the door closing outside, Luo Fian opened her eyes. This bastard, Uncle Zhou, go to school. After coming down, Xiaofan skillfully walked onto a Bentley. Master, you're not going to lick, Chase miss you again, are you? After hearing what Zhou Bo said, Xiaofan's face turned black. Who on earth was spreading the rumor? When did I lick that woman after I traveled through time? If it weren't for Zhou Bo's great strength, he would have been a master of the 9th level of the innate realm. Xiaofan had to give him a set of combined punches to let him know what it meant to be defeated by the young and strong. Wow, Master Xiao is still as cool and handsome as ever. I like him so much. Mr. Xiao, I want to give birth to a baby for you. With Xiaofan's arrival, many girls became excited. TSK, what's so great about that? You're still just a bootlicker. A boy curled his lips, but felt extremely sour inside. Monkey, look, isn't that your girlfriend? The boy next to him patted him and pointed behind Xiaofan, where a cute girl with baby fat and big eyes was looking at Xiaofan with admiration. Fuck you. Xiaofan, I will never forgive you. The monkey let out a heart-wrenching cry. Save your energy. If you fight with Xiaofan, you will be fed to the fish the next day. After hearing what the boy next to him said, Monkey knelt on the ground weakly, his eyes filled with despair and indignation. No! Get out of here! A delicate cry was heard, and the many little fans who had just been pestering Xiaofan left reluctantly after seeing who was coming. They can't afford to offend the person in front of them. It's over, it's over. Will brother Xiaofan think I'm rude? I should have been more ladylike if I had known this. A tall girl with an angelic face clenched her fists nervously, with a look of helplessness in her eyes. Seeing the person coming, Xiaofan smiled. Chen Sueki, the original owner's childhood sweetheart, his family is not simple either. His father is a gangster boss with influence throughout the entire Jiang province. Even though Xiaofan had been licking the school bell for 2.5 years, he still hadn't changed his heart. In the novel, after Xiaofan was killed by Lin Yan, Chen Sueki turned evil. After sacrificing thousands of lives, she finally mastered her magic power. Even the protagonist Lin Yan was suppressed by her. Later, Chen Sueki was eliminated because of the protagonist's halo. When he was reading novels in his previous life, Xiaofan didn't know how many times he had cursed that bastard author because of Chen Sueki. How could Xiaofan bear to let a girl like this lose again in her life? Let me protect you in this life. Looking at the girl in front of him, Xiaofan swore to himself. What should I do? What should I do? He is coming. Chen Sueki was extremely nervous. It was time for Xiaofan to scold him. Looking at Chen Sueki, who was extremely nervous in front of him, Xiaofan felt a little funny and a little angry. What the hell was that idiot in his previous life doing? He didn't want such a good girl and went to lick a green tea school beauty. The imagined scolding did not come. Sueki, today is your 19th birthday. Let me give you a present. Really? Is it true? Chen Sueki's voice was a little choked. Ever since Xiaofan fell in love with that green tea girl, he has never given her a gift. If this is a dream, then I hope I will never wake up, Chen Sueki prayed secretly. Of course it's true. Look what this is. Xiaofan took out an exquisite little box like a magic trick. Under Chen Sueki's expectant gaze, Xiaofan opened the box, and a deep orchid pendant lay quietly in the gift box. This is the heart of orchid. Chen Sueki was surprised but also a little suspicious. The orchid heart symbolizes eternal love and is worth tens of millions. Is it really a gift for her? Xiaofan had done this kind of thing before, and he deliberately teased her in front of the middle school beauty Yu Fuyao, just to make that green tea girl smile. Just then, there was a commotion among the crowd. Yu Fuyao is here. Now there's another good show to watch. Ha, I want to see what new tricks this liquor can come up with. The monkey wearing a green hat stared at Xiaofan and said viciously. A delicate girl in black JK walked over with a frown on her face. Xiaofan, what tricks are you trying to play? I've already told you that I won't agree to it. You'd better give up on this idea as soon as possible. Chapter 3. This slap hits you for being blind. Chen Sueki clenched her fists tightly. If Xiao Fan wasn't here, she would have gone up and beat this green tea bitch up. Her brother Xiao Fan is not really playing a trick on me, right? Thinking of this, Chen Sueki looked a little unnatural. Last time there were only 3 people, but this time it was the playground, under the watchful eyes of everyone. Even though Chen Sueki was stronger than the average girl, she couldn't help feeling a lump in her throat. Forget it, as long as brother Xiao Fan is happy, it doesn't matter to me. Are you crazy? I gave Sueki a gift, and it's none of your business. A trace of disgust flashed in Xiao Fan's eyes. Where did Yu Fuyao get the confidence to say such things? Did he really think that the whole world revolved around him alone? Fuck. This is really shocking. Xiao Fan said this matter has nothing to do with Yu Fuyao. Ni de Tian. Xiao Fan said that this matter is related to Yu Fuyao's butt. Xiao Fan's voice was not very loud, and many students at the back did not hear it clearly, and then, shocking. Xiao Fan said Yu Fuyao's butt is too small. Xiao Fan? Ha, you're still pretending in front of me. You've been like this every time in the past 3 years. I advise you to stop trying to attract attention. Otherwise, you'll be the only one who'll be embarrassed. Yu Fuyao knew that this must be Xiao Fan's trick for some show effect. In the past 3 years, Xiao Fan had done too many things like this to please him. After hearing Yu Fuyao's words, Chen Sueki, who had just shown a glimmer of hope, turned pale. How dare you talk to Master Xiao like that? How bold of you! This bitch, isn't she just relying on young Master Xiao's love? Without young Master Xiao, she is nothing. Many young girls who admired Xiao Fan spoke up for him. She is the campus beauty, even her socks are something that Master Xiao would be willing to smell. Brother, to be honest, I am willing to do so as well. Fuck, there's something wrong with you. Xiao Fan rolled his eyes. It seemed that his predecessor had really flattered Yu Fuyao into giving him confidence, to the point that Yu Fuyao could even say such thoughtless words. At this moment, Chen Sueki beside him closed the gift box and put it in Xiao Fan's hands. Brother Xiao Fan, I'm leaving first. Looking at Chen Sueki, whose eyes were a little red, Xiao Fan couldn't help but feel distressed. He quickly grabbed her and held her tightly in his arms. Trust me, okay? The warm embrace and the brief words completely broke Chen Sueki's defenses, and she couldn't control her tears anymore. I believe you, brother Xiao Fan. I have been waiting for you, and finally I have waited until this day. If you cry again, you'll turn into a little cat. Xiao Fan took out a tissue and gently wiped the beautiful woman's tears. Even if I become a little calico cat, it's just your little calico cat. Chen Sueki raised her head and looked at the gentle Xiao Fan. She wanted to remember this moment forever. I suspect I am blind. This is impossible. The sun really rose from the west? Xiao Xiao didn't lick the school beauty Yu Fuyao today? I think the school beauty has been hanging on to Master Xiao, but Master Xiao has finally let it go. Hearing the discussions around her, Yu Fuyao looked a little ugly. This dog actually made her embarrassed in front of so many people. She must teach him a lesson today. As for what those people said about Xiao Fan having let it go, Yu Fuyao wanted to laugh when she heard this. Who else could say more about what Xiao Fan was like than her? Even if she asked Xiao Fan to run to the classroom while barking like a dog, Xiao Fan would agree. Okay, Xiao Fan, you don't have to act in front of me. I'm telling you very clearly that I have no interest in you at all. Please don't bother me anymore in the future. Okay, I won't bother you anymore. What? Say that again? Yu Fuyao looked a little surprised. Every time she said this before, Xiao Fan would beg her humbly and apologize to her and give her gifts. You want to get my attention in another way, right? Since you can't catch me after pestering me, you start playing hard to get with me? Yu Fuyao felt that her wise eyes had seen through everything. So that's how it is. It must be said that young Master Xiao has many tricks up his sleeve. Mr. Xiao is Mr. Xiao, he is really persistent. I thought he saw through it just now, but it turns out to be like this. After hearing Yu Fuyao's words, everyone finally reacted. No one doubted what Yu Fuyao had just said, because Xiao Fan's previous actions were too deeply rooted in people's minds. I really don't know where you get your confidence from. Get out of here and stop ruining my mood. Seeing Yu Fuyao still imagining things, Xiao Fan really wanted to open her brain to see if it was full of goo. Where does this mysterious confidence come from? What did you say? Yu Fuyao's face turned pale, as if she didn't expect Xiao Fan to dare to speak to her like that. Xiao Fan was just her bootlicker, so why did she treat him like that? Let's go, Sweki. I asked Uncle Zhou to take a leave when I came here. I have booked a private room in Zuiyu Tower for your birthday. Xiao Fan didn't want to deal with this green tea anymore, so he leaned over and whispered to Chen Sweki beside him. Chen Sweki nodded slightly. Seeing that Chen Sweki agreed, Xiao Fan took her hand and was about to leave. Don't leave. Xiao Fan, explain yourself clearly. Yu Fuyao stretched out her hand to block Xiao Fan's way. Get lost, I have no interest in you at all. Also, since you have been refusing to agree before, return all the gifts I gave you. Yu Fuyao lost all her composure after hearing this. You gave me those gifts, and now you want them back. How can a grown man like you be so stingy? I'm stingy? Xiao Fan was so angry that he laughed at Yu Fuyao's words. The gift I gave you must be worth tens of millions, right? You didn't even let me hold your hand, and you still say I'm stingy. Do you know how many girls as pretty as you I can find with tens of millions of dollars? After all, Master Zhao's affection was misplaced. That's right. If young Master Xiao had treated me like this, I would have pledged my love to him long ago. No, buddy, are you serious, you? Hearing that Xiao Fan actually compared her to that kind of woman, Yu Fuyao reached out her hand to reward Xiao Fan with a slap in the face, which was Xiao Fan's favorite thing in the past. Bang. A crisp sound. Yu Fuyao, confused face, what happened? This slap is a sign of your blindness. If it weren't for brother Xiao Fan, who would you be? Yu Fuyao was a little dazed by this sudden slap. You dare to hit me? Yu Fuyao looked at Chen Sweki, who shook her hands, and then she understood what had happened. I'll fight you. Yu Fuyao stretched out her hand and wanted to slap Chen Sweki. Bang. There was another crisp sound. Yu Fuyao, surprised face? This school beauty doesn't even know her place. Without Master Xiao, she's nothing. That's right. You still want to hit young Master Xiao? You are simply courting death. Yu Fuyao felt it was so harsh to hear the discussions of the people around her. She was clearly the victim, so why was everyone targeting her? It's obvious that everything was caused by Xiao Fan. If he continues to lick me, won't everything be fine? Remember to return the gift I gave you, otherwise the lawyer's letter will be sent directly to your home. Also, don't mess with me in the future, or I won't just slap you twice next time. After saying that, Xiao Fan pulled Chen Sweki away from the school. He would rather throw away these gifts than give them to this green tea girl. Seeing that Xiao Fan left without hesitation, Yu Fuyao finally felt a little panic in her heart. The gift Xiao Fan gave him was worth tens of millions, and a lot of it was used by her. Yu Fuyao's family could barely be considered billionaires, but they would have to come up with at least 20 million to compensate for the gifts she had used. What should I do? What should I do? Yu Fuyao didn't even dare to tell her family about this. My family does have a company, but if I want to take out 20 million in one go, I have to sell the company. With mixed feelings, Yu Fuyao walked into the classroom confusedly. At this time, in the Jiang Province Detention Center. I need to make a phone call, give me my phone back. Lin Yan was shouting angrily at the guard beside him. Just stay still. The guard nearby didn't take it seriously. Instead, he opened the lid and happily sipped the instant noodles. Lin Yan, who hadn't eaten for a day, smelled the aroma of instant noodles and his stomach immediately began to protest. Brother, can you give me a bite? Just one bite will do. Chapter 4, Senior Sister Muinin, you want to eat? The guard picked up the instant noodles and walked up to Lin Yan. Yes, I want to eat it so much. Lin Yan, who had been hungry for a whole day, had never been so eager to eat a bite of instant noodles as he was today. Shoo, okay, then you think about it. The guard sighed happily in front of Lin Yan, then sat down next to him without looking back. You fucking horse. Lin Yan had a smooth journey. Usually, whenever he made a move, his younger brothers would come to him. He had never been played like this before. What are you talking about? Just stay still and don't make things uncomfortable, or I'll cut you. Brother, can I make a phone call? I have something urgent. Today is the birthday of the school beauty Yu Fuyao, and he has already prepared the gift. How can he win the heart of the school beauty now that he is locked up here? Who here says they are not in a hurry? Everyone has urgent matters. You, my little comrade, are making it very difficult for me to handle this. You old dang, you actually dare to blackmail me. Lin Yan was angry but didn't dare to show it, still smiling. Brother, I didn't ask you for help in vain, I have this. As he spoke, Lin Yan stretched out 2 fingers and rubbed them back and forth. Oh? The guard's eyes lit up and said, if you say that, I'll be more excited. He immediately leaned over and whispered, how much? 500. Lin Yan had a painful look on his face. Although he was powerful and had extraordinary medical skills, he came in before he had the chance to earn money. These 500 were all earned from his daily teeth. Poor the guard's eyes changed. Are you giving 500 yuan to a beggar? Damn it, when I get out, I will make you wear a cuckold. The guard's contemptuous look made Lin Yan completely stunned, but in order to get out quickly, he chose to swallow his anger. Just tell me how much you want, and I'll call someone to send it to you. Really? The guard looked Lin Yan up and down, wearing an old gray shirt and tattered jeans. No matter how you look at him, he's a poor bastard. Forget it. I'll just consider it a loss today. 500 is fine. The guard obviously didn't think that a poor guy like Lin Yan could know any rich people. After some twists and turns, Lin Yan finally got his phone, found senior sister in the address book and called her. Hello, who is this? After the call was connected, a soft voice came from the other end, which made Lin Yan excited. Hello, senior sister. I am Master's little disciple. Oh, it's junior brother. Master told me about it. Is there anything? When Mu Yinyin on the other end of the phone heard that it was her junior fellow apprentice, her tone softened a lot. It's like this, senior sister, I accidentally broke a few people's bones. Can you see if you can bail me out? The old man had told him before they went traveling that the senior sister's family had strong connections, so Lin Yan felt that the senior sister should be able to handle such a small matter easily. Hearing Lin Yan's words, Mu Yinyin frowned. When is breaking a bone considered an accident? Born into a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, she was very disgusted with Lin Yan's behavior. But when he thought about how his master had asked him to take good care of his junior brother before he left, he agreed despite being a little unhappy. Where are you locked up? I'm in the Changbei Detention Center in the provincial capital. Senior sister. Beep, beep, beep. Before Lin Yan could finish speaking, the call was hung up. Lin Yan smiled. It must be that senior sister cares too much about me and wants to bail me out immediately. Hearing Lin Yan's words, the guard next to him twitched his mouth. Who in my family understands? I met a common man today. Mu Yinyin was very efficient and Lin Yan was released on bail soon. Lin Yan felt refreshed when he walked out of the detention center. He looked around and a slim beauty caught his attention. With her exquisite face and wearing a blue and white porcelain cheongsam, she shows off her perfect figure to the fullest. Coupled with those slender and round legs, Lin Yan almost drooled. Hi beautiful lady, my name is Lin Yan, let's be friends. Lin Yan walked forward with a ruthless step, revealing a smile that he thought was very handsome. Mu Yinyin frowned slightly, and couldn't understand why her master would accept Lin Yan as his disciple. The whole person looked nonchalant, and Lin Yan's naked look made her feel nauseous. Lin Yan, don't cause trouble in the future. This time I'm doing this for master's sake. You should take care of yourself. Without waiting for Lin Yan to speak, Mu Yinyin got into the Maybach next to her and drove away, leaving Lin Yan standing there, breathing in a mouthful of exhaust fumes. Damn it, it's all Xiao Fan's fault. Senior sister has misunderstood me. Next time I see you, I will teach you a lesson. An angry Lin Yan punched the pillar at the entrance of the detention center. It directly blasted a bull-sized hole in the stone pillar. What a shoddy project. Lin Yan looked around and saw that there was no one around, so he quickly slipped away. Ding, the mentality of the son of luck has changed. Reward 2,000 villain points. Xiao Fan, who was feeding Chen Sueki, was a little confused when he heard the system prompt. He obviously didn't do anything. Seeing Xiao Fan suddenly looking at her in a daze, Chen Sueki was a little puzzled. Brother Xiao Fan, why are you staring at me? My Sueki is so beautiful, I can never get enough of her. As he spoke, Xiao Fan reached out and held Chen Sueki's small hand. Sueki, I'll go to your house and ask for marriage after a while, okay? Looking at Xiao Fan's affectionate eyes, Chen Sueki shyly lowered her head and responded softly. Then let's get familiar with married life first. Xiao Fan looked at Chen Sueki, who was about to bloom, and a smile appeared on his lips, then he stretched out his evil hands. After dinner, seeing that it was getting late, Xiao Fan sent Chen Sueki home first. In Liyuan Villa District, a Bentley slowly drove towards Villa number 3. On the second floor of Villa number 3, a middle-aged man in a black suit was looking at the Bentley with an unpleasant expression. Brother Xiao Fan, I'm going back first. I'm really happy today. Chen Sueki waved towards Xiao Fan, unable to hide the joy on her face. Don't be impatient, Sueki. Don't you think there's something missing before we part? Xiao Fan walked forward, looked at the beauty who was so close to him, and put his arms around her. Before Chen Sueki could say anything, he had already sealed her little mouth. After watching Xiao Fan leave, Chen Sueki turned around and entered the villa. The middle-aged man in a suit was watching all this from upstairs. His back teeth were almost broken. Not it's bad enough that his little cotton-padded jacket is not snug, but now it's almost leaking. After the Bentley drove downstairs, Xiao Fan did not go upstairs immediately. Logically speaking, Lin Yan should be able to come out soon. Lin Yan's master Wu Wang left him a lot of connections before he left, especially Lin Yan's two senior sisters. The eldest sister is the heir of a family of traditional Chinese medicine, and she has an extremely lean body that is rare in 1,000 years. Practicing dual cultivation with this kind of physique will greatly increase the speed of cultivation. The second senior sister is a leader in the martial arts family. Her cultivation is even stronger than the current protagonist. She has reached the peak of innateness at a young age. Lin Yan's rise in the novel is inseparable from the help of these two people. But now, I will accept you as your senior sister. Xiao Fan took out his cell phone and dialed a number called Laosan. Soon the call was connected. Mr. Xiao, what do you want me to do? The third brother's tone on the other end of the phone was very humble. Find a few trustworthy brothers to perform a play with me tomorrow afternoon. Chapter 5. I'm afraid Xiao Fan will misunderstand. Yes, I'll arrange it right away. The third brother didn't dare to hesitate, and went to do it immediately after Xiao Fan hung up the phone. When Xiao Fan returned home, he saw a beautiful woman lying on the sofa, watching a TV series, with her long legs casually draped over the coffee table. Son, you're back. Let me see if you're hurt. Mu Yun stood up and began to check Xiao Fan's body. She breathed a sigh of relief only after confirming that her son was safe and sound. Then she gave Xiao Fan a motherly hug. Mom, please let me go quickly. If you don't let me go, I will really be in trouble. Xiao Fan just felt like he was almost suffocating. I don't want this motherly hug. You kid is even shy with your mom. I've seen you everywhere when you were a kid. Mu Yun let go only after hearing Xiao Fan's words. Just as the two were talking, the door opened and a man with a buzz cut but still couldn't hide his handsomeness walked in. The oppressive feeling brought by the man's every move and gesture showed that he had been in a high position for a long time. Tian, you have to help Xiao Fan. Someone dared to attack Xiao Fan in broad daylight. Mu Yun's eyes instantly misted up, which made Xiao Fan, who was standing beside her, stunned. Okay, put that away. Xiao Tian was obviously used to it. This approach no longer works for him. Humph, if you don't help Xiao Fan, then you can forget about sleeping in my bed. You decide for yourself. When Mu Yun sees that one method doesn't work, she tries another. I didn't say I wouldn't help. Let's talk while we eat. Hearing Xiao Tian's words, Mu Yun gave Xiao Fan a smug look, as if saying, did you see how I controlled your dad? Xiao Fan slapped his forehead feeling helpless. His mother was decisive outside, and she always kept her word. But she was really a live treasure at home. But he likes this kind of atmosphere very much. This is the feeling of home. Come on, husband, try this braised pork. I made it myself. Mu Yun picked up a piece of black braised pork and put it into Xiao Tian's bowl. Braised pork, eat me soon. Xiao Tian looked at Xiao Fan for help, but Xiao Fan was prepared and lowered his head without even looking at Xiao Tian's eyes. Xiao Tian tremblingly stretched out his chopsticks, picked up the braised pork and put it into his mouth. He chewed it casually and swallowed it immediately. Great. Honey, your cooking skills are good enough for you to be a chef in a 5-star hotel. Really? Honey, I'll make it for you every day from now on. How can I let my wife work so hard? I'll just let the nanny cook for me from now on. Woo, hubby, you are so nice. Damn it, what's up with this sudden dog food? Fanner, you eat too. Seeing that Mu Yun was about to give him some braised pork, Xiaofan quickly said, Sweki and I have already eaten outside, you can give it to Dad. You kid, when Xiao Tian heard this, his face turned pale. If I wasn't mistaken, the salt in the braised pork just now was put instead of sugar. Really? Haven't you always been licking that school beauty? I don't like it now. I've figured it out. A few black lines appeared on Xiaofan's forehead. Why did he feel like the whole world thought he was a bootlicker? Wow, God has eyes, my Xiaofan has finally let it go. Xiaofan, we just want to ask, is it necessary to be so exaggerated? Sweki is a good girl. You have to treat her well in the future, okay? When are you going to get engaged? Do you want me to help you pick a date? What's the status of your relationship? Faced with Mu Yun's chattering, Xiaofan looked to Xiao Tian for help, and Xiao Tian immediately lowered his head and started eating. You just wanted to harm me, but now you know you are wrong, but it's too late. By the way, Dad, I'll handle Lin Yan's issue myself. I know my limits. Each of the Sons of Destiny is not simple, and there will be too many variables if Xiao Tian intervenes. What's more, he still has to reap the benefits of Lin Yan, so he can't kill him all at once. Okay, you can handle this matter yourself. Tell Uncle Zhou if you need anything. At this time, at the gate of Jiang Province University, Lin Yan was waiting for his beloved goddess at the school gate with a bouquet of flowers in his hand. Soon, Yu Fuyao arrived at the school gate. Lin Yan smiled, took out the flowers in his hand and walked over. Fuyao, happy birthday to you. As he said this, he handed the flowers to Yu Fuyao. Yu Fuyao looked at the pitiful flower, a hint of disgust flashing in her eyes. She is the school beauty, is she only worthy of one flower? And if Lin Yan hadn't injured all of Xiaofan's bodyguards, Xiaofan might still treat her as well as before. She no longer has to worry about returning the gifts. Lin Yan, thank you. There were so many people at the school gate, and out of politeness, Yu Fuyao suppressed her temper and said thank you. Fuyao, you don't have to be so polite. I have prepared a gift for you. As he spoke, Lin Yan took out a gift box from the bag and opened it. Is this the gift you gave me? Yu Fuyao looked at the inferior necklace in the gift box and for no reason thought of the heart of orchid that Xiaofan gave to Chen Sweki. Obviously, only the heart of orchid is worthy of her, so why would someone give her such an old-fashioned thing? Shrimp head man. Yeah, do you like it? Lin Yan had already begun to imagine Yu Fuyao's ecstatic look when she received the gift. Maybe he will even put it on himself, which makes me a little excited just thinking about it. I don't like it. Don't bother me anymore. I have no interest in you at all. Yu Fuyao's patience has reached its limit. Where does this ordinary-looking, unsophisticated guy in front of me get such confidence? Who is she? She is the school beauty Yu Fuyao. How can a cheap necklace worth only a few $100s be worthy of her? Having said that, Yu Fuyao walked around Lin Yan and left angrily. Haha, what kind of toad is this kid, wanting to chase the moon with this kind of rubbish? I think he thinks that if Xiao Xiao stops licking him, he will have a chance. I advise you to pee and look in the mirror. Yu Fuyao was already a celebrity in the school, and when Lin Yan gave her a gift in public at the school gate, it naturally attracted a lot of attention. Seeing the school beauty walking away without looking back, many people couldn't help but mock Lin Yan. They think they are much better than Lin Yan, but they don't have the courage to chase the school belle. Why do you, Lin Yan, just because you are only 1.6 meters tall, or is it because you are ugly? When Lin Yan heard the laughter from the people around him, he felt a surge of anger growing in his heart and he almost couldn't help but hit someone. At this moment, Yu Fuyao came back. No way, is this kid really going to succeed? Why would he do that? I can't accept it. Someone come and give me a punch. Bang! A sudden punch hit the waist of the person who just spoke. No, you really want to fight? I'll fight you. Fuyao, I knew you were testing me just now, didn't you? It's okay, I don't mind. Seeing Yu Fuyao coming, Lin Yan's heart, which had just been angry, became excited. He knew that he was so outstanding, how could he be rejected? I came here to tell you not to appear in front of me again. I'm afraid Xiaofan will misunderstand. Chapter 6, The Son of Luck's mentality explodes. After saying that, Yu Fuyao walked away quickly and soon disappeared from everyone's sight, leaving Lin Yan standing there stupidly and disheveled in the wind. Pfft, sorry, I didn't mean to make you laugh, I just thought of something happy. One boy couldn't hold it in any longer, and explained while looking at Ling Yan's murderous eyes. Brother, if you have anything happy, tell us so that we can be happy together. My dog is about to give birth. Tell me if that's funny or not. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. This is too funny. Xiaofan, it's Xiaofan again. If it weren't for Xiaofan, he wouldn't have gone to jail. If it weren't for Xiaofan, how could the goddess reject him? Xiaofan, you really should be shocked. Ignoring everyone's laughter, Ling Yan left in a hurry, but if he didn't leave now, he was afraid that he would not be able to resist and would want to take action. He didn't want to go back in again just after coming out. Ding, the mentality of the Son of Luck is detected to be exploded, and the villain value is rewarded with 3,000. Ha! What's going on? Xiaofan, who was lying on the bed watching a beautiful woman's live broadcast, looked confused that he hasn't even made a move on Ling Yan yet. So why is Ling Yan always losing his temper? Is this what the Son of Luck is? System, buy all the experience points and help me improve my realm. Xiaofan age, 18 gender, male hobbies, beautiful women strength, innate 9th level appearance, 99 after 5,000 experience points. Xiaofan's strength has reached the peak of the innate level. 3 more minor realms than Ling Yan, the Son of Luck. Now I want to see how you play with me. Xiaofan sneered, and Ling Yan's master went to explore the secret realm. According to the plot, it will take at least a month to come back. He didn't think that Ling Yan could survive for more than a month in the hands of him who knew the plot well. This aura belongs to Fanner. He has actually broken through to the peak of the Xian realm. It seems that my Xiao family has a successor. Xiaofan's breakthrough naturally could not escape the detection of Grand Master Xiaotian. Daughter, what's going on between you and that boy? Hasn't he always been a school beauty's lapdog? When did he? Qinjianya looked at his daughter with a look of distress on his face. Ever since that kid Xiaofan fell in love with some school beauty, he has never been kind to his daughter. As a father, he saw it all with his own eyes and felt pain in his heart. If he hadn't had a good relationship with Xiaotian, he would have arranged for someone to punish Xiaofan long ago. Nothing, just very good friends. Looking at Chen Sueki's shy expression, how could Chen Jianye, as someone who had experienced this, not understand what was happening? Sueki, listen to my father's advice. That boy is not a good person. He might change his mind in a few days. No, brother Xiaofan is very good to me. Look, he even gave me this. Chen Sueki took out the heart of orchid and waved it in front of Chen Jianyu as if to show off. Who knows how many people that kid has given gifts to? Does his family still need that little money? Listen to me, I have an old comrade who has a good relationship with me, and his son is about your age. I won't listen. Anyway, I won't marry anyone but brother Xiaofan. Chen Sueki covered her ears with her hands, walked into the room without looking back, and locked the door. What kind of magic potion did this kid Xiaofan put into my little cotton padded jacket? Don't let me know that you bullied my daughter, or I won't let you go even if your father is Xiaotian. His wife passed away long ago, and his daughter is his Achilles heel. That he would not allow anyone to bully Chen Sueki. Early the next morning, Xiaofan's phone started ringing non-stop. Who is this? Why are you calling me so early in the morning? Don't you know I need to sleep? In a daze, Xiaofan picked up the phone. Brother Xiaofan, you haven't woken up yet, have you? Sueki baby, have you had breakfast? Do you want to come to my house and eat together? Hearing Chen Sueki's voice, Xiaofan's tone became extremely gentle. I've already eaten. Chen Sueki felt her heart beating faster when she heard Xiaofan's words. Then wait for me for a while, and we'll go to school together later. After breakfast, Uncle Joe was already waiting in a Rolls-Royce. Let's go to Chen Sueki's house first. The Rolls-Royce was driving very fast and there was no traffic jam, so it arrived at the school in no time. Oh my god, what did I see? Xiao Xiao and Chen Sueki are together. I think young Master Xiao and Chen Sueki are a perfect match. If Yu Fuyao wasn't young Master Xiao, she wouldn't be worthy of being the school belle. Seeing Xiaofan and Chen Sueki walking into the school hand in hand, many boys and girls were heartbroken. Wow, my heart hurts so much. Xiao Xiao, why did you choose her instead of me? Brother, why are you crying as a man? And if you want to cry, can you please stay away from me? What are you doing? Why are you all gathered here? Don't you have to go to class? When Wang Wei, the dean of studies of the finance department, saw so many people gathered at the school gate, he walked towards them with his legs spread wide and his head looking up at the sky. "Mr. Xiao, you are here. Please tell me what I want to do for you." The moment he saw Xiao Fan, Wang Wei, who had been unruly just now, immediately became submissive. He hurriedly nodded and bowed as he walked in front of Xiao Fan, looking like a lackey. "Xiao Wang, I still like your rebellious look just now. Please recover for a while." Xiao Fan patted Wang Wei on the shoulder and spoke earnestly. After hearing Xiao Fan's words, Wang Wei understood what he meant. He held his head high and looked down on everything. Yes, that's it, keep it up." After saying that, Xiao Fan took Chen Sweki's hand and left. "Sweki, I have something else to do this afternoon, so you can go back by yourself after school. Xiao Fan has arranged a good show this afternoon." "Okay, then I'll call the driver to pick me up this afternoon." After hearing Xiao Fan's words, Chen Sweki did not ask any further questions. No matter what Xiao Fan did, she would silently support him. The two are not in the same class. Xiao Fan is in class 1 of the finance department, and Chen Sweki is in class 3 of the finance department. After arriving in the classroom, Xiao Fan felt that 2 pairs of eyes were staring at him. Seeing Xiao Fan coming, Yu Fuyao hurried forward. "Xiao Fan, what I said yesterday was all in anger. Can you please forgive me?" The students who were playing around just now suddenly became quiet, and many of them looked at Yu Fuyao with curious eyes. Only Lin Yan was staring at Xiao Fan with murderous eyes in the corner of the classroom. Seeing that Xiao Fan didn't say anything, Yu Fuyao pursed her lips. "I know I said something a bit too much yesterday. I can give you a chance to pursue me. Please don't be angry, okay?" Hearing Yu Fuyao's childish and somewhat ridiculous words, Xiao Fan sneered. "I told you, I have no interest in you anymore, get out of my sight now." After these words were spoken, many people looked at Xiao Fan with surprise, obviously not understanding why Xiao Fan would do this. There were also a few students who showed an expression that said, as expected, "Xiao Fan, I really know I was wrong, please forgive me." "Ah? What's going on?" The school beauty actually apologized to Mr. Xiao. "Don't you know yet?" Mr. Xiao was with goddess Chen Sweki yesterday afternoon. She is so self-righteous that she is anxious now. Many people in the class were unhappy with Yu Fuyao. They said they didn't like her, but they accepted all the gifts given by others. Isn't this a double-edged sword? Hearing the discussions in the class, Yu Fuyao turned pale. It was obviously Xiao Fan who changed his heart first. Why are everyone blaming her? Even if she was wrong, she has already apologized. Just then, a voice came from the corner. "Apologize to Fuyao immediately." Chapter 7 Self-imagination is the most deadly. Everyone turned around and saw Lin Yan, who was standing in the corner, had already stood up. It's finally my turn to show off. Seeing everyone focusing their attention on him, Lin Yan revealed a strange smile, then he strode towards Xiao Fan's position. "I want you to apologize to Fuyao." "How dare you? You dare to talk to Master Xiao like that? Do you want to die?" "Yes, it's not too late to apologize to Master Xiao now, otherwise you will have no chance of survival." How could Xiao Fan, a villain, not have any followers? Before he could speak, his younger brothers spoke for him. In addition, the backgrounds of Xiao Fan's younger brothers are not simple. Sun Chuan's father is the deputy director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, and another younger brother, Zhou Xiaohu, has a father who is the director of the Education Bureau. "Hey, we are all classmates. Fighting and killing is not good. I will be magnanimous and forgive Lin Yan." Xiao Fan waved his hand to interrupt the 2 younger brothers. "As expected of Master Xiao, you are so graceful. Lin Yan, why don't you apologize to Master Xiao?" "That's right, Lin Yan, if I were you, I would have been grateful to Master Xiao a long time ago." Lin Yan's face turned red, obviously he was very angry. What is going on? Lin Yan racked his brains but couldn't figure it out. Normally, when he raised his hand and called out to everyone, shouldn't they all kneel down and lick his laurels? What he didn't know was that his protagonist halo had lost its effect in front of Xiao Fan. "Xiao Fan, Fuyao has already apologized to you, why are you still unwilling to forgive her?" Lin Yan looked at Xiao Fan, who had a smile on his face, and clenched his fists. "And putting aside the facts, are you not at fault at all?" Facing Lin Yan's questioning, Xiao Fan simply replied with 2 words, "Idiot." "What did you say about me?" Lin Yan stood there in a daze. Wasn't the lesson he taught Xiao Fan last time profound enough? if Xiao Fan hadn't called the police, he would have escaped. He should be lying in the ICU now, how dare he? I said you are an idiot, did you hear me clearly? Did you miss it yesterday? Do you dare to follow me into the woods? I want to let you know why the flowers are so red. Lin Yan walked forward and wanted to grab Xiao Fan by the collar, but Xiao Fan dodged it without hesitation. That's enough. Lin Yan, can you stop being so annoying? I've already told you that I have no interest in you at all. The angry Yu Fuyao's face turned slightly red. Her delicate features, matched with the black JK uniform and white stockings, made Lin Yan stunned. Fuyao, don't be angry. I will teach Xiao Fan a lesson for you. Lin Yan walked forward to please Yu Fuyao, but he didn't expect to be greeted by Yu Fuyao's smiling face instead of hers. Bang. Lin Yan, who am I and where am I? That's enough. Lin Yan, get out of here. Yu Fuyao pointed to Lin Yan's position in the corner. Why would Fuyao hit me? Lin Yan's mind was working rapidly. I see. Fuyao must be worried that Xiao Fan would retaliate against me. She is concerned about me. If that's the case, I can't make things difficult for Fuyao. Thinking of this, Lin Yan's mouth curled up, and then he obediently walked to the seat next to the trash can. What the hell, Lin Yan, what's wrong with you? You're still laughing after being slapped by a woman, and is this green tea school beauty crazy? Shouldn't you throw yourself into Lin Yan's arms? Xiao Fan felt a little scalp tingling when he saw this scene. Even his predecessor was not as good at licking as Lin Yan. Xiao Fan, I know you are angry with me because of Lin Yan. I have ignored him, okay? Please forgive me. Yu Fuyao bent down and looked at Xiao Fan with a face full of grievance, her little pearl almost falling out. A normal person would have been completely fooled by this trick, but Xiao Fan knew Yu Fuyao's character very well, so there was no way he would be fooled. Xiao Fan glanced down inadvertently and felt sorry for Ray. This wave is really a hard wiping without any boundaries. Seeing Xiao Fan's eyes, Yu Fuyao was shocked, but for Xiao Fan's sake she was not allowed to pay back the money. She couldn't care less about that. However, Xiao Fan's eyes made her break down. What did that look of disdain mean? Yu Fuyao felt greatly insulted. Just then, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses walked in. The class will start now. Ding-ling-ling, a pleasant bell rang. Just as Xiao Fan was about to leave, he heard Lin Yan's younger brother Fatty Wu say, "Brother, let's go online tonight." But I have no money now. Lin Yan looked embarrassed as all his money had been drained away by the guard. Hearing Lin Yan's words, Fatty Wu patted his chest and said, "Brother, I'll treat you. Good brother, I will never forget you when I become rich." Hearing the conversation between the two, Xiao Fan revealed an evil smile. Yu Fuyao, who had just wanted to come over and talk to Xiao Fan, happened to see this scene and was frightened to the point of turning pale. Xiao Fan didn't care what this green tea girl was doing, he just got up and left. Let's go to Moonlight KTV. After hearing what Xiao Fan said, Jobo didn't ask any more questions and drove away. At this time, we are in the Supreme VIP box of USA KTV. Two young men were standing in front of the third brother, and the long-haired young man was holding an empty wine bottle in his hand. The third brother stretched out his arms and rested them on the sofa, with several younger brothers beside him ready for action. With a bang sound, the long-haired young man smashed the wine bottle on his head. The wine bottle shattered, and a trace of blood slowly flowed down from the head of the long-haired young man. Third brother, can this bottle help my brother survive for a month? The younger brothers around the third brother were all shocked when they saw the ruthlessness of the long-haired young man. I admire people like you. In that case, let's postpone the loan of 200,000 yuan for another month. As soon as the third brother finished speaking, another short-haired young man quickly picked up a bottle of wine on the table. Another bottle of wine was poured onto the long-haired young man's head, and the red wine flowed down his hair. Third brother, 1 bottle of wine is 1 month, 2 bottles of wine is 2 months. Hearing the words of the short-haired young man, the third brother nodded in a daze. This time, the long-haired young man also reacted. Why the hell are you hitting me? Why don't you hit yourself? I'm just afraid of the pain. Brother, if you can do more, please do more. Why does it feel like what he said makes sense? After saying that, the short-haired young man supported his good brother and was about to leave. Wait. The third brother's voice was heard, and several of his younger brothers hurried forward to stop the two men. It's not something that can be solved with just $200,000. The bottle of wine just now was Lafite from 1982, worth $50,000. The short-haired young man was stunned when he heard what the third brother said, but when he saw several yellow-haired men around him who were ready to fight, he had to grit his teeth and agree. After the two men left, a younger brother asked curiously, "Third brother, I haven't heard that you bought 1982 Lafite?" "Ha, it's just a bottle of low-quality wine, a few dozen bucks worth of street vendor stuff." Of course the third brother wouldn't let the two go so easily. How could he expect to get 2 months' rest just by smashing 2 wine bottles? How could such a good thing happen? He had seen all kinds of storms along the way, so he wasn't scared by the two little Karamis. "Brother, it's so high." Several younger brothers looked at the third brother with admiration along the way. Keep a low profile, keep a low profile. Back then, I held 2 machetes and chopped my way from East Street to. Before the third brother could finish his words, the door of the box was opened. "Mr. Shao, you are here, please take a seat." The third brother quickly stood up to greet him with a respectful tone, completely lacking the high-spirited look he had just shown. "No need to sit down. Where is the person I asked you to find?" "These brothers in front of me, what do you think of them, young Master Shao?" "The most important thing is that they are very tight-lipped and will never say anything nonsense." Shao Fan glanced at the few people. They all had tattoos and looked very social. "Okay, just the few of them. Remember this woman, and you guys can just act out your true selves later." Chapter 8. Go to the back to queue up. Shao Fan took out his cell phone, and the photo on it was of Lin Yan's senior sister Muinin. "Don't worry, Mr. Shao, we are all professionals in acting as ourselves." A yellow-haired young man stepped forward and said confidently. "Remember, you can't touch her, otherwise you should know the consequences." Shao Fan stretched out his hand and a stream of true energy shot out, smashing the marble coffee table into pieces. Seeing this scene, the third brother's pupils shrank. Several of the younger brothers were so scared that they almost pissed themselves. Their heads felt like they were pounding garlic. They were just small hooligans and had never seen such a scene before. "In that case, let's go." On Jiuchang Street, there is an old billboard with 5 big characters "Tainyo beef noodles" written on it. "Grandpa Li, a bowl of beef noodles, the same as always." The voice is so soft and pleasant that one would want to hold the owner of the voice in their arms and take good care of him. "Girl, after all these years, you still like my beef noodles so much, don't you get tired of it?" An old man with white hair and beard was pulling noodles skillfully. "Yes, of all the noodle shops in Jiang Province, Grandpa Li's beef noodles are the best, and they also have a lot of beef." Muinin smiled, her eyes curved like crescent moons. "Very beautiful, she comes here not just because the beef noodles are delicious, this place holds too many memories of her childhood. When she was little, her father would always bring her here to eat noodles. 10 years ago, her father died in an accident. Whenever she has time, she will come here and have a bowl of Tainyo beef noodles." Soon Li Tainyo brought a bowl of steaming beef noodles. "The noodles are ready, girl." "Grandpa Li, you don't have to take care of me. How can you make money with so much beef?" Muinin looked at the bowl full of beef and felt warm in her heart. A bowl of beef noodles is only 10 yuan, and there is more than that much beef here. "Girl, why are you still so polite to me?" Li Tainyo pretended to be angry. Just then, several uninvited guests walked over with a heartless pace. "Old man, 5 bowls of beef noodles, no cilantro, no chopped green onions, and more spicy." "Okay, please wait a moment, guests." 3 minutes later, "Old man, are the noodles ready? Hurry up." The yellow-haired man slammed the table and urged impatiently. Hearing this, Lin Yinin frowned slightly. How is it possible to make 5 bowls of noodles in 3 minutes? Are these people here to cause trouble? Please wait a moment. The noodles will be ready soon. The weather in May was very hot and humid. Li Tainyo was already sweating profusely, but he still turned the stove to the highest fire. Soon Li Tainyo came up with a plate carrying 5 bowls of beef noodles. "Dear guests, the noodles are ready, please enjoy." "Old man, why are there flies in your noodles?" Just as Li Tainyo turned around, the yellow-haired man, who had been prepared, threw the crushed fly into the noodles. This is impossible." Li Tainyo turned around and looked at the fly in the bowl with a trembling voice. "This fly must have been crushed to death. Look, it's all flattened." Hearing Li Tainyo's words, Huang Mao just smiled contemptuously. "You mean I wronged you?" Hearing Huang Mao's threatening tone, Li Tainyo shook his head repeatedly. No, it's my fault. I'll give you another one right away. That's more like it, go quickly. Soon Li Tinio brought another bowl of beef noodles and placed it on the table. Huang Mao looked at the beef noodles and examined them carefully. Don't you know I have some dietary restrictions? What are you avoiding? I don't eat beef. Huang Mao overturned the table while Li Tinio looked confused. Stop. A sweet shout attracted the attention of Huang Mao and others. Muinin stood up, her beautiful face filled with anger. I have never seen such bullying. If you don't eat beef, why do you come to this beef noodle restaurant? Brother, there is a beautiful girl. A younger brother behind the yellow-haired man had a flushed face and was extremely excited. Do I need you to tell me? I'm not blind yet. Then the yellow-haired man rubbed his hands excitedly and showed a malicious smile. Little beauty, you don't want us to embarrass an old man, do you? How about you go out and play with your brother? Are you guys leaving or not? If not, I'll call the police. Muinin took out her cell phone, which showed a number calling the police. Humph, you're so cruel. Brothers, let's go. Seeing that Muinin was about to call the police, the yellow-haired man snorted coldly and ran away in shame with his little brother. Grandpa Li, are you okay? Looking at Li Tinio, who was in a daze, Muinin asked with concern. I'm fine. Thank you, girl. It's just a pity that such good food has been wasted. Li Tinio shook his head, then took out a broom and started cleaning up. Let me help you, Grandpa Li. Muinin stretched out her hand and wanted to take the broom from Li Tinio's hand. No need, girl. How can I let you do this? Let me do it. Seeing that she couldn't defeat Li Tinio, Muinin had to give up. After finishing her noodles, she put 100 yuan under the bowl before leaving. Only after doing all this did Muinin turn around and leave. Li Tinio, who was cleaning the table, picked up the bowl and found the money underneath. He looked up and found that Muinin was no longer there. This girl, huh? Muinin looked back in confusion, but saw no one behind her. Is it an illusion? Muinin quickened her pace, and when she reached a corner, she pressed her body against the wall, not moving. After a few seconds, Muinin stuck her head out and saw the yellow-haired man and a younger brother walking towards her. We've been discovered, chase. Seeing that he was discovered, Huang Mao no longer hid and ran towards Muinin with his little brothers. Seeing that the yellow-haired Muinin looked a little pale, I should have brought Uncle Biao along earlier. Without time to think, Muinin ran away. At this moment, 3 figures suddenly appeared in front. They were Huang Mao's other 3 younger brothers. Muinin, panicking, had no choice but to run into the alley in the middle of the road, but she soon stopped, as the alley turned out to be a dead end. Just when Muinin turned around, the yellow-haired man had already arrived at the entrance of the alley. Run, little girl, run for me again. Soon, Huang Mao's 3 younger brothers also came to the alley, and the 5 of them completely blocked the alley. Seeing this, Muinin pretended to be calm and said, You guys are probably here to seek money. If you let me go, I still have 1 million in my card, and I can transfer it to you now. Hearing Muinin's words, Huang Mao's eyes lit up. Oh, I didn't know you were a little rich woman. The next words from the yellow-haired man made Muinin extremely desperate. I want the money, but I also want to rob you of your sex. I, the yellow-haired man, have never played with a woman as beautiful as you. As the yellow-haired man and his men approached step by step, Muinin had already retreated to the corner. Don't come over here, or I'll call the police. Seeing that there was no way out, Muinin took out her cell phone and wanted to call the police. Bring it here. The yellow-haired man quickly snatched Muinin's phone and threw it behind him. Brother, after you enjoy yourself, can you ask the brothers to enjoy it too? Ha, of course you can, the rest of you go line up in the back. After hearing Huang Mao's words, several people quickly lined up who wouldn't be convinced by a boss who can make his younger brothers line up. Muinin sat limply in the corner, her beautiful face pale without a trace of blood. She couldn't imagine what was going to happen next. Just as Huang Mao was about to take action, a magnetic voice came from the alley. Let go of that girl. Chapter 9. Muinin's heart beat. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a tall, handsome young man standing at the entrance of the alley. The young man had a solemn expression and a determined look in his eyes, as if he could never forgive evil. The younger brother standing behind Huang Mao was a little unhappy. Brother, is this kid trying to cut in line? The yellow-haired man slapped his younger brother on the head and shouted angrily, Don't you have any brains, kid? Can't you see he's here to cause trouble? Since this kid wants to be a hero and save the damsel in distress, let him know the price he has to pay to save the damsel in distress. The yellow-haired men took out switchblades from their waists and gestured, ready to make Xiao Fan bleed a little. Run away! They are not good people. When Mu Yining saw several people taking out knives, she hurriedly shouted to Xiao Fan at the entrance of the alley, "Ha, girl, you're still worrying about others at this time, but don't worry, once we deal with him, it will be your turn next." Hearing Mu Yining's words, the yellow-haired man laughed wildly, and then rushed towards Xiao Fan with knives together with several of his younger brothers facing the siege of several people. Xiao Fan seemed to be at ease. He dodged the attacks of the yellow-haired men and counterattacked from time to time, but he naturally wouldn't easily deal with Huang Mao and the others, otherwise the scene would not be perfect. At this moment, the yellow-haired man cut Xiao Fan's arm with a knife, and blood flowed down Xiao Fan's arm. Xiao Fan also took the opportunity to kick the yellow-haired man away, and he fell to the ground and rolled 2 or 3 times before stopping. Seeing Xiao Fan's injured arm, Mu Yining looked worried. "Go quickly, don't worry about me." Xiao Fan looked back at Lin Yining with a firm look in his eyes. The moment their eyes met, Lin Yining felt her heart beating faster. "I'm fine, find a chance to escape." "Still want to run? None of you can escape today." The yellow-haired man who was kicked to the ground stood up and spat twice, with a ferocious look on his face. When Xiao Fan kicked him just now, his mouth came into close contact with the soil as he rolled over. The yellow-haired man stabbed towards Xiao Fan with a switchblade in his hand. Xiao Fan grabbed the yellow-haired man's wrist with his left hand. When the yellow-haired man exerted force with his palm, he felt his joints go numb and the knife slipped out of his hand and fell to the ground. Immediately, Xiao Fan pulled with his left hand and struck with his right elbow. I only heard a click. Huang Mao's arm and elbow broke with a sound. The yellow-haired man knelt on the ground, his face pale, his head covered with sweat, and he couldn't help wailing in pain. "Well, that's very realistic." Xiao Fan looked at the yellow-haired man who fell to the ground and nodded secretly, giving a thumbs up to his own acting skills. Acting is all about pursuing truth, brother. What is professionalism? This is what professionalism is like, brother. In pursuit of realism, he actually does it for real. Thinking of this, Huang Mao's younger brother stood in awe, but his face was filled with anxiety, and he was about to rush forward with a knife. "Take me away now." Huang Mao's voice was hoarse and he was full of fear. "We agreed to act, but why did you take it so seriously?" He was afraid that if this continued, his younger brothers would also be ruined. "You are such a ruthless kid. Let's go." Several younger brothers supported Huang Mao and ran away in a hurry. Only after seeing the people walking away did Xiao Fan breathe a sigh of relief. He turned around and looked at Mu Yining, who was still sitting on the ground, and stretched out his right hand. "Are you okay?" "No, it's okay." Mu Yining avoided looking at Xiao Fan. The image of Xiao Fan's agile figure just now kept replaying in her mind. "I have to say, this little hand is quite tender." Mu Yining's legs felt numb after sitting for a long time. She couldn't stand steadily for a moment and fell into Xiao Fan's arms. A faint medicinal fragrance mixed with a unique body scent wafts into the air. The smell is indescribably pleasant and makes people feel relaxed and happy. Xiao Fan greedily inhaled the fragrance. Mu Yining looked up and saw Xiao Fan's sharp face and deep eyes. She blushed and buried her face in Xiao Fan's chest. "Well, I can stand up by myself. Thank you for saving me." Seeing that time had passed and Xiao Fan still didn't let go, Mu Yining spoke cautiously. "Oh, okay." Xiao Fan let go of the beauty reluctantly. After leaving Xiao Fan's arms, Mu Yining felt a little lost for no reason. The broad chest and strong heartbeat just now made her feel an unprecedented sense of security. "Your hand is bleeding, let me treat you." Looking at Xiao Fan's arm, which was still slowly bleeding, Mu Yining felt as if her heart was being gripped. Xiao Fan grinned, revealing a row of white teeth, and smiled innocently. "It's okay, just a minor injury." His smile is really warm. "Don't be stubborn. If you don't treat it in time, it will leave scars in the future." Mu Yining took out a small box from her bag. Inside the small box were several bottles of medicine, a roll of gauze, and rows of exquisite silver needles. "Let me stop your bleeding first." Mu Yining skillfully inserted the silver needle into the acupuncture point on Xiao Fan's arm. In just a moment, Xiao Fan's arm, which had just been bleeding, stopped bleeding. After a while, Mu Yining took out the silver needle and carefully applied medicine to Xiao Fan. Hiss. Xiao Fan couldn't help but gasp when he applied the powder on his injured arm. "This medicine is very effective, just bear with it." Looking at the twitching muscles on Xiao Fan's face, Mu Yining comforted him softly. feeling a little guilty. If it wasn't for saving her, Xiao Fan wouldn't have been injured. Miss, you are so beautiful, and I don't even know your name. No, my brother is also very handsome. My name is Mu Yinin. It's a nice name. My name is Xiao Fan. The wound was bandaged soon, and Mu Yinin playfully tied a bow on it. Okay, change the medicine every day, and you will be cured in 3 days. Then the two picked up their phones and exchanged contact information. Yinin, can you change the medicine for me every day? Xiao Fan hesitated to speak. Why? You can change the medicine at the clinic. Xiao Fan lowered his head and looked straight into Mu Yinin's big eyes. I don't know why, I just want to see you. Hearing Xiao Fan's words, Mu Yinin shyly lowered her head and dared not look at Xiao Fan. Seeing this, Xiao Fan struck while the iron was hot. Yinin, do you know? From the first moment I saw you, I knew you were the girl I wanted to protect for the rest of my life. Staring at the beauty in front of him, Xiao Fan grabbed her hand and said, I wonder if you can give me a chance. At this moment, Mu Yinin felt like a deer was beating wildly in her heart. Every word Xiao Fan said hit her heart directly. Her mind went blank and she stood there at a loss for what to do for a moment. Of course Xiao Fan would not miss such a good opportunity. He held up Mu Yinin's delicate little face and kissed her. Mu Yinin's eyes widened as if she hadn't reacted yet, and her little hands gently patted Xiao Fan's chest. I have to say it, the senior sister of the Son of Luck is really fragrant. Xiao Fan was somewhat intoxicated by it. You are a bad person. How could you? How could you be like this? Mu Yinin looked at the smile on Xiao Fan's lips and said coquettishly. Xiao Fan reached out and held Mu Yinin, pulling her into his arms. Then are you willing to let a bad guy like me bully you for the rest of your life? Mu Yinin felt the intoxicating aura from Xiao Fan and became a little dazed, but she knew that she couldn't let Xiao Fan succeed so quickly. Things that are too easy to get are often not cherished. Mu Yinin struggled to get out of Xiao Fan's arms. Let's see how you perform in the future. After saying that, Mu Yinin ran away in a panic. Ding, congratulations to the host for gaining the favor of the heroine Mu Yinin. The plot is changed and the villain value is rewarded with 5,000. In the original novel, Mu Yinin was the biggest contributor to Lin Yan's rise, and her contribution can be said to be indispensable. Just by gaining Mu Yinin's favor, you can be rewarded with so many villain points. I really don't know how much I'll get if I win her over. I'm really looking forward to it when I think about it. However, Xiao Fan also knew that this kind of thing could not be rushed. With everything that happened today, Mu Yinin was destined to be in her control. Lin Yan, who was playing games in the internet cafe, felt a little upset for no reason. Fatty, do you know how to play? Can you please stop sending me off? Brother Yan, it's my fault. I'll fight you hard. Fatty Wu felt a little aggrieved. He was not a good player to begin with, and Lin Yan had agreed to help him gain points. Now he paid Lin Yan to go online and still got scolded. Ding-ling-ling. The phone rang and Luo Fian picked up the phone. The name on the phone reminded her of what happened that day. Chapter 10. I wonder if my wife would like to sit at the same table with me tonight. I wanted to hang up the phone, but for some reason I pressed the answer button. As soon as the call was connected, a magnetic voice came from the other end of the phone. I wonder if Madam would like to share the same bed with me tonight. What the hell are you doing? Stop calling me. Luo Fian couldn't help but recall yesterday's scene. Really? What a pity. I didn't expect you to be so heartless. Xiao Fan on the other end of the phone side. But I accidentally recorded it yesterday. If I sent the recording to Lin Yan because my hands were shaking, I really don't know what he would think. Don't want. There was a scream from the other end of the phone. How could he be so despicable? What should I do? What should I do? When Luo Fian heard this, she was suddenly at a loss and her phone unknowingly fell on the sofa. What do you want? After a brief moment of distraction, Luo Fian picked up the phone and asked. I just wanted to see you. Okay, but you have to delete the recording. Luo Fian didn't believe what Xiao Fan said at all, but what else could she do? Don't worry, I'm a trustworthy person. I promise to destroy all the recordings. Xiao Fan smiled faintly. He didn't record the conversation in the first place, but he didn't expect that this woman actually believed it. Not today, my son will be back soon, please come early tomorrow. Ha, Lin Yan has gone to play games in some internet cafe, how can he even think about going home? After hanging up the phone, Xiaofan took out his cell phone and called a taxi. In order to conceal the truth of this good show, after Jobo sent Xiaofan to the vicinity of Jiucheng Street, Xiaofan let him go back. After looking at the bandage on his hand, Xiaofan took it off. With the healing power of true qi and medicine, the wound, which was not deep to begin with, has already scabbed over. Xiaofan feels that it will be completely healed tomorrow. How could this happen? Didn't Yenner say that he was going to study at a classmate's house? Did he really go to the internet cafe to play games? Luo Fian's face looked a little ugly. After Lin Yan came back, he would have to give her an explanation for what happened today. Ding dong. After a while, the doorbell rang. Luo Fian looked through the cat's eye and saw a handsome young man looking at her with a smile. This bastard. I want to confess something to you. I didn't record it at all. I did this just to see you. After the door was opened, Xiaofan looked at the resentful eyes of the beauty in front of him, and finally he couldn't bear to deceive her again. A person can be romantic, but not vulgar. Hearing this, Luo Fian's nose felt sore and tears couldn't stop flowing. He reached out and pounded Xiaofan's chest. Why do you want to bully me? Why? Is this fun? Xiaofan didn't say anything and let Luo Fian vent. After a while, maybe because he was tired, or maybe because he had just vented his anger, Luo Fian leaned on Xiaofan's shoulder and sobbed softly. Xiaofan reached out his hand and gently wiped Luo Fian's tears. I know I went a little too far, but madam, do you know? I was moved from the first time I saw you. There is only one voice in my head, and that is I must get you. So that's how you treat me? Luo Fian's voice was tearful, and she felt extremely wronged. I know my ways are a little problematic, but that just proves that I like you, doesn't it? There is no need to hide true love. But what he said seemed to make sense. Xiaofan's domineering nature made Luo Fian somewhat addicted. Unconsciously, the boy's figure seemed to have been imprinted in her mind. Give me the phone. What? Luo Fian was a little confused, but she still unlocked the phone and handed it to Xiaofan. 1 million yuan has arrived. A pleasant voice sounded. You don't have to go out and work hard anymore. I'll feel bad. I'll support you in the future. Be nice to yourself. Xiaofan reached out and gently smoothed the young woman's hair. Xiaofan finished all this and just turned around to leave. Unexpectedly, the person behind him called him. Wait. A smile appeared on Xiaofan's lips. Sometimes sincerity is the ultimate weapon. Isn't this just a direct grasp? Luo Fian felt complicated as she watched the young man disappear at the gate. She raised Lin Yan alone with great difficulty, and in order to take Lin Yan's feelings into consideration, she never found a stepfather for him. After so many years, she really felt a little tired and sometimes really wanted a shoulder to lean on. Maybe he is a good choice, but am I really worthy of him? Luo Fian was not very clear about Xiaofan's background, but she remembered that he went out with bodyguards. He transferred 1 million to it without blinking an eye. Luo Fian felt as if she was so far away from him. Ding, congratulations to the host for changing the plot, and I will reward you with 1,000 villain points. Hearing the system's prompt sound, Xiaofan, who was strolling on the street, felt very happy. As long as he can collect 8,000 villain points, he can break through to the Grandmaster level. The Grandmaster realm is a qualitative change. The true qi in the body will evolve into gang qi, and its power is incomparable. The innate realm can still be injured by hot weapons, but as long as you break through to the master level. Once the protective energy is activated, you will not be afraid even of machine gun fire. Only large caliber sniper rifles or a lot of hot weapons can pose a threat to grandmasters. Even if your protagonist is capable of challenging opponents of higher levels, it is impossible for him to challenge the grandmaster from the innate realm, right? In the internet cafe, Lin Yan couldn't help but feel that something important seemed to be leaving him. My mood became irritable and uneasy again. Fuck, no more fighting. Seeing that he had lost the game again, Lin Yan threw down the keyboard and left, completely ignoring Fatty Wu, who kept calling him from behind. Fatty Wu looked a little ugly when he saw this scene. He always regarded Lin Yan as his elder brother, but he didn't expect that Lin Yan would treat him like this and not give him any face at all. Maybe something happened to Lin Yan. Fatty Wu could only comfort himself in his heart. After returning home from the internet cafe, Lin Yan felt that the atmosphere at home was a little cold. Usually when he comes home, his mother would warmly invite him to dinner. What happened today? Just when Lin Yan was puzzled, he saw Luo Fian walking out of the room with a feather duster. Mom, are you cleaning the room? Lin Yan, tell me honestly, did you go to the internet cafe today? Luo Fian didn't respond to Lin Yan's words and questioned this. Looking at Luo Fian's stern eyes, Lin Yan had no choice but to nod and kneel down. Lin Yan knelt on the ground with a thump. Luo Fian took out a feather duster and hit Lin Yan with it. Suddenly Lin Yan felt a burning pain. Luo Fian hit him with a feather duster, but he dared not use his internal energy to resist. Lin Yan, I'm very disappointed in you. I raised you from childhood, but I didn't expect that you would actually learn to lie to me today. As she spoke, Luo Fian raised her hand and hit Lin Yan hard on the back several times. Lin Yan was also confused. How could anyone know that he went out to surf the internet? Could it be that Fatty Wu is complaining because he sees that I am ignoring him? When he thought of this, Lin Yan felt that it was really possible, because Fatty Wu has a good relationship with him and has his home phone number. Damn, this fat guy usually calls you brother, but I didn't expect he has such a bad heart. Lin Yan secretly hated him. Seeing Lin Yan's face turn black, Luo Fian knew that he still didn't know his fault, and said, "Disappointedly, go kneel in front of your father's spirit tablet. You can eat again when you realize you are wrong." Chapter 11, Breakthrough to Grandmaster Level. Heirloom. Mom, it's just a small matter, right? Lin Yan was somewhat dissatisfied when he heard Luo Fian's words. He was destined to stand at the top of the world in his life. How could a father he had never met be worthy of making him kneel down? Are you going or not? If not, get out of here. Seeing that Luo Fian was about to hit him again, Lin Yan quickly said, I'll go. After saying that, Lin Yan stood up and walked to the spirit tablet, then knelt down reluctantly in front of it. Seeing Lin Yan's reluctant look, Luo Fian walked into the room disappointedly. After Lin Yan was born, his father Lin Lang worked overtime to earn money for milk powder for him, and was hit and killed by a truck in a trance. Seeing Lin Yan like this now really made Luo Fian feel sad. Maybe I should really think about my own affairs, Luo Fian murmured, and Xiao Fan's figure flashed through her mind unconsciously. Ding, there is a rift between the son of luck Lin Yan and this little brother, and the host is rewarded with 2,000 villain points. Xiao Fan, who had just arrived at the doorstep, was a little confused. What on earth is Lin Yan doing? Sometimes his mentality exploded, and sometimes he broke up with his younger brother. Can the sons of luck now conquer themselves? However, this time the villain value is just enough to break through to the Grandmaster level. Oh my, where did my son go to have fun today? No wonder he came home so late. As soon as Xiao Fan entered the door, Muyan started teasing him. When Xiao Fan came back, he bought a long-sleeved shirt and put it on. Although Muyan usually looks a bit unserious, she is really nice to him. He didn't want to make Muyan worry. Mom, if you do this again I'll sue you for defamation. You little brat, could you please wipe the lipstick marks off the corners of your mouth before you say that? After hearing Muyan's words, Xiao Fan hurried into the bathroom. When he looked in the mirror, he found that his lips were red. Xiao Fan quickly took out the wet wipes next to him and wiped off the lipstick marks. I was wondering why those men on the street just now gave me a thumbs up. I almost thought they were trying to force me to lock him up. Son, how far have you progressed with that girl? Have you? As she spoke, Muyan made a gesture with her hands, which made Xiao Tian, who was standing beside her, cough. Dad, are you okay? Do you want to come and follow Huazi? Xiao Fan asked with concern. Damn it, Huazi, can you please be more careful? Looking at the heartless Xiao Fan, Xiao Tian felt that it might not be too late for him to train a small trumpet now. After eating a few mouthfuls of rice, he said, I feel like I'm about to break through. I'm going to the training room to break through first. Are you going to break through to Grandmaster level so soon? As calm as Xiao Tian was, his eyes almost fell to the ground when he heard this. Didn't this kid just break through to the 9th level of the innate realm yesterday? Maybe this is a natural talent, you can't envy it. After saying that, Xiao Fan went up to the training room on the 3rd floor. Xiao Tian spent a lot of money to hire a formation master to set up the 2 training rooms on the 3rd floor, which contain 2 small spirit gathering formations. The efficiency of practicing here is twice as high as outside. Of course, Xiao Fan didn't need these. Who would practice cultivation? He came here purely to keep a low profile. After lying on the bed and chatting with Muinin and Chen Sueki for a while, Xiao Fan still didn't know what she thought of Luo Fian. Then, after watching the beautiful woman's live broadcast for a while, Xiao Fan slowly sat up. System, buy me experience points to improve my strength. Soon, the true energy in Xiao Fan's body began to transform into Gangqi in an orderly manner. In just 1 minute, all the true energy was converted. Looking at the Iron Man in front of him, Xiao Fan wanted to try out the effect of the qi. A light blue sword took shape in Xiao Fan's hand. Xiao Fan raised the sword and chopped it towards the middle of the Iron Man. There seemed to be no obstacle wherever the sword passed, and the Iron Man was split into 2 in an instant. Seeing that the Iron Man was about to fall, Xiao Fan hurriedly grabbed the Iron Man that had been split into two halves and leaned him against the wall. This chi is really powerful, several levels stronger than the true chi. No wonder they say that a master should not be insulted. Xiao Tian downstairs felt Xiao Fan's breath of breakthrough and couldn't help but sigh. My son Xiao Fan has the potential to become a martial emperor. Xiao Fan's hearing was so strong after his breakthrough that his face turned dark when he heard this. Xiao Fan, thank you, the last person who said this had his son's ashes scattered. Dad, let's try to keep a low profile from now on. Let's not say what we just said. I understand. Xiao Tian said with a wink. Xiao Fan held his forehead helplessly, hoping that his father really understood, otherwise he would be afraid that one day when he was walking on the street, a fool would suddenly jump out and try to beat him up. You are the only one who has the qualities of a martial emperor? I must kill you to prove my invincibility. It's scary to think about. Since you have already broken through to Grandmaster, I think it's time to give you our Xiao family's heirloom. When Xiao Fan heard Xiao Tian's words, his eyes lit up. He had originally wanted to find an excuse to take the treasure back, but now it saves him the trouble. But in order to avoid being noticed, he pretended to know nothing. Dad, what kind of treasure is this? You're not trying to trick me with cheap stuff, are you? Humph, this is a real treasure. Don't question my noble soul with your suspicious eyes. As he said that, Xiao Tian walked into the bedroom and came out soon with a box. Xiao Tian opened the box and saw a yin-yang fish jade pendant emitting a faint fluorescence, but the jade pendant was obviously missing half. This jade pendant was passed down to me by your grandfather. I heard from your grandfather's grandfather that this jade pendant is related to the treasure of my Xiao family's ancestors. However, the jade pendant is missing a part, and I need to wait until later to get the treasure. So this jade pendant is of no use now? If you think so, I can't help it. Just tell me whether you want it or not. The Xiao family has been searching for the missing jade pendant for many generations but has never found it. Now, this jade pendant is more of a symbol of status for the Xiao family. Xiao Fan's grandfather passed the jade pendant to Xiao Tian, which means that this generation of the Xiao family should be centered around Xiao Tian. Yes, why not if it's free? Xiao Fan reached out and took the jade pendant. It felt warm and smooth, just like, damn, why are all these things in my mind now? It must be the system that has led me astray. A system, are you polite? Of course Xiao Fan knew the location of the other jade pendant. It was in the hands of the Zhao family, a martial arts family. However, the Zhao family is still in seclusion, and the specific location of the Zhao family is not introduced in the plot. All I know is that the Zhao family lives in Yuanan City, next to the provincial capital. Judging from the time, the Zhao family will be born soon. Of course, the most important thing is that Zhao Jing, the pride of the Zhao family, will come to the provincial capital soon. Then according to the plot, there will be a bloody love story with the protagonist. However, Xiao Fan would naturally not let this happen, as Zhao Jing was the most dazzling prodigy in the Zhao family in the last 10 generations. Getting her is equivalent to getting the help of the entire Zhao family. The strength of the Zhao family is not weaker than that of the Xiao family, and is even stronger. Since the Xiao family entered the world hundreds of years ago, their strength has been declining from generation to generation. However, times are different now, and sometimes strength may not represent everything. Mom, I already know I was wrong. Can you forgive me? I won't do it again next time. Luo Fian looked at Lin Yan's pitiful expression and couldn't help but feel a little soft-hearted. Forget it this time, just don't do it again next time. The food is in the rice cooker. Hearing Luo Fian's words, Lin Yan quickly stood up. He had been playing in the internet cafe for so long, and kneeled for so long. When he got home, he was already very hungry. While Lin Yan was still eating his meal, Luo Fian had already returned to the bedroom. She picked up her phone and sent a message to a contact named Bastard. The content is, will you come to my house for dinner tomorrow? Chapter 12. Give him a taste of sweetness in a VIP ward of a private hospital in Jiang Province. This time, Huang Mao had already reconnected the broken bones and put a thick piece of plaster on his hand. Brother Huang Mao, you are so great. I didn't expect you to be so dedicated. I was stunned at the time. Yes, I was terrified. Hearing the younger brother's flattery, the yellow-haired man's mouth curled up unconsciously. That's right. Don't you see who I am? I almost got admitted to the art university. If I tell others, I almost became a big star. It's a pity that they don't accept elementary school graduates. Just as Huang Mao was boasting, the door of the ward was pushed open. Yellow hair, you are so impressive now. Young Master Xiao even sent a message saying that your acting skills are very good. No way, it's all thanks to Third Brother's cultivation that I am what I am today. I, Huang Mao, have always followed Third Brother's lead. You still know about my training? What did I tell you before we set out? You must keep this matter to yourself. What about you? Faced with the questioning from the third brother, Huang Mao was speechless. He was indeed a little too proud of himself just now. Why aren't you talking? Are you dumb? Third brother, we were wrong, please punish us. The yellow-haired man lowered his head, a drop of cold sweat dripping down his hair. They all witnessed how cruel the third brother's methods were. Forget it this time. Young Master Xiao wants all of you to leave the province and not show up in Jiang province again in the next 2 years. I happen to have a friend in Qingfeng City. You can go and join him. Qingfeng City belongs to Anhui province, which is adjacent to Jiangxi province. Third brother, I don't really want to go, can I? A younger brother said timidly. Yes, of course. If you don't want to go, then go to hell. As soon as the third brother finished speaking, 2 men in black suddenly broke in from outside the door. He pulled out a pistol and pointed it at the younger brother's head, scaring him so much that he fell to his knees. Third brother, let's go. Let's go. Huang Mao said quickly when he saw this. Don't blame third brother. If the truth is exposed, I will be the first to die. I have to be more cautious. The third brother waved his hand to signal the 2 men to put away their guns. Don't worry, young Master Xiao gave you some money and has transferred it to my card. The 4 of you will each get 300,000, and Huang Mao will get 500,000. Hearing the third brother's words, smiles immediately appeared on their faces. I'm so sleepy, Swecky baby, good night. Brother Xiao Fan, good night. Shin Swecky's sweet voice came from the other end of the phone. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Fan picked up his phone and saw the message sent by Luo Fian. I'm beginning to look forward to my older brother's expression tomorrow, ha ha ha. Luo Fian invited him to dinner at her home, obviously indicating that she had accepted him. Okay, I'll be there on time tomorrow. After replying, Xiao Fan threw his phone aside and soon fell asleep. Some are happy and some are sad, in a large flat in a high-end garden community in the provincial capital. You'd better explain to me what's going on. Yuxian's face turned pale and she slammed the file bag in her hand on the table. When he first received the message, he thought it was a competitor trying to get him, but after seeing the content, he was immediately shocked. After finishing the social event, I rushed back home immediately. When Yu Fuyao saw the 3 words on the cover, she, who had been still holding on to hope, suddenly turned pale. Dad, this matter, I can handle it. You handle it? Tell me how you handle it? This is not a few $1,000s, this is tens of millions. Hearing Yuxian roar so loudly, Yu Fuyao felt a lump in his nose and mist filled his eyes. I didn't want this to happen, but who knew he would suddenly. As she spoke, Yu Fuyao began to sob softly. Yuexin, why are you yelling so loudly? Can't you let me sleep so late at night? A plump, beautiful woman in pajamas walked out of the bedroom. Mom, Dad is mean to me. Yu Fuyao, with tears in her eyes and a look of grievance, threw herself into the young woman's arms. Okay, it's okay. Mom will take care of it for you. Luo Xiao patted her daughter's back gently to comfort her. Tell me what happened. Look for yourself what your good daughter has done. Yuxian picked up the lawyer's letter and handed it to Luo Xiao. What's going on? I remember you told me that Xiao Fan was your bootlicker. How come he is rebelling now? He is really rebelling. A bootlicker actually dares to kill his master. Hubby, please go in first. I want to have a private chat with my daughter. Seeing Yuxian enter the bedroom, Luo Xiao asked in a low voice, what is going on? Yu Fuyao had no choice but to tell him everything that had happened recently. In that case, you should give him a taste of the sweetness first. He has been licking you for almost 3 years, and you have not responded at all. Have you forgotten what I taught you? You need to be close yet distant to make a man want you. I believe that as long as he gets a little bit of the sweetness, he will definitely be fascinated by you, and then you can ask him to sign a voluntary gift agreement, then you can easily control him. But, no buts, just do as I say, or you'll have to sell your father's company to pay off the debt. After hearing Luo Zhao's words, Yu Fuyao was silent for a moment and then nodded. That's right. Tomorrow, Mom will dress you up nicely. I guarantee that boy will be completely fascinated by you. Yuanan City Zhajiat failed again. What went wrong? The girl in white tights frowned slightly. She had clearly reached the peak of the innate realm, but she just couldn't take the final step. Jinger, I'm still practicing. As he was speaking, a hunchbacked old man walked in with a crutch. Seeing the person coming, Zhao Jing stood up and clasped her fist respectfully. Second grandfather, I have never been able to break through to the grandmaster level. What is the reason? Haha, you are too impatient. It is not advisable to blindly compare yourself with others. Zhao Yongyuan naturally knew that Zhao Jing was so anxious to break through to the grandmaster level just to compare herself with the ancestors of the Zhao family. But I think, before Zhao Jing could finish her words, she was interrupted by Zhao Yongyuan. It is not advisable to bury your head in hard training. In the next 2 days, I will send someone to teach you about the outside world. You can enter the world in 2 days. After saying this, Zhao Yongyuan disappeared from the room, as if he had never been there. Entering the world? I'm also looking forward to the outside world. Zhao Jing smiled, her eyes like autumn water. Sweki, I brought you your favorite snacks. Thank you, Brother Xiaofan, you were so nice. Moi Uncle Zhou, I'm already full, why are you still giving me dog food? As soon as Xiaofan arrived at the classroom and sat down in his seat, he felt a gust of fragrant breeze blowing towards him. Chapter 13. Stop it, don't fight anymore, Xiaofan, I have something to ask you, can you come out with me? What's this little green tea trying to do? Xiaofan raised his head. Today, Yu Fuyao was wearing a white JK skirt, which matched her flawless white legs, and her delicate face was faintly flushed. To be honest, if Yu Fuyao wasn't a green tea girl, Xiaofan felt that Yu Fuyao would still be a very capable fighter just based on her appearance. Let's go. Xiaofan stood up and went to the rooftop with Yu Fuyao. Today he wanted to see what Yu Fuyao wanted to do. Brother Xiaofan, since you ignored me these past 2 days, I found that you were all in my mind. As she spoke, Yu Fuyao tightly grasped Xiaofan's right hand with both hands. You know what, you really don't know, this little green tea girl's hands are quite soft. Xiaofan pinched it gently, then pulled his hand out. If you don't take advantage of an opportunity, you'd be a bastard. Feeling Xiaofan's movements, Yu Fuyao felt delighted. My mother was right, all men are pigs, but Xiaofan's next words made Yu Fuyao look a little ugly. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the lawyer's letter that has arrived. After Xiaofan returned that night, he contacted Muyun's company's top lawyer. When they saw that it was a matter concerning the chairman's son, the entire legal team held a meeting overnight and was extremely efficient. Brother Xiaofan, I was ignorant before. I am willing to accept your pursuit. Can you? No. Xiaofan said in a cold tone. You want him to let you go with just one sentence. What do you think of him? Do you really think you are still the same bootleaker? Woo, but my family really doesn't have that much money. Seeing that begging for mercy was useless, Yu Fuyao began to use her greatest weapon. I saw tears welling up in her eyes and her voice was choked, as if the little pearl would fall in the next second. In the past, whenever she teased Xiaofan too much, as long as she used this trick, Xiaofan would definitely come to coax her. Unfortunately, her plan was destined to fail today. It's easy if you don't have that much money. You can pay it back with something else. Xiaofan smiled wickedly, and instantly felt a sense of déjà vu between a little lowly and a weird uncle. Humph, he is still greedy for my body, what a slut. Although she thought so in her heart, Yu Fuyao covered her chest with her hands, looking scared, and her voice trembled. What do you want to do? Looking at Yu Fuyao's reaction, Xiaofan shook his head. What is a Princess Taiping pretending to be? What's your reaction? Are you looking down on me? Seeing Xiaofan shaking his head, Yu Fuyao got furious. She was satisfied with every aspect of herself, except that the flesh was not growing in the right places. Xiaofan came over and whispered in a voice that only Yu Fuyao could hear. Of course I can let you go. How about this, if you give me a kiss, I'll give you 10,000 in compensation. A warm breath hit Yu Fuyao's earlobe, and Yu Fuyao felt her face getting a little hot. Who does he think I am? A kiss is worth 10,000. Even if I, Yu Fuyao, jump off the rooftop here and die outside, I will never kiss you. Xiaofan. Looking at Xiaofan's smile, Yu Fuyao felt angry. Xiaofan, I originally thought you were a good person, but I didn't expect you to treat me like this. Please be more respectful. Yu Fuyao couldn't stand Xiao Fan's breath, her face became hotter and hotter. She stretched out her hand to push Xiao Fan away, but found that she couldn't push him away at all. Do you really think you are RMB? Everyone likes you, stop kidding. Believe it or not, if I just say this, there will be a lot of women out there who are prettier than you who will agree. Hearing Xiao Fan's words, Yu Fuyao became even angrier and reached out to hit Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan grabbed Yu Fuyao's wrist. You still want to hit me? Think carefully. If you slap me like this, I will bankrupt your father's company tomorrow, and your whole family will be homeless the next day. Yu Fuyao's hand, which was raised in the air, eventually fell down powerlessly. What do you want me to do to let you go? Yu Fuyao could see that Xiao Fan was completely different now. In the past, Xiao Fan obeyed her in everything, but now he has become a stranger to her, which makes her afraid. That depends on how you perform. Xiao Fan reached out his hand and gently helped Yu Fuyao tidy up her slightly messy hair. The calm tone made Yu Fuyao shudder. Okay, you just want my body, right? Isn't it enough for me to promise you? Yu Fuyao closed his eyes, looking like he was going to die bravely. I have no interest in you. As long as you obey me in the future, I'll forget about the lawyer's letter. But if you dare to disobey me, you should know the consequences. Hearing Xiao Fan's words, Yu Fuyao breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time she felt a little annoyed. What does Xiao Fan mean by this? Does he look down on her? Then what do you want me to do? Yu Fuyao was a little confused. She didn't know what else Xiao Fan could do besides lusting after her body. Play a show with me first. Xiao Fan had already discovered Lin Yan hiding at the stairs and eavesdropping, and now it was time for the show to begin. Then Xiao Fan deliberately said loudly, Yu Fuyao, I advise you to be obedient, otherwise, he. Even though it was supposed to be an act, Xiao Fan's true-to-life performance really scared Yu Fuyao. The wind on the roof was very strong. Even though Lin Yan was at the innate realm, the voices of the two people talking just now were not loud. He only vaguely heard something about repayment and living on the streets. Oh no, Yu Fuyao must have been threatened. Ah! Don't come over here, I'm going to scream. Yu Fuyao screamed and leaned against the wall, looking helpless. You can scream, but it's no use even if you scream your throat out. Broken throat, broken throat. Xiao Fan, Yu Fuyao, can you be more professional and sincere? Do you understand? Let her go. At this time, Lin Yan knew that it was his turn to take action. As long as he saves the school bell, her liking for him will increase sharply. Maybe you can even win the beauty. Lin Yan had already begun to imagine the school belle throwing herself into his arms after he rescued her. If you say let go, then I'll let go. I'm not really losing face. As he spoke, Xiao Fan put his arms around Yu Fuyao's slender waist, his fingers sliding restlessly around her. Yu Fuyao's eyes were filled with tears and she looked so pitiful that Lin Yan was furious. Yu Fuyao was the woman he had his eyes on, yet someone actually dared to lay his hands on his woman. Xiao Fan has already been included in Lin Yan's kill list, and is currently ranked number 1. Xiao Fan, you are courting death. How dare you touch my woman? Lin Yan couldn't bear it any longer, and threw a jab at Xiao Fan, hitting him directly in the face. Unfortunately, in Xiao Fan's eyes, Lin Yan's speed was no different from slow motion. Xiao Fan simply stretched out his hand casually to block Lin Yan's powerful punch. Yu Fuyao, who was standing by, saw the two people fighting fiercely and shouted anxiously, Stop, don't fight anymore. Chapter 14. Lin Yan went in again. Lin Yan, who was already furious, wouldn't listen and kept punching Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan did not take the initiative to attack, but just defended casually. At this moment, Lin Yan seized an opportunity and kicked Xiao Fan in the chest, but he only felt that he had kicked a piece of steel plate, and his foot was painful. Xiao Fan leaned against the fence and said intermittently, Wow, so powerful, I surrender, can you let me go? Ah, you're smart, stay away from Yu Fuyao next time, or I'll beat you up every time I see you. Lin Yan shook his hair, showing a pose that he thought was very handsome. Wow, Lin Yan, you are so awesome. I misunderstood you before and rejected you in public. You won't blame me, will you? Lin Yan couldn't stand the school beauty's tricks. No, how can I blame you? If Xiao Fan dares to bully you again in the future, just tell me and I will help you beat him up. Lin Yan shook his fist to show that he was very strong. A trace of contempt flashed in Yu Fuyao's eyes. How could this fool have the confidence to fight Xiao Fan? Okay, you're so nice. I'm going to go to morning reading first. Having said that, Yu Fuyao ran away with brisk steps, looking at Yu Fuyao's back. A hint of greed flashed in Lin Yan's eyes. Just wait, you can't escape from my grasp. Xiao Fan, don't let me see you bullying Fuyao again, or you'll be dead. Fuyao, wait for me. Seeing Lin Yan running downstairs, Xiao Fan raised a smile. This son of luck is really a fool. He was fooled so easily that he had already recorded the entire scene with a pinhole camera. It only takes a little editing, and it will be no problem to provide Lin Yan with food and accommodation for half a month. System, how is my acting? The expression is artificial and a little exaggerated. Go take a rest, system, so love will disappear, right? Just hearing this news, I'm afraid my wife Fian will be sad. Xiao Fan took out his cell phone and sent the video to a man named Xie. After sending the video, Xiao Fan made another phone call. Hey, Uncle Xie, I just sent you a video. It's my classmate. He actually wanted to kill me. Such criminals must be brought to justice. After hearing what Xiao Fan said, Xie, who was drinking tea leisurely just now, spat out the tea in his mouth. What? There is such a thing. Wait for me, I will bring people over right away. As the deputy director of the Provincial Public Security Department, Xie couldn't stand this kind of thing the most. What era is it now? There are still people who dare to be so rampant. It was simply outrageous, and the most important thing was that the person he wanted to kill was the son of his immediate superior. Isn't this like an old man eating arsenic and seeking death? Someone come! Xie yelled, and 2 policemen rushed in instantly. Thank you, what's the matter? Send out the criminal police team to arrest me. Xie put on his hat and was ready to set off. He couldn't afford to delay this matter even a little. If something unexpected happened to Xiao Fan, his life would be over. Thank you, Director. Are we going to catch the criminal gang we were targeting last time, or the murderer? Seeing Xie so anxious, the 2 couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Neither. Go gather people first. After saying this, Xie ignored the 2 of them and walked out of the office first. Lin Yan, who was completely unaware of this matter, was trying to please the school bell beside her seat. Fuyao, if Xiao Fan dares to threaten you again in the future, just tell me and I will teach him a lesson. Lin Yan patted his chest and said confidently, even if Xiao Fan's family has a lot of money, so what? He is just a little taller than me, a little more handsome, and a little richer. Yu Fuyao's eyes twitched slightly, and she also taught Xiao Fan a lesson. You may be dissatisfied with your own long life. Xiao Fan had revealed his identity to her before. His father was the top leader of Jiang province and had tremendous power. In ancient times, they were provincial governors and local lords. How could a poor little boy like you shake them? Yu Fuyao now really wants Lin Yan to take a good look at himself in a mirror. She really doesn't know where his mysterious confidence comes from. Thank you, Lin Yan, if it weren't for you today, I would be in trouble. Although she felt contempt in her heart, Yu Fuyao did not show the slightest bit of it. Instead, she looked grateful. Oh, that's nothing. I didn't even try hard, but Xiao Fan was already in trouble. Let me tell you, I not only know martial arts, I also know medical skills. If anyone in your family is sick, you can come to me and I will cure any disease. Someone in your family is sick, and you dare to curse me, you bastard. Yu Fuyao cursed Lin Yan in her heart, and she almost cursed his ancestors for 18 generations. Wow, you are really amazing, Lin Yan. Yu Fuyao's eyes sparkled and her face was full of admiration. Xiao Fan walked into the classroom and saw the scene. What a great actor. It's really a waste of talent for Fuyao to be a school belle this month. If she becomes an actress, she will definitely win a big prize. That's right, that's right. Looking at the admiring eyes of the beautiful schoolgirl, Lin Yan's mouth almost stretched to the back of his head. Lin Yan immediately turned around and found Xiao Fan standing at the door of the classroom. He gave him another vicious look and then returned to his exclusive trash can. Who the hell pooped in the trash can? Why does it stink so bad? As soon as he approached the seat, Lin Yan smelled a pungent odor. When I looked into the trash can, I saw someone had vomited in it. Lin Yan looked around and noticed Fatty Wu's pale face. Fatty, are you looking for trouble? How can I sit here if you vomit into the trash can? Today, Lin Yan kicked Xiao Fan and accepted the admiration of the school beauty. He was really arrogant even towards Fatty Wu, who usually had a good relationship with him, He did not look happy at all. What's more, this fat guy actually had the audacity to complain yesterday. Xiaofan gave Yu Fuyo a wink, and Yu Fuyo understood instantly. Although I don't know why Xiaofan has to go after Lin Yan, but Yu Fuyo never had any good feelings towards Lin Yan, and in her eyes, Lin Yan was just a complete loser. Lin Yan, how could you do this? We are all classmates. Why can't we talk about it calmly? Didn't you see how pale Wu is? Hearing Yu Fuyao's words, Fatty Wu showed a look of gratitude. At the same time, he began to hate Lin Yan. Fortunately, he usually calls Lin Yan big brother, but he didn't expect that Lin Yan would treat him like this at the critical moment. Lin Yan's treatment of him made him feel a little chilled. No, Fuyao, I just spoke my mind at the moment, don't misunderstand me. When Lin Yan heard Yu Fuyao stand up to speak for Fatty Wu, he realized that he had said the wrong thing and hurriedly explained. You shouldn't say this to me, but to classmate Wu. Hearing Yu Fuyao's words, Lin Yan was stunned. He was willing to apologize to the goddess, but Fatty Wu was just a little brother. If he, as the big brother, is asked to apologize to his younger brothers, how can he continue to be the big brother? If he manages to win over many younger brothers in the future and they find out about this, who knows what they will say about him behind his back? When Fatty Wu saw Lin Yan's expression, he felt completely disappointed. He had originally held out a glimmer of hope for Lin Yan, but he didn't expect that Lin Yan would treat him like this. It's okay. This matter is all my fault. It has nothing to do with Lin Yan. Fatty Wu spoke in a cold tone, and it was obvious that he had already drawn a line between himself and Lin Yan in his heart. See, Fatty Wu has said so. This matter really cannot be blamed on me. Just then, a burst of urgent sirens suddenly came from downstairs. Before anyone knew what was happening, a group of armed police officers suddenly rushed in and everyone was so frightened that they stood still and dared not move. More than a dozen automatic rifles are pointed at you. Do you dare to move? I dare not move at all. Then Xieji walked in, saw Xiaofan at a glance, and was about to greet Xiaofan. Xiaofan stopped him with his eyes. Who is Lin Yan? I am. What's up? Seeing so many fully armed policemen, Lin Yan felt a little scared. You are suspected of murder. Come back to the police station with us for investigation. Chapter 15 Complaint. What? After hearing Xieji's words, everyone looked at Lin Yan in horror. They are just ordinary students, and killing people is too far away from them. Now there is a suspected murderer standing next to them? Many people kept away from Lin Yan without leaving a trace. When was I suspected of murder? Stop talking nonsense. I'm going to sue you for defamation. Seeing that everyone around him was looking at him with fear, terror, and strange eyes, Lin Yan hurriedly spoke. Ha, you are so stubborn. Even at this point, you are still trying to make excuses. Xieji waved his hand, and more than a dozen automatic rifles were aimed at Lin Yan. Okay, I'll cooperate. Is it okay for me to cooperate with the investigation? Lin Yan quickly raised his hands. Torture him. At Xieji's order, Lin Yan was handcuffed. The handcuffs are specially made, and even a master at the innate realm cannot break free quickly. Just as Lin Yan passed by Xiaofan, Xiaofan gently uttered two words. Stupid. When Lin Yan heard this, he instantly realized that it was Xiaofan who called the police. With red eyes, she looked at Xiaofan. Xiaofan, don't be too proud too soon, I will definitely come back. Do you really think of yourself as that werewolf? Officer, don't let any bad guy go. When Lin Yan was escorted to the door, Xiaofan shouted loudly. Don't worry, classmate. Xieji said solemnly, I will never tolerate evil. Good. The whole class applauded. How could one not admire such a dedicated and justice-minded policeman? Ding, the son of luck has lost his mind. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2,000 villain points. The system's pleasant prompt sound rang. The corners of Xiaofan's mouth curled up slightly. The mentality of this son of luck was really easy to collapse. It was obvious that he had never been beaten by society. I'm a pretty good person. Let him experience this sinister society in advance. Lin Yan, you are amazing. You are just aloof. Teacher Wang, please give me a leave. When Teacher Wang saw that the person asking for leave was Xiaofan, he didn't ask the reason and just signed his name on the leave application. Then Xiaofan came to Lin Yan's house. I pressed the doorbell for a long time, but found that no one was there to open the door. Is this silly woman going to sell fruit again? Xiao Fan called and said, "Honey, I miss you." "Who is your dear?" "Don't talk nonsense." Luo Fian's face on the other end of the phone turned slightly red. "Come back quickly, I have something to tell you, I'm at your door now." "Why are you here so early? Didn't you say it would be this afternoon?" "Wait for me, I'll be right back." About 10 minutes after hanging up the phone, Luo Fian came back. "By the way, you came to see me so early, is there something urgent?" Luo Fian was a little confused. He knew that Xiao Fan couldn't possibly come to her so early for no reason. Hearing this, Xiao Fan's face darkened. "Don't be sad when I tell you this." Seeing Xiao Fan's expression, Luo Fian had a bad thought. "It's like this, Lin Yan attacked me in order to pursue that school beauty, and even threatened to kill me. Given the relationship between you and me, I naturally treat him as my own son. You tell me what I can do, I can only tolerate it. Who knew that Lin Yan would beat me up without saying a word? For your sake, I didn't fight back. In the end, I didn't know who it was, but after seeing it, I took a photo and called the police." "What?" Hearing Xiao Fan's words, Luo Fian covered her mouth with her hands, her eyes full of surprise. She originally thought that Lin Yan would be more restrained after the last lesson. Unexpectedly, he became even more aggressive and even beat people in school. "Are you okay? Do you want to go to the hospital for a checkup?" "It's okay, I just got kicked in the chest a few times, nothing serious." "You said it was nothing, but remember to go to the hospital for a checkup later." "What if you have hidden injuries? What should I do?" Luo Fian nervously grabbed Xiao Fan's hand, her voice trembling slightly. Lin Yan is really too ignorant. He was obviously not like this before. Why did he become like this? Xiao Fan hugged Luo Fian and comforted her softly. "It's okay, we just need to educate him well in the future and not let him go astray again. I will go to the police station to explain to the police later. I believe Lin Yan will be released soon." "Well, Xiao Fan, you were so nice. I don't know what I would do without you." After hearing these words, Luo Fian felt unprecedented peace of mind. In Xiao Fan, she felt a sense of security that she had never felt before. "Before I knew it, I had already started to get caught up in it. Isn't it my duty to be nice to you?" Chapter 16 Meeting Muinin Fei Yan. Don't go out to sell fruit in the future. It's very hard to get up early and work late. Hearing Xiao Fan's words, Luo Fian felt a little touched. His son Lin Yan didn't even care about him. On the contrary, she felt warm in her heart that this young man whom she had only known for a few days cared about her so much. "But I think," Xiao Fan reached out his hand and lightly touched her red lips. "Listen to me. From now on, you will be responsible for being beautiful, and I will make money to support you." Hearing Xiao Fan's domineering words, Luo Fian nodded. "Ah? How come it's already noon? Are you hungry? Let me cook for you." Luo Fian looked up at the clock above the living room and was a little surprised. She clearly felt that not much time had passed. "Okay, I also want to try your cooking skills." Xiao Fan was also a little hungry, so he agreed immediately. An hour later, a hearty lunch was ready. Braised chicken, braised pork, braised fish, a treasure-cured duck. "Wow, Fian, you've made so much. It looks so appetizing." The aroma of the delicious food aroused Xiao Fan's appetite. "It would be nice if I could eat your cooking every day." "It's not as good as you say, try it now." Faced with Xiao Fan's praise, Luo Fian lowered her head. Feeling a little embarrassed, Xiao Fan picked up the chopsticks and picked up a piece of cured duck meat. The only word he could describe it was fragrant. "If it tastes good, eat more. If you want to eat more, I can make it for you anytime." Seeing her cooking skills being recognized, Luo Fian smiled brightly. "I'm so full." Xiao Fan slumped down on the sofa and rubbed his stomach with a satisfied look on his face. After resting, Xiao Fan found an excuse to leave. As a master of time management, Xiao Fan naturally would not spend all his time here. After going downstairs, Xiao Fan took out his cell phone and called Muinin. "Xiao Fan, what's wrong? Do you want to change the medicine?" Muinin's voice sounded somewhat expectant. Yesterday, Xiao Fan saved her like a hero stepping on a colorful cloud. It simply fulfilled all her fantasies about her other half. She has a good figure, a pleasant and magnetic voice, is gentle, and most importantly, she looks a bit naughty when she smiles. "You mean I can't come to you if I don't change the medicine?" "No. I didn't mean that. After hearing what Xiao Fan said, Muinin became a little nervous and didn't know what to say for a moment. Well, actually, I just came to you to change the medicine. Oh, well, where are you now? Muinin pouted, looking a little unhappy. She thought Xiao Fan missed her. I'll wait for you at Union Cafe. Huh? Why do we have to go to a cafe to change the dressing? Muinin felt that her little brain was not enough. Okay, I'll be there in a minute. Muinin couldn't figure it out, so she didn't think much about it and agreed. Union Cafe is a high-end cafe with a relatively quiet environment. There weren't many people there at this time in the afternoon, so Xiao Fan chose that place. Coincidentally, when Xiao Fan just arrived, Muinin also arrived in a Maybach. Uncle Biao, you go back first. Okay, miss, I'll be leaving first. Xiao Fan, here. Muinin immediately spotted Xiao Fan, who stood out from the crowd today. Muinin is wearing a white long dress, which matches her fair skin and makes her look like Snow White. Muinin skipped towards Xiao Fan, looking like a little girl in love. I didn't expect you to be a little rich woman? Sister, do you think I can do it? I don't want to work hard anymore. Come on, nothing on you is cheap. I think it's better for you to support me. That's fine, I'm just afraid you won't agree. Xiao Fan's words made Muinin blush. Have something to drink? It's my treat. I'll treat you. You saved me yesterday and I haven't had time to thank you yet. Seeing Muinin's insistence, Xiao Fan had no choice but to nod, and then the two of them walked into the cafe side by side. Uncle Biao, who was about to drive away, glanced at Xiao Fan warily. His intuition told him that Xiao Fan was not simple. Let's go and take a look. I want to see what this kid wants to do. If he dares to hurt the young lady, I will make you regret coming to this world. The fierce light in Uncle Biao's eyes flashed away. A glass of cold boiled water, thank you. What about you, sir? The beautiful waitress looked at Xiao Fan. Me too. Do you want to look at what you are talking about? The actions of the two people simply confused the beautiful waitress, because boiled water was free and the two of them didn't spend a penny in total. This made the beautiful waitress feel a little embarrassed. Okay, wait a moment, both of you. After hesitating for a moment, the beautiful waitress turned and left. You don't have to save money for me. I have money. I know you're a wealthy woman, I'm just not used to drinking coffee, that stuff is too bitter. So that's how it is. Actually, drinking too much coffee isn't good for you. I don't usually drink coffee. Hey, how come your injury healed so quickly? Muinin let out a cry of surprise. According to her inference, it would take Xiao Fan at least 3 days to recover. Only 1 day had passed and Xiao Fan's injuries were almost healed, with only a few faint red marks. If Muinin hadn't seen the red mark, she would have suspected that she was hallucinating yesterday. Maybe I'm gifted. Xiao Fan said shamelessly that it was just a minor injury and it was almost healed when he broke through to the Grandmaster level yesterday. Is that so? There are many people with special physiques. Why did you ask me to change your medicine? Aren't you already well? Yeah, I don't know what's going on, I just want to see you. What should I do? Why is he so straightforward? Muinin's little hands kept tangling under the table, but she felt secretly happy in her heart. Actually, if you want to see me in the future, just give me a call. When she said this, Muinin felt her face getting a little hot. Muinin's shy and charming appearance made Xiao Fan stunned. As long as I can see you every day, I will be satisfied. Chapter 17, The Furious Wang Debiao. When Muinin heard this, she felt her face burning. What should I do? What should I do? She had never had any experience in love before, and was at a loss for a moment. Xiao Fan stood up and walked to Muinin and grabbed her little hand. Inin, I like you, please be my girlfriend. Muinin's mind went blank and she didn't know how to answer. Uncle Biao, who was hiding and watching nearby, was so angry when he saw this. From what this guy said, it was his second time meeting my lady and he actually started to touch her. No, I must stop him. My young lady is too naive and might fall for her. Thinking of this, Uncle Biao, who was hiding on the side, came out and shouted, Stinky boy, let go of your hand. The sudden sound startled both of them, and everyone else in the cafe looked over here. Miss, are you okay? Uncle Biao, why are you here? Didn't I tell you to go back?
Muinin felt angry for no reason after being interrupted by Uncle Biao's loud shout.
Miss, don't be fooled by him. This guy doesn't look like a good person at first glance. What kind of good person would confess his love to someone the second time he meets them?
Uncle Biao, right? You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want? What do you mean I'm not a good person?
Xiao Fan was already in a bad mood, and he didn't expect Uncle Biao to slander him. Don't think that just because you, Wang De Biao, are a master I won't dare to mess with you.
Do you really think you are the protagonist? He is a very good citizen?
Uncle Biao, please drive back first. Seeing that everyone around was looking at her, Mu Yinyin just felt a little embarrassed.
That's right. They are a handsome couple. Is it your turn as a driver to point fingers at them?
There were many couples being affectionate in the cafe, and they were all startled by Uncle Biao's loud shout. Naturally, he didn't have a good face at all. Miss, please believe me, I am doing this for your own good.
Uncle Biao looked a little anxious.
He couldn't just watch his young lady fall into the fire pit.
That's enough. I don't need you to teach me how to do it.
Seeing that Uncle Biao wanted to say something, even Mu Yinyin, who had such a good temper, became a little angry.
Yinyin, it's okay. Uncle Biao cares about you. Why don't you go back with him? Xiao Fan stood up and spoke in a calm tone. Xiao Fan, I didn't mean it. I didn't know it would turn out like this. Can you please believe me?
Mu Yinyin mistakenly thought that Xiao Fan was worried about her, so he asked Uncle Biao to follow him. She was so anxious that she held Xiao Fan's hand, with a hint of pleading in her eyes.
Don't think too much, I believe you. Xiao Fan felt the softness in his hand and felt secretly happy. Miss.
Uncle Biao saw that his lady had been deceived and was about to take action. He watched Mu Yinyin grow up since she was a child, and always treated Mu Yinyin as his own daughter. Uncle Biao, I forgive you this time, but next time don't do this without my consent. Damn, what kind of magic potion did this bastard feed his young lady? How could it be like this? Uncle Biao didn't understand. He had been following his young lady for such a long time, but his young lady didn't believe him. This made Uncle Biao feel a little hard to accept.
Let's go, Uncle.
Don't worry, I'll take care of Yinyin. Xiao Fan looked at Uncle Biao provocatively. This look almost made Uncle Biao explode with anger. Boy, you'd better not do anything out of line, otherwise, there will be no way for you to survive, no matter where you go. After saying that, Uncle Biao turned around and left angrily. Just when Uncle Biao passed by Xiao Fan used his internal energy to gather the sound into a line.
I just like the way you can't stand me but can't get rid of me.
Xiao Fan's words completely pissed off Uncle Biao, and he burst into action with all his might. That's enough.
Mu Yinyin stood in front of Xiao Fan. Wang De Biao, what on earth are you trying to do? Why are you doing this to my friend?
In a hurry, Mu Yinyin called him by his name.
Miss, didn't you hear what this kid just said?
What?
Mu Yinyin frowned slightly. She didn't hear anything just now.
He said, having said that, Uncle Biao shut up. Mu Yinyin obviously didn't hear what Xiao Fan just said. Given her personality, it would be useless even if he said it now. Maybe it would even make Mu Yinyin feel disgusted with him.
Nothing, I'm leaving now.
Seeing that he had no way to deal with Xiao Fan and Mu Yinyin was still protecting Xiao Fan, Uncle Biao had no choice but to turn around and leave. Soon his back disappeared at the door.
Xiao Fan, don't blame Uncle Biao, he's just worried. It's okay, I don't blame him. Xiao Fan waved his hand magnanimously. All this was his fault. How could he blame Wang De Biao? Xiao Fan, you were so nice.
Mu Yinyin was touched when she saw that Xiao Fan chose not to blame Uncle Biao even though he was humiliated for her sake.
Yinyin, are you willing to promise me?
When everyone in the cafe saw this scene, they all started to make a noise.
Promise him, promise him.
I just feel like this is all happening too fast. Mu Yinyin lowered her head and dared not look into Xiao Fan's eyes. Those eyes seemed to have a deadly magic that wanted to suck her in.
It's okay. I'm willing to wait for you. If one day doesn't work, then a month.
If 1 month doesn't work, then a year.
If 1 year doesn't work, then a lifetime.
Hearing Xiao Fan's words, Mu Yinin's heart was moved. He plucked up the courage to move forward and kiss Xiao Fan on the face. How could Xiao Fan miss such a good opportunity? He took the initiative to attack immediately. Seeing this, everyone in the cafe applauded. Of course, where some are happy, others are sad. Wang Debiao did not walk far after leaving the door. He saw Xiaofan kissing Muinin through the glass. He was so anxious that his back teeth were almost broken, but now that Muinin is here, he has no way out. If he used force, Muinin would defend her tightly, but if he tried to explain, Muinin wouldn't believe him at all. It's still the same taste as yesterday, a strawberry-flavored kiss. Xiaofan tasted it carefully. After a long time, their lips parted. Only then did Muinin realize that so many people were looking at her, and she almost buried her head under the table in shame. Yinin, I am really happy today. This is the happiest day of my life. I am very happy too. Muinin lowered her head and spoke in a soft voice. Come on, Yinin, let's go for a walk outside. Xiaofan held Muinin's hand. Muinin did not resist and let Xiaofan hold her hand. After walking out of the coffee shop, Xiaofan looked into the distance provocatively. This kid is so hateful. Wang Debiao felt that he had never been so humiliated as he was today. He was a master-level expert, but he was easily controlled by a young boy. Yinin, do you like watching movies? I like it. Muinin hesitated and replied. In fact, she has never watched any movies. Her daily life is either treating patients or reading thick medical books. Then let's go, I'll take you to the movies. Chapter 18. Lingyan's opportunity has come. Good. After hearing what Xiaofan said, Muinin agreed without thinking. Then the two of them took a taxi to the cinema. There weren't many people in the cinema at noon, but Xiaofan specially booked a movie. After buying some Coke and popcorn, the movie started quickly. Xiaofan also specially selected a romance movie. A serious one. Is this Coke delicious? Muinin had never drunk Coke before, and seeing Xiaofan drinking it so happily, she felt a little moved. This is delicious. I'll buy another bottle. Looking at Muinin's eyes, Xiaofan understood. Don't bother. The movie will start soon. If you don't mind, Xiaofan handed over the Coke. Well, then I'll try. Muinin took the Coke and took a small sip elegantly. It feels a bit numb when you take it, and you can feel a lot of bubbles in your mouth, and it's a bit sweet. What an amazing drink. No way, you really have never drunk Coke? What era is this? There are actually young people who have never drunk Coke. This is no less than the Chinese national football team playing in the World Cup. No, my family is quite strict, so Muinin lowered her head. Sometimes she really didn't want to be the heir of a family of traditional Chinese medicine. It was also good to be an ordinary person. Your family is really too much. They don't even allow you to drink Coke. Xiaofan and his family shared the same hatred for the enemy. It would be better not to stay with this rubbish family as there was no sense of worldly affairs at all. It's okay. I'm used to it. Xiaofan hugged Muinin with some heartache. I will accompany you in whatever you want to do in the future. Muinin leaned on Xiaofan and felt that she was the happiest person in the world at that moment. Soon the movie reached its climax. Wow, how could they be so mean to separate the heroine and the hero alive? Muinin cried loudly. Xiaofan took out a tissue and gently wiped Muinin's tears. Xiaofan, you won't leave me in the future, will you? No, we will be together forever. After getting Xiaofan's answer, Muinin nodded firmly. No matter who wants to separate them, they can't. After the movie ended, Xiaofan took Muinin to the snack street to eat a variety of delicious food. Thank you, Xiaofan. I have never been so happy as today. I used to feel that I was living for others, but today I realized the meaning of life. There's no need to be so polite between us. I'm very happy today, having a beautiful woman like you accompany me. What a beautiful lady. Muinin lowered her head shyly. In my heart, you are the most beautiful woman in the world. Of course you can't agree with the girl at this time. She is just being modest, so don't take it seriously. P.S. The author has been tricked before. How can I fix it? By the way, I remember you chatted with me last night and said that you were still studying at Jiang Province University. Don't you have classes today? I took a special leave just to see you. Xiaofan forced a smile, and Muinin immediately noticed something was wrong. What's going on? After Muinin's repeated questioning, Xiaofan reluctantly told the truth. To sum up, a man named Lingyan beat him up and threatened to kill him. That's too much. Muingin's face looked a little ugly due to anger. Ding, the Son of Luck has completely broken with an important plot character, and rewards the host with 10,000 villain points. This Lin Yan is a disciple of one of my masters, but I never thought he would do this. I helped him last time. I regret it now. It's okay, it's okay. There's no need to be angry at such a person. Xiao Fan looked at Muinin, whose face was red because of anger, and comforted her softly. How long are you going to keep me locked up? Lin Yan roared in the interrogation room that he had been arrested for so long and no one paid any attention to him. He just sat there for hours. Just now he felt a sudden pain in his heart, as if he had lost something important. This made him want to go out even more. Can you please be quiet? Do you think we have to use some tricks on you? Xiao Fan, you bastard, if it weren't for you, how would I be in such a mess? I will kill you when I get out. Lin Yan's medical skills are superb, coupled with his innate 6th level strength. He was confident that he could kill Xiao Fan without anyone noticing. At this moment, a man suddenly walked in and untied the shackles on his hands and feet. What does this mean? Lin Yan was a little confused. Would they put him in a detention center? He really doesn't want to go to that place. When he thought of the guard from last time, he couldn't suppress his anger. You are lucky, kid. The other party won't pursue you. Remember to behave yourself when you get out. Damn, if it weren't for that guy, how would I have come in? Lin Yan still remembers Xiao Fan's playful expression. Do you think I won't retaliate against you? You are so naive. Even Jesus can't stop the people I want to kill. That's what I said. Lin Yan thought viciously in his heart, and had already thought of 108 ways for Xiao Fan to die. After walking out of the police station, Lin Yan walked aimlessly on the street. He definitely couldn't go home now, but he didn't want to go to school either. Just then, Lin Yan saw a lot of people suddenly gathered in front, with the intention of watching the fun. Lin Yan squeezed into the crowd. I saw an old man in a white Zhongshan suit lying on the ground. The people around him just watched from a distance, but no one dared to take action. In this world, who dares to help an old man? This old man doesn't seem to be simple. Lin Yan looked at the old man in front of him and could tell at a glance that he was extraordinary. He immediately stepped forward to save the person. Young man, don't do anything reckless, or you might lose everything. Yes, we have already called 120. Seeing Lin Yan walk up to the old man, many people immediately tried to persuade him. Ha, what do you mortals know? I am the direct descendant of a ghost doctor. Saving a person is just a piece of cake. Lin Yan could already imagine the admiring looks in everyone's eyes after he rescued the old man. He immediately took out the silver needle hidden in his chest, take off the clothes on the old man's chest. He could tell at a glance that the old man was suffering from an acute heart attack. He can easily cure this minor illness. Young man, this needle could kill you, don't mess around. That's right, young man. If someone dies, you'll be in big trouble. Apparently no one present thought that Lin Yan knew how to use silver needles in traditional Chinese medicine. Shut up. All of you don't dare to save people, but now you want to stop me from saving people. Don't you feel guilty? Chapter 19. The Son of Luck feels he is alright again. How dare you talk like that, young man? We are trying to persuade you with good intentions, but you dare to spit blood at us. That's right. No one here knows medical skills, and there is no special medicine. How can you ask us to save people? Everyone was dissatisfied with Lin Yan's attitude and began to criticize him. Open your eyes and take a good look at how I saved people. Lin Yan curled his lips and took out the silver needle. Countless afterimages flashed by, and in the blink of an eye the silver needles had already pierced into the old man's acupuncture points. So fast, the onlookers were all shocked. I didn't realize this guy was actually quite capable, but being fast alone is not enough. Oh? So you know a lot about it? Lin Yan became displeased when he saw that someone dared to question his medical skills. Although his medical skills could not bring the dead back to life, he could cure many terminal illnesses. Even if I don't understand, I can tell that you are stabbing randomly. Do you have a medical license? Show it to everyone. Hearing this, Lin Yan's face looked a little unnatural. He hasn't even graduated from college, so where does he get his medical license? You said you would take a look? What if I don't? If you don't have one, then I'll call the police. I want to see how many years you'll be sentenced to for practicing medicine without a license and killing someone. The middle-aged man took out his cell phone and planned to call the police. At this moment, The old man who had just been lying on the ground woke up.
What's wrong with me?
The old man's voice was a little weak.
See? Who dares to question my medical skills now?
When Lin Yan saw the old man waking up, he immediately gained confidence. The person who was about to call the police just now, yes, that's you call the police.
Police station?
Yes, I want to report this person for practicing medicine without a license.
Yes, I have already taken the photo.
No, are you really going to call the police? Now it was Lin Yanma's turn to be stunned.
What's up with the silver needles in my body? Did you save me, young man? Yes, it's me.
Lin Yan held his head high and chest puffed out. Thank you so much, this is Chinese medicine, you are so good at it at such a young age, you will surely soar to great heights in the future.
Hearing the old man's praise, Lin Yan showed his signature smile.
Old man, I dare not brag about anything else, but I can completely cure your illness.
Hearing Lin Yan's words, the old man was a little unhappy.
He had been suffering from this disease for many years. We also invited a cardiac surgery expert from the provincial capital for consultation, and the conclusion they came to was that the only option was to take medicine. The risk of surgery is too high, with an 80% chance of failure, and now Lin Yan actually dares to say that he can completely cure it. The old man shook his head,
thinking that Lin Yan was just being too proud. Please believe me. Give me 10 days and I promise I can cure you completely.
When Lin Yan saw the old man shaking his head, he understood what he was thinking. Just now, no one believed in my medical skills, but I still proved myself. Now you still don't believe me, but I'm putting my words here.
I can cure your illness. If you still don't believe me, I'm leaving now.
Having said that, Lin Yan turned around and was about to leave. 321, why haven't you called me yet?
Lin Yan was a little confused. Shouldn't the old man try hard to keep her at this time? My friend, please stay.
Hearing this, Lin Yan stopped immediately. Of course he wouldn't just walk away stupidly, as he still hoped to get something from this old man.
My friend, I believe you. Please leave me your phone number.
At this point, the old man can only try his best to save the situation. If his illness is not cured, he may only have 2 or 3 years to live. The old man took out his cell phone, and Lin Yan took it and entered his own phone number.
I am free at 6 p.m. every day. Please send someone to pick me up at the provincial number 1 middle school at that time.
Lin Yan waved his hand casually, I'll leave first.
I'm afraid you can't leave. Several policemen surrounded Lin Yan and said, you are practicing medicine without a license. Where do you want to go? Come with us to the police station.
No, aren't you so efficient? Lin Yan cursed in his heart. Why did the police appear so quickly every time it was his turn? Comrades, although this young man is practicing medicine without a license, his medical skills are pretty good.
Can you please give me, an old man, some face?
Give you some face? Who do you think you are? Seeing the old man's face, the policeman forced himself to swallow the onion back.
Mr. Tang, why are you here?
Tang Guohua then recounted what had happened.
So that's how it is. For Mr. Tang's sake, I'll let you off this time. Remember not to do it again next time. After giving Lin Yan a verbal lecture, the few of them left. Sure enough, my bet was right.
This Mr. Tang is no simple person, but in order to prevent Mr. Tang from noticing, Lin Yan still pretended to be calm. Humph, Xiao Fan, no matter how rich your family is, so what? I have the support of a big boss now. In Lin Yan's eyes, Xiao Fan was nothing more than a nouveau riche. Now that he has the big boss behind him, he can play with Xiao Fan however he wants. With a happy mood, Lin Yan walked into the internet cafe. He must make up for the points he lost yesterday today. Sure enough, without that fat guy, I can kill anyone at this level. Looking at the MVP on the settlement interface, Lin Yan sighed. The happy school time is coming soon. Xiao Fan was already waiting for Chen Sueki at the school gate.
Brother Xiao Fan, why are you so fast?
I suspect you were driving, but I have no proof.
Ah? What car are you driving? Why are you so mean?
Chen Sueki finally understood what was going on and punched Xiao Fan's chest lightly with her little fist.
Would you like to go out for a walk with me tomorrow when we have the day off?
Okay, I'll do as you say.
Xiao Fan touched Chen Sueki's head lovingly.
Yeah, I knew Brother Xiao Fan was the best.
Chen Sueki hugged Xiao Fan excitedly and leaned over to kiss him.
You're worth it. Xiao Fan looked at the girl in front of him and said very seriously.
Oh my god, he really did. I cried my ass off.
Mr. Xiao is so handsome and gentle, and Shen Sueki is so beautiful.
They are a perfect match. I feel like I can support them forever.
A female student looked envious, fantasizing that she would also have a perfect love story one day in the future.
Damn it, my goddess, no.
There were also many boys who screamed heart-wrenchingly when they saw the goddess being taken away. Chen Jianya, the underground boss in the distance, felt complicated when he saw this scene. Although he looked down on Xiao Fan in his heart, he had to admit that his daughter was deeply in love with Xiao Fan. I hope you won't let Sueki down, otherwise, victory. Looking at the line of letters on the computer, Lin Yan was in a good mood.
One more, victory, the last one, 2 hours later. Damn, why is it so late?
Lin Yan glanced at the time inadvertently and found that it was almost 3 hours since school was over. Oh no.
Chapter 20 Luo Fian's disappointment. Lin Yan didn't have time to think about it.
He got off the plane quickly and rushed home.
Lin Yan, you still remember to come back?
Lin Yan opened the door and looked at Luo Fian, who had a bad expression on her face, and said something in his heart. It's over. Mom, please listen to my explanation. Lin Yan, you really disappoint me. I thought you were just a little playful, but I didn't expect you to actually hit your classmates. Luo Fian looked at Lin Yan and felt a little strange. The police have called me, how else do you want to explain this? Lin Yan's mind was working rapidly, trying to come up with an excuse, but after thinking for a long time, I still couldn't think of an excuse. Also, the police said they released you at 2 p.m.
Why did you come back just now? Did you go online again? I didn't. How could Lin Yan dare to admit it?
You're still lying. The disappointment in Luo Fian's eyes was beyond words. She was really disappointed with Lin Yan. Unlike Xiao Fan, he would never make her so angry.
You smell so strongly of cigarettes, and you said you didn't go to the internet cafe? Damn, I came back too hurriedly.
I should have found a way to get rid of the smoke smell first.
Mom, I know I was wrong. I won't do this again. You said the same thing yesterday, and what happened? Xiao Fan came to our house today. I am generous enough not to hold you responsible. You should skip dinner tonight and reflect on yourself.
As he said that, Luo Fei rushed into the house, breathing heavily, and after closing the door, he couldn't help but sobbing with his head in his hands. It's Xiao Fan again. Why is he everywhere? When Lin Yan heard Luo Fian's words, his head was buzzing.
Mom, I really know I was wrong. Xiao Fan is not a good person.
He wanted me to beat him on purpose.
Hearing Luo Fian sobbing, Lin Yan walked to the door and explained. Have you not discovered your problem yet? You are still looking for excuses.
You said you hit someone, right? I don't want to talk to you now, so you should reflect on yourself and write me a 5,000-word self-criticism after you've reflected on yourself. Seeing that Lin Yan dared to do something but not to take responsibility, Luo Fian felt a chill inexplicably. Is this still the well-behaved and obedient son he had been since childhood? Why has he changed so quickly?
Damn, what kind of magic potion did Xiao Fan feed my mother?
Lin Yan cursed in his heart.
Forget it.
I'll explain to my mother after she calms down in a couple of days. At this time, in the Mu family manor. Muinin lay on the bed, happily playing with the teddy bear that Xiao Fan had given her.
Boom boom boom, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Miss, it's me, Wang de Biao. Uncle Biao, what's the matter?
Muinin was a little confused because Wang de Biao never came to see her at this time.
I have something to say to you, Mississippi. Is it convenient for you now?
Uncle Biao is not trying to persuade me to leave Xiao Fan, right? When Muinin heard Uncle Biao say this, she thought of Uncle Biao's behavior during the day and felt a little unhappy. After hesitating for a while, she still opened the door. After all, Uncle Biao had been with her for 20 years. She still respected Uncle Biao in her heart. This is just a misunderstanding, just clear it up.
Uncle Biao, if you have anything to say, let's go to the living room and talk.
After the two of them came to the living room, Muinin found that his parents were there, and her face suddenly looked a little ugly. How could she not know that Wang de Biao had complained to her parents?
What's the matter? Tell me. Muinin's tone was cold.
She had a bad relationship with her parents since she was a child.
Muinin, what's your attitude?
Apologized to a Biao immediately. Seeing Muinin's cold face, Mu Chengan immediately scolded.
It's okay, master.
The young lady is still young.
Don't bother with her. Wang de Biao said quickly. Huh, I heard from a Biao that you were cuddling and kissing a boy in a cafe? Is that true? Yes, what's wrong? Muinin said confidently. Is it wrong for her to pursue her own love? What else? Why have you become so shameless now?
I order you to immediately sever all ties with that boy. In addition, I have arranged a blind date for you. The other party is the son of the head of the Mo family.
He is a very nice person. You can go meet him tomorrow afternoon.
Mu Chengan's commanding tone made Muinin upset. Thinking of the movie she watched in the afternoon and the couple separated by fate, Muinin couldn't help but feel tears in her eyes. She has followed her parents' arrangements for 20 years.
Does she have to follow their arrangements for the rest of her life? No. My destiny should be in my own hands.
Even if you are my parents, you have no right to interfere.
I won't go. If you want to go, go by yourselves. Also, don't let Uncle Biao follow me anymore.
Bang! There was a loud bang. The coffee table in the living room was shattered into pieces by Mu Chengan's slap.
You're rebelling. You dare to talk to me like that? Do you think you've grown wings? Mu Chengan's face turned pale.
He never expected that his daughter, who usually obeyed his orders, would be like this. You have been unable to learn martial arts since childhood, so I hope you can make achievements in medical skills. I am so strict with you because it is for your own good.
You have to go tomorrow whether you want to or not.
After hearing what Mu Chengan said, Muinin returned to her room angrily. She had long been fed up with this family. The suppressed emotions over the years made her unable to help but sob while hugging the teddy bear.
Xiao Fan, it would be nice if you were by my side. Hearing Muinin slamming the door, Mu Chengan immediately stepped forward to teach her a lesson. Unexpectedly, he was stopped by Wang de Biao. Wang de Biao looked bitter at this moment.
He had hoped that Mu Chengan could persuade Muinin. Unexpectedly, the two of them started arguing.
Master, just let the young lady calm down. She may figure it out after a while.
Wang de Biao is a powerful grandmaster, so Mu Chengan must give him face. At that time, Wang de Biao was still in the Xiantian realm, but because he offended an important figure, his family was killed. Wang de Biao was chased and seriously injured, but fortunately he was rescued by Mu Chengan's father Mu Jing. This is how he was able to save his life. From then on, Wang de Biao vowed to serve the Mu family. Later, with the help of the Mu family, Wang de Biao broke through to the grandmaster level and
was finally able to take revenge.
Biao, keep an eye on her tomorrow and don't let her have any contact with that boy again.
Okay, I understand. Wang de Biao nodded.
He had been unhappy with Xiao Fan for a long time. If Muinin hadn't protected him today, he would have taken action long ago. If it weren't for that boy, Muinin wouldn't have had any grudge against him. If Xiao Fan dares to show up tomorrow and disrupt the patriarch's plan, he will let this kid know what cruelty is. Chapter 21. Muinin asks for help. Fire breaks out in the harem. Muinin in the room cried and cried until she was finally too tired and fell asleep hugging the teddy bear. Dad, do you have any experts around you?
Lend me some.
What happened to Wang de Biao today served as a reminder to Xiao Fan that he should be more cautious when going out in the future. If Muinin hadn't protected him, he might have had to bring his father out today to use his power to pressure Wang de Biao. For taking action, Xiao Fan felt that it would be more comfortable only if he crushed the opponent by a higher level. He is only in the early stage of Grandmaster now, while Wang de Biao is in the middle stage of Grandmaster. It's hard to say who will win or lose if a real fight breaks out. P.S. Starting from the Grandmaster level, the levels are divided into early, middle, late, and peak levels. Okay, I can't say I'm a Grandmaster, but I do have some masters at the peak of the Grandmaster level. It was a rare opportunity for his son to ask for permission, so Xiao Tian agreed immediately.
A peak Grandmaster is enough.
It would be best if she's a girl. If she's a beautiful girl, that would be perfect. It always feels weird to have a man following him all day long. It would be more pleasing to the eye if he had a beautiful woman. Xiao Fan already had a candidate in mind, so he made this request.
You are really not polite to me, are you? You ask for so many things.
But there is one person in my Xiao family. Xiao Tian immediately took out his cell phone and made a call.
Master, what do you want?
A hoarse and vicious voice came from the other end of the phone, as chilling as a poisonous snake.
Ask Cheng Yuan to come to my place.
I have a mission. Yes, Qing Yuan is a talent cultivated by the Shao family since childhood. He is the deputy commander of the War Department, the most important department of the Shao family. His strength has reached the peak of Grandmaster. The War Department doesn't look at identity or background, only strength. Being able to sit in the position of deputy commander in a war department full of strong people shows how powerful he is. Only Grandmaster Shao Yun, the commander of the War Department, can surpass her in strength. Soon, a charming woman appeared in front of Shao Tian. She was wearing a green outfit, had sharp eyes and a pair of sexy red lips that were captivating. Wow, the waves are so rough that you can't even see your toes if you look down. Shao Fan smacked his lips secretly. Qing Yuan, from now on your mission is to protect my son. You have to do whatever he tells you to do.
Do you understand?
Yes,
Qing Yuan, I obey your command.
Qing Yuan knelt on one knee, extremely respectful. Everything she has was given by the Shao family, and Shao Tian's words were like an imperial decree to her. Greetings, young master.
If you have anything to say in the future, just let me know.
Qing Yuan turned around and bowed to Shao Fan, but unfortunately, Shao Fan couldn't see anything because of his tight clothes. Looking at the sexy beauty in front of him, Shao Fan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Evil capitalists. What, you said that capitalist is me?
That's fine. Sister Qing Yuan, you don't have to be so polite.
Shao Fan naturally wouldn't put on a pretentious attitude. It was obvious that Qing Yuan wasn't treating him like this out of respect for him, but out of consideration for his father's sake. Even in the Shao family, there are not many masters at the top of the Grandmaster level. Qing Yuan doesn't dare. Young master, just call me by my name. Okay, then my safety from now on will be left to you, Qing Yuan.
Yes, Qing Yuan swears to protect the young master until death.
Early the next morning, Shao Fan slept until noon. As soon as he opened his phone, he saw countless messages from Chen Sueki. 8:00 Brother Shao Fan, are you awake? I miss you today too. 8:15 Big lazy pig, you are not still sleeping, are you? 8:20 I'm angry.
Humph, you have 5 minutes to comfort me, otherwise I'll give you another 5 minutes. 9:50 Okay, you don't have to pay attention to me.
I don't know you anymore. Huck, this little girl is really arrogant. Shao Fan replied, wait for me, I'll pick you up right away. The message was replied immediately. Okay, brother Shao Fan is the best. After eating something casually, Shao Fan went out. As Shao Fan's exclusive driver, Zhou Bo is naturally on standby at all times. Qing Yuan followed behind in a red car. Brother Shao Fan. After seeing Shao Fan's car, Chen Sueki was extremely happy and waved excitedly. Sueki, where do you want to go today? When going out to play, girls' opinions are naturally more important.
I want to go shopping first, then we can go to the snack street to eat snacks and watch a movie, is that okay?
Chen Sueki blinked her big eyes and looked at Shao Fan.
Of course, I promised to accompany you, so let's go to Xinyuan Mall first.
Xinyuan Mall is one of the top high-end malls in the provincial capital, with countless luxury goods. Shao Fan smiled gently and reached out to play with Chen Sueki's hair.
Yeah, brother Shao Fan is so nice.
Chen Sueki reached out and held Shao Fan's arm, then stood on tiptoe and kissed Shao Fan. However, Shao Fan soon couldn't laugh anymore. His body was now filled with bags of all sizes, and he was almost hanging them on his spear.
Sueki, why don't we put these in the car first?
Seeing Shao Fan covered with shopping bags, Chen Sueki stuck out her tongue a little embarrassedly.
How about this last one? Let's go after we buy this one. Shao Fan nodded dazedly. It was 5 whole hours.
Do you know how he managed these 5 hours? Seeing Shao Fan agreed, Chen Sueki excitedly rushed into a suit shop. Brother Shao Fan, you look so handsome in this suit. Chen Sueki looked at Shao Fan with shining eyes and nodded with satisfaction. The salesgirl next to her also echoed this. Swiped the card. Chen Sueki proudly took out a black card, and the salesgirl's expression became even more respectful when she saw the card.
Didn't we agree that I'll pay today? Just swipe mine. No, you've bought so much for me, can't I give you a gift?
Seeing that he couldn't defeat Chen Sueki, Shao Fan had no choice but to give up. After shopping, the two went to the snack street and ate a lot of snacks.
Brother Fan, what movie do you want to watch?
Whatever you like to watch, I like it as long as it's what you like.
Ah, there are so many people here. Chen Sueki pulled Xiao Fan's clothes and lowered her head shyly. Then look at this.
Chen Sueki pointed to a romance movie. The corners of Xiao Fan's eyes twitched slightly, and he felt guilty for no reason.
He had just watched this movie with Mu Yinyin yesterday.
Okay, I'll do as you say. Just when the movie was halfway through, a phone call came in.
Who is it, Brother Xiao Fan?
Since the two of them had booked the entire place, Xiao Fan naturally did not silence his phone.
A friend, I'm going to take a call and I'll be back soon.
As he said that, Xiao Fan walked outside and pressed the answer button. Mu Yinin's voice with a hint of tears came from the other end of the phone.
Xiao Fan, my parents are forcing me to go on a blind date. Can you come over? We are at Zuixianju. Okay, Yinin, don't worry, I'll be there soon. Hearing Mu Yinin's tone, Xiao Fan felt extremely distressed. Someone actually dared to embarrass his woman. Brother Xiao Fan, can you tell me who Yinin is?
Chapter 22 Qing Yuan's strength. Just when Xiao Fan picked up the phone, Chen Sueki noticed that there was something unnatural on Xiao Fan's face. Out of trust, she didn't think much about it until she saw Xiao Fan go outside to make a phone call. She followed him out of curiosity, even though there was a door between them, but Chen Sueki's hearing was strong due to her innate cultivation. Although she didn't hear what Mu Yinin said, she heard the name that Xiao Fan said clearly.
Sueki, I'll come back and explain to you, okay?
Okay, I'll go back first. Chen Sueki's voice trembled a little, and she vaguely realized something. Xiao Fan wanted to reach out and hold her hand, but just as his hands touched her, Chen Sueki took a step back with some resistance. Seeing this scene, Xiao Fan couldn't help feeling a little bitter. But I have to go to Mu Yinin's place.
I'll let Uncle Joe take you back.
No need, go find your Yinin, I'll go back by myself. Chen Sueki tried hard not to cry, but after turning around, she couldn't hold back her tears anymore. She was clearly prepared to be with Xiao Fan for the rest of her life, so why was he still like this? Everything was apparently fine. Why did it suddenly become like this? She really didn't have the courage to wait another 3 years. Looking at the tears dripping on the ground, Xiao Fan felt as if his heart was being pulled for a moment. He wanted to do whatever it took, as long as Chen Sueki was happy. Seeing Chen Sueki in this state, Xiao Fan was naturally worried, so he walked up to her and picked her up like a princess.
Can you please let me go and leave me alone? Chen Sueki patted Xiao Fan's chest. No, you can kill me, but I won't let you go. Do you think I don't dare? Then go ahead, I won't let go anyway.
As he said that, Xiao Fan carried Chen Sueki and walked outside. Chen Sueki raised her hand, looked at the man she loved most, and finally let it go.
Be obedient, I'll come back and explain to you. Xiao Fan carried Chen Sueki into the car. Uncle Joe, send Sueki home first. I don't want to hear it, so don't tell me.
Chen Sueki turned her face away, as if to say, I don't want to bother with you, please go away. Xiao Fan leaned over and kissed Chen Sueki's little face before closing the car door.
Don't think you're worried about me.
I'll forgive you if you let Uncle Joe take me home. Chen Sueki became furious when she thought of Xiao Fan calling that person so intimately. If she wasn't reluctant, she would have beaten Xiao Fan up.
Go to Zuixianju, quickly.
Xiao Fan opened Cheng Yuan's car door and a fragrance filled his nose, but Xiao Fan had no mood to appreciate it. Not only did the fire break out in the backyard, but Mu Yinin's problem was not resolved either. After hearing Xiao Fan's words, Cheng Yuan started the car and took off. Soon, Cheng Yuan drove fast and arrived at Zuixianju in just 10 minutes.
I'm here, where are you? Xiao Fan called Mu Yinin. I'm in room number 1 on the 3rd floor.
Xiao Fan went to the 3rd floor and found private room number 1. When I opened the door, Mu Yinin was sitting there with red eyes. Obviously she had just cried. Wang Debiao was standing aside and saw a hint of murderous intent flash across Xiao Fan's eyes. The reason why he didn't stop Mu Yinin from calling Xiao Fan was that he wanted to kill him so that Mu Yinin would give up completely. There are only 4 people in this private room now, and he is confident that he can kill Xiao Fan.as4.
The woman behind Xiao Fan, Wang Debiao's eyes flashed with greed.
He hadn't touched a woman for a long time, and today was a good opportunity to have some meat.
Xiao Fan, you're here. I'm sorry I didn't want to disturb you today. When did my Yinin become a little crybaby?
Xiao Fan gently wiped away Mu Yinin's tears. No matter who bullies you, tell me, and I will help you solve it.
Woo woo woo.
Muinin leaned on Xiaofan's chest and burst into tears. It took me a while to recover. At this time, Xiaofan's clothes on his chest were all wet. Just then, a hook-nosed boy with gloomy eyes walked in. A skinny old man followed behind him. When he saw Muinin in Xiaofan's arms, murderous intent was revealed in his eyes.
Who are you? How dare you hug my woman? Are you looking for death? Mo Wei was furious.
His father proposed to Mu Chingan a few days ago, and after seeing the photo, he became greedy for Muinin's body. He had come here happily for a blind date today, but he didn't expect to see his chosen woman in the arms of another man as soon as he entered the room. How could he tolerate this?
Your woman?
Inin, tell this idiot whose woman you are.
Muinin didn't say anything, but mustered up the courage to kiss Xiaofan.
Fuck, Master Xian, kill this guy for me.
Mo Wei was so angry when he saw this scene that he just wanted to kill someone. Master Xian?
Seeing no response behind him, Mo Wei turned back with some confusion. I saw that Master Xian's throat had been cut and he was lying on the ground. A woman in blue was wiping the short blade in her hand as if nothing had happened, and spoke calmly. Take a deep breath.
It's normal to feel dizzy. Mo Wei swallowed and felt his legs begin to tremble.
Brother, please let me go, this is all a misunderstanding. Xiaofan ignored him and whispered in Muinin's ear. The scene will be a bit bloody, please close your eyes first. Muinin closed her eyes obediently.
Xing Yuan, cut him into pieces. Xiaofan will not let go of anyone who dares to provoke him. This is his life principle. A cruel smile appeared on Xing Yuan's lips.
What she liked most was the desperate look of her enemy before he died. Hearing this name, Wang Debiao, who was about to take action just now, stopped. A sense of fear emerged in my heart. Please let me go, please. No matter how much money you want or what panacea you want, I will agree to it.
Mo Wei's legs went limp and he knelt down begging for mercy. You want to live after offending the young master?
The short blade in Xing Yuan's hand turned into cold rays of light. Just as Mo Wei was about to scream in pain, Xing Yuan cut off his tongue with a knife. Soon Mo Wei turned into a bloody man, with not a single piece of healthy flesh on his body. He fell to the ground and lost his breath.
It's your turn next, Wang Debiao. You wanted to kill me just now, didn't you?
Xiaofan saw clearly the murderous intent in Wang Debiao's eyes just now, and he had to get rid of him today no matter what. He didn't want to be watched by a master all the time. In the protagonist's words, you are ready to die. I didn't. Wang Debiao, who always thought highly of himself, felt fear for the first time and leaned his back against the wall, as if only in this way could he feel a little safe. The oppression brought by that woman was so strong that just a glance from him made him lose the will to fight. That's the look that only comes from killing so many people.
I was wrong. I was just confused by the lard. Please be magnanimous and let me go.
Faced with life and death, Wang Debiao finally gave in and knelt on the ground begging desperately. Hearing this, Muinin opened her eyes and looked at Wang Debiao in disbelief. She could not figure out why Wang Debiao wanted to kill Xiaofan. Miss, please save me. Please save me because I have taken great pains to protect you for 20 years. Looking at Wang Debiao kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy, a trace of pity flashed in Muinin's eyes. Xiaofan, can you spare his life? Before Wang Debiao had time to be happy, Muinin's next words made him feel like he was falling into an ice cave. Just destroy his cultivation, and then he won't be able to threaten you in the future. Chapter 23. You probably have kidney deficiency, right, Wang Debiao? You are a very nice person, haha. I never thought that I, Wang Debiao, who has killed countless people in my life, would actually ask a little girl to save my life when I am almost old. Wang Debiao suddenly stood up and laughed. Destroying his cultivation would be even more cruel than taking his life. He had offended too many people while working for the Mu family, and now his cultivation had been destroyed. After those people knew about this, he would be unable to live or die. For whether the Mu family will protect him. Don't be ridiculous. How could the Mu family protect a person whose cultivation is completely useless? You don't have to do anything, I'll do it myself. Wang Debiao pulled out a short knife from his waist and stabbed it into the left side of his chest. The dagger just went through his chest. Wang Debiao pursed his lips and said, Miss, Debiao can no longer protect you from now on. You have to be well. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Debiao's hands fell limply and he stopped breathing. Uncle Biao. Muinin felt complicated when watching Uncle Biao commit suicide. What the hell? You, old Biden, are still trying to be sentimental, so what am I, a villain, system, aren't you?
Where's my reward? This old dog was Lin Yan's top subordinate in the early days. System, you wouldn't embezzle it, right? System, you can question my judgment, but you cannot question my character. What reward should I give him if he is not dead?
Suddenly Qing Yuan said, he is not dead yet, he is faking his death. His heart should be on the right side, and he should be practicing a tortoise breathing technique. I have experienced this kind of thing abroad before, and a teammate died because of a mistake. Speaking of this, Qing Yuan's eyes flashed a hint of dimness. Since he likes to play dead so much, let's send him on his way. With a swish, the short blade pierced directly into Wang Debiao's right chest. I am unwilling, Wang Defa said unwillingly when his plan was discovered. I haven't seen the scenery of King Wu yet. Wang Debiao stretched out his hand, as if trying to grab something, but in the end, it fell powerlessly. The story of a great master ends here. Ding, the protagonist loses an important assistant in the early stage, the plot changes, and the villain value is 10,000.
Yinyin, you won't blame me, will you? Mu Yinyin shook her head.
She knew that Xiao Fan could not be blamed for this.
Who is this sister?
Mu Yinyin looked at the charming Qing Yuan, and a hint of hostility flashed in her eyes, especially the breasts that were so big that her toes were not visible when she looked down, which made her feel a little inferior. She is Qing Yuan, the bodyguard my father arranged for me.
I have no choice. I didn't let him arrange it, but I couldn't persuade him.
Xiao Fan put all the blame on Xiao Tian. Hearing Xiao Fan's words, a rare flash of contempt flashed across Qing Yuan's eyes. Xiao Tian has always been his idol. If anyone else dared to say that, she would have taken action long ago.
Are you from the Xiao family, the most aristocratic family in Zheng province?
Only then did Mu Yinin's little head react. I am indeed from the Xiao family. Now you know how powerful your man is.
Wow, that's amazing. Your family doesn't arrange marriages, does it?
Of course not, don't worry, I'll ask my dad to make a phone call later.
I believe your parents won't embarrass you anymore. The strongest person in the Mu family is just a grandmaster.
How dare he compete with the Xiao family, which has deep roots in Jiang province? The Mu family has to give this face whether they want to or not.
Xiao Fan, it's great to have you.
Mu Yinyin put her arms around Xiao Fan's neck and kissed him actively. You awkward but actively asking for it, scumbag. In just one day today, Qing Yuan saw Xiao Fan kissing two women, and directly labeled Xiao Fan a scumbag. Xiao Fan, you actually dared to make my daughter cry.
Looks like I have to teach you a lesson.
Looking at Chen Sueki with red eyes, Chen Jianya felt his mind go blank.
Someone come.
Chen Jianya yelled. A man in black suddenly jumped down from above the villa.
Catch Xiao Fan here.
I want to teach him a lesson myself.
No, don't.
Upon hearing that her father was going to arrest Xiao Fan, Chen Sueki hurriedly stopped him. I will handle this matter myself, so don't interfere.
He made you cry, and you're still speaking for him?
Chen Jianya was so angry that he paced back and forth in the living room anxiously. What kind of magic power did Xiao Fan have? After thinking for a moment, Chen Jianya listened to his daughter.
Solve it yourself. If Xiao Fan dares to bully you again, I will make him pay.
Hiss. How can we cultivate this evil capitalist? I want to live this kind of life in the future. Seeing the huge size of the Tang family's villa and its extremely luxurious decoration, Lin Yan couldn't help but reveal a hint of envy. The housekeeper who was leading the way in front watched Lin Yan look here and there, and couldn't help revealing a trace of contempt. If it weren't for Mr. Tang's description, he would have suspected that he had picked up the wrong person. It's just like a country bumpkin
coming to the city.
Young man, you are here. Steward Wu, go and make some good tea for me. By the way, young man, I don't even know your name.
Tang Kai saw Lin Yan greeting him warmly.
If it weren't for Lin Yan yesterday, he might have died. He was very grateful to Lin Yan.
My name is Lin Yan, Master Tang, you are too polite.
When Lin Yan saw Tang Kai's, he immediately pretended to be calm and composed. He was completely different from the person just now, and the butler was almost frightened by it. This guy is really like an old sow wearing a bra, one said after another. No, Mr. Tang must have been deceived by this kid. I have to report this to the head of the family. Thinking of this, the housekeeper made some tea, walked out and called the head of the family, Tang Su.
What?
You said this kid dared to fool my father? He is simply asking for his own death.
He dared to come to my Tang family to cheat. Just wait, I will be there soon. After hanging up the phone, Tang Su immediately told the driver to hurry up. He wanted to see who was so brave. Good tea, good tea. Lin Yan imitated old Master Tang, took 2 sips of tea and then praised. Ha, as long as you like it. Old Master Tang was an experienced man, so he naturally saw it, but he didn't expose it. He knew that the young man in front of him was very concerned about his reputation. I've already had my tea, let's start the treatment now. Hearing Lin Yan's words, a glimmer of hope flashed in old Master Tang's eyes. My friend is really resolute and decisive. In this case, let's get started. May I ask what treatment method you will use? Do I need medicine or surgery? I will do whatever it takes. As soon as he arrived in his professional field, Lin Yan instantly became full of confidence. Take medicine? There's no need for that. I only need a set of silver needles to make you healed. He is the descendant of the ghost doctor, and his medical skills are all inherited from the ghost doctor. Even if it is a more serious illness, he is confident. Ha, I think you are just bragging without thinking. You actually dare to cheat in my Tang family. You are looking for death. A burly middle-aged man walked in with the gait of a dragon and a tiger. It was Tang Su, the head of the Tang family. Humph. It's just a heart attack. I can cure it with just a snap of my fingers. If you don't believe me, I'll just leave. Leave? Can you come and go as you please in the Tang family? Tang Su took a brisk step to Lin Yan, and his tall and burly body brought tremendous pressure to Lin Yan. He is a master and cannot be defeated. With this kind of oppressive feeling, this person is at least a top-level innate master. However, Lin Yan was not panicked at all, as he already knew Tang Su's weakness. If I'm not mistaken, you probably have kidney deficiency. Chapter 24 Confession Bureau. What the hell? How does this guy know that I can't do it? Tang Su was surprised because only his wife knew about this and he didn't tell anyone else. This kid wouldn't. No, this shouldn't be possible. This is his first time coming to the Tang family. What kidney deficiency? I don't know what you are talking about. Tang Su didn't dare to look Lin Yan in the eye and quickly denied it. Lin Yan's voice just now was quite loud, and Master Tang and several servants of the Tang family all heard it. For the sake of his dignity as a man, how could he admit it at this time? Do you often feel dizzy, have tinnitus, frequent urination at night, and dry and falling hair? No, I don't even know what you're talking about. Get out of here or not. If you don't blame me for taking action. How could Tang Su dare to admit it under the gaze of so many people? If he admitted it, how could he hold his head up high in the future? Ha, my judgment has never been wrong. If I say you have kidney deficiency, then you have kidney deficiency. Lin Yan spoke with a firm tone, standing with his hands behind his back. He has never made a mistake since his debut. Today will be no exception. All right, you came to my Tang family and tricked me. You're looking for death. Tang Su suddenly struck out with a palm before anyone could react. Lin Yan was a man of luck after all, so he crossed his hands in front of his chest to block the attack. Thump, thump, thump. Lin Yan took several steps back before he stopped, and I just felt a surge of blood in my chest. Just as Lin Yan was about to fight back, Master Tang shouted. Stop it. Tang Su, you are too presumptuous. Tang Su's attack just now was too sudden, and by the time he reacted it was already too late. Dad, I just want to test this kid's strength. Tang Su was still very afraid of Mr. Tang. Humph. Is this how the Tang family treats me? If that's the case, I'd rather not stay in this Tang family. Lin Yan turned around and was about to leave. No matter who tried to intercede for him today, it would be useless. He was determined to leave. My friend, please stay. Mr. Tang stood up and tried to keep him. Now you know it's useless to be anxious, Lin Yan sneered in his heart but did not stop. I'll give you 5 million. Duo Xiao, Lin Yan felt as if his feet had taken root and he couldn't move at all. I'm giving Mr. Tang face. Since Mr. Tang believes in me, let's start the treatment now. Then Lin Yan took out the silver needle he carried with him and his movements were as fast as lightning. Soon, Mr. Tang's chest was filled with silver needles, and Tang Su watched nervously. As long as there was something wrong, he was ready to take down Lin Yan. It seems to be really helpful. I feel much more relaxed.
After the acupuncture, Mr. Tang moved his body a few times. I just felt that the depressed feeling in my chest disappeared a lot.
That's natural. I've said it before.
I can cure a heart attack with just a smile. After another 6 days of acupuncture, the patient will be cured. Because of the use of true qi for acupuncture, Lin Yan's face was a little pale, but his eyes were still proud. In fact, he can cure it directly, but if you cure it directly, the other person may not do you such a big favor. He also needs to rely on the power of the Tang family to deal with Xiao Fan.
Okay, young hero, butler, transfer the money to Lin Xiaoyu immediately.
Ding, 5 million yuan has arrived.
A pleasant reminder sound rang out and Lin Yan smiled.
He had never seen so much money in his life.
Then I'll leave first. I have something to do at home.
Lin Yan couldn't wait to buy a gift for the school beauty. Last time he had no money, this time, he has money.
Dad, I'll see him off.
Seeing Lin Yan walk out of the room, Tang Su's eyes flashed. His father is better now, but his kidney deficiency still needs to be treated.
Brother Lin, please stay. System, is there a tool that will make girls forgive you no matter what you do?
At this time, Xiao Fan was sitting in Qing Yuan's car and was on his way back. I have searched for the props for the host. The aura of a king, passers-by are convinced, younger brothers submit, and women are convinced. Only 999999 villain value forgiveness hat. Send this hat, and the other person will forgive you no matter what you did.
Price, 99999 villain value goodwill lollipop. Greatly increases goodwill price, 99.99 villain value system. You sell a lollipop so expensively, why don't you go and rob it? If you can't afford it, don't bother.
This system only sells high-quality products and is fair to everyone. The forgiveness hat is useful, but it is too expensive. He has only accumulated 20,000 villain points now. Xiao Fan widened his eyes and rubbed his temples with a headache. This dog system is good in every way, but it feels a bit treacherous.
Forget it, let's take it one step at a time.
Xiao Fan really didn't want to lose such a good girl like Chen Sueki. Qing Yuan drove very fast and arrived at Chen Sueki's house in a short time. There's murderous intent. Qing Yuan looked solemn, relaxed when Xiao Fan got out of the car. He saw Chen Sueki standing at the door, staring at him blankly. Xiao Fan walked forward and wanted to hold Chen Sueki's hand, but she dodged him.
Explain. Chen Sueki had a cold face.
She had been waiting at the door for a long time. When the words came to his lips, Xiao Fan was a little speechless. Many of the things he had just thought of in the car could not be said out loud. If you tell it to the girl in front of you, she will most likely choose to believe it, but what can she do? Xiao Fan looked at Chen Sueki's somewhat sad eyes and really didn't want to deceive her.
Sueki, Yinyin is my woman.
Xiao Fan gritted his teeth and decided to confess to Chen Sueki. Hearing this, Chen Sueki held back her tears. What about me?
Who am I? You are my woman too.
You bastard. Chen Sueki's voice was hysterical and tears welled up in her eyes. Seeing that Chen Sueki was about to leave, Xiao Fan quickly reached out and grabbed her. Let go. Chen Sueki wanted to shake off Xiao Fan's hand, but she was not as strong as Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan took Chen Sueki's hand and held her in his arms.
I know I'm a playboy, but I'm sincere to you, Sueki. You've always been the most important in my heart. I think you said the same thing to Yinyin. Chen Sueki sneered.
I swear to God, I have never said that you are the most important person in my heart.
You are the most important person now and you will always be the most important person in the future.
Really, or real? Suddenly Chen Sueki bit Xiao Fan's arm. Xiao Fan didn't move and let Chen Sueki vent. Chen Sueki didn't stop until she felt a hint of sweetness in her mouth. After he opened his mouth, a deep tooth mark mixed with blood appeared on Xiao Fan's arm. A trace of heartache flashed across Chen Sueki's eyes.
If you dare to bully me in the future, I will bite you to death. How can I bear to bully you? You are my little baby. Come and give me a kiss. Chen Sueki pushed Xiao Fan away and said, I'm going back. Let's do it next time.
With that, Chen Sueki ran back to the villa. Xiao Fan also knew that Chen Sueki would not be able to fully accept it so quickly. When he was about to leave, a figure jumped down from the villa.
Xiao Fan, prepare to die. Chapter 25. I'm not pretending anymore. I'm going to show my cards now. Hey, isn't this Uncle Chen? What's going on?
Chen Jianye ignored Xiao Fan, wrapped in gray energy, and punched Xiao Fan. Qing Yuan, who had already noticed something, flashed in front of Xiao Fan and collided with him with his fist and knife. Qing Yuan felt a numbness in his hand and the dagger almost slipped out of his hand. I took several steps back before I got rid of this force.
Stop it. Dad, didn't I tell you not to interfere in this matter?
Chen Sueki stood in front of Xiao Fan like a protective child.
This guy has another woman behind your back, and you still want to protect him now, right? Chen Jianye almost broke his back teeth. How could his daughter be so confused? So what? I am happy to do it. Xiao Fan, please go now. Still want to leave? Chen Jianye sneered.
He wanted to avenge his daughter today. The aura around him exploded, and a great master's pressure pressed directly towards Xiao Fan.
Brother Chen, why are you so angry?
A voice came from a distance, and the person who came was Xiao Tian. This guy is cheating on my daughter with another woman.
What do you think we should do about this?
Seeing Xiao Tian, Chen Jianye knew that he couldn't teach Xiao Fan a lesson today. Xiao Tian is much stronger than him, and if he continues to take action, he will only bring humiliation upon himself. Good boy, you are even more powerful than your father I was. Xiao Tian couldn't help but secretly give Xiao Fan a thumbs up.
Dad, don't say anything.
As long as Xiao Fan has me in his heart in the future, that's enough.
Chen Sueki also thought it through.
She couldn't live without Xiao Fan, so she might as well be more free and easy.
Dear relative, you heard it all, right?
Miss Sueki said that you. Chen Jianye glanced at his daughter with a complicated expression and saw that her eyes were determined. The words of accusation came to my lips, but I couldn't say them.
Oh, forget it, leave it to you.
But there is one thing, if you dare to let Sueki down in the future, I will not let you go even if I have to fight you to the death.
Don't worry, my dear. I have watched Sueki grow up. If this boy dares to do something out of line, I will be the first to disapprove.
Seeing that Chen Jianye agreed, Xiao Tian quickly made a promise that he and Chen Jianye have been friends for many years, so naturally he doesn't want to ruin their relationship.
That's better. Chen Jianye walked into the villa with a cold face. Uncle Xiao, don't mind it, my dad is just like this. It's okay. Don't I know this guy?
Xiao Fan, you have to treat Sueki well in the future, or I'll beat you up. Xiao Tian turned around and spoke to Xiao Fan seriously.
Don't worry, Dad. Sueki is my wife. I will definitely treat him well in the future.
Xiao Fan's words made Chen Sueki blushed. He covered his burning little face and ran away. The holiday time passed quickly and soon it was Monday. Ling Yan looks full of energy today, wearing fashionable and trendy clothes paired with a newly bought Hermes bag. She looks like a wealthy woman.
Wow, Lin Yan, have you made a fortune? The latest model of bag. Did you rob a bank? How come you are so rich all of a sudden?
Many people exclaimed as they looked at the refreshed Lin Yan. I wanted to get along with you guys as an ordinary person, but what I got in return was alienation. I'm not going to pretend anymore.
I'm going to tell you the truth. I'm actually a billionaire.
When Lin Yan said this, many people showed envy in their eyes.
Brother Yan, I used to have a good relationship with you, and I even lent you books to read.
Brother Yan, don't forget us if good things happen in the future. Seeing that Lin Yan was so rich, many people began to flatter him. Okay, Lin Yan glanced at Xiao Fan in front of him, only to find that he was reading a book with a calm expression. Lin Yan felt somewhat unhappy with Xiao Fan's reaction.
I want to see how long you can keep pretending with me.
Lin Yan immediately took out a large bottle of iced black tea and placed it on the seat. Now he drinks iced tea, only from large bottles. Then Lin Yan walked up to Yu Fuyao with confidence.
Fuyao, I was too abrupt when I gave you a necklace last time. This time I bought you a gold necklace. Do you like it?
As he spoke, Lin Yan took out a gift box from his pocket, opened it, and revealed a large gold necklace inside.
Is this kid really rich?
A necklace this big must cost tens of thousands. Someone in the classroom exclaimed. Lin Yan had a smile on his face. He had carefully selected this gold necklace. He was confident that Yu Fuyao would definitely like it. Why is this local dog here again?
It's so annoying. How can there be people so unsophisticated nowadays, giving a gold necklace as a gift? Xiao Fan would never give me such a tacky thing. Yu Fuyao felt annoyed when she saw Lin Yan's nouveau riche look, but in order to maintain her image as the campus beauty, she forced a smile. Thank you, but I don't like gold chains. This necklace looks like a dog chain. Who would want to wear something so old-fashioned? Shrimp head. Seeing the smiling face of the school beauty, Lin Yan felt that his spring was coming. Fuyao, tell me what you like and I'll buy it for you. Lin Yan has a huge amount of money and speaks with confidence. I don't like anything. Please don't bother me anymore. Also, I don't know you well. Please call me by my full name. Yu Fuyao tried hard to resist the urge to vomit as there were so many people chasing after her. Which one is not much stronger than Lin Yan? Did Xiao Fan force you to do this? I saw it all. Don't worry, he won't dare to embarrass you with me here, roll. Yu Fuyao couldn't help but swear. Ha, you're the only one who wants to chase the school beauty? Why don't you take a piss and look at the mirror? That's right, didn't you see that the school beauty told you to get lost? Seeing Lin Yan being humiliated, Xiao Fan's two younger brothers immediately jumped out to mock him. You. When Lin Yan saw that Xiao Fan's two younger brothers dared to mock him, murderous intent flashed in his eyes, then he turned around and walked back to his seat. Now he doesn't dare to do anything in school anymore. If he goes in again, it would be his third time in prison. Just then, a wretched-looking boy sitting in front of him turned around. Brother Yan, do you want to chase the school beauty? I have a good idea. The wretched young man pretended to be mysterious and whispered to Lin Yan. Luo Song, do you have any good ideas? As long as I can catch up with Yu Fuyao, you will definitely benefit from it. Well, Luo Song pretended to be embarrassed. Brother Yan, I haven't had breakfast yet, how about you treat me to something? Lin Yan looked up at the clock in front of the classroom. Okay, there are still 10 minutes before class starts, let's go now. As long as I can catch up with Yu Fuyao, having breakfast doesn't matter. Brother Yan is generous. After the two left the classroom, Xiao Fan's younger brothers Sun Chuan and Zhou Xiuhu looked at each other. He gave a meaningful smile. Brother Fan, should we teach that kid Lin Yan a lesson? Oh? What do you think? When Xiao Fan heard that Lin Yan was going to be punished, he became interested. His villain value is not enough. Brother Fan, what do you think that is? Sun Chuan pointed at the iced black tea on Lin Yan's table. You kid, you still have a lot of ideas. Xiao Fan instantly knew what Sun Chuan was going to do. It turns out that all the villain's minions are talented. Go ahead, and remember to give him some more ingredients. Brother Fan, don't worry, we are all professionals. The two of them chuckled and walked out with the iced black tea on Lin Yan's table. Chapter 26. Is iced tea with added ingredients delicious? Seeing this scene, Xiao Fan couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth slightly. Why didn't he realize before that there was such a talented person around him? Not long after, Sun Chuan and Wang Xiuhu hurried back and put the iced tea back to its original place. Soon Lin Yan brought Luo Song back to the classroom, without noticing anything was wrong. Feeling a little thirsty, Lin Yan unscrewed the cap of the bottle of iced black tea and took a big gulp. Why does this big bottle of iced tea taste a bit weird? Maybe it's because I've never had a big bottle before. Lin Yan didn't think much about it and took another sip. Great, the feeling of being able to drink freely is different. Just as Lin Yan was sighing, Sun Chuan and Wang Xiaovu walked to Lin Yan's seat. Boy, does the iced tea taste good? Lin Yan frowned. Would Xiao Fan's two younger brothers be looking for trouble? If they want to cause trouble, Lin Yan can only say that they have found the wrong person. Yeah, does the iced tea taste good? Wang Xiaohu repeated Sun Chuan's words. Are you two sick? Get out of here right now, or I'll beat you to a pulp. Hearing this, the two smiled at each other, without saying anything else, and returned to their seats with their arms around each other's shoulders, baffling. Lin Yan was a little confused by the actions of the two. But this iced tea does seem to taste a bit strange. Lin Yan opened the bottle cap and sniffed it carefully, but he couldn't tell what it was for a while. At this moment, Luo Song, who was sitting in front, suddenly felt a faint smell rushing to his forehead. Who peed their pants? Why are you so horny? Ugh! Lin Yan hugged the trash can behind him and began to dry heave. Sun Chuan, Wang Xiaovu, damn, you brewed this. His fingers were almost in his throat,
but he still didn't spit out the iced tea.
Lin Yan, you didn't drink this iced black tea, did you? It seems to have something in it.
Luo Song's voice was so loud that the whole class focused their attention on him. You bastard, I treated you to so many delicious foods and you dared to harm me. Lin Yan was so angry that he wanted to curse. Originally, only a few people knew about this matter. Now that Luo Song shouted, everyone knew it.
No way, Lin Yan, your taste is too strong, isn't it? You even drink this, too much. It's even more than Langmi. Even my wall doesn't obey me, so I will obey you. The girls in the class looked at Lin Yan as if he were a monster.
This man was truly terrifying. Yu Fuyao felt her scalp tingling and she almost vomited out her breakfast. At this moment, Xiaofan stood up and said, "How can you say that about Lin Yan?
We are all classmates.
Since Lin Yan likes to drink this, we have no choice but to support him."
Yes, Brother Fan is right.
I, Sun Chuan, and I, Wang Xiuhu, agree with what Lin Yan is doing. Seeing the eldest brother speak, two younger brothers stood up and echoed him. Seeing that he had been vomiting for a long time but still couldn't vomit out anything, Lin Yan gave up struggling. He stood up and glanced at the class. Most people looked at him strangely, and there were many with pity and the playful looks of Xiao Fan and his two younger brothers. The most important thing was that his goddess started retching while sitting in her seat. Lin Yan's mind went blank. Was his fame going to be ruined today? What I did would probably be known to everyone in the class in no time at all by those gossipy women. Kill them, just kill them all and no one will know about this. A crazy idea came into Lin Yan's mind. Ding, the protagonist's Dao heart is damaged, and the host is rewarded with 20,000 villain points.
They are truly worthy of being called Crouching Dragon in Phoenix.
It seems like these two guys need to be trained well. With just one strike, he was able to damage the protagonist's faith. He was even more playful than the villain. Just when Lin Yan was about to lose control, the English teacher walked into the classroom. "Good touch, you students. Sun Chuan, Wang Xiuhu, I swear I won't be a human being if I don't kill you." Lin Yan forced himself to suppress his rage and swore secretly in his heart that if the person he wanted to kill the most before was Xiao Fan, then now these two people have already topped his killer list. I finally made it to the end of Get Out of Class. Lin Yan pulled Luo Song outside and asked him how to pursue the school beauty. Luo Song broke free from Lin Yan's hand. He inadvertently took a half step back.
When I was reading in the morning, I kept calling him Brother Yan.
Now, in your current situation, even if I were the reincarnation of Yu Lao, I would not be able to help you.
Luo Song looked bitter.
He had originally wanted to make some money from Lin Yan, but now he decided to give up.
Fuck you, if you hadn't shouted, would the whole class have known about it?
When Luo Song mentioned this, Lin Yan became furious. I was just joking, I didn't expect you to actually drink the spiked drink. Lin Yan couldn't hold it in any longer. How dare you bring this up, you bastard? Lin Yan grabbed Luo Song by the collar, lifted him up, and punched him directly in the abdomen. Luo Song felt his stomach churning and vomited out the breakfast he had just eaten. Fortunately, Lin Yan reacted quickly and decisively let go of his hand, so he was not vomited all over. Your uncle, either you beat me to death, or you kneel down and apologize to your uncle Luo, or I will report you.
Luo Song was also really angry because of Lin Yan's punch.
Just now, Lin Yan grabbed his collar and lifted him up. He knew that he was no match for Lin Yan. But this is a school, not outside, in Jiang Province No. 1 Middle School. Can Luo Song still let this country bumpkin bully him? He didn't believe that Lin Yan would dare to beat him at school no matter how crazy he was.
Mr. Luo, right? Apologize, right?
Lin Yan kicked Luo Song, who was lying on the ground, several times.
Do you want to apologize? Do you want to apologize?
No, I don't want it anymore, Brother Yan, please stop hitting me. Lin Yan's blows were so powerful that Luo Song's small body could not withstand them. In a few seconds, he lay on the ground like a dead dog, blood oozing from his mouth, begging for mercy.
Stop it. Which class are you from? How dare you hurt someone?
An elegant middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses in the distance saw this scene and shouted loudly. He didn't expect that there would be someone in the school who would be so arrogant and dare to beat students like this. In Jiang Province University, apart from Xiao Fan, no one else is allowed to be so awesome. Principal Luo, the one he hit was your son. See for yourself. Xiao Fan, who was watching the fun on the side, pointed at Luo Song, who was lying on the ground, as if to tell him to do whatever he wanted. Damn, you are the principal's son, why didn't you tell me earlier? Lin Yan thought to himself, this is terrible. Luo Jinsong walked closer and took a closer look, and saw his son lying on the ground spitting blood.
You're fired. I'm calling the police to have you arrested.
Anxious Luo Jinsong took out his cell phone and was about to call the police. Unexpectedly, Lin Yan snatched his phone away. Under Luo Jinsong's surprised eyes, he crushed the phone into pieces.
Chapter 27. Lin Yan was fired again. If you have the guts, report 1 and try.
Lin Yan was furious. He had already been to prison for the second time, yet he still dared to threaten me like this. Luo Jinsong was frightened by Lin Yan's fierce eyes, but when he thought about the fact that there were so many students here, how could he be the principal if he became soft?
Kid, you're fired. Pack your things and get out now.
Ha, I don't want to stay in this rubbish school. Lin Yan threw the shattered phone in his hand to the ground. He just didn't believe that with his medical skills and strength, what would happen if he didn't study? It was the first time that Luo Jinsong encountered such a rampant student. He was so angry that he was shaking all over and pointing at Lin Yan. Unable to speak, Lin Yan immediately came to Xiao Fan and said, "Now that I'm not in school anymore, I want to see what you can do to me.
Don't let me see you after school today."
After saying that, Lin Yan turned around and left without stopping.
This son of destiny is really arrogant.
Xiao Fan wiped his nose and said, "Since you think I can't do anything to you, then I can only give you a small surprise.
Principal Luo, you should take the young master to the hospital first. Be careful of someone dying."
Xiao Fan kindly reminded him, but when he walked past Luo Song, he injected a trace of internal energy into Luo Song's body. The strong energy began to wreak havoc in Luo Song's body, causing him to wail in pain and cold sweat all over his body.
Yes, you guys carry Luo Song to my car, quickly."
Luo Jinsong hurriedly made arrangements, but as time went on, Luo Song's cries became more and more painful. His whole body was soaked with sweat.
"Dad, am I dying?"
Luo Song was lying in the back seat, his face pale and his voice weak.
"Don't talk nonsense, just hold on, we'll be at the hospital soon."
Luo Jinsong saw his son's face through the rearview mirror and comforted him. He hated Lin Yan to the core. Seeing that his son's condition was so serious, he was about to call someone he knew at the hospital. I touched my phone and remembered that it had been crushed by Lin Yan. After arriving at the hospital, Luo Jinsong relied on his connections to get the green light and quickly had a comprehensive examination of Luo Song. The results of the examination made Luo Jinsong feel like he was falling into an icy cave. One of Luo Song's kidneys exploded, and his other internal organs were also damaged to varying degrees.
"Lin Yan, you and I cannot coexist."
"Hello, police?
I'm reporting someone intentionally causing injury."
Xiao Fan, the instigator of all this, was currently chatting with Mu Yinyin on his cell phone.
"Brother Fan, let's go to the bar tonight and get together. We brothers all miss you."
Sender, Li Jin. When he saw this name, a smile appeared on Xiao Fan's lips.
"Sure, see you at the Crescent Bar after 10 p.m.
Li Jin and his friends are considered the top second generation in Jiang province, and they have a pretty good relationship with Xiao Fan. Li Jin, okay, see you tonight at 10 o'clock. After putting away his phone, Xiao Fan felt a pair of eyes staring at him. When he looked up, Yu Fuya was staring at his face blankly.
"You at a campus beauty, what's the matter?" Xiao Fan frowned.
Yu Fuya was no longer of any use to him and Lin Yan had been almost fully exploited by him. As for this school beauty, if she is sensible, he can let go of the past. If you are still entangled with him, don't blame him for being ruthless. Hearing Xiao Fan's distant tone, Yu Fuya looked a little unnatural, but now she didn't dare to show any displeasure to Xiao Fan at all. She could vaguely feel Xiao Fan's shadow behind the series of things that happened to Lin Yan.
Nothing. My mom just brought me lunch. Do you want to eat with me?"
Yu Fuya looked at Xiao Fan in a flattering manner, her bright eyes twinkling like stars in the night.
"Get out of here. If you don't get out of here, I'll send a lawyer to send you a letter."
Xiao Fan knew exactly what Yu Fuya was thinking. He had seen a lot of this kind of green tea in his previous life. Compared with those real tea art masters, Xiao Fan can only say one thing: more practice is needed. Hearing Xiao Fan's merciless words, Yu Fuya's face turned pale and tears welled up in her eyes, but she didn't dare say anything more, so she turned and left. She originally wanted to try to make Xiao Fan change his mind, but now it seems impossible. Oh my god, Brother Fan is so awesome, he actually dared to tell the school beauty to get lost, so domineering. Sun Chuan and Wang Xiuwu felt happy when they saw Yu Fuya's miserable appearance. When Xiao Fan was a bootlicker in the past, Yu Fuyao often ordered them to do things in Xiao Fan's name. Because of Xiao Fan's face, the two of them didn't dare to get angry at all. Xiao Fan's action could be regarded as a way for them to vent their anger. There's a party at the Moonlight Bar tonight at 10 o'clock. Would you two like to come? Hearing Xiao Fan's words, their eyes lit up. You know, those who Xiao Fan called a party must be big shots or top second generations in Jiang province. Come, you must come, thank you, brother Fan. The two of them quickly agreed with a smile. It seemed that Xiao Fan was very satisfied with how they had disciplined Lin Yan today. Unfortunately, Lin Yan has been expelled from school, otherwise, they would have to let Lin Yan know that what he had this morning was just an appetizer. It was soon afternoon and the sun was about to set. Ding dong, the door was opened, and Luo Fian's eyes were a little red and swollen. Obviously she had just cried. Xiao Fan knew that the school had already informed Lin Yan that she had been expelled. What's wrong? You missed me so much after just 2 days that you cried? Xiao Fan said jokingly. Come in, bastard. When Luo Fian heard Xiao Fan's teasing, the sadness in her heart was slightly alleviated. What's wrong? Who made you angry again? Xiao Fan pretended not to know and asked softly. No, no one makes me angry. Hearing Xiao Fan's gentle words, Luo Fian finally felt a little comforted. Then why are you still crying? Tell me, I will definitely help if I can. Yes. Today the school called me and told me that he was expelled for beating someone up at school. How do you think he became like this? Speaking of Lin Yan, Luo Fian looked a little unnatural. It's okay, Lin Yan is still young. It's normal for him to be a little sensible. I will educate him slowly in the future, and I believe he will learn his lesson from this incident. Well, can you find a way to get him back to school? Well, it's a bit difficult. Xiao Fan pretended to hesitate, then changed the subject. But since you've spoken, I'll go find someone. It shouldn't be a problem. Thank you, Xiao Fan, you are so kind. I don't know what I would do without you. Chapter 28, The Complete Collapse of the Son of Fortune. Isn't it my duty to be nice to you? You don't have to be so polite to me in the future, but I haven't eaten in the afternoon, so I'm a little hungry. Of course, I'll go cook now. Hearing that Xiao Fan was hungry, Luo Fian walked into the kitchen and started to get busy. Just when Luo Fian was cooking in the kitchen, the doorbell rang. Xiao Fan looked through the peephole and saw Lin Yan standing outside the door, looking a little anxious. Mom, open the door, I don't have the key. Who is it? Luo Fian was a little confused. The noise from the range hood was so loud that she couldn't hear clearly. Lin Yan is back. Xiao Fan opened the door, and the moment Lin Yan saw Xiao Fan, he felt unwell. Can anyone explain to him why Xiao Fan was in his house? Lin Yan, you're back. Come in and sit down. The meal will be ready soon. A big question mark popped up in Lin Yan's head. This is my King home. Why are you here? Just then, Luo Fian, who heard the noise, came over. Lin Yan, don't talk to your uncle Xiao like that. It's okay. I don't blame Lin Yan. It's normal for him to not be able to accept it for a while. Xiao Fan walked behind Luo Fian and he looked at Lin Yan with a teasing look. Lin Yan felt his mind go blank, but he came back a few days late. What happened? Why are you in my house? Looking at Xiao Fan's actions, Lin Yan yelled. Lin Yan, why are you shouting so loudly? Luo Fian was startled by the sudden shout. What are you doing? Why are you asking me what I am doing? Look at what you are doing with him. You are not worthy of. Lin Yan's eyes were red and his body was shaking. Lin Yan, it's not very kind of you to say that. Look how much you've caused your mother to worry. He got into fights repeatedly at school and was expelled this time. Your mother just wanted me to find some connections for you so that you can go back to school. You are committing treason by doing this now, you know? Xiao Fan directly stood on the highest moral ground and accused Lin Yan. You know what, you really don't know, this feeling is really quite good, you. Lin Yan pointed at Xiao Fan and trembled all over, his head almost smoking from anger. What do you mean by I? She raised you to this age, so can't you pursue your own love? If you can make her worry less, that would be a way of repaying her. Seeing that he couldn't win the argument with Xiao Fan, Lin Yan immediately turned his gaze to Luo Fian. Mom, what are you thinking? Even if you want to pursue love, you can't. You don't know how he targeted me at school. Today he even asked his little brother to do me. Lin Yan stopped here.
He didn't want to mention this matter anymore. It was too difficult to talk about.
That's enough, Lin Yan. Xiaofan has told me everything about you in school. If it weren't for his magnanimity, you would have been fired long ago, and you still don't know how to repay a favor. You are still here saying bad things about Xiaofan. Are you trying to piss me off to death?
Luo Fian's face turned pale with anger.
Why did her son no longer have the courage to admit his mistakes? When Lin Yan heard Luo Fian's tone, he felt it was extremely unfamiliar.
It's okay, don't be angry. Yenner is still young.
I'll teach him slowly in the future. Xiaofan deliberately emphasized the word er.
Well, I'll listen to you. Lin Yan couldn't bear it anymore.
He just wanted to beat Xiaofan to death.
Xiaofan, I want your life.
Lin Yan, who had already lost his mind, immediately rushed forward, wanting to kill Xiaofan on the spot. That's enough. Bang! Lin Yan was awakened by a crisp slap. He covered his beaten face in disbelief.
Mom, you hit me for this wild man? You actually hit me, ha 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 ha.
He's not some wild man, he's my man and your stepfather Lin Yan. I hope you can accept this fact and try to get along well with him.
Lin Yan couldn't listen to these words at all.
His mind was full of thoughts. His mother actually beat him for a man. Let me ask you one question, do you choose me or this man? Luo Fian was a little embarrassed. Although Lin Yan had disappointed her recently, he was his son after all, but asking her to give up Xiaofan for Lin Yan is absolutely impossible. Looking at Luo Fian's conflicted expression, Lin Yan smiled sadly. Okay. I already know your choice, and from now on we will have nothing to do with each other. You two dogs are such a perfect match. I will kill Xiaofan sooner or later, just wait for me. Lin Yan punched the door angrily, punching through the 10-centimeter thick security door, then he turned around and left resolutely.
Ding, the son of luck has a mental breakdown.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining 30,000 villain points. These leaks are really easy to cut. Now he has accumulated 70,000 villain points. If he uses all of them to improve his strength, he can at least reach the late stage of Grandmaster. Don't be sad, Lin Yan might just be acting on impulse. Looking at the trembling body of the beauty in front of him, Xiaofan comforted her. How could he say that to me? How could he say that to me? Luo Fian kept repeating this sentence.
It's okay, you still have me here.
After hearing Xiaofan's words, Luo Fian came back to her senses. Xiaofan, thank you for letting me see his true face. Luo Fian never expected that the son whom she had raised with great effort for 18 years would turn out to be such an ungrateful person.
Look, the door here is broken. I guess you can't live here anymore.
I'll book a hotel for you. You can stay there for the time being. Xiaofan looked at the security door that was punched through, and he wanted to ask, does Lin Yan's hand really not hurt?
Well, I'll listen to you. Let's eat first. There's only one more dish left.
Ding, congratulations to the son of luck for completely breaking up with his family, and reward 10,000 villain points. Double kill. This wave can only be described as Qin Shi Huan touching the electric wire, and he won awkwardly. After dinner, Xiaofan took Luo Fian to a 7-star hotel. Just give me the presidential suite for a month. Xiaofan took out a black card generously. Suddenly he felt the corner of his clothes being pulled. Luo Fian leaned in and whispered in his ear, this is too expensive. Let's change to a cheaper room. She just checked and saw that the price of a presidential suite was $99,999. Even if she sold fruits for a year, she couldn't afford to live there for a day.
No need to save money for me, my money is for you to spend.
Xiaofan handed over the black card. Seeing this, the beautiful receptionist respectfully took the black card with both hands. Ding, payment successful. Chapter 29, Rejuvenation Pill. Then a beautiful lady in OL uniform and black stockings came over.
Hello, I'm the exclusive butler of our presidential suite. My name is Lisa. If you have any questions, you can call me through the exclusive phone in the suite. Anything is fine.
As she spoke, Lisa threw a coquettish glance at Xiaofan.
Got it, take us to the room. Xiaofan looked indifferent.
He had no interest in this kind of stuff that had been in the hands of who knows how many times. At this moment, Lin Yan, whose home was suddenly robbed, was walking on the street, feeling a little at a loss. The breeze blew Lin Yan's hair, and also blew away a lot of his anger.
Was I too impulsive just now?
My mother must still have me in her heart.
Why don't I go back and apologize to her?
After calming down, Lin Yan began to carefully recall the details of what happened.
Xiao Fan, you bastard, I will find a chance to kill you.
But when he thought of Xiao Fan's driver, Zhou Bo, he felt unsure again. The last time he broke the bones of Xiao Fan's bodyguard, it was that Zhou Bo who stopped him, giving Xiao Fan time to call the police.
It would be great if Master was here.
With Master's strength, he would be able to suppress Xiao Fan in a snap of a finger.
Forget it, never mind.
I'll go back and apologize to my mother first, and then find a chance to let her see Xiao Fan's true face. Thinking of this, Lin Yan walked towards home. However, when I got home, no matter how many times I rang the doorbell, there was no response. Lin Yan, who sensed something was wrong, opened the door through the gap he had just made. Nothing seemed to have changed, but the house was silent.
Mom, I'm back.
Lin Yan shouted, but other than that little echo, there was no other sound. Lin Yan quickly searched the room. There is no kitchen, bedroom, or balcony. When I opened Luo Fian's closet, I found that even her clothes were gone. Lin Yan felt hopeless. He had been completely abandoned. A stream of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Damn. I've gone crazy. Lin Yan did not dare to delay and immediately sat down cross-legged to practice his skills. It took a long while for the reversed chi and blood to calm down.
Xiao Fan, I won't be a human being if I don't kill you.
Just then, Lin Yan's cell phone rang. Lin Yan picked up the phone and saw that the person calling was his second senior sister Zhao Jing.
Hello, are you junior brother Lin Yan? I am. You are the second senior sister, right? Master has mentioned you to me.
Hearing the pure and royal voice on the other end of the phone, Lin Yan's heart, which had just been extinguished, was ignited again.
I just arrived in the provincial capital. Can you be my guide for 2 days? Sure, no problem, senior sister. Where are you now? I'll come pick you up. I'm at 76 Binjiang Road.
Looking at the luxurious decoration in the room, Luo Fian's eyes were filled with shock. I also felt a little inferior. I am almost 40 years old.
Am I really worthy of such an outstanding man? What's wrong? Xiao Fan noticed that Luo Fian seemed a little unnatural.
I hope you won't dislike me when I get old. I know I'm old, and I don't expect you to always be with me. What are you thinking?
How could I dislike you?
Xiao Fan stared at her seriously.
Tonzi, is there anything that can keep people young forever?
Searching in the mall, Didao Xin Ti Dan, the user can obtain the Didao Xin Ti and be favored by the Didao by nature, far surpassing the children of luck. Attached, Eternal Youth Price, 99,999, Ice Skin and Jade Bone Pill. The user can obtain an Ice Skin and Jade Bone Body, with Eternal Youth Price, 2999999. Eternal Youth Pill Price, 99.99. Let's buy 2 anti-aging pills first.
Close your eyes and I'll give you a gift.
Luo Fian closed her eyes obediently, feeling a little expectant in her heart. This was the first time Xiao Fan gave her a gift. Xiao Fan took out a youthful pill from the system space.
Okay, you can open your eyes now.
The moment he opened his eyes, he saw Xiao Fan holding a pure white object like toffee in his hand.
What is this? White rabbit milk candy? This is the anti-aging pill. It can keep you young forever.
After hearing Xiao Fan's words, Luo Fian covered her mouth in surprise and was speechless. Eternal youth is undoubtedly a fatal attraction for a woman.
Is this really for me? Luo Fian was a little bit unbelievable. Xiao Fan gave her such a precious thing as a gift? Of course it's for you.
Looking at Luo Fian's incredulous eyes, Xiao Fan smiled silently.
Woo woo woo, you're so nice.
Luo Fian was so moved that she burst into tears. At that moment, she had decided to live the rest of her life only for Xiao Fan.
I cried like a kitten. Xiao Fan gently wiped Luo Fian's tears, then he fed the anti-aging pill into her mouth. Soon, the impurities in Luo Fian's body began to be eliminated, and her face turned black. Luo Fian was so scared that she screamed and ran to the bathroom. Is this really me?
Luo Fian looked at herself in the mirror, somewhat incredulous. The white and tender skin that seemed as delicate as a baby's made her feel a little dazed. Luo Fian turned around and looked at Xiao Fan in a daze, as if she wanted to engrave this young man into her mind. Sister, I'm here, where are you?
Junior brother, here.
A beautiful girl with a high ponytail and wearing tight clothes waved at Lin Yan. Seeing his senior sister's heroic appearance, Lin Yan couldn't help but feel happy. I've heard from Master that second senior sister's martial arts talent is not inferior to mine, but I didn't expect she's actually a beauty. Isn't this a bargain for me? I was worried it might be a Tyrannosaurus Rex before I came here. Lin Yan chuckled and walked over. Just as I was about to shake hands, Zhao Jing unexpectedly gave me a fist bump.
Junior brother, I heard from Master that your talent is not inferior to mine.
This is our first meeting, and I would like to learn from you. Lin Yan wanted to refuse, as he was not in a good condition tonight, but when he thought about the competition among fellow disciples, he readily agreed.
Brother, I use a gun. What kind of weapon do you need? Hearing this, Lin Yan showed an evil smile. That's a coincidence. I also used a gun.
Chapter 30. Another son of fortune. Lin Yan staring at her just now already made her a little unhappy. Looking at the smile on Lin Yan's lips, Zhao Jing couldn't help but feel a little disgusted. After taking out the backpack from behind and assembling the spear, Zhao Jing saw that Lin Yan still had no reaction, so she threw her spare spear to him. Lin Yan didn't waste any time. After assembling the spear, the two of them started fighting, but his current condition was not good to begin with, and Zhao Jing's peak innate cultivation suppressed him. After only 30 moves, Lin Yan felt his arms begin to go numb. The spear in his hand also slowed down. Seeing that Lin Yan's strength was just so, a hint of disappointment flashed in Zhao Jing's eyes. He originally thought that Lin Yan, who was called a genius by his master, was very powerful and could bring pressure to him and help her break through to the Grandmaster level. Now it seems that Lin Yan will be defeated by him within 100 moves. After fighting for another 30 moves, Lin Yan felt a numbness in his palm and the spear in his hand was knocked away. Zhao Jing's spear was already pointing at his throat. Junior brother, is this your strength? It's too weak. After hearing what Zhao Jing said, Lin Yan felt extremely aggrieved. If it weren't for the reversal of his qi and blood tonight, he could have lasted at least 300 moves. Senior sister is very powerful. I am ashamed of myself. What a pity, what a pity. Zhao Jing was a little confused and didn't understand what Lin Yan meant. It's a pity that senior sister is just sitting in a well and looking at the world. There is a real evildoer in my Jiang province. I wonder if senior sister dares to fight him. Oh? How strong is he? When Zhao Jing heard that there was another master, her eyes lit up. She came to the provincial capital just to challenge the masters. He only needed 5 moves to defeat me. In order to arouse Zhao Jing's competitive spirit, Lin Yan started bragging. There is such a genius. What's his name and where is he? I'm going to challenge him right now. Although in Zhao Jing's eyes, Lin Yan's strength was not that strong, but he was able to defeat him in 5 moves. As Zhao Jing asked herself if she could do it. His name is Xiao Fan, and he goes to the same school as me. But it's getting late now, so if we want to challenge you we should go tomorrow. Come to my house today and have a good rest to get enough rest. Tomorrow I will take you to challenge him. No need to bother. I can just find a hotel by myself. Zhao Jing looked at Lin Yan's malicious eyes and rejected him directly. Well, in that case, see you tomorrow. Although he felt a little regretful for being rejected by Zhao Jing, Lin Yan still wanted to kill Xiao Fan the most. After Lin Yan left, a tall and thin middle-aged man walked out of the darkness. Miss, there's something wrong with Lin Yan's eyes. Do you want to? The middle-aged man made a gesture of wiping his neck. He and I are fellow disciples after all. For the sake of master, let's forget about it. Let's go and find a hotel to stay in first. Zhao Jing became extremely excited when she thought about the master she would meet tomorrow. Brother Fan, you are late. You can drink 3 cups as punishment later. When Li Jin saw Xiao Fan's eyes light up, he quickly pulled Xiao Fan to sit down. Okay, it's just 3 cups, right? I'm known for being able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. At this time, Xiao Fan's 2 younger brothers had also arrived at the scene. When they saw Xiao Fan, they immediately walked over. Let me introduce you. These 2 are my people. Sun Chuan and Wang Xiaovu. This is Li Jin, my good friend. This is Lu Chen, and this is Su Xian. Xiao Fan introduced the 2 of them one by one. With Xiao Fan's introduction, the 2 of them quickly integrated into the group and were no longer as restrained as before. At this moment, Lu Chen pulled the bartender over and whispered a few words to him. Soon the bartender came to the stage with an excited look on his face. He grabbed the microphone and said, "Everyone, Mr. Lu will pay for all the expenses tonight." Scream. The spotlight shone directly on Xiao Fan and others, and for a moment they became the focus of the entire audience. Lu Chen, the whole audience began to cheer, and the atmosphere in the bar instantly reached its peak. You kid, you still love to show off. Xiao Fan shook his head helplessly. Lu Chen was good in every way except that he liked to be in the limelight. Handsome guy, do you want to have a drink together? A beautiful woman with a charming figure and cool clothes walked up to Lu Chen and invited him. Sure, no problem. Lu Chen pulled the beauty into his arms and started to touch her all over. Soon several more beauties joined in, and the scene became extremely erotic for a while. Brother Fan, don't you want to find someone? Seeing that Xiao Fan rejected several beauties, Li Jin asked in confusion. It's not that I don't want to find one, it's just that my requirements are a little high. As Xiao Fan spoke, his eyes inadvertently swept across the bar counter. I saw a beautiful lady in OL dress sitting at the bar, light black Balenciaga stockings and a pair of Valentino, paired with a pair of killer long legs. Xiao Fan couldn't help but feel moved. Several people followed Xiao Fan's gaze and said, Brother Fan has good vision. We are not like ordinary people. Xiao Fan just smiled faintly and ignored everyone's teasing. He picked up a glass of wine and walked over, but apparently someone was one step faster than him. A bald middle-aged man wearing glasses walked forward. Beautiful lady, do you want to have a drink with me? I'll treat you. Get out. Ran Xingyan was already in a bad mood today. Seeing the bald man's obscene look, I almost poured the wine on his face. The bald man felt a little embarrassed after being rejected, and reached out his hand to grab Ran Xingyan. Unexpectedly, a hand suddenly clamped him tightly. No one else is interested in you, so get out of here. It hurts, let go, I'm leaving. The bald man stepped back and tried to break free, but found it was useless. He was sweating in pain and shouted quickly. Xiao Fan let go of his hand, and due to inertia, the bald man fell directly to the ground. After giving Xiao Fan a vicious look, the bald man left. Beautiful lady, do you want to have a drink together? A smile appeared on Xiao Fan's lips. Okay. Looking at the tall and handsome boy in front of her, Ran Xingyan agreed for some reason. Ding, it is detected that the host has come into contact with a new female protagonist of Destiny. Ha! There is a son of luck here? Yes, this time the son of fortune is of the excellence level. Okay, this is how you play with the system, right? What other levels are there? The Sons of Luck are divided into elite, excellent, epic, legendary, and mythical levels. This boy's eyes are so pure, as if he is a little moved. No, Ran Xingyan, you are a married woman, how can you have such thoughts? Ran Xingyan shook her head and cleared up the distracting thoughts. Brother, thank you for helping me just now. I'll have a drink first. To express her gratitude, Ran Xingyan drank it all in one gulp. After drinking a glass of wine, Ran Xingyan's face turned red, and Xiao Fan couldn't help but want to take a bite. Don't be so polite. I can't stand those old hooligans the most. Having said that, Xiao Fan's eyes secretly glanced at Balenciaga. What should be mentioned is Balenciaga. Ran Xingyan's eyes were a little blurry and she didn't notice Xiao Fan's gaze. No matter what, you have helped me. If you have any problems in Jiang province, come to me, Ran Xingyan. Before she could finish her words, Ran Xingyan fell asleep on the bar counter. This girl, why does she drink so much when she can't drink? If you meet a bad guy, it will be very dangerous, so I will be kind and send you to the hotel. Just when Xiao Fan picked up Ran Xingxiu, an unfriendly voice came from behind him. Put that girl down. Chapter 31. The end of Brother Niu. Li Jin, come to work. Xiao Fan ignored the bald man. It just so happens that I haven't exercised for a long time. Li Jin walked over with his hands rubbed, eager to try. Fuck, these two guys are really desperate to offend Brother Niu. What is it, Brother Niu? Brother Niu, you don't even know that he is the #1 general of Brother Kai in our area. Wow, I didn't realize you were so awesome. Hearing everyone's discussions, Li Jin made a sarcastic remark. That's right. If you know what's best for you, tell the guy next to you to put that girl down and kowtow to me 3 times, and I'll forgive you for this matter. Pfft, sorry, I didn't mean to laugh at you, I just suddenly thought of something funny. What are you doing making a fuss about asking the Xiao family, the most aristocratic family in Jiang province, to apologize and kowtow to you, just based on what he said today? This Brother Niu must die. Wow, you dare to laugh at me, come on. Several strong men attacked Li Jin with iron rods. The iron rods, as thick as wrists, were swung by them with great force and were about to hit Li Jin on the head. Li Jin stretched out his hand and grabbed an iron rod, then exerted force to pull the strong man over. He immediately hit the sturdy man with his knee, and he fell to the ground with a groan.
Come again.
Looking at the hesitant looks of the burly men, Li Jin shouted.
Come on, everyone. Whoever kills this guy will get 500,000 yuan from me. There will always be brave men when there is a big reward.
When they heard that there was 500,000, the remaining strong men attacked at the same time, but their movements were extremely slow in Li Jin's eyes. Taking less than a second, the few people who had just rushed forward all flew backwards and lay on the ground wailing.
Misunderstanding, little brother, this is all a misunderstanding. You guys play, I'm leaving now. Seeing that his younger brother was dealt with so quickly, Brother Neo turned around and wanted to run away. While speaking with so many friends watching today, there is no way Li Jin would let this little Karami run away, otherwise how would he survive in Jiang province in the future? The iron rod in his hand hit Brother Neo's back accurately like a cannonball. The bald man fell down.
You, don't come over here. The bald man turned around and saw Li Jin approaching, and quickly took out his cell phone. I am Brother Kai's man, you'd better not touch me, otherwise you will suffer the consequences.
Ah, what a bullshit, Brother Kai, I'll give you a chance, call him. Li Jin sneered.
Today he wanted to see who this Brother Kai was.
Young man, you'd better leave quickly. Brother Kai has hundreds of followers. No matter how good you are at fighting, you can't beat hundreds of people.
Yeah, let's go, if he comes later you won't be able to leave. Hearing what people around him said, Li Jin smiled faintly and remained unmoved.
Okay, this is what you said, just wait.
The bald man picked up his phone and called, and the call was quickly connected.
Brother Kai, I was beaten in the Moonlight Bar, please come and save me.
How dare you?
Who is on the other side? Didn't you mention my name?
I mentioned it, but he said he wanted to fight you too. The guy on the other side is called Li Jin.
Don't you think it's funny? If he is Li Jing, then I am Yang Jian. After dialing the phone, the bald man regained his confidence and started making jokes. What? Are you sure the person on the other end is Li Jin?
Brother Kai's voice was trembling a little, but the bald man didn't notice it at this moment.
Yeah, Brother Kai, when are you going to bring people over to deal with him?
Fuck you.
Get down on your knees and apologize to him right now.
The bald man was confused.
What? Get down on your knees and give him the phone.
Brother Kai's roar came from the other end of the phone. With a thump, the bald man knelt straight on the ground and handed the phone respectfully to Li Jin. At this time, he had realized that the man in front of him was not someone he could afford to offend. Everyone present was shocked. They never expected that Brother Neo would kneel down to Li Jin. Master Jin, this matter is my fault for being ignorant.
How do you want to deal with it?
Ha, Xiao Kai, you are so powerful now that even a lackey like you wants to kill me, but it doesn't matter to me, but he offended my friend and made my friend kneel down to apologize to him. What do you think we should do about this matter? By the way, my friend's last name is Xiao.
Brother Kai? Master Jin, please save me. I will definitely repay you handsomely in the future.
After hearing Li Jin's words, Brother Kai felt like his head was about to split apart. Being able to be called a friend by Li Jin and having the surname Xiao, there is no other Xiao family in Jiang province.
Brother Fan, what do you think we should do?
Li Jin looked at Xiao Fan standing aside.
You decide. Lu Chen, give me your car keys. I'm not driving.
Seeing that Li Jin had resolved the problem, Xiao Fan felt it was necessary to send Ran Qingyan in his arms to the hotel first. It would be bad if this girl vomited all over him.
Drink, I want more.
Suddenly, Ran Qingyan hugged Xiao Fan's neck and shouted, then fell asleep again.
Brother Fan, you are so lucky tonight. Lu Chen looked teasingly and took out the car keys and stuffed them into Xiao Fan's trouser pocket. Take it easy, or you might not be able to get up tomorrow. Fuck you, who do you take me for?
Looking at the looks in their eyes, Xiao Fan scolded with a smile, then he took Ran Qingyan away. Since you have served my Li family, I will just deal with your little brother. Li Jin said after thinking for a while.
Okay, wait a moment and I'll take care of it.
Upon hearing this, Brother Kai was overjoyed, knowing that his life was saved today. After arriving at the hotel, Xiaofan checked into a luxurious suite. He walked into the elevator holding Ran Qingyan under the strange look of the receptionist. After arriving at the room, Xiaofan threw Ran Qingqiu on the bed. Cover yourself with the quilt thoughtfully. In order to prove his innocence, he turned on his mobile phone and started video recording.
My name is Xiaofan. I brought you up here.
Look carefully, I haven't done anything yet. At this moment, Ran Qingqiu, in a daze, kicked the quilt away. Don't leave, come play landlord with me.
Ran Qingyan held Xiaofan's hand tightly and wouldn't let him leave. What are you playing landlord? You're drunk, go to bed.
Xiaofan looked at the female president, speechless. You said you were dining alone and sitting at the table with the kids, why were you going to a bar?
No, I don't want it. I just want to play landlord.
Ran Qingyan held Xiaofan's hand and sat on the ground like a child. Keep shaking Xiaofan's arm.
Okay, let's play landlord then.
Xiaofan was speechless. What the hell was going on? Fortunately, there were playing cards provided in the hotel room, and Xiaofan opened a packet. After shuffling the cards, they were dealt.
Ladies first, which one would you like?
Looking at the 3 cards in front of her, Ran Qingyan picked up one at random.
Hey, I have a lot of bombs, you are doomed. Ran Qingyan looked excited. Tell me, what should we do if we lose? Can I just put up a piece of paper if I lose? No, I don't agree.
Just take off your clothes if you lose. Ran Qingyan raised her hand and uttered words that were fierce and fierce. Xiaofan swallowed his saliva. There's no need to make such a big deal. Just listen to me, or I won't play with you.
Oh, fine then. I'll listen to you.
If I lose, I'll just use the sticker.
4 threes.
Chapter 32, War God's son-in-law Su Yuan. Ran Qingyan threw out the cards first. Xiaofan looked carefully and saw 2 threes clearly placed on the table.
4 fives.
Xiaofan threw 2 fives on the table. He didn't think about reasoning with a drunk man. Bigger than you, on the tube. The next morning, the morning sunlight shone through the curtains onto Ran Qingyan's face. Where is this? Ran Qingyan was a little confused. When she opened her eyes, the unfamiliar environment gave her a bad feeling. Ran Qingyan was about to get up when she suddenly saw a man next to her. You know what? This man is quite handsome.
Men?
Suddenly Ran Qingyan reacted. Seeing Xiaofan standing aside, Ran Qingyan screamed and almost shattered the hotel's glass.
Who is this? How can you be so immoral so early in the morning? Can you let me sleep?
Xiaofan, who was lying on the sofa, was a little dissatisfied. He turned around and prepared to continue sleeping. Unexpectedly, it felt soft to the touch, and Xiaofan couldn't help but pinch it. It feels good. Who the hell are you? Ran Qingyan grabbed the quilt and wrapped herself tightly, as if this was the only way she could feel a little safe.
Who am I? Xiaofan opened his eyes sleepily. Are you awake? Do you want to have breakfast together? Eat.
Why don't you eat to death?
Is now the time to discuss whether to eat breakfast? Do you know what you have done?
You have embarked on a path of crime at such a young age.
Xiaofan? Sister, do you want to see what you did last night?
Fortunately, Xiaofan recorded the video, otherwise he would not be able to wash himself clean even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Then Xiaofan took out the mobile phone from the bedside table and opened the video from last night. Come and play landlord with me. I want to play landlord. Hearing the familiar voice on the phone, Ran Qingyan blushed. He reached out and tried to snatch Xiaofan's phone, but she was not as fast as Xiaofan, and she tried to grab the phone for a long time but failed to get it. Rogue.
Beauty, please speak with conscience. I'm glad I didn't call you a hooligan. You rascal. Get out first. Ran Qingyan shouted with a red face.
It's not, Xiaofan muttered in a low voice.
What did you say?
Nothing, I said the weather is nice today. With that, Xiaofan went to the bathroom to wash up.
Son of a bitch.
Angry Ran Qingyan picked up a pillow and threw it at Xiaofan. Not long after, Xiaofan came out of the bathroom.
Just pretend what happened last night never happened.
As she spoke, Ran Qingyan took out a card from her bag and handed it to Xiaofan.
There is $1 million in this card. Don't tell me you know me when we meet again. Of course, we will never meet again.
What do you mean? Who do you think I, Xiao Fan, am? Xiao Fan blocked Ran Xingyan's way and stared at her with deep eyes. Does he still need to live off women? Being stared at by Xiao Fan, Ran Xingyan just felt a little unnatural.
Give me your phone. No.
Ran Xingyan looked at Xiao Fan stubbornly.
You won't give it to me, right?
Xiao Fan approached step by step and forced Ran Xingyan into a corner. You, don't come over here, I'll give it to you. Isn't it okay for me to give it to you? Seeing that there was no way out, Ran Xingyan had to compromise and took out her cell phone and handed it to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan took the phone, saved his number, and dialed it. The cell phone rings.
If you miss me in the future, just call me.
You bastard, who would miss you? Ran Xingyan now just wants to leave here as soon as possible.
Can you let me go?
Xiao Fan turned sideways to make way. Ran Xingyan was about to leave while stepping on Valentino, but she didn't expect that she would only take 2 steps. I felt my feet go softer. Fortunately, Xiao Fan reacted quickly and grabbed her.
Asshole, it's all your fault. Now I can't go to work. Can you blame me for this?
You can't drink that much, but you still insist on drinking. Ran Xingyan has woken up, so Xiao Fan naturally won't indulge her anymore.
But you are really dedicated. You want to go to work even though you are so drunk. Is your boss a vampire? You are the vampire, and I am the boss.
Ran Xingyan gave Xiao Fan a cold look, but she also felt that Xiao Fan was not to be blamed for this matter. On the contrary, she had to thank Xiao Fan. If it weren't for him, who knows what would have happened last night. Thinking of this, Ran Xingyan felt a little scared and secretly vowed to herself that she would never go to the bar again. After helping Ran Xingyan sit on the bed, Xiao Fan took out his cell phone and checked the time. It was too late to rush to school now. Since it's too late, I'll take half a day off. Then Xiao Fan took out his mobile phone and sent a message asking for leave. Unexpectedly, the counselor was so considerate and asked him if he wanted to take a day off. You've drunk so much, you should take a day off. I'll go buy you breakfast first. Looking at Ran Xingyan's expression, Xiao Fan felt a little soft-hearted.
I won't eat. I'd rather starve to death than eat anything from you.
Not long after she said this, Ran Xingyan's stomach began to protest. Ran Xingyan just felt that her small feet were so embarrassing that she could afford a 3-bedroom apartment. Xiao Fan didn't say anything to provoke her anymore. He turned around and went out to buy breakfast. Shortly after Xiao Fan left, Ran Xingyan's cell phone rang.
Is this bastard not going to bring any money for me to pay?
I picked up the phone and saw that it was Su Yuan calling. This made Ran Xingyan's face suddenly turn cold.
Why are you calling me?
Are you asking me for money again? I told you, I won't give you a penny from now on, so just forget it. Hearing this, the man on the other end of the phone chuckled.
You are my wife, so what if I ask you for money? If you don't give me money, I will go to your company.
Su Yuan, you bastard, I will not agree to this marriage.
How much do you want?
Hearing that Su Yuan still wanted to go to her company to make trouble, Ran Xingyan could no longer suppress her anger.
Not much, give me 1 million first.
Su Yuan's lips curled up slightly. This trick worked every time he tried it.
This is the last time. Don't ask me for money again.
After saying this, Ran Xingyan angrily hung up the phone. Su Yuan was not angry when he heard the phone being hung up, and now that the 3-year period is almost up, it is time for Su Yuan to return to society. As for what Ran Xingyan said about the last time, Su Yuan scoffed at it.
You are my wife, I will eat your food for the rest of my life.
Chapter 33, Crisis of Ran Xingyan's company. Although he has never touched Ran Xingyan's hand after being married for so long, he believes that one day Ran Xingyan will change her mind.
You useless son-in-law, did you call Xingyan to ask for money again?
No, Mom, soon Xiao Fan came up with a hot breakfast.
I don't know what you like to eat, so I bought a little bit of everything. Since you have trouble moving, I'll feed you.
Looking at the table full of breakfast, Ran Xingyan felt warm in her heart. If she had married the man in front of her, perhaps she would be very happy now. At least this man doesn't covet her money and seems to be nice to her. I want to eat Xiao Long Bao.
Come on, open your mouth.
Xiao Fan picked up the steamed bun and fed it to Ran Xingyan's mouth.
Humph, you actually treat me like a child, damn it.
Although she thought so in her heart, Ran Xingyan still opened her mouth obediently.
Eat slowly, it's still a little hot.
After feeding Ran Xingyan, Xiao Fan started to mop up the remaining breakfast. After all, He had done so much physical work last night and he was a little hungry now. Are you really a student? Looking at Xiao Fan wolfing down his food, Ran Xingyan wanted to know more about this man for no reason.
Yes, I'm studying at the University of Jiang Province.
Then there must be a lot of girls chasing after you at school.
Yes, there are quite a lot.
Why, are you jealous?
No, you're overthinking it.
Ran Xingyan felt a little uncomfortable when she heard Xiao Fan's words, but think about it, this man is so handsome, how could any girl not be attracted to him?
Don't worry, I don't like those vulgar girls. If I like someone, I like a beauty like you. Who wants you to like him? And if you want to talk, just talk. Can you please not be so close to me?
Looking at Xiao Fan who was so close to her, Ran Xingyan felt a little shy and stretched out her hand to push him away, but she didn't have enough strength to push Xiao Fan.
You go away.
Feeling a masculine aura, Ran Xingyan's complexion became increasingly rosy.
I'm so sad. That's not what you said last night.
Xiao Fan covered his chest with his hands and pretended to be sad.
If you are sad, then be sad. Can you please not put your right hand on me?
Oh, sorry. As he said that, Xiao Fan changed to his left hand, Ran Xingyan.
Just then, Ran Xingyan's phone rang again. Boss, this is bad.
The pharmaceutical company that we were working with has broken the contract and is no longer providing us with raw materials. Then sue their company and ask them to pay the penalty for breach of contract. You should contact a few small companies right now and buy some medicinal materials from them first. No, President, I've already contacted them, but they're not willing to sell to us.
What should we do now?
This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, and Ran Xingyan felt her head buzzing. Without the herbs, she wouldn't be able to deliver the facial masks and cosmetics on time. That huge penalty fee would directly cause her company to go bankrupt. However, in order to stabilize the company's morale, Ran Xingyan still pretended to be calm and said to the secretary, I will find a way to deal with this matter.
You go and deal with the penalty first.
After hanging up the phone, Ran Xingyan felt that she had lost all her strength. She felt extremely sad when she thought that the company she had worked so hard to build was going to be burned down. It must have been Fang Hanfei who did it. This Fang Hanfei has been pursuing her for a long time, but this guy is a complete playboy. How could Ran Xingyan look down upon him? Yesterday Fang Hanfei threatened to destroy her company. She was in a bad mood and came to the bar to drink. She didn't expect Fang Hanfei to act so quickly.
Her supply chain was cut off in just one day. The medicinal materials are cut off? Why don't you ask your man?
Xiao Fan, a master, naturally heard everything the two of them said.
You? Can you do it?
Ran Xingyan looked at Xiao Fan, obviously not thinking that he could solve the problem. How could Xiao Fan bear it any longer after hearing this? You can question whether a man has the ability, but you cannot question whether he can do it. If faced with such doubts, Xiao Fan naturally made a corresponding response. I was wrong. Ran Xingyan also realized that she had said the wrong thing and immediately begged for mercy.
Don't you know whether I can do it or not? If you dare to question me again, I won't let you off so easily next time.
After hearing Ran Xingyan's plea for mercy, Xiao Fan let her go. Then he took out his cell phone and called Mu Yun.
Oh, my baby son didn't come home last night. Why did he think of calling me now? Mom, I have something important to do.
A friend of mine's company needs a batch of medicinal materials.
Can you see if you can arrange it? Okay, what's the name of your friend's company?
I'll tell the secretary later. Hearing her beloved son say this, Mu Yun agreed without even thinking.
What's the name of your company? Xiao Fan looked at Ran Xingyan. Xingyan Technology Company, Limited. Son, your friend is a girl? She can't be your girlfriend, right? How far has it progressed?
Bring her home tonight for mom to see. Mu Yun on the other end of the phone heard Ran Xingyan's voice and started gossiping.
Mom, I do want to, but I have to see if the other person agrees with it.
It goes without saying that my son is so handsome, there is no girl who doesn't like him. After a few pleasantries, Xiao Fan found an excuse to hang up the phone. There's no way his mother can chat with him all day long when she starts gossiping.
Okay, I've solved this problem for you. Think about how to thank me. So fast? Just one phone call and it was resolved? Ran Xingyan was a little confused.
Otherwise, there should be a result soon, so you should think about how to thank me first.
Xiao Fan looked at Ran Qingyan with ill intention, and his meaning was self-evident.
Who knows whether what you said is true or false? Looking at Xiao Fan's eyes that seemed to want to eat her up, Ran Qingyan did not feel disgusted but instead felt a little expectant. Soon, Ran Qingyan's phone rang, and the secretary's excited voice came from the phone. Boss, you are so handsome. They actually reached a cooperation agreement with Longtian Pharmaceutical Company without any notice, and the price was 20% lower than the market price.
What? It actually worked. Ran Qingyan was a little bit unbelievable that he originally thought that even if Xiao Fan could help her solve her problem, it should be some small pharmaceutical company. You should know that Longtian Pharmaceutical Company is one of the best pharmaceutical companies in the entire Jiang province. In this way, her company will never have to worry about lack of raw materials in the future. And with the reputation of cooperating with Longtian Pharmaceutical Company, her company will soon be able to take a big step forward.
Thank you, Xiao Fan. Ran Qingyan stared at the man who took away her virginity. For the first time, she felt safe with a man. It would be awkward for us to say thank you.
If you have any difficulties in the future, you can come to me.
Chapter 34. The Son of Fortune is about to turn evil. Afterwards, Xiao Fan, who had tasted the flavor, he dragged Ran Qingyan to play landlord for 2 hours, and then happily checked out with the beautiful president. Xiao Fan only took half a day off and now he has to go back to class, and Ran Qingyan has almost recovered now. There are still a lot of things waiting for her to deal with in the company. I didn't expect that I would turn a disaster into a blessing and break through 2 realms in succession. Xiao Fan, it seems that God wants you to die. Lin Yan laughed wildly. He was full of confidence now. Even Zhou Bo, who was at the 9th level of the innate realm, can't last more than 20 moves in front of him. But to be on the safe side, let's call second senior sister. Then Lin Yan took out his cell phone and called Zhao Jing. The two agreed to meet at the gate of Jiangxi University in the afternoon. Alas, we haven't dealt with Lin Yan yet, and now Su Yuan pops up. I just don't know where Su Yuan's script is going, and how long the 3-year agreement will last. Sometimes Xiao Fan really admires the protagonists of the son-in-law genre. You say you have the ability, but you pretend like a loser and have been pretending for several years. It's even more tolerable than the Ninja Turtles. I just don't know how strong Su Yuan is now. If he is a grandmaster, it would be easier to deal with. I'm afraid this guy is the king of martial arts. I have to find a chance to meet him. Now Su Yuan is obviously still in the stage of forbearance. Xiao Fan feels that according to his character as a Ninja Turtle, he should not be in danger. But if he knew I slept with his wife, would he flip the table? Thinking of this, Xiao Fan felt it necessary to be cautious and call more experts over. After all, one only has one life. Ding, I suggest that the host purchase a unique item resurrection coin, which only requires 999999 villain value. Shut up. It looks like you can talk, doesn't it? Did Xiao Fan not want to buy it? He simply couldn't afford it. Seeing that the system was trying to provoke him, he immediately retorted a system, my family, who understands. Why is this year's host so violent? Are you the system or am I the system? The time spent studying always passes quickly, and the get out of class is over in the blink of an eye. Are you Xiao Fan? I heard that you are very strong. I want to challenge you. When Zhao Jing, who had been waiting at the school gate for a long time, saw Xiao Fan coming out, her eyes lit up. Lin Yan, who was just beside Zhao Jing, has already hidden himself, waiting for his chance to strike. Heard? Who told you that? My marksmanship is indeed amazing, but I don't think you want to see it. Looking at the girl in front of him, Xiao Fan had already guessed who she was. Who else but Zhao Jing could have such a heroic temperament? And that high ponytail should increase the attack speed by a lot. My junior brother Lin Yan said that you are very strong. Since you are very good at spearmanship, I would like to see it for myself. As she spoke, Zhao Jing took out her backpack and wanted to assemble the rifle. Stop. There are so many people here. Are you sure you want to fight here? Zhao Jing looked around and asked, where do you want to go? Of course, we should go to a deserted place and slowly exchange marksmanship. Okay, you lead the way. Zhao Jing nodded, obviously not understanding the implication of Xiao Fan's words. No hurry. Before that, I still have to deal with a little mouse. Xing Yuan, break his legs for me. Even though Lin Yan brought his good senior sister to see him off, who can blame him for being short of villain value now? When Lin Yan is completely drained, that will be the time of his death. Oh no, I've been discovered. In this case, I have no choice but to use force. Seeing that he was discovered, Lin Yan no longer hid, took out a dagger and was about to attack Xiao Fan. A woman with a charming figure suddenly appeared beside Lin Yan. Beauty, I think you should stop following Xiao Fan and follow me instead. When he saw the beautiful Lin Yan, he began to be unable to walk. Qing Yuan didn't say anything, but aurora poured out towards Lin Yan. Lin Yan just felt that breathing was a little difficult, and then he realized that he had hit a wall. Lin Yan opened his mouth to say something, but Qing Yuan didn't give him a chance. A powerful punch hit Lin Yan in the abdomen. Lin Yan was knocked more than 10 meters away, and he covered his abdomen with his hands and couldn't get up. No, don't. Qing Yuan ignored him and kicked Lin Yan, shattering both of his legs into pieces. After doing all this, Qing Yuan looked indifferent and disappeared into the crowd. Everything happened so fast that it was not until Qing Yuan disappeared that everyone saw Lin Yan wailing. Fuck, this is too cruel. Someone call the emergency number. Why don't you fight? I'm afraid he'll blackmail me. Ding, congratulations to the host for severely injuring the Son of Luck, and the reward is 20,000 villain points. Ding, the mentality of the Son of Luck has completely exploded, and he is about to turn evil. The reward is 50,000 villain points. A wave of fat. Xiao Fan was already satisfied after earning 70,000 villain points in this wave. As for the evil doing, just go ahead and do it. I'll cut you off after you've turned evil. Now that there is no more rats to bother you, let's go to a deserted place and have a good discussion about shooting techniques. Chapter 35. The Jade Pendant is obtained. Let's go. Zhao Jing's face showed excitement. As for Lin Yan, she had never had a good impression of him. Who cares whether he lives or dies? System, buy all the experience points and improve my strength. Xiao Fan age, 18 gender, male hobbies, beautiful women strength, Grandmaster peak appearance, 99 after tens of thousands of experience points. Xiao Fan's strength directly increased to the peak of Grandmaster. He was only one step away from breaking through to the Grandmaster realm. Then the two came to a remote and deserted place. Zhao Jing took out the rifle from her backpack and assembled it. Where's your gun? Seeing that Xiao Fan was unmoved, Zhao Jing was a little confused and thought that he didn't bring a gun. I think it's better not to use the gun. I'm afraid you can't withstand my spear. But since it's a competition, why not add a little spice? Xiao Fan now wants to get the Zhao family's Yin Yang Fish Jade Pendant. At the time, we can open the secret realm where the Xiao family's ancestors hid their treasures. It contains the Xiao family's most powerful martial arts, the heavenly level martial arts Shang Yuan Gong. However, with his current strength, robbing by force is definitely not the best option. Fortunately, the Zhao family didn't know the importance of the Jade Pendant, so they could just trick it from Zhao Jing. What do you want to win? Zhao Jing was full of confidence and didn't think she would lose. How about this? If I lose, you can do whatever you want to me. If you lose, give me the Yin Yang Fish Jade Pendant on you. How do you know I have this Jade Pendant? Zhao Jing was a little confused. The Jade Pendant was passed down to her by the patriarch of the Zhao family, and currently only a few people in the Zhao family knew about it. Don't worry about how I know this. Just tell me if you dare to bet or not. If not, I'll leave. Xiao Fan knew that Zhao Jing was a martial arts fanatic and would most likely agree. Yet if you disagree, I'm sorry, you can only kill an Arobi. As long as he does it cleanly, he won't be afraid even if the Zhao family finds out after a while. Who said I don't dare? Let's bet. If you lose, I want you to be my follower. As expected, Xiao Fan just used a simple provocation and Zhao Jing agreed. Come on then, I won't bully you and let you have a hand. Xiao Fan stretched out his right hand and hooked his finger at Zhao Jing, while placing his left hand behind his back. With his current strength at the peak of the Grandmaster level, he couldn't even beat Zhao Jing, who was at the peak of the innate level. Then he could go out and find a piece of tofu and kill himself. Well, you asked for it. Seeing that Xiao Fan actually looked down on her, Zhao Jing felt a little angry. She had never been looked down upon so much by her peers in her life. I want to see how strong you are. Zhao Jing's spear was as fast as lightning, and she was in front of Xiao Fan in the blink of an eye. Xiao Fan did not dodge or evade. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the spear tip directly. No matter how hard Zhao Jing tried, the spear remained motionless. The speed is okay, but the power is a little lacking. Let's try again. Xiao Fan let go of his hand. Zhao Jing took a few steps back and looked at Xiao Fan cautiously. From Xiao Fan's move just now, she already knew that Xiao Fan's strength was far above his, but Zhao Jing is not someone who gives up easily. Yet he attacked Xiao Fan with gun again. This time Xiao Fan did not indulge her. Facing the incoming gun, Xiao Fan dodged by turning sideways. The punch went straight to Zhao Jing's abdomen, so fast that Zhao Jing had no time to react. He was knocked more than 10 meters away by Xiao Fan's punch, and only managed to avoid falling to the ground thanks to the spear in his hand. Zhao Jing stood up and was about to fight again, but she felt a sweetness in her throat and a trickle of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. "You've already lost, it's time to fulfill your promise." Xiao Fan walked up to Zhao Jing in a calm tone and looked down at the beautiful girl with a high ponytail. "How dare you? How dare you hurt my Zhao family's young master? You're courting death." An afterimage instantly rushed towards Xiao Fan and punched him in the face. However, there was someone who was faster than him. Xing Yuan arrived first and with a flash of cold light in his hand, he forced the afterimage back. So fast, the middle-aged man was secretly shocked, knowing that he had run into a tough guy today. Xing Yuan didn't waste any words and attacked the middle-aged man with a dagger in hand. In the blink of an eye, the two had already exchanged dozens of moves. The middle-aged man soon fell into a disadvantage and had 2 or 3 scars on his body. "Stop, I lose, I'll give you the jade pendant." Zhao Jing shouted quickly. As he said this, he took out a jade pendant from his arms and threw it to Xiao Fan. "Stop it, Xing Yuan." After hearing Xiao Fan's words, Xing Yuan stopped her attack and retreated behind Xiao Fan. Zhao Yuan stood in front of Zhao Jing and looked at Xing Yuan cautiously. "Since the bet has been fulfilled, I will leave now." Seeing that he had the jade pendant in his hands, Xiao Fan no longer wanted to get entangled with these two people. "Wait, can you tell me why you are so strong?" Looking at Xiao Fan's receding back, Zhao Jing couldn't help but ask. "Read more books, read more newspapers, eat less snacks and sleep more." After saying something nonsense, Xiao Fan left without looking back. Xiao Fan had no idea why. He had nothing except cheating. It is impossible to practice cultivation, only by cheating can one maintain this kind of life. After hearing Xiao Fan's words, Zhao Jing fell into deep thought. After a while, her eyes lit up and she seemed to understand. He then sat cross-legged and began to practice the exercises. The trace of true qi that had not been successfully transformed before was now successfully transformed. Grandmaster, it's done. As expected of a genius, every word and action of yours contains profound truths. Although my current strength is not as good as yours, one day I will catch up with you. Zhao Jing did not indulge in the joy of the breakthrough. After seeing Xiao Fan's strength, she realized that she had been looking at the world from a narrow perspective. There are countless heroes in this world. Only after she left the Zhao family and met Xiao Fan did she realize how big this world is. "Come on, Uncle San, fight with me for a few moves." Zhao Jing, who had broken through to the Grandmaster level, couldn't wait to test her own strength. At this time, Ling Yan had already returned home. He began to perform surgery on himself. The severe pain made him wail continuously. My hands couldn't stop shaking. It hurts. It hurts so much. 2 hours later, the operation was finally completed, and Ling Yan pieced many of the broken bones back together. "Humph, Xiao Fan, you didn't expect that I have this medical skill." Lin Yan smiled proudly. His medical skills were just so amazing. Just when I was about to move my left leg, I suddenly found that my left leg was out of control. I reached out and pressed it, but still didn't feel anything. Lin Yan's heart began to panic. He still had to advance to the martial saint level, and he still had to stand at the top of this world. "No, no." Lin Yan's helpless and furious shouting only brought on curses from the upstairs neighbors. "Can you please be quiet? I've been hearing you screaming for 2 hours. If you want to die, just go now. Why are you screaming?" Hearing the shouting and cursing from upstairs, Lin Yan remained unmoved, but his eyes became more and more crazy. "You forced me to do this. You forced me to do this. I want all of you to die. All of you. He. Lin Yan's face was grim and he made a crazy decision in his heart. Chapter 36, just an inch or two, not worth mentioning. After returning home, Xiao Fan went to the bedroom, closed the door, and couldn't wait to put the 2 jade pendants together. A milky white halo flashed, and the 2 jade pendants merged together. A projection slowly emerged, which was the place where the Xiao family's ancestors hid their treasure. Then a line of text slowly emerged. On a full moon night, treasures emerge. Why is there so much trouble in getting a treasure? Looking at this line of words, Xiao Fan was speechless. After taking out my phone to check the calendar, I found that the 15th day of the full moon would be in 2 days. Forget it, these 2 days won't make a difference. Xiao Fan put away the jade pendant, and at this moment the sound of a door opening was heard outside.
Mom, I have a present for you. Why did you think of giving me a gift today? Are you thanking me for helping your girlfriend? If you think so, I can't help it.
Xiao Fan spread his hands helplessly.
Mu Yun was really too gossipy. Good boy, you have grown wings, right? Even your father doesn't dare to talk to me like this.
Mu Yun put her hands on her hips and pretended to be angry, as if she was about to teach Xiao Fan a lesson.
Just kidding, Mom, look what this is.
Xiao Fan took out a small porcelain bottle and poured out the rejuvenating pill. Looking at the white anti-aging pill, Mu Yun was a little confused.
Isn't this just white rabbit candy? I give you so much pocket money every month, and you're using this to trick me, right?
This thing is called the youth pill. It can keep you young forever. Before Xiao Fan could finish his words, the pill in his hand was snatched away by Mu Yun. Mu Yun looked at the pill and put it into her mouth without thinking.
Okay, kid, don't use the same trick you used to trick little girls to trick me. I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. That's because you have a strong taste.
But you know what, even though this white rabbit candy tastes a little weird, it's still pretty delicious. Seeing that Mu Yun didn't believe it, Xiao Fan didn't explain any further. Sometimes facts speak louder than words. Soon the effect of the rejuvenating pill began to take effect. Xiao Fan grabbed the mirror and placed it in front of Mu Yun.
Ah! Why is there so much black mud on my face? This is the effect of the rejuvenating pill. You will know it after taking a bath.
After taking a shower, Mu Yun was surprised to see that she looked several years younger. Her skin is very well maintained. Although she is almost 40 years old, she still looks like she is in her 20s.
Is this really me?
Mu Yun looked at herself in the mirror, who looked like a young girl, and was extremely surprised.
Son, you are so good. Mom has not raised you in vain. Mu Yun hugged Xiao Fan tightly, pressing him so hard that he almost couldn't breathe.
Let go. Night falls and the moon rises above the branches. Lin Yan limped onto the street on a homemade crutch. After hailing a taxi, Lin Yan asked the driver to drive out of the city. After arriving at the destination, Lin Yan limped towards a forest with his crutches.
Stop right there, you little brat. You haven't paid yet.
The taxi driver got out and shouted. Yes, come here and I'll give you cash. Seeing that Lin Yan was a cripple, the driver did not suspect anything and walked to Lin Yan's side.
150, give me the money. The driver held out his hand and begged for it.
Okay, I'll give it to you. The cane in Lin Yan's hand was as fast as lightning, and it pierced the driver's chest with one blow.
You are really courting death. I didn't want to kill you in the first place.
It's your fault for being so ignorant. After doing this, Lin Yan walked towards the forest as if nothing had happened. Coming to a century-old tree, Lin Yan picked up his walking stick and started digging. Soon, a bright red box was dug out. Lin Yan excitedly opened the box, and inside lay a human skin covered with words. Originally I didn't want to practice magic, but you guys forced me to do this.
Lin Yan took out the human skin and studied it carefully.
When he read to the very end, his expression became a little unnatural, because it clearly says at the end, if you want to practice the skill, you must castrate yourself first. Thinking of what he had experienced, Lin Yan hesitated for a moment and then became ruthless.
Isn't it just an inch or two? For the sake of revenge, I admit it.
Lin Yan closed his eyes, turned his hand into a knife, and chopped down directly. Endless pain came over him, and Lin Yan lay on the ground in pain, his whole body soaked with sweat. It took him a long while to recover. After taking out the silver needle to stop the bleeding, Lin Yan began to practice magic skills. In just 1 hour, the gifted Lin Yan had successfully practiced the magic skills. There was a sinister and vicious aura emanating from his entire body.
Let me try my hand on you first.
Lin Yan smiled sinisterly and came to the driver who had just been killed with his crutches. He reached out and placed his hand on the driver, and a dark light enveloped him. In just a moment, the driver was absorbed and only a layer of skin was left. It's worthy of being a heavenly level technique, the star-devouring magic technique. If I absorb a few dozen more people, I can break through to the Grandmaster level.
Feeling the sudden increase in strength, Lin Yan couldn't help but feel ecstatic.
I don't know if absorbing warriors will be faster, but we can try it on the Tang family first.
Now the people of the Tang family trust him immensely. He only needs to do a little bit of manipulation to easily take down the entire Tang family. Let all of you become my nourishment for becoming stronger. I will lead all of your wills to the top of the world's highest throne. Ding, the son of luck has completely turned evil.
The host can obtain the heavenly treasure chest by killing him.
Do I still have villain value if I suppress him now? Xiao Fan asked after hearing the system prompt. The son of fortune who has completely turned evil will no longer provide any villain value.
In that case, just kill him directly. After hearing that there was no villain value, Xiao Fan no longer had the idea of suppressing Lin Yan.
Xing Yuan.
As soon as Xiao Fan finished speaking, Xing Yuan, wearing pajamas, appeared in his room. Xiao Fan could only say big in his heart about this. The pajamas couldn't completely cover it, and the bright white light made Xiao Fan's eyes a little dizzy.
Send someone to find the kid today and let me know, yes.
Xing Yuan disappeared in Xiao Fan's room.
She's got a nice figure, but she's a little cold.
The next morning, Xiao Fan pulled open the curtains, and golden light suddenly shone on his face.
Fuck, what a big moon. Hello, is this the homeroom teacher? I want to ask for a leave. It will only take a week.
There have been a lot of things going on recently, and he has to go to the Xiao family's secret realm to retrieve the treasure tomorrow, so Xiao Fan simply took a long vacation.
Boom boom boom.
There was a knock on the door.
Young master, there is news about Lin Yan. He is almost at the Tang family now.
Oh? In that case, tell your men to take up their weapons and set off now.
Yes, sir. Chapter 37. The end of the Tang family. Hey, brother Lin, why are you here so early today? What's wrong with you?
When Tang Su saw Lin Yan, he greeted him warmly. When Tang Su heard that Lin Yan was coming today, he decisively gave up his company affairs and rushed back home. His kidney deficiency has been gone since Lin Yan's treatment, although it has only been 5 minutes, but he believes that as long as he continues with the treatment, he will be able to regain his 10 minutes of glory when the time comes. He will have to go to the massage parlor and order 10 or 8 of them. I didn't have anything to
do this morning, so I came a little early. My leg was injured because I accidentally fell last night. It's okay, it will be fine in 2 days.
After a night of treatment, although Lin Yan's injuries had recovered a lot, his left leg was still completely numb. However, as long as he reaches the realm of King of Martial Arts, he will be able to reshape his meridians, and then his legs will be healed.
Hey, your voice. Tang Su was a little confused.
Lin Yan came to the Tang family every day recently, and he was very familiar with Lin Yan's voice. Lin Yan's voice was obviously a little weird today.
How should I put it? It just sounded a little feminine. Oh, you're talking about this. I accidentally caught a cold. It will be fine in 2 days.
Lin Yan lowered his head, a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Tang Su's words just now had touched his reverse scale. Tang Su obviously trusted Lin Yan, and after hearing Lin Yan say this, he did not ask any further questions.
Come on, let me give you acupuncture today.
Tang Su is the strongest fighter in the Tang family, so Lin Yan naturally has to kill him first.
Okay, thank you very much. If you have any problems in the future, just tell me. Your business is my business. It's okay, these are just some small things, brother Tang, you don't have to be so polite.
Lin Yan smiled and motioned Tang Su to lie down on the bed, then he took out a silver needle from his arms and stabbed it into Tang Su at the speed of light. In a moment, Tang Su felt severe pain all over his body.
Brother Lin, what's going on?
I feel sore and weak all over my body. Does it hurt?
Of course it hurts.
I specially poisoned this silver needle. As for your soreness, I pierced your numb points. It would be strange if you still have strength. Seeing that the poison had taken effect, Lin Yan no longer concealed it and a strange curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. You, brother Lin, big brother Lin, I usually treat you well, but if you tell me what I did wrong, I will change it. I will definitely change it. Tang Su, who was poisoned, circulated his true chi to resist, but he never expected that the poison would come into contact with his true chi. Instead, it spreads faster and faster. Tang Su had no choice but to beg for mercy, hoping that Lin Yan would let him go.
Don't be silly, brother Tang. It's not you who is wrong, it's the whole world.
My life as Lin Yan has always been smooth sailing, but everything has changed since I met Xiao Fan. First my woman abandoned me, then my younger brother broke up with me, and finally even my mother abandoned me. You know, he also had my legs broken. I hate him so much. Why are some born in Rome, while others are born to be cattle and horses? Lin Yan expressed all his dissatisfaction.
Brother Lin, please let me go.
How about I help you deal with Xiao Fan? If we work together, we can definitely kill Xiao Fan.
You are so naive. Xiao Fan has a master-level bodyguard.
What can you use to fight him? Only I, Lin Yan, am qualified to kill him. As for you, since you want to join me, then let me suck you dry, and I will use your strength to kill Xiao Fan. As he spoke, Lin Yan stretched out his hand and pressed on the top of Tang Su's head.
What is this? You actually practiced magic.
Brother Lin, please let me go, I have a pregnant wife. Don't worry, they will accompany you down soon.
Today, no one in the Tang family will be left alive.
You beast, you will die a miserable death. Seeing Lin Yan say this, Tang Su knew that the Tang family was doomed today. Lin Yan smiled contemptuously, said nothing more, and quickly sucked Tang Su dry.
Is this the strength of the Peak Sin Tian? It's really intoxicating.
Lin Yan clenched his fists, feeling the power surging in his body, with a look of enjoyment on his face. It seems that as long as I drain the entire Tang family, I will be able to break through to the Grandmaster level. A smile appeared on Lin Yan's lips, and at this moment, a beautiful young woman walked into the room. She was still mumbling, "Honey, go shopping with me later." However, as soon as she came in, she saw Tang Su, who was skinny and had wide eyes, and Lin Yan, who had a sinister smile next to him. "Okay, but your husband is asleep, so I'll go shopping with you later." Lin Yan turned around and looked at the beautiful young woman sinisterly. You. The young woman pointed at Lin Yan with her trembling right hand, but the words came to her lips but she couldn't say them at all.
Can't I do that?
Lin Yan grabbed the young woman's neck and lifted her up. Well, the young woman's face was flushed, she had difficulty breathing, and she weakly slapped Lin Yan's hands.
It's really boring. If you don't agree, then go to hell.
Lin Yan used his fingers to break the young woman's neck, then he started to use the same old tricks again. Not enough, not enough, not enough, I want more. Feeling the growth of strength, Lin Yan laughed crazily out. He strode out of the room and began to kill everyone in the Tang family. For a while, the entire Tang family was filled with screams.
Lin Yan, my Tang family treats you well, why are you doing this?
Mr. Tang looked at the corpses scattered all over the floor of the Tang family, his eyes full of regret. If he hadn't brought Lin Yan back, how could the Tang family have become like this? Ha, this world is so cruel. All of this is due to your Tang family's lack of strength. Lin Yan grinned and killed Master Tang with one punch.
Mine, all mine.
Looking at the corpses all over the ground, Lin Yan was ecstatic and immediately used his magic power to absorb them. In less than half an hour, all the corpses were sucked dry by Lin Yan. As expected, his cultivation level broke through to the Grandmaster level.
I am so stupid.
If I had known that I could break through to the Grandmaster level so quickly, I should have practiced magic skills directly. Then Lin Yan took out a lighter and set the curtains on fire. His current strength is not yet invincible, so he still needs to be Loki. If I absorb my master, I wonder if I can directly break through to become a martial king. Master, please come back soon, you have been away for so long, I miss you so much. Chapter 38. Citywide wanted Lin Yan. At this time, in a secret place in Xia country, a white-haired old man with a full forehead suddenly couldn't help but sneeze a few times.
That brat Lin Yan must be missing me. Unfortunately, this secret realm is too mysterious. It will take a long time to get out.
Gui Yangping helplessly reached out and wiped his nose. We didn't find any treasures in this secret realm, but there were a lot of mechanisms. Even with his strength as a martial king, he still had to be cautious in this secret realm, because he saw with his own eyes his old friend Master Xiannan being killed by a mysterious mechanism, and Master Xiannan's strength is even higher than his. Well, when we get out of this secret realm, we'll arrange Xiao Yanzi's marriage, and then we'll marry those two girls to him. Gui Yangping murmured, and then continued to explore forward. Looking at the Tang family turned into a sea of fire in front of him, Xiao Fan's face looked a little ugly. This time, Lin Yan had already escaped.
Is this the speed at which your war department can assemble?
I think you really need to think carefully about the allocation of resources in the war department. It took nearly 20 minutes just to assemble.
Is this still the Xiao family's combat unit that everyone fears? It's my fault. I will definitely make it right.
Xing Yuan didn't dare to refute and knelt on one knee to apologize to Xiao Fan. After all, we are living in a peaceful and prosperous age now, and even in the War Department, it is inevitable that some people will begin to slack off.
Tell me how I should punish you. You just let my archenemy escape. Let the young master decide for me. Xing Yuan will have no complaints. Xing Yuan looked respectful.
Her life was given by the Xiao family. If it weren't for the Xiao family, she would have died long ago. No matter what punishment Xiao Fan proposed, even if it meant taking her life, she would not hesitate. Xiao Fan was about to speak, but someone behind him was unhappy.
Commander Ching, we assembled very quickly.
This is not our fault. Why should we punish you? A tall and thin man in his 30s stood up to refute.
Lantu, shut up.
Why don't you kneel down and apologize to the young master?
Xing Yuan shouted sternly. What a crap, young master, do you really think that a chicken feather can be used as a token of authority? I, Lantu, started practicing martial arts at the age of 3, and I have already achieved Grandmaster level at the age of 30. Is it just to obey the orders of this young boy?
Lantu looked at Xiao Fan with contempt. In his opinion, Xiao Fan was just finding fault with everything and wanted to do something bad to Xing Yuan. Xing Yuan is the woman that Lantu likes.
Papa Xiao Fan stretched out his hand and clapped.
I've heard that the Zhanbu is the sharp knife of the Xiao family. I didn't expect that this knife would now want to kill its master.
You, don't talk nonsense. When Xiao Fan put on the big hat, even Lantu felt a little flustered. Once this accusation is confirmed, he will be hunted by the Xiao family endlessly. Lantu didn't think that as a master, he could escape unscathed from the Xiao family's pursuit. I just think you shouldn't punish Commander Cheng Yuan.
Oh?
Then tell me what I should do? Xiao Fan's expression turned cold.
Since when did the subordinates dare to teach their masters how to do things? As he spoke, he had already sentenced Lantu to death in his heart. Of course there will be no punishment. Everyone works diligently for the Xiao family, but you don't reward them for their merits and punish them for their innocence.
How can you convince everyone? Lantu spoke loudly, hoping to see affirmation from the other members of the War Department. However, he was disappointed.
No matter who it was, they looked at him with confusion and pity. These people have been orphans since childhood, and since they entered the War Department, they have been instilled with the belief of lifelong loyalty to the Xiao family. Seeing Lantu criticizing Xiao Fan, no one would stand up to speak for him.
Lantu, why don't you kneel down and apologize to the young master? Maybe the young master will be merciful and spare your life. Xing Yuan scolded, although she also felt that what Lantu did was wrong. After all, Lantu was her subordinate. She also didn't want Lantu to die here today, but it is often difficult to persuade a damned ghost with kind words. When Lantu heard Xing Yuan say this, he became even more furious. What crime have I committed? I am just standing up for Commander Cheng.
Seeing that Lantu was still stubborn, Xing Yuan shook her head helplessly.
My Xiao family has trained you, provided you with food and clothing, and given you techniques for cultivation. Is this how you repay the Xiao family? Xing Yuan, let's do it. Xiao Fan's tone was indifferent. He was already in a bad mood because he didn't intercept Lin Yan today. Now that Lantu was disrupting the situation again, he had no patience left. Yes. Xing Yuan attacked Lantu with a dagger in hand. Unexpectedly, Lantu rushed towards Xiao Fan regardless of anything. He knew very well that there was no room for maneuver in today's situation. At the same time, he hated Xiao Fan in his heart, as Xiao Fan was so close to him at this time. As long as he could kidnap Xiao Fan, he still had a chance to escape unscathed. In response to Xing Yuan's sword attack, Lantu simply circulated his body's protective energy to defend himself with all his might. Lantu, what are you doing?
Seeing Lantu rushing towards Xiao Fan, everyone in the War Department panicked. They rushed towards Lantu and tried to stop him. They never expected that Lantu would be so brave. The knife cut a deep wound on Lantu's back that was visible to the bone. Lantu ignored it and instead used the impact of the knife to accelerate towards Xiao Fan. As he got closer and closer to Xiao Fan, a hint of relief flashed in Lantu's eyes. So what if you are the young master of the Xiao family? Looking at the crazy Lantu, Xiao Fan shook his head helplessly. Anyone who comes along would be a pushover, right? Facing Lantu's right hand grab, Xiao Fan directly circulated his internal energy and punched out. The light blue energy enveloped the entire fist. The collision of fist and palm caused ripples in the air. Ah! My hand, Lantu was seen wailing continuously. and everyone looked in the direction of the sound, and saw that his entire arm had been beaten to pieces, only the white bones are left. Only then did everyone in the War Department realize that this young master was not only handsome, but also had such powerful strength. The next moment, Qing Yuan swung the dagger in his hand and cut Lan Tu's throat.
Qing Yuan is incompetent in commanding his subordinates.
Young master, please punish me. Xiao Fan waved his hand. You can't be blamed entirely for this. After all, there are always two traitors in the team. I have to go out for a while, and it's up to you to search for Lin Yan. Remember, after you find the person, you are not allowed to take any action on your own. You must wait for me to come. Also, only masters above the mid-level grandmaster level can take part in this operation. If you are not strong enough, you will most likely just be delivering food to Lin Yan. Xiao Fan plans to set off now to obtain the treasure from the secret realm of Xiao family ancestors. The heavenly level skills in the secret realm may allow him to break through to the grandmaster level. As for Lin Yan, the monk can run away but the temple cannot, so Xiao Fan is not very worried. What really made Xiao Fan a little afraid was Su Yuan. Compared to him, Lin Yan was just like a welfare monster in the novice period. I need your whole city to arrest Lin Yan. Block the intersections and don't let him get away. Chapter 39, Treasure Hunt. Yes. After receiving the order, Qing Yuan immediately took the people from the combat department and started to act. Uncle Zhou, drive over to the Tang family. Xiao Fan took out his cell phone and called Zhou Bo. The secret realm was in Qingfeng Mountain in Yuanjiang City, hundreds of kilometers away, so it was impossible for him to walk there. Hey, Yinyin, did you miss me? Yeah, I miss you a little bit. Mu Yinnin's soft voice came from the other end of the phone. I'm going out for a while, would you like to come with me? Okay, where are you? Mu Yinnin was a little surprised since that incident. Her parents' attitude towards her was completely different. Now she can do whatever she wants at home, and no longer like a bird in a cage like before. I'll pick you up later. After Mu Yinnin hung up the phone, her face was filled with happiness. Who's calling? Mu Qingshan, who had not yet had time to go out, already had some guesses in his mind when he saw Mu Yinnin's expression. Xiao Fan called. Mu Yinnin said truthfully this was her man and she was proud. It's Master Xiao, what does he want to talk to you about? A smile appeared on Mu Qingshan's face, as if he had met his biological father. He just wanted me to go out with him. What's wrong? My daughter, I have to talk to you about this. With someone as outstanding as young Master Xiao, you have to seize the opportunity and make good use of it. Don't let others get there first, or you won't have to come back at night. Hearing this, Mu Yinnin felt like she was picked up. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going out soon. Mu Yinnin walked into the bedroom and started dressing up. If you want to meet your loved one, you naturally have to dress up beautifully. Not long after, Uncle Zhou drove to the downstairs of the Mu family. Xiao Fan, here, Mu Yinnin waved excitedly. You must be Mr. Xiao, you are really a handsome man. I'll leave our Yinnin in your care. Mu Qingshan looked at Xiao Fan with a flattering look on his face and said. Of course I will love my woman. I will take Yinnin and leave first. Of course, Xiao Fan didn't have a good face towards parents like Mu Yinnin. That if he hadn't appeared, Mu Yinnin would probably have lived in pain in the future. After saying that, Xiao Fan took Mu Yinnin's hand and got into the car. Under Mu Qingshan's eager gaze, the car slowly drove out of the community. Xiao Fan, where are we going this time? Mu Yinnin's little face was a little excited, and her red face looked very pretty. Are you still calling me by my name? Call me husband from now on, or I'll punish you with family rules. Xiao Fan pretended to be fierce. Husband, Mu Yinnin's voice is soft, like God's most perfect creation. This shout made Xiao Fan feel numb all over. Uncle Zhou, please drop us off at the hotel in front and you can find a place to stay. After hearing Xiao Fan's words, Zhou Bo felt relieved. Can anyone understand how he managed to get through those hours driving? Okay, master. After driving the car to the hotel entrance, Uncle Zhou stepped on the accelerator and left quickly. He has to get a massage tonight. Just sit here and wait for me. I'll go get a room. Xiao Fan walked to the hotel front desk and said, Beauty, please give me a deluxe king-size room. Okay, handsome, I'll do it for you right away. The beautiful receptionist's eyes lit up when she saw Xiao Fan. She had never seen such a handsome man before. The most important thing is the profound temperament, which seems to attract people inadvertently. Handsome, the room is ready. When handing over the room card, the beautiful receptionist stretched out her finger and stroked Xiao Fan's palm. "Handsome guy, if you need anything, you can find me. No, I'm afraid my girlfriend will be angry." Xiao Fan politely declined the invitation from the beautiful receptionist and walked over to Muinin, who was sitting on the sofa in the hotel lobby with a difficult expression on his face. He said, "Inin, there is only one room left in this hotel. What should we do?"
Ah? Didn't you ask clearly? Let me ask again.
Before Xiao Fan could stop her, Muinin had already stood up. I couldn't help but say to myself, "Oh no.
Beauty, how many rooms are left?"
The receptionist looked at Muinin's beauty and a hint of jealousy flashed in her eyes. No wonder Xiao Fan looked down on her. It turns out there are better ones.
There are still many rooms. How many do you want to book?
Since she can't get it, she can't let Muinin get it.
Ah? So there are no more rooms? Muinin pretended to be surprised and walked towards Xiao Fan without looking back.
"Honey, there are no other rooms, so I can only squeeze in with you."
Muinin held Xiao Fan's arm and said affectionately, "That's a shame. Let's go."
Then the two of them walked into the elevator under the surprised look of the receptionist. Chapter 40, Grandmaster Breakthrough. 2 hours later, Grandmaster Realm achieved. The next morning, Xiao Fan was awakened by the phone ringing.
"Who on earth is this? Don't you know that mornings are for sleeping?"
In a daze, Xiao Fan picked up the phone and pressed the answer button. "Young master, Lin Yan has been found."
After hearing the news, Xiao Fan was no longer sleepy.
"Follow him closely, and remember not to get discovered."
"You can't take any action before I come back." "Who is it?"
Muinin, who was standing by, spoke in a daze, with sleepy eyes.
"Lin Yan killed the entire Tang family and is now wanted by the whole city."
"Ah? How can he be so cruel?"
"It's too much."
After hearing Xiao Fan's words, Muinin came to her senses instantly. "I just felt a little chilly."
"It's okay, he can't run away. Besides, don't I still have you to protect you?" Xiao Fan comforted softly. "Well, Xiao Fan, you were so nice. You are my baby, isn't it necessary for me to be nice to you?"
Xiao Fan reached out his hand and rubbed Muinin's crystal clear nose lovingly. Xiao Fan stayed in the hotel with Muinin for the rest of the day. "The whole city is looking for me, but so what? You would never have thought that I would come to a pig farm to absorb pigs to become stronger." Lin Yan was wearing all black and a baseball cap, which he pulled down low to avoid being recognized. After looking around and making sure there was no one around, Lin Yan plunged into the pig farm.
Hey, baby, here I come."
Looking at so many fat pigs, Lin Yan's mouth curled up slightly. As long as he absorbed so many fat pigs, he believed that his strength would be able to break through again.
"Damn, it just stinks.
I should have known to wear a mask." Lin Yan covered his nose with some disgust. He had never been to a pig farm and had no idea it would be so smelly.
"Never mind, let's get to work first."
Lin Yan stood up and jumped into the pig pen nearby. He stretched out his hand and pressed it directly on the back of a fat pig that looked quite handsome. A dark light instantly covered the entire pig. Wow, the fat pig covered by the light began to wail in pain.
"You can yell as much as you want. It's no use yelling."
Lin Yan felt the growing strength and an expression of enjoyment appeared on his face. At this moment, the pigs in the pigsty began to become restless after hearing their companion's screams. They began to run around in the pig pen. "Don't worry, it will be your turn soon, ha ha ha." Looking at the fat pig that looked like a lamb to be slaughtered, Lin Yan smiled complacently. Well, suddenly Lin Yan felt like something was stuck in his throat. Vomit. There was a lot of pig manure in the pigsty, and as the pigs started running, countless pig manure splashed around. Lin Yan, who was laughing just now, didn't realize it and won a lucky jackpot. Lin Yan felt his stomach churning and he almost vomited out the stomach acid. "Die. All of you die." The murderous intent in Lin Yan's eyes, after he recovered, almost solidified into reality. A crazy killing started against these pigs. The scene was extremely chaotic for a while. Half a minute later, Lin Yan was covered in pig blood and black pig feces.
"Run again, try running for me again."
Looking at the 20 or so pigs lying motionless on the ground, Lin Yan's face was grim. Afterwards, he did not dare to delay and began to activate the star-swallowing magic art to absorb it. Just when Lin Yan had sucked 10 pigs dry, shouting and cursing were heard outside. "What do you call it so early in the morning?" An honest middle-aged man wearing a straw hat walked in. When he saw the tragically dead pig and the weird Lin Yan beside him, his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Since you have seen it all, please die as well. Lin Yan turned around, flashed to the door, and grabbed the middle-aged man by the neck. In just a dozen seconds, the middle-aged man turned into a puddle of mud. That's really great. After I break through to Grandmaster, I will have some fun with you, Xiao Fan. Lin Yan murmured in a low voice, and then began his plan to become stronger. Wait until all the pigs have been absorbed by him. Lin Yan, who walked out of the door, had turned into a bloody man. Ha ha ha, I'm already looking forward to your surprised look at me. After absorbing hundreds of pigs, Lin Yan's strength successfully broke through to the middle stage of Grandmaster. Even if it is not far from the late Grandmaster stage, Lin Yan is now full of confidence. He believes that within a few days he will be able to break through to the Grandmaster level. By then, he will be able to go anywhere in the world. Vomit. The unpleasant smell on his body made Lin Yan retch again, and he couldn't help but feel more resentful in his heart. Chapter 41 Xiao Family Ancestors. It's right here. I just saw a guy who looks very similar to the one on the wanted poster. A voice was heard from a distance, and then Lin Yan saw many policemen with police dogs rushing towards the side. Woof woof woof. Suddenly, the police dog seemed to have sensed something and ran towards Lin Yan. This dog has a really good nose. I don't want to play with you anymore. I'm leaving now. Lin Yan ran wildly towards the other side. He is not strong enough now, so naturally he won't confront the official personnel head-on. Even if a master was targeted by dozens of thermal weapons, he would be in danger of falling. A strange look flashed in Qing Yuan's eyes as she was hiding in the dark and following Lin Yan. He decisively took out his cell phone and sent a message to Xiao Fan. Oh? This evil son of luck is getting stronger really fast. It looks like we have to rush back overnight after getting the things. When Xiao Fan saw Qing Yuan's message, a rare hint of caution flashed across his eyes. Enin baby, I have to go out tonight, you stay in the hotel and wait for me. Xiao Fan turned around and said to Mu Enin, who was still lying on the bed. Okay, I'll listen to my husband. Mu Enin nodded obediently. A night falls and the moon rises above the branches. The moon is exceptionally round tonight, and the bright moonlight shines on the earth, as if covering the earth with a layer of new clothes. A figure walked quickly on the branches, his graceful movements like a banished immortal descending to earth. Fuck, why is this different from what's drawn on the map? I thought I would be able to find it quickly if I could remember the contents of the painting from my memory, but perhaps because too much time has passed, the picture on the map does not match Qingfeng Mountain at all. After searching for a long time, Xiao Fan still couldn't find any clues. Xiao Fan stood on the top of a big tree and took out the fused Yinyang fish jade pendant. The jade pendant reflected the moonlight, and a white light shot out from the jade pendant. A map appeared in the void. Then the map seemed to come alive and began to move. Seeing this, Xiao Fan hurriedly followed. Finally, the map in the void came to a jungle full of thorns. It immediately turned into a white spot of light and disappeared. Then the jade pendant in Xiao Fan's hand began to tremble. It floats in the air and spins rapidly. A dazzling white light burst out from the jade pendant, making it difficult for Xiao Fan to open his eyes. When the white light faded, the jade pendant had lost its luster and fell to the ground. A deep blue hole appeared in front of Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan picked up the jade pendant on the ground without hesitation and walked into the cave. Just after Xiao Fan walked in, the deep blue cave entrance flashed and disappeared, as if it had never appeared. This secret realm is really mysterious. Xiao Fan looked around carefully. The secret realm was not big and there were no traps or anything like that. It's about the size of a basketball court. There was nothing but empty space all around, except for a round altar in the middle. There are 3 quaint wooden boxes on the altar. Although it is night now, the secret realm is still as bright as day. It's finally time to harvest. Xiao Fan walked straight towards the center of the altar. He reached out and opened the first wooden box, inside which lay a parchment scroll. Quietly, there are 3 big gold-plated characters on it. Shang Yuan Ju. It is the Xiao family's ancestral heavenly level martial arts technique. Then Xiao Fan opened the second wooden box. Inside was a small bottle made of mutton fat white jade. It's a pity that the medicine in this bottle has lost its effectiveness after being in use for so long. However, this bottle is pretty good. Xiao Fan played with the medicine bottle for a while and put it in his pocket. According to the plot, the third wooden box should be empty, but it will only appear after you open the exit of the secret realm in this box. As he spoke, Xiao Fan reached out and opened the box. As expected, the box was empty. Sure enough, at this time the exit of the secret realm slowly emerged. Just when Xiao Fan was about to leave, an old and hoarse voice came from behind him. Xiao family youngster, what year is it now? Xiao Fan turned around and saw an illusory white figure floating in the void. Unlike the voice, the white figure did not look old, but rather middle-aged. Senior, it is now the year 2998 of the Great Xia calendar.
I wonder who you are. Xiao Fan could tell at a glance that this person was extraordinary.
He might be an old monster who appeared from nowhere. The most important thing is that this white figure does not appear in the plot at all. Thinking of this, Xiao Fan couldn't help but become cautious.
Xia calendar?
The figure fell into deep thought for a long time before continuing to speak. I should be considered your ancestor.
I can feel the blood of the Xiao family in you. I am the 6th generation disciple of the Xiao family.
Xiaomia, how long has it been since the Han calendar year 1999?
The Han dynasty?
The Han dynasty has already perished, about 6,000 years ago. Upon hearing that this person was his ancestor, Xiao Fan spoke respectfully. After hearing Xiao Fan's words, Xiao Li seemed unable to accept it for a moment, and his figure became flickering. After a while, the figure finally stabilized. I never thought that the Han dynasty that my Xiao family has protected for generations would actually perish. The change of dynasties is an inevitable trend, just like the Han dynasty was established after the fall of the Qin dynasty. Xiaomia's voice was a little sad, but he still accepted this fact. Young man, how's my Xiao family doing now? I see that you have already broken through to the Grandmaster level at such a young age. I guess my Xiao family is still prosperous now. The Xiao family now has a martial king and several Grandmasters.
What?
Xiaomia's tone was full of surprise. Thinking back then, my Xiao family was a family with a martial emperor. There are countless masters in the clan, and there are at least 2 martial saints. How could this be possible? After hearing Xiaomia's words, Xiao Fan immediately began to complain. Ancestor, you don't know that the Xiao family was almost destroyed 2,000 years ago, and most of the family's skills were lost. Now the most powerful martial arts of our Xiao family is only a ground-level martial arts. I don't know if the ancestors have any skills to pass down. Just give me a few books of emperor-level skills and a few dozen books of heaven-level skills. Xiao Fan had an expression that showed he would accept everyone who came and was not picky at all. Seeing this, Xiaomia's mouth twitched slightly in mid-air. He swore that he had never seen such a shameless young man from the Xiao family in his life. I don't have any imperial-level skills either. The Xiao family's ancestor broke through the void too suddenly and didn't leave behind any imperial-level skills. However, I do have a heavenly-level technique here.
If you want, I can pass it on to you. I think I have done my part for future generations.
When Xiao Fan heard Xiaomia's words, his eyes lit up. Heavenly-level skills are always in high demand wherever you go and are the foundation of a family. Even if you don't use it yourself, you can give it to your family members.
Then thank you very much, Ancestor Xiaomia.
Come here, I will pass on the skills to you. Xiaomia waved his hand, motioning Xiao Fan to come over. Hearing Xiaomia's words, Xiao Fan did not hesitate and strode forward. Closer, closer. Watching Xiao Fan getting closer, Xiaomia kept reciting in his heart. Seeing that Xiao Fan was already within reach, Xiaomia could no longer suppress his excitement.
Ha ha, kid, today I will teach you one last lesson. Never trust anyone. Chapter 42, Still want to take over? I will suck you dry. Really?
Then I'll give you a piece of advice: old things should be buried in the ground. A light blue sword condensed with strong energy suddenly appeared in Xiao Fan's hand. He slashed towards Xiaomia with the force of a hurricane. As early as the moment Xiaomia appeared, Xiao Fan had already become alert. By the time Xiaomia asked him to go over, Xiao Fan had already confirmed that something was wrong with Xiaomia. I had already guessed most of what Xiaomia was thinking.
Die.
Xiao Fan didn't believe that he couldn't destroy Xiaomia, who had died long ago. The strong energy swept directly over Xiaomia's figure without causing any ripples. And Nanny.
Are you stupid?
Even though I am only a soul now, it is not something that a mere grandmaster like you can shake. Unless you are a martial king who has comprehended the true meaning of martial arts, you are still a little naive. Xiao Fan retreated without hesitation, but it was too late. Xiaomia stretched out his right hand, and a mysterious force imprisoned Xiao Fan. No matter how Xiao Fan struggled, it was of no avail.
Fuck, system, save me. When everything was fine, I told you to get lost. Now that something's wrong, you ask for help?
The mechanical voice of the system sounded so pleasant to Xiao Fan for the first time. Stop talking so much and hurry up, or we'll both be in trouble.
It's okay. I won't die.
If you die, I'll go find the next host.
So you're going to let someone die without helping? Xiao Fan's heart sank.
If he had known this earlier, he would not have wasted it. Everything had been going smoothly for him. which made him a little too proud of himself. I didn't expect that something bad would happen after a little surfing today. Little comrade, you have no villain value, which makes it difficult for me.
I'll borrow it. Can't I borrow it?
After hearing what the system said, Xiao Fan knew that there was still a glimmer of hope. Okay, I recommend you buy the soul-shaking bell, which costs 200,000 villain points in total. It must be paid off within 1 month, otherwise interest will be charged.
Xiao Fan, why didn't you tell me earlier?
I borrowed it, give it to me quickly. But Xiao Fan felt that it was more important to save his life first. As for when to pay it back?
Why should I pay back the villain points I borrowed based on my own abilities? Happy cooperation, host.
The soul-shocking bell has been issued, but I suggest you wait until he gets closer before using it. After lending out a sum of villain points, the system's words seem to become a lot more polite. After all, these days the one who owes money is the boss. P.S. System, author, are you polite? Be careful, this system will travel across time and space to your computer screen to suppress you. Xiao Fan, who obtained the soul-shaking bell, also felt more confident. Ancestor, I was just playing a joke on you, otherwise, you can let me go, and I will set up your spirit tablet and worship it every day when I return.
Okay, you still dare to talk to me like this after all this? You are simply courting death. Isn't setting up a spirit tablet tantamount to cursing him to death? Come on, let us become one. From now on, I will be you and you will be me.
Xiaomia's face was ferocious, and he turned into a white light and tried to drill into Xiao Fan's mind. At this moment, a purple gold bell appeared above Xiao Fan's head. The soul-shaking bell directly emitted a golden light that bound Xiaomia.
Come on, why don't you come over and take over my body? Why aren't you moving?
Looking at the white light that was constantly absorbed by the soul-shaking bell, Xiao Fan walked forward and spoke sarcastically. This old dog made him owe the system a full 200,000 villain points. Xiao Fan had to vent his anger. Misunderstanding, this is all misunderstanding. I just wanted to test you and now congratulations, you have passed the test. I will pass on to you everything I have learned in my life. It seemed that he could not break free, and the soul-shaking bell was constantly absorbing his soul. Xiaomia only felt the constant severe pain acting on his soul.
I see.
I was judging others by my own standards. Unfortunately, once the soul-shaking bell is activated, there is no way to stop it.
What can I do? Xiao Fan said jokingly.
You and I. After hearing Xiao Fan's words, Xiaomia finally couldn't hold it anymore and started to swear.
You're in a hurry, aren't you?
Xiao Fan mobilized his internal energy to speed up the absorption rate of the soul-shaking bell. You bastard, you're someone who should have died a long time ago, but you're still out there harming others.
Be more discerning in your next life and don't mess with people you shouldn't mess with.
In the plot, this old dog didn't jump out when Lin Yin came, and now that he has come to get a martial art, Xiaomia jumps out to cause trouble. Isn't this looking down on him? After saying that, Xiao Fan ignored Xiaomia's screams and curses and used all his strength to activate the soul-shaking bell. Soon, the soul-shaking bell absorbed all of Xiaomia's energy, without leaving any residue. The purple gold light emanating from the soul-shaking bell became brighter and brighter. Here, I suggest that the host absorb the soul power refined by the soul-shaking bell to strengthen himself.
System, I just realized that you are a pretty nice person.
That's right. Xiao Fan did not hesitate. He sat down cross-legged and began to absorb the power refined by the soul-shaking bell. There was no sun or moon in the secret realm, and no one knew how long it had been before Xiao Fan finally absorbed all the power. Not bad, his strength has actually broken through to the late Grandmaster stage.
This soul-shaking bell is worth buying.
Xiao Fan felt the powerful force and nodded with satisfaction.
Where's my soul-shaking bell? Where did such a big soul-shaking bell go?
When Xiao Fan reacted, he discovered that the soul-shaking bell was gone, but there was no other person in the secret realm.
Is it possible that was just a sample?
A weak voice came from the system. Okay, it's sold at such a high price just as a trial product, right?
Just tell me how much villain value the genuine product has? 10 million villain value. Then why don't you lend me 10 million instead of 200,000? Who are you looking down on?
Xiao Fan said confidently. You are such a poor, handsome bastard.
If you borrow too much, I am afraid you won't be able to pay it back. Do you understand the situation? The situation needs to be opened. If you lend me 10 million, you will get an invincible host. When the time comes, this host will help you show off and fly, and now think about who will suffer in the end? Just as the system was about to speak, Xiaofan interrupted it. That's right, you're the one who suffers, so next time, can you lend me more? I'm doing this for your own good, understand the applause. After hearing Xiaofan's words, the system's CPU started running at high speed. IT felt that what the host said made sense, but it also felt that something was wrong. After thinking for a long time, the system didn't respond. Oh, okay, host, you are so nice. I will definitely do it next time. Seeing that the system had understood, Xiaofan no longer paid attention to him and put the third box on the altar into his pocket. This box can actually store souls. It looks like a great treasure, so there is no reason to let it go. After doing all this, Xiaofan strode towards the exit of the secret realm. As soon as he left the secret realm, Xiaofan felt a little uncomfortable under the bright sunlight. Just then, the mobile phone that had just connected to the internet received several message notifications. Xiaofan picked up his phone and saw that 3 days had passed. The most recent message was sent by Qing Yuan yesterday. Lin Yan has broken through to the peak of Grandmaster. Chapter 43, Encirclement and Suppression of Lin Yan. Xiaofan immediately took out his cell phone and replied, I'll be back soon, and we'll take action when I get back. Xiaofan then sent messages to Muinin and Zhou Bo respectively, informing them to gather at the hotel entrance. After doing all this, Xiaofan rushed to the hotel without stopping. When Xiaofan arrived at the hotel, he saw Muinin waiting at the hotel entrance. Uncle Zhou had also parked his car in the parking lot nearby. Seeing Xiaofan, Muinin trotted over and hugged him. Why can't I get through on the phone? I'm really worried about you. It's my fault, there was a little emergency. It won't happen again in the future. Xiaofan patted Muinin's back gently to comfort her. Bad guy, if you do this again I will bite you. Muinin raised her head, her eyes misty, but she spoke in a fierce tone. Okay, I promise I won't do this again. Xiaofan rubbed Muinin's little face lovingly, then took her into the car. Uncle Zhou, go back immediately, faster. Okay, young master. I was known as the driving god of Akina Mountain back then. As soon as Zhou Bo finished speaking, the car rushed out like a sharp arrow and almost hit the toll booth. Xiaofan? Muinin. Uncle Zhou, please slow down. I suddenly feel that this matter is not so urgent. In a dark basement, Lin Yan was sitting in the basement to consolidate his realm. At this moment, there was a dark and strange mark on Lin Yantian's head matched with his slightly distorted face. Just one look at it gives me a chilling feeling. After a while, Lin Yan came out of his cultivation state. I have finally stabilized my realm, and now I can start to break through to the Grandmaster level. Where should I start? Lin Yan began to think. He has been hiding from place to place these days. In order to avoid being hunted down, he now hides in a long-abandoned basement. Why not just do something big? As long as I break through to become a Grandmaster, I can roam freely in the world. There was a flash of madness in Lin Yan's eyes, and he had already started to make plans in his mind. At night, the weather is slightly cool. Lin Yan appeared stealthily at Jiang Province University. Yes, his plan was to kill people from here. At this point, there are still many students wandering around the school, and they can become his prey. It's a different feeling to revisit an old place. Lin Yan sneered and sneaked into the grove. There are quite a few students playing poker here, and he plans to start from here soon. A young couple came over hugging each other. Just when one of the girls was about to take off her clothes, she discovered Lin Yan hiding in the dark. Then, there's someone there. The girl widened her eyes in horror and pointed behind her boyfriend. Fuck, which bastard is so uncultured that he dares to ruin Hua Tiandu's good deeds? Hearing the girl's words, the sturdy Hua Tian cursed and looked back. Lin Yan grinned and walked out of the darkness. It's me, what do you want? You fucking. Hua Tiandu was just about to take action, but when he saw who was coming, his calves began to tremble. Lin Yan's deeds have spread all over Jiang Province in the past few days. How could he dare to provoke such a ruthless person? Brother Yan, good evening. Whether you want a woman or not, as long as you open your mouth, I will give this woman to you immediately. As he said that, Hua Tiandu grabbed his girlfriend and put her in front of him. Hua Tiandu, you bastard. Seeing her boyfriend selling herself out like this, the girl wanted to leave cursing. Unexpectedly, Hua Tiandu slapped the girl to the ground. Brother Yan, enjoy your meal slowly. I'll be leaving now. Little did he know that his action had touched the wound deep in Lin Yan's heart. I never said you could leave.
Lin Yan's figure was like a ghost, and he appeared in front of Hua Tiandu in an instant. They grabbed his neck and twisted it, and Hua Tiandu died instantly. Soon Hua Tiandu was sucked dry. Lin Yan let go of his hand, and Hua Tiandu fell to the ground like a puddle of mud. The girl who watched the scene was trembling all over, and she looked at Lin Yan as if she was looking at a devil.
Don't come over here. I can give you whatever you want. I can do it. I can do anything.
Seeing Lin Yan approaching step by step, the girl was completely panicked. He began to take off his clothes actively. The skin as white as milk stimulated Lin Yan's nerves. If it were in the past, Lin Yan wouldn't mind playing with her, but now he is not a complete man at all. Just when the girl thought Lin Yan was bewitched by her, Lin Yan grabbed her neck, lifted her off the ground. What I hate most in my life is women who are unfaithful to their husbands.
Die.
As Lin Yan was about to kill her, he didn't expect a cold light to come from behind. Feeling the danger, Lin Yan let go of his hand and dodged the attack. The person who just made the move was Qing Yuan.
It's you.
Looking at Qing Yuan's face, Lin Yan's expression became more ferocious. Lin Yan will remember for the rest of his life the cold look in Qing Yuan's eyes when she broke his leg. On the orders of the young master, kill Lin Yan. As soon as Qing Yuan finished speaking, several men in black surrounded her. When the girl lying on the ground saw this scene, she didn't care about the pain from falling and ran away.
Okay, I was just worried that I couldn't find you, but I didn't expect you to come to my door. In this case, then all of you die.
Lin Yan took the lead and attacked Qing Yuan, court death. Seeing that Lin Yan still dared to take the initiative to attack, several people joined forces to kill Lin Yan. Even though Lin Yan is the son of luck, his strength increased suddenly and he could not control his strength at all. It didn't take long for them to fall into a disadvantage. Lin Yan, you are such a loser.
You can't even beat my bodyguard. Do you still want to kill me?
A familiar voice came from a distance, causing Lin Yan to tremble all over.
Xiao Fan.
Lin Yan roared and was about to rush towards Xiao Fan. Unexpectedly, he was stopped by Qing Yuan and his companions.
My dear son, Daddy is here.
Xiao Fan walked over slowly. The reason why he was still provoking Lin Yan was to force him to reveal his trump card. What happened to Xiao Mia reminded him that this is a living world. It cannot be viewed entirely as a novel. Lin Yan in the novel has a smooth journey, but perhaps he still has some unknown cards that he is unaware of.
Ah! Die!
Lin Yan roared, pulled out the silver needle he carried with him and stabbed himself. A powerful aura burst out, which was not weaker than that of an early grandmaster. Lin Yan, whose strength had increased, forced Qing Yuan and the others to retreat in just a few moves. Then he rushed towards Xiao Fan. The speed was so fast that even Qing Yuan couldn't stop it.
This is what happens when you go against me. Die!
Chapter 44 Killing Lin Yan, 9 Sun Divine Body. A cruel smile appeared on Lin Yan's lips, as if he had already seen the scene of Xiao Fan being killed by his punch. However, there are people who are faster than him. A shadow flashed in front of Xiao Fan at an extremely fast speed. The two punches collided, stirring up clouds of dust. Lin Yan's figure flew out from the smoke and dust. It rolled on the ground several times before it stopped. Lin Yan stood up and roared. At this moment, his right hand was hanging limply, obviously broken. After the smoke and dust cleared, a sturdy man stood there quietly. Qing Yuan looked carefully and found that the man was the commander of the War Department, Xiao Yun. Hey, Lin Yan, why are you still so lazy after not seeing you for a few days? Faced with Xiao Fan's ridicule, Lin Yan's face looked ugly. He had already used all the power stimulated by acupuncture, but he did not expect that there was a grandmaster beside Xiao Fan.
My dear son, why are you silent?
Xiao Fan walked forward and looked down at Lin Yan from above. You win today, but Lin Yan, will not admit defeat so easily. We have met in the mountains and rivers for 30 years. Seeing that Lin Yan was still talking nonsense, Xiao Fan punched Lin Yan directly in the stomach. The speed was so fast that even Lin Yan, who had already reached the early stage of Grandmaster strength, was unable to react. Lin Yan rolled on the ground like a gourd, and only stopped when he hit a big tree. You! Lin Yan stood up tremblingly, pointing at Xiao Fan, speechless. I just felt a sweetness in my throat, and a mouthful of blood came out without stopping. I didn't expect you to have the strength of a grandmaster. Then why are you still? Of course it's fun. Don't you like it? Lin Yan cursed in his heart after hearing Xiao Fan's words. Who the hell would like that? By the way, why did your voice become so feminine? Could it be that you, oh my, that's such a pity? Xiao Fan shook his head with regret. I'm going to fight you. Hearing this, Lin Yan completely lost his mind. He knew that there was no hope for him to escape today. Before he died, he wanted to pull Xiao Fan along with him.
Uncle Yun, hold the line for me. Xiao Fan was eager to try.
He had been hiding for so long and had yet to test his own strength properly.
Okay.
Xiao Yun is a ruthless man who doesn't talk much. Looking at Lin Yan, who rushed towards him as an afterimage, Xiao Fan smiled faintly, eye in his eyes. Lin Yan's current speed is just a so-so, and he also lost the patience to continue playing with Lin Yan.
Die.
Lin Yan unleashed the most powerful punch ever. Although it was a left fist, Lin Yan was confident, this punch is very powerful.
Then let's see whose punch is stronger.
Xiao Fan sneered, and his internal energy burst out to directly meet Lin Yan's fist. There was only a click sound, and Lin Yan's arm fell down weakly.
Ah! This is impossible. How can you be so strong? This is impossible.
Lin Yan fell to the ground, muttering to himself.
He couldn't accept this fact. No! You can't kill me. I am Guo Pingyang's apprentice.
If you dare to kill me, there is no way for you to survive, no matter where you go. Seeing the long sword condensed with internal energy in Xiao Fan's hand, Lin Yan was completely panicked.
Don't worry, if your master dares to come, I will kill him too. Xiao Fan stabbed Lin Yan's heart with a sword.
Lin Yan fell in a pool of blood, his eyes full of disbelief. It is clear that his master has told him that when he encounters problems, he can just call his master's name to get help.
I am obviously the protagonist of this world. I really can't accept this.
Xiao Fan, don't be complacent. One day you will also, ding, congratulations to the host for successfully killing the blackened son of luck. The Heavenly Dao treasure box has been distributed.
Open the treasure chest for me first.
Xiao Fan rubbed his hands excitedly.
He had been playing with Lin Yan for so long, wasn't he just waiting for this moment?
Congratulations to the host for his great fortune in obtaining the 9-Sun divine body.
This physique is fatally attractive to women. Please use it with caution.
System, if you tell me this, then I won't be sleepy anymore, but let's merge it later. The fusion of the divine body and soul might cause a lot of noise, so Xiao Fan thought it would be safer to go home and merge them. Xing Yuan, burn this kid into slag and scatter his ashes directly into the river.
Remember, scatter them separately.
Although it was confirmed that Lin Yan was dead, Xiao Fan still felt it was better to be cautious. What if Lin Yan was resurrected for some unknown reason?
It's hard to say what will happen to the Son of Fortune, yes.
Xing Yuan clasped his fists and accepted the order. Although she was somewhat confused about Xiao Fan's actions, she knew what to ask and what not to ask. Then he took a few people from the combat department and dragged Lin Yan away.
Uncle Yun, I'm really sorry to bother you today.
Oh, we are one family and we should not talk behind each other's backs, but your talent is incredible.
I'm afraid your current strength is no weaker than mine.
Xiao Yun sighed a little. Uncle Yun, thank you for your praise. After the two of them exchanged some business flattery, Xiao Fan found an excuse to leave that he now wants to merge the 9-Yang divine body as soon as possible. Of course, I just want to increase my strength. It has nothing to do with being attractive to women. Although there is a novice monster Lin Yan now, there is still a war god temple master Su Yuan compared to the powerful Su Yuan.
Lin Yan is just a small karami. However, Xiao Fan already had a
preliminary plan in his mind on how to deal with Su Yuan. After returning home, Xiao Fan went straight to the training room on the 3rd floor.
System, fuse the 9-Sun divine body for me.
Suddenly, a sharp pain came over him, and Xiao Fan felt as if his body was being burned by fire.
Damn it, why does it hurt so much?
The pain was mixed with burning sensation, and soon Xiao Fan's whole body was soaked in sweat. Fortunately, the pain came and went quickly.
Is this the 9-Sun divine body? It seems very powerful.
Xiao Fan muttered as he looked at the red and blue energy in his hand. He casually sent his internal energy towards the Iron Man standing beside him. I didn't expect that the Iron Man started to melt as soon as he came into contact with the strong energy was like a maggot attached to the bones, and in the blink of an eye the Iron Man was melted into a pool of molten iron. In this regard, Xiao Fan could only say one thing: it's so terrifying. Afterwards, Xiao Fan took out the heavenly grade technique Shang Yuan Ju and began to comprehend it. An hour later, Xiao Fan almost fell asleep while lying on the bed.
This rubbish technique ruined my youth.
Xiao Fan casually threw the Shang Yuan Ju aside. After an hour of contemplation, I didn't even remember the technique.
System, lend me some villain value.
Since he couldn't comprehend it on his own, Xiao Fan immediately turned his attention to the system. Host, please pay off the last loan first, then this system can open the next loan. Didn't I tell you that we need to open up? However, no matter how much Xiao Fan talked, the system just wouldn't give in. Just when Xiao Fan was about to use his ultimate move, his cell phone suddenly rang. A crying voice came from the other end of the phone.
Xiao Fan, where are you now?
Chapter 45 Luofian's Sadness. Don't worry, I'll be there soon. When Xiao Fan saw Luofian calling him, he knew that Lin Yan's murder had probably been reported to the authorities. When passing downstairs, Xiao Fan picked up a Bentley key. Xiao Fan already had a driver's license, so driving was naturally not a problem for him. The license plate of this Bentley is 00006. Generally speaking, no one would be so blind as to dare to check this car. You still have to take the steering wheel into your own hands. Hearing the roar of the V12 engine, Xiao Fan felt a surge of emotion. Which boy can resist the charm of V12?
It's just that the co-pilot seems to be missing something.
Xiao Fan looked at the empty passenger seat and always felt like he didn't know where to put his right hand. After arriving at the hotel, Xiao Fan walked in under the respectful gaze of the doorman. Xiao Fan, I really don't know what to do. How did Lin Yan become like this? This is all my fault, I didn't teach him well. Although Lin Yan had committed many evil deeds, his death still made Luofian feel sad. Looking at the tearful person in front of him, Xiao Fan felt a little distressed.
It's all his own fault. We should always look forward. There's no need to get so angry about him that you become ill.
After hearing what Xiao Fan said, Luofian felt a little better and soon stopped crying. Then Xiao Fan began to change the subject.
You haven't eaten yet, do you want to try my cooking? You can cook, too.
I thought a young master like you. Luofian was a little bit unconvinced, but Xiao Fan wanted to brag a little for the sake of face.
Of course, cooking is a piece of cake for me.
Xiao Fan naturally didn't know how to cook, so he immediately spent 500 villain points to exchange for master-level cooking skills. After notifying the butler of the presidential suite, the food was served shortly afterwards.
Let me help you. Luofian took the initiative to speak.
No, just take a good rest. Then Xiao Fan started to get busy in the kitchen.
Even if it doesn't taste good later, I will have to eat more. After all, it's a token of his love.
Luofian stared at Xiao Fan's back in a daze. Soon, a dish of delicious fried tomato and eggs was served on the table. When Luofian smelled the fragrance, she felt her stomach start to protest.
If you're hungry, eat first.
Looking at Luofian's eager eyes, Xiao Fan picked up a pair of chopsticks and handed them to her.
No, I'll wait for you to eat together.
Although Luofian was now craving for this dish, she still forced herself to hold back. Soon, one dish after another, delicious and fragrant, was served on the table. Stir-fried beef with green onions, spicy chicken cubes, husband and wife lung slices. Come on, let's try my cooking skills. Luofian picked up a piece of beef and took a bite, and felt as if the taste buds in her mouth exploded. So delicious. Luofian didn't care about her image and started picking up food and putting it into her mouth.
Eat slowly, no one is going to snatch it from you.
Looking at Luofian, who completely disregarded her image, Xiao Fan was a little confused. Could it be that delicious? After taking a bite, Xiao Fan's eyes lit up and then he started eating.
I'm so full. I've never been so full in my life.
Luofian was half lying on the sofa, rubbing her belly, which was a little bloated from eating too much.
If you want to eat it, I can make it for you often in the future. Hearing this, Luofian was moved. No, if I eat it every day, I will get fat.
Really?
But didn't you say something while we were eating just now? If you can eat this every day, would you not trade it for anything else?
Inside the Ran family at this time, the 1 million that Su Yuan received a few days ago had been squandered by him. At this moment, he was flattering Ran Qingyan and asking for money.
Wife, just give me another 5 million.
I swear, I won't ask you for it this time. Hearing Su Yuan's words, the disgust in Ran Qingyan's eyes became even stronger.
Don't call me wife, you don't deserve it. Besides, when have you not said this before? What's the result? Su Yuan, are you still a man? What you said is like fart.
Facing Ran Qingyan's accusations, Su Yuan remained unmoved and still had a playful smile on his face. Old Qingyan, you know I'm used to spending money. How about this? No matter how much money you lend me, I will pay you back double in 1 month, how about that? Looking at Ran Xingyan's murderous eyes, Su Yuan forced himself to hold back the word mother-in-law. Just 1 month later, he fulfilled his promise. When you take over the Temple of War God again, won't you have all the money you want? Huh? No matter how much money I give you, it will all be wasted if you hadn't been sucking the blood of my Ran family all these years. My Ran family's business has long reached a new level, and I will never believe anything you say again. Get out of here now. Ran Xingyan could no longer bear it when she saw that Su Yuan dared to speak so arrogantly. She had had enough of this loser Su Yuan, who had no ability at all but always liked to brag. If it weren't for her grandfather's last words before his death, Ran Xingyan would never marry Su Yuan even if she died. Xiao Fan, it would be great if I could marry you. Ran Xingyan murmured in a low voice. However, what she didn't expect was that Su Yuan's strength had already reached the peak of the Grandmaster level. Su Yuan heard her words clearly. Su Yuan's expression remained unchanged, but deep down he had already developed murderous intentions towards Xiao Fan. Whoever dares to touch his woman will be killed. Okay, I'm going to go now. As he said this, Su Yuan raised his hands and pretended to leave. Unexpectedly, he was stopped at the door by a fat woman. You son-in-law, if I hadn't happened to pass by, I wouldn't have known that you were so bold as to blackmail my Ran family. Mother-in-law, I told you that I will pay back double the money I borrowed. Bang. Su Yuan wanted to say something, but a sudden slap stunned him. Who is he? He is the nightmare of all foreign mercenaries, the master of the Temple of War. It is no exaggeration to say that abroad, even the presidents of some small countries have to look at his face. Su Yuan turned his face that had just been slapped crooked, and forcibly suppressed the corners of his mouth, which were harder to suppress than AK. Did you know? Bang. Luo Yan slapped him again. You useless bastard, if I find out that you dare to ask Qing Yan for money again, it won't be as simple as 2 slaps. Now get out of here and live in the doghouse, or get out of the Ran family. Okay, mother-in-law, don't be angry, I'll go right away. After hearing Luo Yan's words, Su Yuan hesitated for a moment and immediately agreed. Su Yuan, has always been a man who keeps his promises. The 3 years we agreed upon are 3 years, not a day less. Fortunately, even the doghouse in the Ran family is more than 10 square meters, which is more than enough for Su Yuan to live in. Suzaku. As Su Yuan finished speaking, a 1.7 meter tall, absolutely beautiful lady appeared in front of him. Her graceful figure coupled with her cold, proud face could make a man feel ashamed of himself at a glance. What do you want, Palace Master? Chapter 46. The son of epic Luxuchua looked at Su Yuan with a complicated look. She once admired this man so much, and mysterious, powerful, and decisive in killing. Even if this man returned to Xia country, she would resolutely give up the high position in the Temple of War God. But looking at Su Yuan now, Zhuke just felt a little strange. Zhuke has been following Su Yuan silently over the years, and she is very puzzled by Su Yuan's cowardly behavior. Go and capture Xiao Fan for me. I want to deal with him personally. Facing his subordinates, Su Yuan's tone seemed extremely arrogant. He was completely different from the person who had just been slapped twice by his mother-in-law in the room and did not dare to talk back. Yes. Zhuke took the order and disappeared into the night. Although she was a little disappointed with Su Yuan now, she still had to carry out Su Yuan's orders. This seems to have become a habit. Watching Zhuchua's back disappear, Su Yuan murmured in a low voice. Xiao Fan, if you dare to have anything to do with my woman, you will surely die. Xiao Fan didn't know that Su Yuan had already hated him. Early in the morning, Xiao Fan was woken up by a rapid cell phone ring. You little brat, you are becoming more and more unbridled. You don't come home every day. What do you want to do? As soon as Xiao Fan answered the phone, he heard Xiao Tian scolding from the other end. Dad, you can't blame me. I'm very busy now. Can you be busier than me? Hearing this, Xiao Tian was unhappy. By the way, there is a heaven-level technique in the training room on the 3rd floor. You can go and take a look at it when you have time. It's right on the bed. What? You're just throwing away a heaven-level technique like that? After hearing Xiao Fan's words, Xiao Tian rushed to the 3rd floor, opened the door of the training room and took a look. I breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, my skills were still there. I almost forgot something important. Today is your cousin's 18th birthday. Your mom and I don't have time. Go and give her a gift. Bye. Without waiting for Xiao Fan to speak, Xiao Tian hung up the phone. Xiao Fan, he hasn't agreed yet, okay? But since I have nothing to do, it would be nice to go out for a meal. Who called just now?
Luo Fian muttered softly. My dad, it's my cousin's birthday today, and he asked me to go and give her a gift. Would you like to come with me?
No, I'm not used to going to crowded places.
Luo Fian shook her head. In fact, she also wanted to go with Xiao Fan, but she was also afraid that she would bring shame to Xiao Fan if she was not aware of the rules and regulations of those big families. Hearing Luo Fian say this, Xiao Fan didn't think much about it. After having breakfast with Luo Fian, he drove to his third uncle Xiao Li's home. After getting off the bus, Xiao Fan saw a beautiful girl with a bun on her hair. This person is his cousin, Xiao Qingqing. Cousin, long time no see. Why do you look so handsome again? Xiao Qingqing looked at the handsome Xiao Fan in front of her and felt a little unrecognizable. If Xiao Fan's appearance was 99 before, with the blessing of the 9 Yang divine body, it reached a terrifying 99.9. Just far inferior to you readers. Really? Cousin, you are getting prettier and prettier. I don't know which boy will get you by the time you get married. Cousin, please sit down first. I'll go get you a cup of tea. Xiao Qingqing gave a forced smile and then pulled Xiao Fan into the room. Seeing this, Xiao Fan was a little confused. He probably didn't say anything wrong just now. Why does it feel like Xiao Qingqing is a little unhappy? Hey, Xiao Fan is here. Let me introduce him to you. This is my second brother Tian's son, Xiao Fan. That he has reached the Grandmaster level at such a young age, his future is limitless. After hearing Xiao Li's introduction, everyone's eyes lit up and they all began to praise Xiao Fan. However, Xiao Fan was not interested in this kind of scene. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he found an excuse to leave. Just then, the figure of a beautiful girl with twin ponytails caught his attention. The girl's temperament is lively and smart, and her angelic face is a combination of smartness and beauty. It's like God's most perfect creation. Hello, little sister, are you also a relative of my third uncle's family? Of course, when you see a beautiful woman you have to take action, and at this moment, the system prompt sounded. The system has been detected to have contact with a new female protagonist of Destiny. Are you kidding me? Seeing a beautiful woman is the lucky heroine. I finally showed my courage for once, but you, the system, made me lose so completely. But the women of the Son of Fortune are interesting. Xiao Fan smiled evilly in his heart, but his face looked warm, making people feel like they were in the spring breeze. Xiao Lianxue frowned slightly when she heard the voice. If it weren't for accompanying Qin Hao, she wouldn't have come here at all. But looking back, I saw Xiao Fan's elegant movements and smile. The slight displeasure that had just arisen in my heart disappeared. Hello, my name is Xiao Lianxue, and I'm here with my friend Qin Hao. Xiao Lianxue swore that she had never seen such a perfect man in her life. Qin Hao. It seems that this is the name of the Son of Destiny, but why haven't I heard of it? Hello, my name is Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan stretched out his hand and shook hands gently with Xiao Lianxue. Soft, like marshmallow. He shook Xiao Fan's hand lightly and then let go. You can't leave a bad impression on the beautiful girl when you meet her for the first time. Ding, an epic child of luck has been detected. At this moment, an ordinary-looking young man saw this scene and his eyes were bloodshot. Let me go. Qin Hao rushed forward with an ugly look on his face. Xiao Lianxue was the woman he had chosen, but now she was being taken advantage of by another man. The sudden shout startled Xiao Lianxue. Qin Hao, why are you so loud? You scared me. Xiao Lianxue patted her chest and said, This is Mr. Xiao, Xiao Qingqing's cousin. Xiao Fan's temperament seems to be older than Xiao Qingqing's. So you are Qingqing's cousin. I'm sorry for what happened just now. After hearing what Xiao Lianxue said, Qin Hao quickly apologized. He stretched out his hand to shake hands with Xiao Fan, but unexpectedly Xiao Fan ignored him. There was a flash of anger in Qin Hao's eyes. He had never been treated so humiliatingly by anyone before, but he quickly suppressed his anger. I was wrong just now. I am Qingqing's fiancé. Logically, I should call you cousin. Just as Qin Hao said this, Xiao Lianxue's eyes dimmed. After hearing Qin Hao's apology, Xiao Fan didn't bother with it anymore. It's okay. Everyone has times when they are young and ignorant. Chapter 47 Breaking off the engagement. Xiao Fan waved his hand generously. At this moment, Xiao Qingqing also saw this scene and saw the moment when Qin Hao appeared. Her face looked a little ugly. Cousin, can you come over here for a moment? Then Xiao Qingqing pulled Xiao Fan to the corner of the room. Cousin, Qin Hao and I were engaged when we were kids, but it was my father who ordered it and I didn't know about it before. I don't like this Qin Hao at all. Not only is his cultivation level useless, but he's also so arrogant. Cousin, can you support me in breaking off the engagement?
Xiao Qingqing looked at Xiao Fan pitifully. She had mentioned this matter to Xiao Li before, but Xiao Li refused to agree. As the leader of the new generation of the Xiao family, Xiao Fan's words will be taken seriously even by Xiao Li. Here she comes. She is indeed the protagonist of the broken engagement trend. Although he didn't know the specific plot, Xiao Fan had already guessed it almost exactly. I guess today is the day for him to awaken his golden finger.
Of course, it's no problem.
I'll be the first one to support you, cousin. A smile appeared on Xiao Fan's lips.
He must participate in this famous scene. Thank you, cousin. I knew you were the best.
Hearing Xiao Fan's agreement, Xiao Qingqing was as happy as a child. On the other side, Lian Xue, believe me, Xiao Fan is not a good person. I can see a hint of treachery in his eyes. Xin Hao looked a little anxious. Xiao Fan, you are really good at judging people. After hearing what Xin Hao said, Xiao Lianxue felt a little irritated for no reason. It was obviously Xin Hao who scared him first, and now he was saying bad things about Xiao Fan.
Whether he is a good person or not, I have my own judgment. Don't interfere with my making friends. Go find your fiancé.
After saying that, Xiao Lianxue walked away without looking back. Lianxue, seeing Xiao Lianxue leaving, Xin Hao shook his head helplessly, but he believed that his judgment would not be wrong. Just wait, I will show you my true colors. Soon it was time for lunch. Since it was a family dinner, not many people came. Xiao Li specially invited a chef to prepare the meal at home.
Everyone, I'm honored that you can come here despite your busy schedule.
Next, I have something to announce. Before Xiao Li could finish speaking, Xiao Qingqing stood up.
Dad, I don't agree with this.
Even if Uncle Qin is your savior, the Qin family has benefited a lot from us over the years. You can't repay a favor with your daughter's happiness. Hearing Xiao Qingqing's words, Xiao Li's face looked a little ugly. He never expected that Xiao Li would embarrass him in front of so many people, and Xiao Qingqing has already given it her all at this moment.
If you really want to marry me to Qin Hao, then wait for my body to be collected. You.
Xiao Li was so angry that he couldn't speak. After hearing what Xiao Qingqing said, the people in the Qin family all looked a little ugly. They also hoped that Xiao Qingqing's marriage would allow them to completely cling to the big tree of the Xiao family, especially Qin Hao's expression, which became somewhat ferocious. Xiao Qingqing actually said such words in front of so many people, which was no less than pressing his face to the ground and rubbing it repeatedly.
I think what Qingqing said makes sense, Uncle San. What era is this now?
Free love is popular now. The era of arranged marriages is long gone. Besides, a forced melon is not sweet, so why push Qingqing into the fire pit? Seeing Xiao Fan stand up and speak for her, Xiao Qingqing showed a look of gratitude. Hearing what Xiao Fan said, Xiao Li showed a hesitant look on his face.
Xiao Fan, shut up. This is a matter between Qin Hao and Qingqing. When is it your turn to butt in?
As soon as Xiao Fan finished speaking, Qin Hao slapped the table and stood up. He was furious. What Xiao Fan said was pushing Xiao Qingqing into the fire pit. It was obviously a mockery of his unworthiness, and whenever he saw Xiao Fan's face, he inexplicably felt like beating him up.
Qin Hao, you are so outrageous.
Apologize to Xiao Fan immediately.
Xiao Li was angry.
Xiao Fan was the leader of the new generation of his Xiao family. Qin Hao actually dared to speak to Xiao Fan like that. It was obvious that he didn't take the Xiao family seriously. The most important thing for a villain family is unity.
Uncle Li, you want me to apologize to him?
Qin Hao widened his eyes in disbelief. Xiao Li treated him very well on weekdays, which made him forget himself a little.
If you don't apologize, get out of here right now.
Xiao Li shouted angrily. If Xiao Tian knew that his son was wronged here, I don't know how to deal with him. This sentence instantly put Qin Hao into a dilemma. It would be better to stab him with a sword than to ask him to apologize to Xiao Fan, but Xiao Li's meaning was very clear. If he didn't apologize to Xiao Fan today, from now on, Xiao Li's family will cut off ties with the Qin family.
This is something the Qin family cannot accept.
Yes, Qin Hao, just apologize.
Yes, you did something wrong in this matter. How could you talk to Mr. Xiao like this?
Many members of the Qin family spoke up when they saw that Qin Hao was still hesitating. This became the last straw that broke Qin Hao's back.
Xiao Fan, I'm sorry.
Qin Hao said in a low voice with gritted teeth. Xiao Fan picked his ears as if nothing had happened. I can't hear you. Qin Hao's face turned red, and then he took a deep breath. I'm sorry, I was wrong just now, please forgive me. Okay,
It's good that you know you're wrong. There are some things you can't say casually.
Xiao Fan waved his hand magnanimously, as if to say, I am a great man and I don't bear grudges. But I still don't agree with this marriage. Qingqing is my cousin after all, Uncle San, what do you think? Xiao Fan directly threw the question to Xiaoli. He believed that after his intervention, Xiaoli would not agree with him even if he did. We'll also consider it carefully. After hearing Xiao Fan's words, Xiaoli fell into deep thought that if what just happened had not happened, Xiaoli might have married Xiao Qingqing to Qin Hao, but when he thought of what Qin Hao had just done, he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. How dare you speak to the heir of the Xiao family like that? If it weren't for the fact that Qin Hao was the son of his savior, Xiaoli had kicked him out long ago. Xiaoli hesitated for a moment. I thought about it and realized that I had indeed not thought this matter through. Asa father, I think I should respect Qingqing's ideas. How about this? Let's call off the marriage, and I will give you the Shueiyue Lake project as compensation. I wonder what you think. Xiaoli looked at everyone in the Qin family except for Qin Hao. The rest of the Qin family members showed surprise. The Shueiyue Lake project is equivalent to directly filling a sack with money. This project can at least bring hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue to the Qin family. An old man from the Qin family immediately stood up and said, I think it's okay.
Some things can't be forced.
Yes, I think Brother Xiao is right, I agree. Before Qin Hao could speak, the rest of the Qin family members echoed him. Only fools would disagree with such a profitable project.
I don't agree with this.
Chapter 48. Do you dare to challenge me in a one-on-one fight? Qin Hao, who had just sat down, slammed the table and stood up. The first time he saw Xiao Qingqing, he already lusted after her body, seeing that the meat was right at his mouth, but now it ran away. How could he agree to it?
Qin Hao, how dare you? It's not your turn to make a decision on this matter.
When Qingjin, the head of the Qin family, saw that Qin Hao still didn't know what was good for him, he immediately scolded him. It was obvious from Xiao Li's words that he was unwilling to form a marriage alliance. Although he said he was discussing it, he had actually already made the decision. This is the time to take advantage of and make some money. The Shueiyue Lake project can at least double the Qin family's assets. As for Qin Hao, he is just an orphan. Any benefit given to him will make him grateful.
Master, this is my own business. Why do you make the decision for me?
Qin Hao clenched his fists and tried his best to control his temper. Hearing this, Qingjin smiled contemptuously.
Why?
Because I'm your uncle. Your father passed away and gave you to me, so I naturally have the right to make decisions for you. Qingjin's words left Qin Hao speechless for a moment, although he was reluctant to admit it. What Qingjin said was true. Since the Qin family has decided on this matter, let's arrange for someone to take over the Shueiyue Lake project tomorrow. Xiao Li made the decision immediately. After hearing Xiao Li's words, everyone in the Qin family, except Qin Hao, was overjoyed.
Thank you, Brother Xiao.
I'll do it first.
Please feel free to do as you like.
Qingjin immediately picked up the wine glass and drank it all. For a moment, everyone was having a great time, except Qin Hao, who was standing there like an idiot.
Qin Hao, why don't you take out the marriage certificate?
Seeing that Qin Hao hadn't made any move, Qingjin immediately urged him.
Ha 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 ha. Hearing Qingjin's words, Qin Hao laughed instead of getting angry.
I didn't expect that the Qin family were all people who curry favor with the powerful, and I didn't expect that you, Xiao Li, would be a person who goes back on your word. We were so confident when we signed the engagement, but what about now? I, Qin Hao, will never back out of this marriage, even if I'm beaten to death. After hearing Qin Hao's words, almost everyone present changed their expressions.
Qin Hao, are you crazy?
Hurry up and apologize to your uncle, Xiao Li. Seeing that Qin Hao dared to say that, Qingjin cursed him in his heart.
Apologize? Why should I apologize? Wasn't what I said wrong?
Qin Hao raised his head at a 45-degree angle to look at the ceiling. Well, you know what, this crystal chandelier is quite beautiful. Qingjin wanted to say something but was interrupted by Xiao Li.
Qin Hao, I think I've treated you well.
Didn't I pay for all your expenses over the years? If you want to learn martial arts, I will teach you personally. You actually said such a thing today, and Uncle Xiao felt very uncomfortable, because you were young. I won't argue with you today.
Go away.
Although Qin Hao did lose face today because of what he did, Qin Hao's father did him a favor after all. Thinking of this, Xiao Li softened his heart. However, Qin Hao didn't appreciate his words at all. Xiao Li, my father saved your life. Is this how you treat me? You clearly know that I like Qingqing. Why don't you marry her to me? Xin Hao, with red eyes, took out the marriage certificate from his arms.
Today, it's not your Xiao family that's breaking off the engagement, but me, Xin Hao, who's divorcing my wife.
Bold! Xiaoli shouted angrily. As the saying goes, bringing up old favors again will turn them into hatred, especially when it happens in front of so many people. At the same time, Xinjian's face turned pale. After hearing this, he really wanted to open Xin Hao's brain to see if there was lard inside.
Today I am bold.
Xin Hao took out a pen and wanted to sign the divorce letter. A sudden palm strike sent him flying. Xiaoli snatched the marriage certificate, and his internal energy burst out, shattering the marriage certificate into pieces. You. Xin Hao pointed at Xiaoli, trembling and unable to speak.
Xin Hao, are you okay?
If there was anyone present who cared about Xin Hao, it was only Xia Lianxue, but Xin Hao was angry at the moment, and even Xia Lianxue's concern sounded so ironic to him.
Get lost. You don't have to bother with me.
Seeing Xia Lianxue's worried look, Xin Hao felt as if his self-esteem had suffered a 999 critical blow. Xin Hao has always been no weaker than others in his life, but now he has to suffer such humiliation. God is so unfair. Hearing Xin Hao's angry rebuke, Xia Lianxue froze where she was, as if she had met him for the first time. Originally, she wanted to use her family connections to put pressure on Xiaoli and ask Xiaoli to apologize to Xin Hao. Now it seems that there is no need for this at all.
Xin Hao, how can you talk to my friend like that?
She cares about you. I didn't expect you to. Xiao Fan stood up immediately, his eyes full of disappointment. If we don't harvest some villain value now, when will we? The most important thing is that Xin Hao, this idiot, actually spoke to the heroine Xia Lianxue like this. Doesn't this give him the opportunity to take advantage of the situation? Xiao Fan likes to take advantage of every opportunity. When Xia Lianxue heard Xiao Fan's words, her eyes lit up. She didn't expect that this handsome young man whom she had just met would stand up and speak for her. In contrast, Xin Hao, who had known her for more than 10 years, treated her like this.
Xiao Fan, this is my business, what does it have to do with you?
When enemies meet, they are extremely jealous of each other. If Xiao Fan hadn't spoken just now, his good deed had already been accomplished, so there's no way he would be in such an awkward situation like he is now. Ms. Xia is my friend, so I will naturally take care of this matter.
I won't allow anyone to talk to my friend like that.
Xiao Fan walked forward, looked down at Xin Hao and said lightly, apologize to my friend right now and I will forgive you. Otherwise, looking at Xiao Fan's eyes that brooked no rejection, Xin Hao's anger surged again. That he had always had a smooth career ahead of him and had never suffered such a great humiliation.
What if I don't apologize?
Xin Hao stood up and looked straight at Xiao Fan. After hearing what Xin Hao said, Xia Lianxue felt a little uncomfortable. It was obviously not her fault, judging from what Xin Hao meant. It seemed like she was wrong to care about him. For a moment, her good impression of Xin Hao fell to the bottom. Forget it, Mr. Xiao.
This matter is my own fault.
Xia Lianxue was in a low mood and turned to leave. Xiao Fan walked forward and grabbed Xia Lianxue's little hand.
Don't worry, no one can bully you when I'm here.
Xiao Fan's eyes were as deep as the sea, revealing an indescribable determination. Coupled with that warm big hand, Xia Lianxue felt an unprecedented sense of security. Xia Lianxue nodded for some unknown reason. She didn't notice at all that Xiao Fan was holding her hand tightly.
Xiao Fan, let go of Lianxue's hand.
Xin Hao was so angry when he saw this scene that he wanted to bite Xiao Fan. Xin Hao, please be polite when speaking to my friend.
And I am happy to do so. Does it have anything to do with you?
Xia Lianxue was a little unhappy about being interrupted by Xin Hao. The feeling just now made her a little intoxicated.
Xiao Fan, if you are a man, don't hide behind a woman. Do you dare to challenge me in a one-on-one fight?
Chapter 49 Xin Hao's double defense breakthrough. Haha, this makes me laugh to death.
You actually want to challenge Master Xiao in a one-on-one duel? Young man, you are really brave.
Who gave you the courage? Hearing Xin Hao's words, many guests laughed out loud. Xiao Fan is the new generation leader of the Xiao family, but a peasant who came from nowhere wants to challenge Xiao Fan in a duel. Xin Hao ignored the ridicule from the crowd and just stared at Xiao Fan.
Are you serious?
Xiao Fan looked at Xin Hao, who only had the first level of innate strength. He wondered if these sons of luck had any problem with their brains. They were really brave. At this time, Xin Hao hadn't even awakened his golden finger. To be frank, if it weren't for the purpose of harvesting some villain value, Xiao Fan could crush him to death with just one finger.
You are not worthy enough to fight me. Xiao Fan stated the facts in a calm tone. Die.
Xin Hao attacked boldly and punched Xiao Fan directly in the face. He had long wanted to beat Xiao Fan up, especially because of his handsome face, which made him jealous. Getting closer, seeing that his fist was only one step away from Xiao Fan, Xin Hao was overjoyed. He could already imagine Xiao Fan being beaten beyond recognition. Suddenly, a powerful aura emanated from Xiao Fan and headed straight for Xin Hao. Xin Hao felt as if his body was being pressed down by a mountain. Even if Xin Hao used all his strength to fight, he was still unable to move. Cluck, cluck, Xin Hao's face flushed red, and as his momentum grew stronger, he felt his legs begin to tremble. With a thump, he actually knelt down in front of Xiao Fan. Move! Move, Xin Hao roared in his heart. I've already told you that you're no match for me, and now you're begging for mercy? Looking at Xin Hao kneeling on the ground, Xiao Fan added fuel to the fire. Xin Hao roared angrily and was pressed to the ground. Ding! The son of luck breaks through the defense, and the villain value is rewarded with 30,000. Hearing the system's prompt, Xiao Fan smiled. As expected of him, he is the son of epic fortune, with so much villain value just by breaking the defense once. For Lian Xue's sake, I'll let you go this time. Remember to behave yourself in the future. Xiao Fan squatted down, looked at Xin Hao, who was unable to move, and began to teach him earnestly. Xin Hao said nothing. He had already seen the gap between himself and Xiao Fan, which was like an insurmountable chasm. By the way, Xiao Lianshue's hands are very smooth. I will take good care of her in the future. Seeing that Xin Hao was unmoved, Xiao Fan immediately circulated his internal energy to gather the sound into threads and transmitted them into Xin Hao's ears. Xiao Fan, you bastard, kill me if you can. Xin Hao was not the ninja turtle Su Yuan. He could no longer bear it after hearing what Xiao Fan said. Ding, the son of luck breaks through the defense again, and the villain value reward is 20,000. Xiao Lianxue looked at Xin Hao and couldn't help feeling a little disgusted. Even though Xiao Fan had let him go, he still spoke rudely. Someone, throw Xin Hao out. From now on, Xin Hao and I, Shaoli, will have nothing to do with each other. Shaoli was completely disappointed with what Xin Hao did today. After hearing Shaoli's words, two people walked in from outside the door, picked up Xin Hao, who was like a dead dog, and threw him out. My dear nephew, I didn't expect you to be so strong. It seems that we old guys have to retire. Shaoli looked at Xiao Fan with admiration in his eyes. Even he was a little frightened by Xiao Fan's burst of momentum just now, which showed that Xiao Fan's strength was far above his. Ha, third uncle, you are joking. You are the pillar of the Xiao family. Looking at the humble and polite Xiao Fan, Shaoli couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Then he turned his gaze to the Qin family members who were standing cautiously by the side. What I said before still counts, but from now on, your Qin family can no longer use my name, otherwise, you should know the consequences. After hearing what Shaoli said, everyone in the Qin family looked as if they had eaten dog shit and their faces turned ugly. He cursed Xin Hao 100 times in his heart. If Xin Hao hadn't had an attack of illness today, how could the Qin family be like this? Normally, they offended many people under the banner of Shaoli, and those people tolerated them because of the power of the Xiao family. And now that Shaoli has said this, there is no telling how those who were offended before will retaliate against the Qin family. But in the face of Shaoli's words, they didn't dare to refute at all, and could only put the blame on Xin Hao. The Qin family members were too embarrassed to stay here any longer, so they found an excuse and left in disgrace. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. You must have practiced very hard. Xiao Lianxue looked at Xiao Fan with some admiration. The Xiao family is one of the 4 major families in Kyoto and is extremely powerful. As the eldest daughter of the Xiao family, Xiao Lianxue naturally has an extraordinary vision. It was because of this that she clearly knew the terrifying talent of the young man in front of her. As the most talented person of this generation in the Xiao family, she is only in the middle stage of the Grandmaster stage. It's okay. I haven't practiced particularly hard. Looking at the girl's admiring eyes, Xiao Fan felt a little embarrassed. He usually watches live broadcasts of beautiful women and tills the land. What is cultivation? A true genius does not need cultivation system. A cousin Xiao Qingqing came over skipping and jumping, looking in a good mood. This is my sister-in-law, right? Why don't you introduce her to me, cousin? Hearing Xiao Qingqing's words, Xiao Lianxue blushed but did not refute. Don't talk nonsense, Qingqing, this is Xiao Lianxue, my friend.
Seeing Xia Lianshue's expression, Xiaofan knew what she was thinking, but sometimes you can't rush things, so he just thinks of me as a friend?
Xiao Lianxue just felt inexplicably lost in her heart. Yes, he is so outstanding, maybe he already has a girlfriend.
Oh, are you really just friends? You two look so much like a couple, I thought you were girlfriends. Where can I find a girlfriend?
If not, please introduce one to me.
Forget it, cousin, you were so outstanding, my friend is not worthy of you, but Sister Lianxue and you are really a good match. If you two were together, I would definitely support you too. Well done, cousin.
Xiaofan gave Xiao Qingqing a thumbs up in his heart. Sure enough, after hearing Xiao Qingqing's words, Xiao Lianxue looked shy and felt extremely nervous.
Don't talk nonsense. Lianxue is so beautiful. How can I be worthy of her?
Xiaofan pretended to be angry. Xiao Qingqing stuck out her tongue and said, "My friend called me, I'll go over first."
Don't mind what Qingqing said just now. How could that be? She's quite interesting.
But you're so outstanding, and I'm not worthy of you. As soon as Xiaofan heard this, he knew he had figured it out. It is worthy of being a product of the system and must be a high-quality product. The nine young divine body is indeed very attractive to women.
How could that be?
If I had a girlfriend as beautiful as you, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. After hearing this, Xiao Lianxue blushed, but out of modesty, she changed the subject.
I don't know your contact information yet.
Chapter 50. Qin Hao's golden finger arrives, and Suzaku is captured alive. The Xiao family is blind.
Just wait. Qin Hao, will definitely come back.
When Qin Hao thought about being thrown out in front of so many people today, he felt like 1,000 horses were galloping in his heart. When had he ever been treated like this before? But Xiaofan is really too strong.
I don't know when I can surpass him.
Xiaofan's strength was like a mountain, making Qin Hao feel frustrated.
Young man, do you want to become stronger?
An old voice suddenly sounded from Qin Hao's mind.
Who's talking?
Qin Hao looked around and found that there was no one else around except a sanitation worker sweeping the floor. Of course, it's the unrivaled god of war Tang Long, who was invincible in the world. The old voice sounded in Qin Hao's mind again.
What the hell is this? I've never heard of it. Can you please get out of here?
Qin Hao was in a bad mood at the moment, and he cursed immediately when he heard such immature words. Hearing Qin Hao's angry curse, Tang Long was a little confused. This young man has a really bad temper. If he hadn't just woken up and his soul was weak, he would have to let this kid know how dangerous the world is. However, in order to let Qin Hao do things for him, he decided to endure and keep calm for a while. If it really doesn't work, I will find an opportunity to take over Qin Hao's body. Well, I saw that you were very talented and wanted to take you as my apprentice, but unfortunately my inheritance is a martial saint. Qin Hao's eyes lit up immediately when he heard Tang Long's words. Of this Tang Long appeared so mysteriously. Maybe he is really the martial saint. Master, please accept me as your disciple.
I am willing to bathe and burn incense every day to worship you. Tang Long?
Where is your rebelliousness just now? Fortunately, he had just prepared a long set of excuses.
You don't have to be so anxious to become my disciple. I have conditions. You said, as long as I can do it, I will definitely do it.
Qin Hao's eyes were firm and his words were powerful. When you become strong enough, you need to find a perfect body for me. At least it has to be a spirit. Although Qin Hao didn't know what a spirit was, he didn't care and just agreed to it first.
No problem, I will do it. If that's the case, then you can become my disciple.
All you have to do is kneel 3 times and kowtow 9 times. Qin Hao's expression changed slightly when he heard Tang Long's words that he has never kneeled to heaven or earth in his life, so is he going to kneel to 2 people in just one day? Tang Long saw Qin Hao's hesitation and pretended to be sorry. If you don't want to, forget it. Hearing this, Qin Hao gritted his teeth and made a decision that went against his ancestors. Hao has been wandering for half his life, and he only regrets that he has never met a famous teacher. But if you don't give up, Hao is willing to be your foster father. Kneeling before your own godfather is reasonable.
Qin Hao secretly praised himself for his cleverness. Okay, I never thought that I, Tang Long, who remained single all my life, would actually have a son. Howard.
Tang Long naturally agreed with Qin Hao's words, since he was not the one who would suffer any loss.
My son is here.
Xin Hao fell to his knees with a thump, bang, bang, bang. There are 3 loud noises.
There's something wrong.
The sanitation worker nearby looked at Xin Hao talking to himself in the air again. He cowed out again, muttered something, then pushed the garbage truck away. Xin Hao naturally wouldn't care about these things. His mind was now full of becoming stronger. Then he stepped on Xiao Fan, and I felt a little excited just thinking about it.
However, since you have accepted me as your foster father, I will naturally not treat you unfairly. What kind of skills do you want to practice? I have even the heavenly level skills here.
Xin Hao felt that he had chosen the right adoptive father, as he had only practiced Shen level techniques before.
Godfather, is there any method that can make me stronger quickly? I want to become stronger now.
I do have a quick learning technique, but it has a few side effects. Xin Hao was delighted to hear that it could be accomplished quickly, and he automatically ignored the slight side effects.
Godfather, just pass it on to me.
Tang Long pondered for a moment, and finally passed the skills to Xin Hao, but he also hoped that Xin Hao would be able to find a perfect body for him after he became stronger. As for Xin Hao's body, to be honest, he looked down on it.
Ha, Xiao Fan, now I want to see how you die.
After receiving the skills, Xin Hao was overjoyed. The spirit devouring technique is a heavenly level technique. As long as you keep eating, you will quickly become stronger. He believed that as long as he was given time, not to mention Xiao Fan, the whole world would be under his feet. Of course, this is just his imagination. If one wants to break through to the level of martial king, one must comprehend the true meaning of martial arts, which Xin Hao naturally does not know yet. The technique was not complicated, and Xin Hao had mastered it in just 2 hours.
In that case, let's start getting stronger from the buffet.
Xin Hao immediately decided to sweep through all the buffet restaurants and teach all the bosses a lesson. Xiao Fan, who had just finished his meal, was about to drive home when he suddenly heard a sound of breaking air behind him. When he turned around, he saw a dagger approaching his heart. Xiao Fan was not in a hurry.
He stretched out his right hand and directly grasped the dagger. The masked man's pupils shrank when he saw this, and he let go immediately after realizing something was wrong. Only then did Qing Yuan, who was hiding in the dark, react. He took decisive action to stop the masked man. What she didn't expect was that the masked man was incredibly fast. Before she could even react, the masked man had already bypassed her and was about to escape from the garage. Ha, can you run away?
Xiao Fan snorted coldly, and his body turned into afterimages, causing a gust of wind wherever he passed. In the blink of an eye, he had caught up with the masked man. Hearing the sound behind him, the masked man turned and shot out a knife.
It's just a trifle. Xiao Fan used the same trick again, circulated the internal energy in his hand and held the knife in his hand. He then threw the knife in his hand at the masked man. Although he had never practiced flying knives, Xiao Fan's strength was amazing. The knife shot out like a bullet. The masked man wanted to dodge, but the knife was too fast. She still got her left arm cut by the knife and fell to the ground. A trace of blood dripped down the white skin. Xiao Fan stepped forward and pulled off the masked man's veil. Under the veil was a face that enchanted everyone. Even though Xiao Fan had seen countless women, he couldn't help but be dazzled. Evildoer. I don't owe you anything now. Seeing that there was no hope of escape, a small knife slipped from the sleeve of Suzaku's right hand and he slashed it towards his neck. However, she is fast, but there are people who are faster than her. Xiao Fan grabbed Zhuchua's wrist and circulated his internal energy to seal off all her powers. Xiao Fan naturally wouldn't let her die so easily. Master, I failed to protect you properly. Please punish me.
Qing Yuan knelt on one knee, her eyes full of self-blame. It's not your fault. She has the strength of a grandmaster. You can't deal with her. Carry her to my car. I want to interrogate her.
Chapter 51, Suzaku's Past. Yes, young master.
Qing Yuan walked forward and cleanly disassembled all the joints of Zhuchua's hands and feet. She was so careful that she even didn't spare the jawbone. Since the other party wanted to kill Xiao Fan, Qing Yuan naturally would not be polite. There was a flash of despair in Suzaku's eyes. She knew very well what would be waiting for her if she was captured alive, but she had no other options now, not even the ability to bite her tongue to commit suicide.
Look at you, such a beautiful woman. Why did you have to assassinate me instead of doing something else?
Xiao Fan squatted down and looked at Zhu with a stubborn face. Unfortunately, Suzaku can't speak now and can only stare at Xiao Fan with his eyes. If looks could kill, Xiao Fan would have died hundreds of times. Take away. At Xiao Fan's order, Qing Yuan picked up Zhu and threw her into the car roughly. The intense pain made Suzaku tremble slightly. After returning home, Xiao Fan carried Suzaku to the 3rd floor amid the surprised gazes of the servants.
In fact, I know who you are even if you don't tell me. Su Yuan sent you here.
Apart from Su Yuan, Xiao Fan couldn't think of anyone else who could send such a strong person to assassinate him. As soon as these words were spoken, Suzaku, who was lying on the bed, had a hint of surprise in his eyes. Sorry, I forgot you can't speak right now, but I advise you not to think about suicide, otherwise I will let you know how wrong your decision is. Looking at Xiao Fan's indifferent eyes, Zhu Kei felt a little creepy. Xiao Fan then repositioned her jaw.
You won. I have nothing to say. Do whatever you want.
Even though he was captured, Suzako's eyes were still arrogant. In her heart, she had never been convinced by anyone except Su Yuan.
Really?
You said it, don't regret it. Xiao Fan's eyes lit up, and the words "I am a gangster" were almost written on his face. Looking at Xiao Fan's murderous eyes, Zhu Kei felt a little flustered. Although she is decisive in killing, she has remained chaste all these years. Thinking of his next situation, Suzaku closed his eyes in despair. Just kidding, I have no interest in dead fish.
What do you mean?
Who is the dead fish?
Hearing Xiao Fan's words, Zhu Kei felt somewhat relieved and somewhat angry. Is it that her charm is not enough? Answer me, did Su Yuan send you here?
Seeing that Zhu Kei said nothing, Xiao Fan continued, You are really loyal to Su Yuan. You may not know it yet, but it was Su Yuan who sent people to kill your entire family.
This is impossible.
It was Lord Su Yuan who saved me.
How could he send someone to kill my entire family?
Hearing Xiao Fan's words, Zhu Kei became excited. If Zhuchua's hands and feet had not been unable to move, Xiao Fan would have suspected that the girl was going to rush up and bite her. You are such an idiot, you have big breasts but no brains, you were sold out by Su Yuan and still helped him count the money. Didn't it occur to you that the timing of his appearance was a little too coincidental? Hearing this, Suzaku gradually calmed down and fell into memories. It was a dark and windy night. A group of men in black suddenly broke into the Mo family from nowhere. Each of the men in black was holding a sharp weapon and killed anyone they saw, even the dogs in the yard. For a moment, the Mo family was in chaos, and screams were heard everywhere. A 15-year-old girl was hidden under her bed by her parents. She watched helplessly as two men in black hacked her parents to death. She trembled all over and covered her mouth tightly, not daring to make a sound until the Amo family returned to silence. After a long period of silence, the girl dared to crawl out from under the bed. Looking at her parents who died with their eyes open, the girl cried for the first time in her life. Boss, I told you there are still some fish that slip through the net. You are really smart, I will treat you to a health checkup after this.
Thank you, brother.
The girl looked up in fear. Several men in black appeared at the door of the room, holding large knives that were still dripping with blood. I didn't expect that she's actually a little beauty. Brothers, wait for me for 5 minutes. It will be your turn soon. Looking at the little girl's delicate face like a porcelain doll, the leading man in black became lustful. He started taking off his pants in public. There's nothing wrong with you, brother. After saying this, the other men in black left tactfully, not forgetting to close the door before leaving. Little beauty, here I come. The man in black approached the little girl step by step. The little girl was so frightened that her face turned pale. She sat on the ground, moving her hands and feet backwards until his back hit the wall and he had nowhere to retreat. The leader of the men in black had a playful look in his eyes. What he liked most was to see the desperate look of his prey. Just as he stretched out his blood-stained hands, screams were heard outside the door.
Damn it, who dares to disturb my good deeds?
The leader of the men in black thought that there were still some fish that had slipped through the net, so he opened the door and walked out cursing. The scene before him filled him with fear. A young man held a big knife and chopped all his brothers to the ground. In the dim living room, the boy was covered in blood, like a devil. You. The leader of the men in black pointed at the boy, trembling, and was speechless. A flash of lightning streaked across the night sky, and the light shone through the glass, illuminating the boy's face clearly. It's you! Why, a cold light flashed, and before the leader of the men in black could even say anything, his head fell to the ground. The boy walked quietly to the girl's room and opened the door with a click. Are you here to kill me? I'm not afraid of you. Looking at the blood dripping from the knife, the girl mustered up the courage to take out a pair of scissors from the drawer of the bedside table and pointed them at the boy. Don't be afraid, I have no ill intentions. I have already killed those men in black. After hearing the boy's words, the girl seemed to lose all her strength and the scissors in her hand slipped away. What are your plans now? The boy stared at the girl and asked softly. I don't know either. The girl shook her head blankly.
Would you like to follow me and become a strong person who can control his own destiny? Become a strong person? The girl lowered her head and muttered to herself. The boy stood there quietly, waiting for the girl's decision. After a while, the girl's eyes became firm. I will become a strong man in the future. I will go with you. Hearing the girl's words, the boy showed a hidden smile. My name is Su Yuan. Please give me your guidance in the future. Mo Qingwu. No, no. It's impossible. I don't believe it. Mo Qingwu shook her head crazily. She didn't want to believe that Su Yuan would do such a thing. Since you don't believe it, then continue to serve your enemy. I think your parents will die with regrets too. Xiao Fan looked at the stubborn Mo Qingwu and sneered. Hearing Xiao Fan's words, Mo Qingwu stood there in a daze as if she had been electrocuted. Chapter 52. Mo Qingwu's suspicion. Obviously these words hit Mo Qingwu's heart directly. Xiao Fan continued to pursue the victory. In fact, Su Yuan approached you only because he was attracted by your talent. If I'm not mistaken, your talent should be the strongest among the 4 kings of the War God Temple. Mo Qingwu was able to reach the Grandmaster level in her 20s, so her talent was naturally beyond doubt. If you didn't have such a strong talent, I don't think the Mo family would have been wiped out. No, you're lying to me, right? He wouldn't do that, no. Mo Qingwu repeated this sentence, but her tone was not as firm as at the beginning. Do I have to lie to you? Now you are the fish and I am the knife. I can kill you at any time. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, and I don't want to see you being deceived by a villain. The seed has been planted in Mo Qingwu's heart, and it will sprout sooner or later. What do you want to gain by telling me this? Mo Qingwu stared at Xiao Fan, as if trying to see through him. Let me be frank. I want your loyalty. You are a talented person and I admire you. Suzaku is very powerful and ruthless. He will be a very good assistant. Go ahead. You should know what to do. Xiao Fan took action to release the energy that sealed Mo Qingwu. You're just letting me go like this? Don't you regret it? Mo Qingwu felt complicated. She thought she was doomed today, but she didn't expect Xiao Fan to let her go so easily. I, Xiao Fan, never regret anything I do. After saying that, Xiao Fan turned around and left the room. Xiao Fan, if what you say is true, I will be loyal to you. Mo Qingwu murmured as she watched Xiao Fan's receding back. Lord Su Yuan, I hope you didn't do this. Mo Qingwu's expression suddenly became somewhat ferocious, with murderous intent flashing in her eyes. Otherwise, even if you are the god of war, I will make you regret coming to this world. After circulating her qi to restore the joints of her hands and feet, Mo Qingwu walked to the window and looked back. Without hesitation, he jumped out of the window and left. Su Yuan, I didn't expect you to be killed before I even made a move on you. Very good. Although he didn't know how Su Yuan would deal with him, since Su Yuan had already made a move, how could Xiao Fan refuse to accept the call? Qing Yuan, send someone to investigate Qin Hao. Knowing yourself and your enemy, you will win every battle. Although Qin Hao is still doing very well now, but as a son of epic destiny, it means that his future achievements will be higher than Su Yuan. Only by despising the enemy tactically and taking him seriously strategically can you win every battle. Yes, Qing Yuan took the order and retreated immediately. All mine is mine. Qin Hao was feasting on seafood in his seafood buffet restaurant. The crazy way he ate made the guests next door stunned. Qin Hao was seen holding a geoduck in his left hand and a mantis shrimp in his right hand. He kept stuffing food into his mouth as if he didn't need to chew it at all. The thick stack of plates on the table demonstrated Qin Hao's terrifying fighting power. Fuck, man, you're so awesome. If you become a food blogger, you'll definitely be #1 in the world. Seeing that Qin Hao's speed did not slow down but got faster and faster, the 2 young men at the next table exclaimed. Keep a low profile, it's only been half an hour, but I'm a man who needs to eat for a full 2 hours. Qin Hao was in a good mood when he heard the praise from the neighbor. I can become stronger and have others admire me, and my life is becoming more and more promising. The food he ate turned into energy, enhancing Qin Hao's strength. Qin Hao felt that as long as he ate for 2 hours, there would be no problem in breaking through to the second level of the innate realm. Just as Qin Hao had finished clearing the full table and was about to get more seafood, someone called him. Brother, please stay. I am the owner of this store, Yuan Xin. What can I do for you?
Xin Hao was a little confused, but still stopped.
Here's the thing. I want to invite you to eat at the buffet restaurant next door. I'll pay for it. How about that? Let me finish eating first.
Although Xin Hao was not very rich, he still had enough money to eat at a buffet, and now he just wants to become stronger quickly, and no one can stop him from eating. Xin Hao walked around the boss and went to get the food. When Yuan Xan saw that someone dared to offend him, a hint of anger flashed in his eyes that he is no ordinary person as he can open such a large seafood buffet here. I hope you can be more sensible, otherwise, Xin Hao only spent half an hour and ate at least tens of thousands of dollars worth of seafood. A ticket was only $6.66. If Xin Hao keeps eating like this, his restaurant will be completely bankrupt in a few months. Over the next hour and a half, Xin Hao ate faster and faster. He was even afraid of causing trouble and started eating directly in the food pickup area. He ate most of the meal in such a big restaurant by himself.
Comfortable.
Feeling the strength of the second level of innateness, Xin Hao was in a good mood. If he continues at this pace, he will have the confidence to deal with Xiao Fan within 2 months.
Brother, what do you think about what I told you before? Yuan Xian walked over with a smile.
Okay, since you are so sincere, I will go to the restaurant across the street for my next meal. Xin Hao took out a toothbrush and picked his teeth slowly. No, I mean that from now on you should eat at the buffet restaurant across the street.
Do you understand what I mean?
So, you are threatening me? Since when did a mere buffet restaurant owner dare to threaten him? Xin Hao stood up and accurately threw the toothpick in his hand into the trash can. The aura around him exploded and pressed towards Zi Yuanxin. First, the innate strong 1-inch Yuan Xian was forced to take a few steps back due to the pressure. Although he has some background and has practiced martial arts, he is only in the early stage of acquired skills.
Brother, I was wrong.
You can come anytime you want. A wise man never suffers a loss in front of him.
Seeing that he was about to be attacked, Yuan Xian immediately gave in.
Humph, you old man, you know what's best for you, otherwise. Xin Hao waved his fist. The meaning was self-evident.
I dare not.
Seeing Yuan Xian admit defeat, Xin Hao walked out of the restaurant triumphantly. After Xin Hao's back disappeared, Yuan Xian's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Stealing someone's money is like killing their parents. Since Xin Hao wants to take action against him, don't blame him for taking action first. Even if Xin Hao is a congenital warrior, so what?
He has people behind him.
Brother Bao, I'm in some trouble. Here comes a tough guy, a congenital warrior.
The price of an innate warrior is not cheap. Are you sure you want me to do it?
The man on the other end of the phone had a loud voice.
I am sure.
If Xin Hao wants to bring him down, he must kill Xin Hao first. He doesn't care what Xin Hao's background is. Okay, send me the photos. As for the price, Brother Bao hesitated for a while and said, they are all old customers, so I'll give them 1,500. Chapter 53 Ran Qingyan's invitation is, even though he was mentally prepared, Yuan Xian still couldn't help but gasp. At this time, he even had the thought of stopping, but when he thought of Xin Hao's arrogant face, Yuan Xian couldn't swallow his anger.
Okay, I'll transfer the money to you tonight. Yuan Xian hung up the phone with some heartache. So what if you are a congenital? If you dare to offend me, Yuan Xian, you must die. I finally got things done.
Ran Qingyan leaned back in her office chair and let out a long sigh. The contract with Tianlong Pharmaceutical Company was signed smoothly these days. It's just that the lawsuit with the previous pharmaceutical company and some miscellaneous small matters are still quite troublesome to deal with. After finishing the work, Ran Qingyan thought of the young man in her mind.
I don't know what that little rascal is doing.
Come to think of it, I haven't thanked him properly for helping me last time. After taking out my cell phone and dialing the number, it was quickly connected and a familiar voice came from the other end of the line.
Qingyan, my wife, do you miss me? I'm not, I didn't, don't talk nonsense.
Ran Qingyan blushed a little. How come this little rascal knew everything, but she would never admit it? This was her last act of stubbornness. Alas, I miss you so much every day, but I didn't expect. Hearing this, Ran Qingyan felt as sweet as if she had eaten honey. You helped me out of trouble last time, and I haven't thanked you properly yet. I would like to treat you to a meal to thank you. Please choose a place.
Didn't you thank me already?
As soon as these words were spoken, Ran Xingyan couldn't help but flash through the crazy scene of that day in her mind, and her little face turned red with embarrassment.
It's fine if you don't come.
Come on, why not come? There's no need to bother, I'll just go to your house and eat. I can take this opportunity to meet Su Yuan. Ran Xingyan was a little hesitant. She wondered what Xiao Fan would think if he knew that she was already married, but when she thought that she would have to face this matter sooner or later, Ran Xingyan made up her mind.
Okay, are you free this afternoon? I'll send you the location of my home later.
A beautiful lady invites you, so you have to come even if you don't have time. Loquacious.
Ran Xingyan said coquettishly. See you this afternoon then.
After hanging up the phone, Ran Xingyan called her mother again.
What? Are you talking about the Xiao family? Luo Yan's exclamation came from the other end of the phone. Yes, I think there shouldn't be another Xiao family in Jiang province.
Ha ha ha, great. I didn't expect you to be friends with young Master Xiao. Now my Ran family has a chance to rise. Luo Yan's face was filled with smile as she spoke. She didn't expect that her daughter would quietly gain the favor of such an important person. It would be perfect if Mr. Xiao could fall in love with my daughter. No, that useless son-in-law must divorce my daughter. It's fine that he has been sucking the blood of my Ran family for these years, but I can't let him ruin my daughter's happiness. Whenever Luo Yan thought of Su Yuan, her son-in-law, she felt disgusted.
Mom, remember to get ready. I have a call here. I'm going to hang up first. Okay, are you still worried about Mom doing things?
After hanging up the phone, Luo Yan looked at Su Yuan, who was watching TV leisurely beside her, and she felt very angry. You useless thing, do you really think you're the master? Go buy some groceries right now, or you won't have any dinner tonight.
But isn't grocery shopping a nanny's job?
Su Yuan naturally heard everything that happened on the phone. What he didn't expect was that Suzaku would actually fail. It seems that this Xiao Fan is not simple. Su Yuan said secretly with a snap. Luo Yan would not tolerate him and slapped Su Yuan in the face with great force. Even though Su Yuan was quite strong, the slap on the ear still made his head buzz. Su Yuan stood up suddenly and then gave a flattering smile.
Mother-in-law, I'll go. Isn't it okay for me to go?
As a ninja turtle, Su Yuan had long been accustomed to a mere slap in the face. Sometimes he even felt a little uncomfortable when Luo Yan didn't hit him. You useless thing, sooner or later I will make you get out of the Ran family. Looking at Su Yuan's receding back, Luo Yan muttered something and then began to order the servants to take action. She had to entertain Xiao Fan today, so she didn't dare to be negligent. After leaving the Ran family, Su Yuan's demeanor changed. No one who sees him can associate him with that good-for-nothing son-in-law.
Suzaku, I didn't expect you to fail. I am so disappointed.
If Suzaku had not failed, he would never have suffered such a terrible blow. Hearing this, Mo Qingwu appeared in front of Su Yuan. Palace Master, that Xiao Fan is quite powerful. I am no match for him. However, she did not tell anyone that she was captured alive by Xiao Fan. Su Yuan is suspicious by nature. If he knew about this, he would definitely be on guard against her in the future. Humph, if the 3-year agreement wasn't about to expire, I would have personally taken action to capture this man. You can leave first. I have to go buy groceries.
Palace Master, I have something to ask you. Do you know which organization the black-clad men who destroyed my Mo family came from?
Mo Qingwu stared into Su Yuan's eyes, her tone calm, but her heart was not at peace.
I'm still investigating this matter.
I'll let you know when there's any result.
Please leave now.
Being stared at by Mo Qingwu, Su Yuan felt a little flustered inside, but he remained calm on the surface.
Palace Master, do you know something? Mo Qingwu continued to test Su Yuan. How dare you question me like that now? Back off.
Seeing that Mo Qingwu was not giving in, Su Yuan started to scold her. Yes, Mo Qingwu responded in a low voice. The balance in her heart began to tilt. She had never doubted Su Yuan before, or rather, she was unwilling to doubt him, but after being pointed out by Xiao Fan, coupled with today's test. Su Yuan's reaction today gave her a bad feeling. I hope you won't let me down. I just had a banquet once, but I didn't expect to have another one. Xiao Fan was lying on the sofa, stroking a white rag doll leisurely.
Master, all the information about Qin Hao is here.
Xing Yuan walked over and handed the information in her hand to Xiao Fan. Oh, I didn't expect it to be so efficient. But Xiao Fan thought again and realized that the Qin family was just a small family. If it takes a long time to investigate Qin Hao, the Xiao family's intelligence network can consider changing people.
This kid is still studying at Fenglan University. If that's the case, then let him be expelled, transfer him to Jiang Province University.
Oh, and put pressure on the Qin family. I want to bankrupt the Qin family within 3 days. Naturally, one has to keep the son of luck under one's nose to feel at ease. Wouldn't it be wonderful if you could harvest him whenever you want? As for the Qin family, it is just a small family that can be destroyed with a flick of the hand.
Yes, I'll do it right away.
Xing Yuan bowed and accepted the order, then disappeared into the living room in the blink of an eye. Xin Hao, I'm beginning to look forward to your expression when you see me at Jiang Province University. Chapter 54. He is my beloved relative, my brother.
Oh. This kid actually has a good friend.
The information in hand is very detailed, even including what color shorts Qin Hao is wearing today. Xiao Fan raised his eyebrows, took out his cell phone and dialed the number directly.
Hello, who is this?
The man on the other end of the phone sounded a little tired.
Kong Juanhao, right? I heard that you have a good relationship with Qin Hao. Are you interested in working for me? Who are you? Kong Juanhao was a little confused.
He was just a loser who hadn't even graduated from college.
Why would anyone want to work for him? Could this be a scam call? It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that I know you are very short of money right now. Your mother's surgery will probably cost a lot of money.
Hearing this, a trace of horror flashed in Kong Juanhao's eyes. His mother had just fallen ill and been hospitalized for a short while, and he hadn't even had time to tell his best brother Qin Hao. After a moment of silence, Kong Juanhao said, "How much money can you give me?"
What do you need me to do? I'll give you 1 million.
I can also arrange for your mother's illness to be treated by the best doctor in Jiang Province, and you only need to sell out your good brother.
This deal is quite worthwhile, isn't it?
Hiss, Kong Juanhao took a breath of cold air. He had never seen $1 million in his life, and it was hard for him to imagine what so much money would look like piled together, but when he thought of Qin Hao, Kong Juanhao forced himself to calm down.
I need to think about this. It's okay. I'll give you half an hour to think about it.
Beep, beep, beep. It wasn't until the sound of the phone being hung up that Kong Juanhao was brought back to reality. Although I am poor, I have ambitions, and I will not be tempted, Kong Juanhao muttered to himself, as if trying to convince himself.
But what should we do about our mother's illness?
Whenever Kong Juanhao thought about the expressions on his relatives' faces when he borrowed money, he felt furious. He even knelt down for his mother, but in return he was still told no by those snobs.
I can only ask brother how to borrow some money for emergency.
When he thought of Qin Hao, a smile appeared on Kong Juanhao's lips. He believed that Qin Hao would definitely lend it to him. They have the best bond.
Hey, brother Hao, I've been having some trouble lately. Can you lend me some money?
Qin Hao on the other end of the phone was a little surprised. He didn't expect Kong Juanhao would actually ask him to borrow money. He only has a few thousand yuan for living expenses every month, mainly because his uncle Qinjin is very stingy with him.
How much do you want? Just tell me. 300,000 is okay? How many?
When Qin Hao heard this number, he lost his composure. The total amount of money he has now is only a few tens of thousands of dollars, so how can he lend 300,000 yuan to Kong Juanhao?
Juanhao, it's not that I don't want to lend you money, but I don't have that much money on me right now. How about I lend you a few $100s for emergency? It is definitely impossible to lend all of it to Kong Juanhao.
He is still hoping to become stronger quickly so as to defeat Xiao Fan. Hearing Qin Hao's words, Kong Juanhao's heart sank. The Qin family has assets of over hundreds of millions after all. As Qin Hao is a direct descendant of the Qin family, Kong Juanhao doesn't believe that he doesn't even have 300,000. Qin Hao said this, clearly not wanting to lend him money.
No need, brother Hao. I'll think of another way.
After saying that, Kong Juanhao hung up the phone. Seeing Kong Juanhao hang up the phone, Qin Hao didn't think much about it. He is now on his way to the next buffet restaurant to eat.
Fuck. What good brothers, what the best bond. Kong Juanhao kicked the wall angrily, grimacing in pain.
Qin Hao, since you are the first, don't blame me for being the 15th. Without further hesitation, Kong Juanhao dialed Xiao Fan's number. His mother's illness requires surgery as soon as possible.
Even if he can wait, his mother can't. It seems you have thought it through. Send me the card number. Xinhao is my beloved relative, my brother, so, you're going to reject me? No, sir, you misunderstood. What I meant was, you have to pay more.
Since you can sell Xinhao for money, you might as well sell more.
Ah, very good, I'll give you 2 million, but if you take the money and don't do the job, you should know the consequences.
I'm not afraid of him being greedy, I'm afraid of him not being greedy.
I am just a small character, how dare I deceive you? Just follow Xinhao as usual in the future. Report to me if there is any situation.
I will notify you when I need you to do something. Get ready tomorrow, and I will transfer you to number 1 middle school.
Yes. You can trust me to do the job. Kong Juanhao said confidently. Ding, 2 million yuan has arrived. After receiving the SMS of the payment, Kong Juanhao was overjoyed.
Xinhao, this is all your own fault, don't blame me, your brother.
Ding, you have successfully bribed Xinhao's younger brother. The plot has changed and you will be rewarded with 20,000 villain points.
After everything was arranged, Xiao Fan drove to the Ran family to keep the appointment. It's been so long, and I haven't seen Su Yuan. Xiao Fan naturally wanted to meet this son of destiny who had already grown up. Judging from the combat power in the original plot, Su Yuan has not yet broken through to the martial king realm. I estimate that he is at most at the peak of Grand Master. However, to be on the safe side, Xiao Fan felt it was still necessary to buy some props.
System, you'd better explain to me why my villain value is so low.
Looking at the villain value of only 35,000 left, Xiao Fan asked, this system has automatically repaid the money. For the sake of the host, this system has also deliberately reserved half of the villain value. Host, you don't need to thank me, this is what this system should do. No matter how Xiao Fan listened, he felt that the system's voice sounded a bit mean.
Okay, you're so cruel.
Xiao Fan said, gritting his teeth. Originally he hadn't planned to pay it back, but he didn't expect this damn system to automatically deduct the fee. It's you sows are crazy too. This is a bottle of strong medicine, which is effective even for strong men at the level of Martial King. It is also colorless and odorless, and can be said to be an essential medicine for those suffering from ENE. After continuing to search them all, Xiao Fan purchased another 3 years of combat experience and spent 20,000 villain points. Although he is very powerful now, he still lacks practical experience. Countless battle scenes flooded into Xiao Fan's mind, and Xiao Fan quietly absorbed these valuable experiences.
Now at least I can beat the 3 of me before.
Feeling the power at his fingertips, Xiao Fan said confidently. Soon, Bentley arrived at the gate of the community. When I saw the Bentley with the license plate 00006, the security guard questioned me and did not register it. He lifted the pole directly and saluted Xiao Fan. The car slowly drove towards villa number 6. After getting off the car, Xiao Fan saw a fat woman looking at him eagerly.
You must be Mr. Xiao, right? I've always heard Qin Yan mention you. Today I see that you are indeed a handsome man. No, you are Qin Yan's. I am Qin Yan's mother. Please come in. Qin Yan will be back soon. Chapter 55. Don't come over here. Su Yuan, why are you still standing there like an idiot? Why don't you pour tea for young Master Xiao?
Seeing Su Yuan still standing there stupidly, Luo Yan shouted sternly.
Who is this? Xiao Fan asked knowingly.
Hey, he is just a waste, Mr. Xiao, don't worry about him.
Luo Yan naturally didn't want to tell Xiao Fan about Su Yuan's identity.
She was still hoping that Xiao Fan would like her daughter. As for that loser Su Yuan, just let him divorce his daughter when the time comes. Xiao Fan leaned on the sofa with his hands, looking at Su Yuan who was making tea not far away. Even though he was scolded in public by Luo Yan, Xiao Fan still did not see a trace of dissatisfaction on Su Yuan's face. This kid is really patient, but his strength has not yet broken through to the martial king. Suddenly, Xiao Fan noticed a subtle movement of Su Yuan. Su Yuan had his back to him, but he raised his arms upwards, obviously not holding back a fart. Mr. Xiao, the tea is ready. Su Yuan came over politely with tea in hand.
Although I can't do anything right now, it's still okay for me to give you a beating.
Looking at Xiao Fan's face, which was far more handsome than his own, Su Yuan felt a little jealous. Why is he 1.7 meters tall and looks ordinary, while Xiao Fan is 1.85 meters tall and so handsome?
It's not fair. What kind of tea is this? Xiao Fan's question left Su Yuan a little confused. Iron guanine. I usually drink Da Hong Pao. I cough when I drink other teas. But you've already made it, so I can't waste it. Xiao Fan picked up the tea in front of him. Before Su Yuan could be happy, the tea has been handed to Su Yuan. You help me drink it. This is inappropriate. This is for you, Mr. Xiao. How can I drink it? Su Yuan felt a little scared when looking at the tea in front of him, because he had just added a strong laxative into it. Moreover, this medicine dissolves immediately in water and melts in your mouth. Mr. Xiao asked you to drink because he was giving you face. You, a loser, dare to refuse? If you don't drink today, get out of the Ran family. Seeing that Su Yuan refused to take the teacup, Luo Yan's face turned a little ugly. If she had known that Su Yuan was so ignorant, she should have kicked him out directly. Hearing Luo Yan say this, Su Yuan gritted his teeth and took the teacup. The 3-year period has not yet expired, and he still needs to abide by his promise and stay in the Ran family. The most important thing is that he is still very greedy for Ran Qingyan's body. Although Ran Qingyan ignores him now, he believes that once she knows his identity as the god of war, you will definitely fall in love with him. Drink it. Why don't you drink it? Did you put drugs in it? Seeing the confusion in Su Yuan's eyes, Xiao Fan urged. Haha, how could that be? I drink. Su Yuan laughed dryly, picked up the teacup and drank it. Something is wrong. Something is extremely wrong. As soon as he drank it, Su Yuan felt his stomach churning. This feeling, without time to explain, Su Yuan ran to his room. It seems that there really is drug in there. I didn't expect you guys would want to harm me. It's unfair, Master Xiao. How dare I do that? It must be that loser who acted on his own initiative. Don't worry, I will teach him a lesson later. Xiao Fan's indifferent tone made Luo Yan's scalp tingle. She never thought that Su Yuan would dare to be so bold. If the Xiao family thought that they wanted to harm Xiao Fan, the Ran family would disappear within a day. Just then, Ran Qingyan pushed open the door and walked in. Luo Yan seemed to have seen a savior. Xiao Fan obviously has a special relationship with his daughter. It seems that for Ran Qingyan's sake, he won't bother with her. Mom, why do you look so bad? It's all the fault of that loser Su Yuan, who actually dared to put drugs in young Master Zhao's tea. My daughter, you have a good relationship with Mr. Xiao, go and explain it to him. That's just too much. Xiao Fan is her real man, and Ran Qingyan will not allow anyone to hurt him. Qingyan, come and sit here. When Xiao Fan saw Ran Qingyan, his eyes lit up. No one could refuse the double blessing of Balenciaga and Valentino, especially when paired with that pair of long legs. It is simply the dream of every man. Ran Qingyan immediately walked to Xiao Fan and sat down in front of outsiders. She is a decisive female president, but in front of Xiao Fan, she was just a girl who was just beginning to fall in love. This was not my mother's idea. It was Su Yuan who made his own decision. Ran Qingyan's face flushed when she said this, because Xiao Fan had already put his right hand on her leg. I believe you, but you have to punish Su Yuan later. Hearing this, Luo Yan's eyes lit up. No one has a better say than her on this matter. Don't worry, I will let Su Yuan kneel down and admit his mistake to you later. After a while, Su Yuan walked out of the room with a pale face. The scene before him almost made him go berserk. Xiao Fan, take your hands off my wife. Your wife? Call her and see if she agrees. Xiao Fan wanted to laugh. Su Yuan still didn't understand what was going on. Ran Qingyan had already been his. You said so. Xiao Fan leaned over and whispered in Ran Qingyan's ear. The warm breath hit her earlobe, and Ran Qingyan felt a strange feeling in her body. She lowered her head shyly and responded softly. Su Yuan's eyes turned red when he saw this scene, and he felt a green patch on his head. Snap! A familiar voice came. Luo Yan had already slapped Su Yuan in the face. You bastard, you dare to drug young Master Xiao? Kneel down and apologize to young Master Xiao immediately. You want me to kneel down and apologize to him? Su Yuan pointed at Xiao Fan, full of disbelief. He is the god of war, how could he kneel down to others? If his subordinates knew this, how would they lead the team in the future? You're still stubborn. Luo Yan slapped Su Yuan in the face again. Fortunately, Su Yuan's body was strong, so these two slaps didn't hurt him at all. Are you going to kneel or not? Su Yuan still said nothing. Anyway, he was beaten a lot in the Ran family, but kneeling was his bottom line. It's a rebellion, it's really a rebellion.
Seeing that Su Yuan was disobedient, Luo Yan felt embarrassed. Just now she had made a solemn promise to Xiao Fan.
Well, since Su Yuan doesn't want to kneel, forget it. Xiao Fan waved his hand magnanimously.
This kid was obviously on the verge of going berserk. If he is overly stimulated, it would be bad.
But, Aunt Luo, I see you're working so hard, would you like me to do it for you? Of course, it's Su Yuan's honor.
Luo Yan agreed with a smile on her face. Su Yuan, you are amazing, you are noble, you use my face to do me a favor. At this moment, Su Yuan's voice came into Xiao Fan's ears. Boy, I advise you not to do this, otherwise there will be no way for you to survive. Since Su Yuan condensed the sound into silk threads, only Xiao Fan could hear it. Hearing Su Yuan's threat, Xiao Fan ignored it, but stood up and rubbed his hands, ready to try out. He hasn't tried what it feels like to draw the god of war yet, so he naturally won't let the opportunity go.
You, don't come over here.
Chapter 56, Fat Qin Hao. Looking at Xiao Fan approaching step by step, Su Yuan felt very panicked. You have to know that Luo Yan is just an ordinary person. No matter how hard you slap him, it will not hurt, but Xiao Fan is different. Xiao Fan is a grandmaster, although I don't know how he practiced. If I were to get slapped by him, the consequences would be unimaginable, damn it.
There are still 7 days left.
After these 7 days are over, I must let you know what true cruelty is. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Su Yuan could only roar in his heart. Bang. Under the gaze of several people, Xiao Fan slapped Su Yuan accurately in the face very quickly. Under the huge inertia, Su Yuan turned several times before stopping. The right side of his face was swollen like a pig's head, and there was only a slit left in his right eye. Su Yuan, confused face, you still dare to squint at me? Xiao Fan slapped Su Yuan on the left cheek with his backhand. Su Yuan, surprised face, good. Young Master Xiao fought well. A jerk like him needs to be taught a lesson. Before Su Yuan had time to get angry, Luo Yan beside him had already started clapping and cheering.
It's okay. My hands are a little rusty for the first time.
Xiao Fan shook his painful hands and had to admit that Su Yuan was quite thick-skinned. Ding, the son of luck has a broken mentality, and the villain value is rewarded with 20,000.
Although Su Yuan was indeed very patient, his defense was still broken.
Xiao Huan, just wait for me, I won't let you go. Su Yuan lost 2 of his front teeth from the 2 slaps, and his speech began to lisp. Okay, I'll wait for you. Xiao Fan patted Su Yuan's face, causing him to grimace in pain. Oh no. It's happening again. Su Yuan originally wanted to say something harsh, but at this moment his stomach began to churn again. Bah, you deserve it. Looking at Su Yuan's expression, Ran Qingyan spat. After an hour, Su Yuan did not appear again. Until he appeared again, everyone's eyes widened. That pale face was even whiter than bleached. Su Yuan looked at Xiao Fan weakly, and he almost didn't have the strength to speak. Now he just wanted to go back to that familiar doghouse and have a good rest. You are such a disgrace, get out of here now. For the first time, Luo Yan's words sounded so pleasant to Su Yuan's ears. Su Yuan walked to the doghouse, holding onto the wall, and lay down in it. Comfortable. He didn't want to do anything at the moment, just lie down without Su Yuan. The banquet began to proceed happily. As they drank and chatted, Xiao Fan and Ran Qingyan became closer. It was not until it was completely dark that Xiao Fan stood up and prepared to leave. Qingyan, send young Master Xiao off. Luo Yan winked at her daughter. Good. Ran Qingyan lowered her head and replied, Xiao Fan did a lot of bad things during the meal just now. Her stockings were almost rubbed into balls. Sure enough, when the two walked side by side to the Bentley, Xiao Fan put his arms around Ran Qingyan's slender waist. Wife, I feel like you've become more beautiful after not seeing you for a few days. That's impossible. Ran Qingyan lowered her head and didn't dare to look at the boy's eyes. Before we part, don't you think you should give me a gift? What, before she could react, Xiao Fan had already kissed her. Ran Qingyan remained reserved for a while before she began to respond. After a long time, the two separated. Ding, the son of luck breaks through the defense again, and the villain value reward is 20,000. Wow, the defense is broken again. Obviously, Su Yuan saw this scene just now. However, Xiao Fan had no time to deal with him now because Ran Qingyan gave him a life-threatening question. Hubby, you won't have another woman in the future, will you? Xiao Fan's brain started working rapidly. This question was really difficult. If you answer no, it is a lie and something will happen sooner or later. If you answer yes, you will lose your life. I was just joking with you, you were so outstanding. It's normal for you to have other women, but you can't forget me, or I'll bite you. Despite saying this, Ran Qingyan's eyes were still a little dim. How many people are willing to share a man with other women? Xiao Fan hugged Ran Qingyan into his arms. No matter how much time passes, I will never forget you. I still expect you to give me 8 or 10 children.
Humph, do you think I'm a pig? I don't want to.
Ran Qingyan raised her head proudly.
Aren't you, little piggy?
Xiao Fan pinched the arrogant female president's little face. It feels great and is full of collagen. After Ran Qingyan went back, Xiao Fan got into Qing Yuan's car and left. Don't drink and drive, and don't drive after drinking, just keep this car and let Uncle Joe drive it back tomorrow. Godfather, I think I need an explanation. Xin Hao looked at his face in the mirror, which was more swollen than a pig's head, and his clothes that were torn by his obesity. He asked with a trembling voice, for him, the first thing in life is to pick up girls, and pretending to be cool is only second. But in his current condition, let alone picking up girls, it would be good if girls don't get scared away when they see him.
Didn't I tell you that this technique has a few side effects? You didn't ask me at the time, so who can you blame? But didn't you say just a little bit? Really?
You must have remembered it wrongly. Xin Hao immediately got furious when he heard this, but fortunately Tang Long's next words gave him hope. When you reach the martial emperor realm, the side effects of the technique will gradually disappear. However, Tang Long omitted one sentence. If one wants the side effects to completely disappear, one must at least cultivate to the level of martial saint. Obviously, he also didn't think that Xin Hao could cultivate to the level of martial saint.
So that's how it is.
I was scared to death. Hearing that he could still recover, Xin Hao breathed a sigh of relief. If it always stayed like this, he would probably even want to start over. You have to trust your foster father.
How could I harm you?
I was too impulsive just now, please don't blame me, Godfather.
You're my good son, how could I blame you?
Just then, Xin Hao's cell phone rang.
Xin Hao, I'm the dean of the finance department of Fenglan University.
You were expelled because you stepped into the school with your left foot first.
Xin Hao?
Before I could say anything, the call was hung up. Of course he recognized the dean's voice, but he didn't expect the reason for his expulsion to be so outrageous. Even if it's a night raid on the women's restroom, it's fine.
You are blind. I don't want to stay in this rubbish Fenglan University.
As a son of luck, Xin Hao's performance has always been good. Although he didn't know what was wrong with the dean of studies, Xin Hao had no worries about not having any school to accept him. Not long after, Xin Hao received another strange call.
Xin Hao, right? I'm the dean of the finance department of Jiang Province University.
I just heard that you were expelled from your original school. I feel so sorry for you.
Talented people like you should come to our Jiang Province University. Listen, this is what a soulmate is.
This is a soulmate. The strength of Jiangxi University is naturally beyond doubt, and it is far ahead of my original school.
But I'm a little short of money recently.
Look at the tuition issue for outstanding students like you. Our tuition is fully waived.
Okay, since you are so sincere, I will come to school tomorrow.
Chapter 57. How are the techniques of Red Romantics 007 technicians? Xin Hao was delighted to hear that he didn't have to pay tuition.
He was too poor now. It costs thousands to eat buffet every day.
At this rate, the living expenses of several thousand yuan a month will not be enough. Even if he added the $50,000 he had saved, it wouldn't last long.
You are such a blind man. I have been admitted to Jiang Province University.
You, old Deng, will regret it soon. Xin Hao edited the text message and sent it to the dean of the finance department of Fenglan University. Then I blocked him directly asleep. Xin Hao, in a good mood, jumped directly onto the bed, but he underestimated his current tonnage. A click sounded. The wooden bed collapsed under the weight.
What a fucking bed!
Xin Hao staggered and almost fell, cursing as he picked up the quilt and walked towards the sofa in the living room. Good boy, where did you get your skills?
Did you really open the treasure of my Xiao family?
Xiao Tian shook Xiao Fan's shoulders excitedly. He originally had a relatively important meeting today. After seeing the skills, he decisively cancelled the meeting and immediately sent the skills to Xiao Fan's grandfather Xiao Potian. As the strongest person in the Xiao family, Xiao Potian has always been restricted by his martial arts skills and has been unable to break through to the martial emperor realm. Now that he has obtained the heavenly level martial arts technique, he directly made a bold statement that he would be able to break through to the martial emperor realm within a month. As long as Xiao Padian can break through to the martial emperor realm, even the 4 major families in Kyoto will have to give his Xiao family some face.
Isn't it just a mere heaven-level technique? Is there any need to be so excited? I have already mastered it in 1 day.
As he said that, Xiao Fan directly converted all 20,000 villain points into experience and added them to the Sheng Yuan Ju.
Ha, you are so proud of yourself for praising me, right?
If you succeed in your cultivation, today, however, before Xiao Tian could finish his harsh words, the deep blue energy exclusive to Sheng Yuan Ju appeared on Xiao Fan's palm.
Dad, what did you just say you were going to do today? Xiao Fan blinked his eyes pretending to be innocent. Nothing, I didn't get enough rest today, so I went to bed.
Xiao Tian walked into the bedroom without looking back and locked the door. Seeing this, Xiao Fan smiled and then walked into his bedroom.
Sweki baby, did you miss me after not seeing me for a few days? No, I don't miss you at all.
Chen Sweki sounded a little aggrieved. Xiao Fan hadn't contacted her for several days. She thought Xiao Fan had forgotten her. There has indeed been something going on these days. Xiao Fan told Chen Sweki about his experience in the secret realm, but made some slight modifications. You didn't know it at the time, but I fought that old dog for 300 rounds, and in the end I just relied on my endurance to beat him to death. After that, I had an epiphany right away, and broke through 3 realms in a row. Oh my god, brother Xiao Fan, you are really amazing. Hearing Xiao Fan's boasting, Chen Sweki on the other end of the phone had stars in her eyes and instantly turned into a little fangirl. I never thought about whether what some people said was true.
Baby Sweki, I miss you. Xiao Fan's tone suddenly became serious. But my dad is at home.
If he knew you were coming, he would probably. After hearing what Chen Sweki said, Xiao Fan felt a little headache. It was really difficult to deal with him as a father-in-law. Then I'll pick you up tomorrow morning. Okay. After they talked on the phone for another hour, they said good night to each other. The moon quietly climbed up the branches, and the bright moonlight sprinkled in the doghouse. Only then did Su Yuan come to his senses. Suzaku, Su Yuan's voice still sounded a little weak. Mo Qingwu's figure quietly appeared under the moon, like an elf.
Go and check, find out everything about Xiao Fan. If he has any relatives or friends, bring them to me.
Now he couldn't do anything and could only leave this matter to Mo Qingwu. Hearing Su Yuan's words, a hint of hidden coldness flashed in Mo Qingwu's eyes. She didn't believe that Su Yuan didn't know the truth that misfortune should not affect family members. Now Su Yuan's words deepened her doubts again. Yes. After Mo Qingwu received the order, she left quietly and naturally. She would not touch Xiao Fan's family. Xiao Fan let her go last time, so if she did the same thing this time, wouldn't that be cruel and heartless? What she wants to do most now is to find out what happened that year. As for what Su Yuan told me, it's up to whoever wants to do it.
She will not work for Su Yuan again until she finds out the truth about the Mo family's extermination.
Ho, Xiao Fan, if you dare to touch me, and even my woman, I will make you regret coming into this world.
Damn it, I'd better go get 2 big gold teeth fixed tomorrow.
Only gold teeth can match my status as the god of war. The next day, Xiao Fan got up very early and copied a copy of the Sheng Yuan Ju. He immediately got in the car and went to Chen Sweki's home.
Sweki, I'm here.
Seeing that there was no one at the door, Xiao Fan shouted immediately, but before Chen Sweki could reach her, Chen Jianya's angry roar was heard. How dare you come to my house? You are not welcome here.
Hey, isn't this Uncle Chen? If you don't welcome me, my baby Sweki will welcome me. With his strength skyrocketing, Xiao Fan became much more relaxed when facing Chen Jianya. Your strength?
Chen Jianya looked at Xiao Fan with some doubt. He clearly remembered that the last time they met, Xiao Fan was still a master. Now even he couldn't see through Xiao Fan's realm.
Uncle Chen, 30 years, bah, a man should be looked at with new eyes after 3 days of absence. Maybe you misjudged me yesterday, but I am still me.
I almost committed a big mistake. Fortunately, Xiao Fan reacted in time. As he said that, Xiao Fan rolled over and entered the yard. Just then, Chen Sweki appeared at the window with a toothbrush in her mouth. Brother Xiao Fan, wait for me for a moment, I'll be ready soon. Okay, I'll give you a gift later. As Xiao Fan said that, he wanted to go in, but unexpectedly Chen Jianya flashed to the door and stopped him.
Uncle Chen, you are being unreasonable. I'm not here to look for you.
And what else? Xiao Fan whispered in her ear. I saw you go to the Red Romantic Bath Club last time.
You don't want Sweki to know about it, do you? Chen Jianye. I'm not, I didn't, you got the wrong person.
Who has better skills, technician number 88 or technician number 007?
You are talking nonsense. Of course it's 007's method.
Oh, Xiao Fan looked at Chen Jianye with a look that said, I understand you.
Damn, I was tricked by this guy. Chen Jianye secretly cursed Xiao Fan for being a cunning person. Then I'll go in first. Xiao Fan walked around Chen Jianye and went in.
This time Chen Jianye did not stop him, but he felt a little worried, so he followed Xiao Fan in.
Brother Xiao Fan, I'm ready now, let's go.
Chen Sweki took the initiative to pull Xiao Fan and prepared to leave, which made her father behind her feel jealous.
Don't worry, I'll give you a gift.
As he spoke, Xiao Fan took out the copied Sheng Yuan Ju from his pocket and handed it to Chen Sweki.
What's this?
Looking at the 2 sheets of paper filled with writing, Chen Sweki was a little confused. I brought this heavenly rank technique back from the secret realm. You are the woman I love the most, so naturally I have to give you a copy.
Chapter 58 Chen Jianye's recognition. What?
Before Chen Sweki could react, Chen Jianye behind Xiao Fan exclaimed. He knew very well what the heaven grade kung fu represented. I didn't expect that Xiao Fan could give the skills to Chen Sweki so easily.
Stinky, nephew, can you show me that technique?
Chen Jianye rubbed his hands, looking a little nervous. Of course you can, but this technique must not be leaked out, otherwise, Xiao Fan did not continue speaking, as he believed that Chen Jianye should understand the interests involved. The reason why he left the martial arts to Chen Sweki was to enable her to protect herself. The enemies he will face in the future will definitely become stronger and stronger, so he must prepare early. As for Chen Jianye, he is his father-in-law after all, and he has a good relationship with his father, so it would
be okay to let him see it. Don't worry, I understand. After getting Xiao Fan's consent, Chen Jianye picked up the technique and started reading it. Great, great. After reading it, Chen Jianye slapped his thigh and shouted. Sweki, please write down the technique first and then destroy it. Xiao Fan took the skills and handed them to Chen Sweki under Chen Jianye's reluctant gaze. Isn't this too expensive?
Chen Sweki was a little hesitant, although she had no idea about the heavenly grade skills. She could tell how important this skill was from Chen Jianye's reaction. After these words were spoken, Chen Jianye on the side became anxious. His daughter was good in every way except that her IQ plummeted after she met Xiao Fan.
What's mine is yours. If you do this again, I'll be angry. Well, I'll write it down now. Chen Sweki took the skills and then walked into the study and began to study. Nephew, excuse me for a moment. Chen Jianye pulled Xiao Fan out. What the hell? Borrow one?
Xiao Fan exclaimed inwardly. How did he know that he had saved 8T of study materials in his browser? How does your uncle treat you, generally? Now there is a chance to restore our relationship.
Do you want to? In no mood.
Xiao Fan answered decisively. He finally realized that Chen Jianye was clearly coveting his study materials. These are all his treasures, how could he share them easily? This answer choked Chen Jianye. After a long silence, Chen Jianye slowly spoke.
In fact, logically speaking, you should call me father-in-law. At this moment, Xiao Fan wanted to ask, where is your bottom line? Let me be frank.
I also want to practice that heavenly technique.
You see, oh, you mean that? I thought it was, what do you think it is? Chen Jianye couldn't think of anything else that could attract Xiao Fan except for his heavenly level skills.
Nothing, the technique is fine, but look at what happened between me and Sweki. Since you can come up with such a precious technique, I believe you really like Sweki, but I have to say this in advance. If you dare to bully Sweki in the future, don't blame me for turning against you. The moment Xiao Fan took out his martial arts technique, Chen Jianye's opinion of him changed. Besides, Chen Sweki also likes Xiao Fan so much, what else can he say? But even so, he still did not forget to warn Xiao Fan. Don't worry, I will definitely treat Sweki well. Xiao Fan patted his chest and made the promise. Chen Sweki had a very strong memory and she had memorized all the skills in just half an hour.
Father-in-law, Sweki, and I will go to school first.
Xiao Fan held Chen Shuiqi's soft and boneless little hand and winked at Chen Jianye. Chen Jianye just nodded and said nothing. When he saw Xiao Fan's despicable look, he felt uncomfortable when he thought that his daughter was going to be taken advantage of by this pig. "Princess, please get in the car." Xiao Fan walked forward, opened the car door, and made an elegant movement.
"Brother Xiao Fan, how did you convince my dad?" After the car started, Chen Shuiqi was a little confused and couldn't help asking. "Of course, it's my personal charm,"
Xiao Fan said, licking his face, but Chen Shuiqi nodded in agreement. "You are bad." Suddenly Chen Shuiqi's face turned red, and Xiao Fan's right hand began to become restless. "Is this Jiang Province University?"
"It is much more impressive than Fenglan University."
Xin Hao came to the school gate carrying a small school bag. Looking at the two majestic lions in front of the gate, he couldn't help but sigh. It was already 10 o'clock in the morning. Xin Hao has delayed until now in order to buy a suitable set of clothes, but even so, the extremely loose clothes felt like tights when worn. Walking to the guardroom, Xin Hao knocked on the door.
"You are a parent, right? Which class does your family member belong to?
Please register first." The guard glanced at Xin Hao and handed him a form. Hearing this, Xin Hao's face was full of black lines. He is obviously a young boy, okay? "My name is Xin Hao, and I was specially recruited by Director Wang Wei."
"Yeah?"
This morning Wang Wei did tell him that there was a new student named Xin Hao. The guard took out a photo from the drawer and compared them. The person in the photo doesn't look alike to the man in front of him who calls himself Xin Hao.
They have absolutely nothing to do with each other.
"Young man, I advise you not to lie here, otherwise I will call the police."
"I am really Xin Hao. What will it take for you to believe me?" Xin Hao was a little anxious.
He was also planning to go and see the quality of the beauties in the school. "I don't have the time to waste here with this security guard." The guard slapped the photo in front of Xin Hao.
"Come on, tell me your name is Xin Hao, then who is he?"
The guard's words were undoubtedly like rubbing salt into Xin Hao's wounds. The photo was exactly Xin Hao's student ID card from Fenglan University. "I just ate a lot recently, so I gained some weight. Are you leaving or not? If you don't leave, I will call the school security team." Hearing the guard say this, Xin Hao had no choice but to take out his cell phone and call Wang Wei. When Wang Wei arrived, he was also stunned when he saw Xin Hao's look. After confirming that it was indeed Xin Hao through the ID number, Wang Wei took him to apply for a student ID.
"You have been assigned to Class 1 of the Finance Department. You must study hard and don't let me down." Wang Wei patted Xin Hao's broad back and said earnestly, "Don't worry, I will definitely bring honor to Jiang Province University." Xin Hao looked solemn. Okay, then I'm relieved. There's a sign on the door saying class. I have something else to do."
"You can go over by yourself." "Good." Xin Hao was somewhat expectant. As everyone knew, Jiang Province University was famous for its many beautiful girls. Looking at Xin Hao's receding back, Coach Wang sneered. "You have offended the Xiao family, and you don't even know it."
How pathetic. Chapter 59, Your name is Xin Hao, this is it.
Looking at the bright words on the doorframe, Xin Hao pushed open the door.
Report. I'm the new transfer student, Xin Hao.
As he spoke, Xin Hao looked at the students in the class. A beautiful JK girl in white stockings made his eyes almost pop out.
Come in.
The teacher wearing gold-rimmed glasses looked at Xin Hao and said lightly.
Just sit in that corner. There's an empty seat there.
Hearing this, Xin Hao walked into the classroom, but he was stuck in the doorframe. There was instant laughter looking at the strange looks from his classmates, especially the JK beautiful girl who just looked at him as if he was a monster. Xin Hao just wanted to find a crack in the rock to crawl into. Taking a step back, Xin Hao turned sideways and finally walked into the classroom. At this moment, Xin Hao found a handsome young man looking at him with a faint smile, and the scene of yesterday
emerged in his mind. Who else could this person be other than Xiao Fan?
I'll let you be proud for a while. When I become a grandmaster, I'll let you know why flowers are so red. Xin Hao repeated this sentence silently and forced himself to calm down, but then something very embarrassing happened. His body couldn't fit through the aisle. Xin Hao had no choice but to go out through the front door and come in through the back door. After arriving at his seat, Xin Hao sat down carefully. He was afraid that the stool would not be able to support the weight if he sat down on it, as the lesson of the bed last night was still fresh in his mind. Okay, let's continue with the class. At the teacher's command, everyone stopped paying attention to Chin Hao and focused on listening to the class. This Destiny child is really strange. He became like this overnight. I guess it's the work of Grandpa Goldfinger. Xiao Fan naturally saw that Chin Hao's strength had broken through. He immediately picked up his phone and sent a text message to Chin Hao's good brother Kong Juanhao.
Chin Hao is in class 1 of the finance department.
Go and find out why he has changed so much. Kong Juanhao was a little confused when he received the text message. How big can a person's change be? After class, Kong Juanhao took action immediately. He walked to a nearby corridor and began to wander around.
Juanhao, why are you here?
A familiar voice called out to him. Kong Juanhao looked back and saw Chin Hao's spherical body.
It's me. I'm Chin Hao.
Chin Hao explained with some helplessness in his heart. Brother Hao, what are you doing? Only then did Kong Juanhao understand what Xiao Fan meant by the huge changes. Oh, it's hard to put it into words. Chin Hao smiled bitterly.
By the way, why are you here?
Kong Juanhao's grades were much worse than his, and he was a little confused.
I don't know either.
I was expelled yesterday because I stepped into the school gate with my right foot first. Then the dean of the computer department at Jiangxi University called me and told me that I was admitted. Hearing this, the fat on Chin Hao's face twitched. The left foot was fired, and the right foot was also fired.
We can only blame them for not being able to fly. Brother Hao, you wouldn't. Kong Juanhao covered his mouth and pretended to be surprised. In order to prevent Chin Hao from becoming suspicious, Kong Juanhao decided to take the initiative. He looked around, walked to Chin Hao and whispered, Brother Hao, you didn't offend any big shots, did you?
I think so, but it doesn't matter. Brother Hao tells you, just wait for me for 2 months, and I will be able to kill him.
Brother Hao is awesome.
He is worthy of being the man that terrorizes parts of Jiang province. Some areas refer to the kindergarten downstairs from Chin Hao's home. That's right, don't worry Juanhao, he won't dare to touch you with me here. After being flattered by his younger brother, Chin Hao also became proud.
Brother Hao, I knew it was right to follow you. Good brothers. For life. We have the best bond.
Looking at the two people leaving side by side, a gleam of light flashed in Xiao Fan's eyes. He didn't expect that Kong Juanhao was such a talented person and his performance was so flawless. As for whether he might play tricks, Xiao Fan was not worried at all. If Kong Juanhao doesn't know what's good for him, he has plenty of ways to deal with him. Sure enough, Kong Juanhao sent a message not long after the class started. Chin Hao practiced a certain technique, which is why he became like this. He said that he only needs to keep eating to become stronger. This technique is indeed amazing, but the side effects are also really serious. After looking back at Chin Hao, Xiao Fan gave up the idea of acquiring this martial art. If he were to become like that, it would be better to kill him quickly.
In that case, I'll find a way to drain your money.
Xiao Fan estimated that the Qin family was about to go bankrupt. When Chin Hao has no source of income, let's see how he will eat. He can't become strong by eating dirt, right? As for how to drain Chin Hao's money, the fastest way is naturally to rob him. Of course, Xiao Fan would not take action himself. Now that Chin Hao has an old grandfather, he still needs to be cautious. After contacting Cheng Yuan and arranging manpower, Xiao Fan started chatting with Chen Sueki. Study? Study shit. It's fine if I don't have a system to study, but if I have a system, then I'll still study.
Then wouldn't it be a waste for me to awaken the system? Don't you agree, man?
The host is right. The time of slacking off is always so happy and short, and soon it is time to go home from school happily. Xiao Fan and Chen Sueki walk side by side on the road, attracting the attention of countless students. After all, both of them are so good looking. Ha, Xiao Fan, I've caught you now. Wait until I send the photos to Lianxue, and then I'll see what else you can do. As he spoke, Chin Hao took out his cell phone and took a picture of Xiao Fan's back. To be on the safe side, he ran to a distance and took a photo from the side. The scene naturally could not escape Xiao Fan's perception, but he was too lazy to pay attention to Chin Hao. He believed that Chin Hao would repent for his actions later. Sueki, I heard that a new store has opened in the snack street. The octopus balls there are delicious. Would you like to try them?
Xiao Fan's words made Chen Sueki swallow her saliva involuntarily.
Octopus balls are her favorite snack. Okay, I'll talk to my dad first, otherwise he'll urge me to go back later.
No, I've already told him. Then the two of them got in the Bentley and drove away. Damn, isn't it just because I'm rich? When I inherit my dad's shares, I'll buy one too.
Xinhao said viciously to Bentley's back. As a direct descendant of the Qin family, his father naturally owns shares in the Qin family company. It's a pity that Xinhao's uncle has been making excuses about his inheritance of shares.
I didn't expect that there are so many beauties in Jiang Province University. If I had known, I would have gone to Fenglan University.
Soon Xinhao was distracted by the large wave of white and beautiful legs. The girls looked at Xinhao's lustful eyes and quickened their pace and left.
I'm not a bad person, that's all.
Xinhao muttered something in dissatisfaction, and seeing that he had no legs left, he walked out of the school and prepared to go home. As he was humming a song and passing by an alley, suddenly a big hand pulled him in. His strength was so great that even Xinhao's resistance was useless.
Boy, your name is Xinhao? Chapter 60. Can you please stop slapping me in the face? Brother, did you recognize the wrong person? What Xinhao? I don't even know him.
It was obvious that the several burly men in front of him were not ordinary people, and the aura of each of them made Xinhao feel a little frightened. How could he dare to admit it? The sturdy man in the lead sneered when he heard this. The long scar on his face squirmed like a centipede as the strong man laughed.
Ha, it doesn't matter whether you are Xinhao or not. It just so happens that we are a little short of money recently, so lend us some money.
When Xinhao heard that several people were going to rob, his face turned pale. He is now counting on the money in his hands to become stronger. If he is robbed, he will have to eat dirt.
Brother, I'm just a college student. I don't have any money. How about I take you to the Qin family to get money? My uncle is very rich. Okay. You still say you are not Xinhao. How dare you play tricks on me?
The scarred burly man slapped Xinhao in the face. The huge force knocked him to the ground, and he rolled to the end of the alley like a gourd.
Brother, you can hit me, but please don't hit me in the face, okay?
Xinhao said aggrievedly, covering his swollen face.
Missed. Guys, hit him in the face, attack hard.
At the command from the scarred burly man, several people began to surround Xinhao and do unspeakable things. It can be said that those who see it shed tears and those who hear it feel sad. 15 minutes later, brother, this kid is too shameless.
I am a little tired of beating him. Then come one by one, let's play relay. Xinhao? Can you guys just be human beings? Godfather, save me.
Xinhao shouted loudly. He felt that as a former martial saint, Tang Long would definitely have a way to save him. However, Tang Long didn't care about it. His soul was weak now, and it would cost a great price to save Xinhao. The most important thing was that he didn't sense any murderous intent from those people. Since Xinhao couldn't die, he simply pretended not to hear.
Godfather?
There's no point in you calling me dad today. Another half hour passed. I'm wrong, I'll give it to you. Xinhao had been beaten so badly that even his own mother couldn't recognize him. There is not a single piece of good flesh on his face. If Xinhao hadn't forced his eyes open, he wouldn't even be able to see, let alone money at this moment. Even if a few people wanted to force the man to stay, he would still stick his butt up obediently.
What were you doing so early? Transfer the money.
The scarred burly man took out his cell phone and transferred all the money in Xinhao's card.
Who are you to dare to use the same iPhone as me?
After staring at Xinhao's phone for 2 seconds, he casually threw Xinhao's phone to the ground. With one kick, the phone was crushed to pieces.
Remember, bring more money next time.
Scarface patted Xinhao's big face, and Xinhao gasped in pain. Okay, next time I will. The situation was stronger than the person, so Xinhao had no choice but to act like a grandson. Hearing this, Scarface nodded with satisfaction, then left leisurely with a few people. Looking at the backs of several people, Xinhao just felt a sharp itch in his teeth. Pooh. After confirming that the few people had left, Xinhao spat out a mouthful of saliva mixed with blood. Fortunately, I was smart enough to hold back, otherwise you would have snatched it all away. As he spoke, Xinhao took off his shoes, and there were several $100 bills lying on the soles of his shoes. My cell phone. Xinhao looked at the cell phone that had been stepped on beyond recognition and covered his chest with his hands, feeling heartbroken. Xinhao, swear to heaven that I will avenge today's humiliation. As soon as he finished speaking, Xinhao's body suddenly trembled reflexively. Those familiar figures appeared at the entrance of the alley again. Brother, please don't hit me in the face this time. Open your mouth. Xiao Fan picked up an octopus ball. Chen Sueki obediently opened her cherry lips and swallowed the meatball.
One more.
I don't want it anymore. Chen Sueki's little face looks like a little hamster that has stored food, bulging and very cute. Xiao Fan fed her too quickly and she didn't have time to eat it. Sueki baby is so cute, come and look at the camera.
Xiao Fan stood up and walked to Chen Sueki, took out his mobile phone and turned on the camera.
Click. A pair of golden boy and girl were frozen on the phone, looking at Chen Sueki who was so close to him. Xiao Fan couldn't help but take a sip. It's bouncy and tastes very good. Chen Sueki was suddenly attacked and her little face turned red instantly. Brother Xiao Fan, why don't you eat? There are still a lot.
I'm full. Chen Sueki obviously didn't understand what Xiao Fan meant by this.
She looked at Xiao Fan with her big cute eyes, her face full of confusion.
You haven't eaten yet? How come you're full already?
Sueki baby, don't you know what beauty is? After Xiao Fan said this, Chen Sueki blushed and lowered her head, acting like an ostrich after eating snacks. Xiao Fan took Chen Sueki to the amusement park for some fun, then they sent her home.
See you tomorrow, brother Xiao Fan.
Chen Sueki waved to Xiao Fan, then walked into the villa reluctantly.
See you tomorrow. Xiao Fan waved goodbye, got in the car and left.
It seems that Qinhao was really easy to fleece. It's only been a short while and he has already contributed a wave of villain value to me. Yes, just now when playing in the amusement park, Qinhao successfully broke through the defense again. Ding, congratulations to the host for suppressing the Qin family and causing them to go bankrupt. The plot has changed and the villain value is rewarded with 20,000. The pleasant voice of the system came. Xiao Fan raised his eyebrows. Good things really come in pairs, but we can't just grab one sheep and pull it out. Su Yuan must also keep up. He had to take advantage of the fact that Su Yuan was unable to take action and suppress him. Xiao Fan sneered in his heart and already had a plan. Just then, a woman suddenly appeared in front of the car. Fortunately, Uncle Zhou braked in time and did not hit her. Xiao Fan looked carefully and found that it was Zhao Jing. Today Zhao Jing was wearing a white training outfit with a black ribbon tied around her waist. It's still the familiar high ponytail hairstyle, showing her capable look.
Xiao Fan, you defeated me last time only because of your realm. This time, I won't lose to you again.
Zhao Jing's words were full of confidence. She had been practicing hard these past few days. Now that she is fully familiar with the power of the Grandmaster realm, she is confident that she is not inferior to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan got out of the car with a helpless look on his face.
This Zhao Jing is a complete martial arts fanatic.
You are not my opponent, so please don't bother me anymore, okay? Also, don't wear white clothes at night to scare people. As he said that, Xiao Fan wanted to open the car door. A fragrant breeze blew over, and Zhao Jing was already blocking his way.
How do you know I'm no match for you if you haven't fought me before? Chapter 61, Defeat Zhao Jing again. Rebellion has been born. I don't have time to compete with you now. Let's do it next time.
Although Zhao Jing is indeed very beautiful, her temperament is like that of an ancient female general. Women are as good as men and you will never forget them after just one look at them. But Xiao Fan is still troubled by the relationships between several women. If they were to meet, who knows if they would start fighting, especially Muinin. Xiao Fan could feel that she was a very traditional girl at heart.
Xiao Fan only hated that he didn't have the aura of the protagonist, otherwise he wouldn't have such troubles. However, Zhao Jing's next words made him explode. You can't do that? Provocation, naked provocation. Except for Su Yuan, no man in the world could bear to hear this. Xiao Fan took a deep breath and said, okay, since you want to compete, then come on.
Seeing that Xiao Fan agreed to the duel, Zhao Jing's eyes lit up.
Where are we going to compete? The same place as last time?
No, just here. With his current strength, he could suppress Zhao Jing with just a flip of his hand, so he didn't want to waste time running so far.
Okay, let's do it here.
Zhao Jing naturally had no objection. Xiao Fan asked Zhou Bo to drive the car back first, as this place was not far from his home. Then Zhao Jing assembled the spear and got into position. Xiao Fan stood there with a calm expression.
Come on.
Xiao Fan hooked his finger. Seeing Xiao Fan looking down on her like that, Zhao Jing was not angry. After all, she did lose last time. The spear in his hand was wrapped in light golden energy, like a latent dragon emerging from the sea, transforming into waves of spear shadows that stabbed towards Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan was not in a hurry. He gathered the internal energy in his palm and accurately grasped the gun tip. A huge force came from the gun, and before Zhao Jing could let go, she was carried away by the spear. By the time she reacted, Xiao Fan's fingertips had already stopped on her fair neck. You lose. After hearing these 3 words, Zhao Jing's hand holding the gun seemed to lose its strength. The spear fell to the ground, making a crisp low sound. She thought that even if she couldn't defeat Xiao Fan, at least she wouldn't be defeated so quickly. Unexpectedly, reality slapped her hard in the face. In just 1 round, she was defeated, and defeated so completely. It wasn't until Xiao Fan's back disappeared from her sight that she came to her senses. Do I really have a chance of beating him? Zhao Jing stood there, muttering to herself. Seeing this scene, Zhao Xian, who was secretly protecting Zhao Jing, sighed helplessly. It's not that Zhao Jing is not strong enough, it's just that Xiao Fan is too abnormal. He had no idea of Xiao Fan's strength, but it was obvious that he was at least a grandmaster. An 18-year-old grandmaster. Even the 4 major families in Kyoto probably don't have such a genius. What bad luck! Xin Hao lay on the sofa, feeling depressed. The last few $100 in cash he had was completely robbed. If he doesn't get the money, he will go hungry tomorrow. Boom boom boom, there was a rapid knock on the door. Xin Hao got up with difficulty and opened the door. Qin Jin and several members of the Qin family were seen standing outside the door with unfriendly looks on their faces. Who are you? Tell Qin Hao to get out of here. Looking at the man whose face was more swollen than a pig's head, Xinjin shouted. The Qin family suffered suppression from various forces and went bankrupt in just 1 day. The industry was also sealed off by the authorities. If Xinjin had not been decisive enough, he had to take drastic measures and go in and operate the sewing machine. Now, after much thought, there is only one possibility, that is, Qin Hao offended Xiao Fan. Originally, Xinjin wanted to call Qin Hao and tell him to get lost. But he couldn't get through to Qin Hao. That's why he came to demand accountability. Qin Hao saw Xinjin's eyes light up, and he felt that he wouldn't have to eat dirt tomorrow. Uncle, I am Qin Hao. What do you want to talk to me about? By the way, I have no living expenses now. Please give me some money first. After hearing this familiar voice, Xinjin was sure that this person was Qin Hao. Although he didn't know why Qin Hao became like this in 1 day, he didn't want to get involved in Qin Hao's affairs. When he heard Qin Hao mention money as soon as he opened his mouth, he became furious as he was already in a bad mood. He kicked Qin Hao directly, but he didn't expect that he couldn't kick Qin Hao at all, and was bounced back by his big belly instead. Uncle, it would be fine if you didn't give me the money, but why did you hit me? Qin Hao also became angry. What he had experienced today was already miserable enough. You son of a bitch, you've got the guts to talk to me like that. Xinjin pointed at Qin Hao's nose and cursed. Do you know that because you offended Xiao Fan, our Qin family is now bankrupt? There are more than a dozen people in my Qin family, and now we are almost reduced to begging on the streets. You are the sinner of the Qin family, a sinner. Several other members of the Qin family were also instigated by Xinjin's words and began to criticize Qin Hao. Qin Hao was struck by lightning when he heard Xinjin's words. He hadn't even gotten the shares of the Qin family's company yet, and the Qin family had already gone bankrupt. Most importantly, he completely lost his source of income. Xiao Fan. It's all because of you, you bastard. You must have arranged those people. Qin Hao only reacted at this time. Everything that happened today was so coincidental. It must be Xiao Fan who was manipulating it behind the scenes. Of those strong men are obviously masters. Who would be so kind as to rob people, and it just happened to be on his head? Qin Hao just felt a little chilly. He even began to doubt whether he could defeat Xiao Fan. Seeing that Qin Hao didn't say anything, several people thought that Qin Hao was guilty. Yet he started to attack Qin Hao, but at this moment, Qin Hao was like a powder keg that could explode at any time. Facing the Qin family's punches and kicks, Qin Hao fought back without hesitation. Xinjin, the strongest among them, is only at the 5th level of the acquired realm, so he is no match for Qin Hao. Qin Hao beat him up in just a few hits, leaving him with a black eye and a swollen face. Rebellion. Qin Hao, you actually dared to attack our elders. My Qin family can no longer tolerate you. I will erase your name from the Qin family's genealogy right now. Xinjin covered his left eye, which was black from being hit, and said viciously. Whatever you want, now all of you get out of here. If anyone dares to come here again, I won't be so gentle next time. Facing Xinjin's threat, Qin Hao was fearless. Why are you still pretending to be so high and mighty when you're already bankrupt, you? Xinjin wanted to say something else, but when he saw Qin Hao's fist as big as a sandbag, he had to leave in shame with the Qin family. Godfather, what do you think I should do? Qin Hao was confused and had to turn around and ask Tang Long. Useless, with your ability, are you still afraid that you can't get money? Do you still need me to teach you such a small thing? Tang Long was almost pissed off to death by Qin Hao. He had the strength of the innate realm but no brains at all. Hearing Tang Long's word waste, Qin Hao's eyes flashed with murderous intent that he hated it most when people said that to him, even if that person was his adoptive father. However, he did not have the strength to confront Tang Long yet, so he could only humbly say, "Please give me some pointers, foster father." Chapter 62, Traitor Qinglong. Since you ask sincerely, I will be merciful and tell you. As a martial saint of an era, Tang Long is naturally not a good man.
Why don't you learn from those masters today and rob people?
Yes, what Godfather said makes sense. Xinhao, thank you. He originally thought that Tang Long had some good idea, but he didn't expect it to be such a bad idea. Times have changed now. Santian can't even withstand bullets. If he got caught, he'd have to work on a sewing machine for a few years. Xinhao suddenly reacted. Tang Long was obviously alive when he was being beaten, but he kept pretending to be dead. This made him hate Tang Long even more.
I can only ask my best bond to borrow some money first.
Fortunately, Xinhao still has a landline phone at home, although it is a product of the last era. You can still make calls though.
Brother Hao, what do you want from me? Juanhao, how does my brother treat you normally?
That must be great, Brother Hao, just tell me what you have to say. Kong Juanhao has seen through Qinhao, and he doesn't believe that Qinhao would call him for no reason. In the past, every time Qinhao approached him, he would ask him to be his wingman to pick up girls. In fact, he is just stepping on him to show off in front of beautiful women. I want to borrow some money from you. Qinhao felt a little nervous. If Kong Juanhao had no money, he would starve and lose £2 tomorrow.
Brother Hao, isn't your family quite wealthy?
Why do you still want? Kong Juanhao felt a surge of anger in his heart, and he thought of many possibilities of why Qinhao might be looking for him. The only thing he didn't expect was that Qinhao would actually ask him to borrow money. He just asked Qinhao to borrow money yesterday, but Qinhao refused to lend him any.
How could he have the nerve to ask him now? Oh, don't mention it, my family is bankrupt and I have nothing now. Juanhao, you won't deny me as your brother, will you?
Qinhao said tentatively.
How could that be?
We agreed to be good brothers for life. After saying this, Kong Juanhao covered his mouth tightly to prevent himself from laughing out loud. He still has to complete Xiao Fan's task, so he can't let the secret slip. It took Kong Juanhao a while to recover. Brother Hao, I still have a few $100s on me, I'll lend it to you.
Good brother, I didn't make any mistake in you.
Don't worry, from now on, every bite of meat I eat will be yours. Please write down my card number and call me later. 6282. Although the money in the card was transferred out, fortunately the card is still there.
Okay, Brother Hao, I'll transfer it to you right away.
After hanging up the phone, Kong Juanhao took out his mobile phone and transferred 400 yuan to Qinhao. Originally he wanted to transfer 250, but he was afraid that Qinhao would find out and get angry with him. I have the money for tomorrow's meal, but it's still not enough to cover it. Qinhao's mind was working rapidly, and suddenly a brilliant idea came to his mind.
I'm really a genius, let's do it. Master, the phone number has been found.
Xing Yuan took out a piece of paper with a phone number written on it from her arms and handed it to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan took the paper, which still had a faint fragrance on it.
Xing Yuan, have you ever considered finding a partner? Would you like me to introduce you to someone?
Looking at Xing Yuan, who was serious, Xiao Fan couldn't help but tease her. Thank you for your kindness, young master.
Xing Yuan doesn't want to consider this.
Facing Xiao Fan's teasing, Xing Yuan still looked serious. But if the young master wants, Xing Yuan is willing to sacrifice herself. Xiao Fan really wanted to ask her how she could say such vicious words with a stern face. No, you go out first. But a rabbit won't eat the grass near its burrow, yes. Xing Yuan turned and left Xiao Fan's bedroom. Watching Xing Yuan's enchanting figure disappear around the corner, Xiao Fan murmured in a low voice, it seems that it is not impossible. Shaking his head and putting aside all distracting thoughts, Xiao Fan dialed the number on the white paper.
Good, touch you, Xinglong. Who the hell is calling me so early?
Xinglong on the other end of the phone was riding a horse at full speed, and he was almost frightened to death when he heard the sudden call. Xiao Fan's expression turned cold when he heard this.
With just this sentence, Xinglong's life was already sealed. I'm your long-lost grandfather.
Shit. After Xinglong cursed, he picked up the phone and prepared to hang up.
You don't want people to know that you seduced Su Yuan's mistress, do you?
Hearing these words, Xinglong was struck by lightning, and his still moving body stopped. He pushed the plump young woman away and put his phone to his ear.
Who are you? Didn't I tell you? I'm your grandpa, call me now.
Hearing this, Xinglong covered the receiver of his phone and looked at the beautiful young woman next to him.
Get out!
The beautiful young woman glared at Xinglong fiercely. She had just called her baby, but now she told her to get out. Oh, man, but she dared not disobey Xinglong's words. After quickly putting on her clothes, the beautiful young woman twisted her body and walked out of the room. Grandfather, Xinglong gritted his teeth. If he knew who the person in front of him was, he would cut that person into pieces.
Hey, my dear grandson is so obedient. What do you want to do?
Xinglong didn't believe that the other party called him just to ask him to call him grandpa. After all, he was not the Calabash brothers.
Do you want to take charge of the Temple of War God? I can help you deal with Su Yuan.
Xiao Fan's words were plain, but they set off a storm in Xinglong's heart.
How could I, Xinglong, do anything to let down Lord God of War? It's impossible, absolutely impossible.
Hearing this, Xiao Fan laughed out loud. This Xinglong was really a hypocrite. Not only did he have this thought in mind, he also gave a hat to his Lord God of War.
Since you don't want to, forget it.
I'll tell Su Yuan about this.
No, Grandpa, let's make a plan.
Xinglong hurriedly said, if Su Yuan knew about this, he must be skinned alive, his tendons pulled out, and his bones ground into dust. He is the one who has the most say in how cruel Su Yuan's methods are.
It's hard to tell over the phone. Come to Jiang province by plane tomorrow and I'll arrange an identity for you.
After saying that, Xiao Fan hung up the phone without waiting for Xinglong's consent. It seems that this person's identity is not simple. Xinglong looked solemn, as he was a Class A wanted criminal in Xia country. Under this premise, the other party has the ability to arrange a new identity for him, and the power behind it can be imagined, but he doesn't have any extra choice now.
Someone come!
Xinglong shouted, and a strong white man walked in.
Master Xinglong, what do you want me to do? Book me a flight to Jiang province tomorrow. While I'm away, let Baihu take over the War God Temple, yes. Chapter 63 Xiao Lianshua's changes, love you, good night.
After sending a few group messages, Xiao Fan threw his phone aside and fell asleep, inside a luxurious manor.
Master Phone, have you found any results on the matter I asked you to investigate?
Xiao Lianxue was wearing a light black long dress, with her soft hair casually floating behind her. At this moment, she behaved elegantly, as sacred and inviolable as a dark angel. She was completely different from her previous demeanor at the banquet. In front of her stood an old man with white hair and a youthful face, breathing steadily and with bright eyes.
You can tell at first glance that this person is extraordinary.
Miss, this is the Xiao family's home ground after all. Our power is temporarily. Old Feng bent down and spoke in an extremely respectful tone, but before he could finish, Xiao Lianxue interrupted him with a wave of her hand.
Just tell me what you found out.
What we have found out so far is that he is at the University of Jiang Province and has a girlfriend. As for the others, we haven't found out yet.
Okay, you go down first.
Xiao Lianshua's voice was a little cold. Yes. Xiao Fan, you actually dared to lie to me. I will make you pay the price. Xiao Lianxue gently stroked the ring on her hand, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. Early the next morning, Jinhao arrived at the school gate. He took out the sign he had made and hung it around his neck. It clearly says emotional venting machine. One punch costs $10, one kick costs $20. There were a lot of people at the school gate, and with Jinhao's appearance, it wasn't long before people
surrounded him. Dude, $10 for one punch, is that true? You're not going to lie on the ground and call the police later, are you?
A burly man asked, with a hint of ferocity in his eyes. His wife had an argument with him recently and he was in a bad mood. Of course it's authentic, $10 for each punch, you can hit anywhere except the head and below. As he spoke, Jinhao took out the waiver agreement that he had prepared long ago from his pocket.
If you want to fight, just sign this. No matter how I get beaten, it has nothing to do with you.
Okay, if that's the case, then I'll throw 20 punches first. As he spoke, the sturdy man took out 200 yuan and handed it to Jinhao, then signed the agreement. Bring it on. Jinhao put the money in his pocket and patted his stomach with confidence. A fierce light flashed in the sturdy man's eyes. and he wanted to let the fat man in front of him know that it's not that easy to make money for him. Immediately, the sturdy man took a step back, rushed forward with his fist swung, and suddenly hit Chin Hao in the stomach. A huge force rebounded and the strong man was caught off guard and was hit by it. He took several steps back and almost fell to the ground.
Oh my god, this kid seems to have something. Nothing happened at all.
Everyone looked at Chin Hao, who looked normal, with surprise on their faces.
In my opinion, that guy is too weak.
If I go up, I will definitely knock him down. Hearing this, the sturdy man looked over in the direction of the voice, but there were too many people and he couldn't figure out who had just spoken. In order to prove himself, the sturdy man walked up to Chin Hao and looked at him carefully, then he fixed his eyes on Chin Hao's legs. Chin Hao's belly is so big, his defense must be strong, but he didn't believe that Chin Hao's legs could be the same as his stomach. The powerful kick landed directly on Chin Hao's thigh. The sturdy man covered his feet and wailed. If Chin Hao's pants were not too tight, he even suspected that there were steel plates inside. Let me make it clear first, if you don't dare to fight, I won't return the money. Chin Hao looked at the wailing strong man, and a trace of contempt flashed in his eyes. Of course the strong man would not let the money go to waste. After he recovered, he delivered a series of punches to Chin Hao's stomach. As for other places, he really didn't dare to hit them, they were too hard. After completing a series of punches, the strong man was exhausted and out of breath.
Who else? Is there anyone who can fight better? There's no pressure at all.
Chin Hao shouted at the crowd, directly increasing his hatred to its fullest. After hearing what Chin Hao said, everyone naturally couldn't stand it, and someone immediately gave him a few hundred yuan. Brothers, come on together.
I'm inviting you to fight.
However, the punches and kicks of these ordinary people were just tickling to Chin Hao. Soon, several people were sweating profusely from exhaustion.
Is that not enough?
Chin Hao continued to add fuel to the fire.
I'll do it. I'm coming too.
After hearing this, several people walked out of the crowd. Seeing so many people coming up, Chin Hao was overjoyed. In less than 10 minutes, he had earned more than 1,000 yuan. As expected, these people were also scraping Chin Hao. Looking at the people who were retreating, Chin Hao's aura of ridicule was fully raised.
Are you all tickling me? Even if I give you a chance, you are useless.
I have to say that the protagonist's ability to taunt is powerful. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expressions changed from retreat to anger. A tall and thin young man even threw the money towards Chin Hao's face. Just then, a voice came from behind.
Why is it so lively? If you don't know, you would think it's a vegetable market.
The sound was not loud, but it was clearly heard by the onlookers. Chin Hao just felt that the voice was inexplicably familiar. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and couldn't help but secretly exclaim, "What a handsome man and beautiful woman."
It's Master Xiao.
Many people in the crowd recognized Xiao Fan and quickly made way for him. This also allowed Xiao Fan to see the sign hanging on Chin Hao's chest at a glance. "Swecky baby, please go to the classroom first." Xiao Fan rubbed Shen Sweki's little head. The next scene might be a little cruel, and he didn't want Shen Sweki to see it.
Okay, Shen Sweki nodded obediently and walked into the school gate. Hey, isn't this Chin Hao?
How come he's so busy after not seeing him for a few days? He started taking on jobs to make money. If that is the case, then I must take care of your business. Hearing this, Chin Hao's face turned a little ugly. He put away the sign and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, someone grabbed my clothes.
Don't leave, you just took my money and I haven't fought yet.
Hearing this, Chin Hao could only stand where he was. There is no way he can keep this stall going, he has to be honest.
Come on, I just charged you 300, let's fight. How about letting me give it a try? Xiao Fan walked up to the student with a faint smile.
If it's Mr. Xiao, of course it's okay. The tall and thin young man smiled flatteringly.
No, I don't agree.
What a joke, if Xiao Fan were to hit him, he would be in trouble.
The money has already been given, why do you disagree? Are you trying to cheat?
Hearing Xiao Fan's words, the onlookers responded one after another. They remembered clearly the arrogant look on Chin Hao's face just now. Now that we have the chance, we naturally have to fight back.
That's right.
If you want to cheat, I'll call the police and have you arrested.
You are not a coward, are you?
If you are a coward, don't come here to embarrass yourself in the future. Hearing what everyone said, Qin Hao's face turned pale and blue as Xiao Fan saw Qin Hao's hesitation and said immediately, "How about this? I won't bully you. How about I give you 1,000 for each punch?" To be honest, Qin Hao was a little moved that he just didn't believe that Xiao Fan dared to beat him to death in front of so many people. Seeing that he couldn't avoid it, Qin Hao made up his mind.
1,000 is not enough, I want 10,000.
Chapter 64. Qin Hao is hospitalized. Okay, of course, no problem. Tell me the card number. It was the first time that Xiao Fan saw someone who valued money over his life. After transferring 10,000 yuan to Qin Hao, he signed his name on the agreement. Xiao Fan slowly walked in front of Qin Hao. "Everyone, please get out of the way, especially the people behind this fat guy." After hearing Xiao Fan's words, everyone quickly stepped aside. Qin Hao looked up at Xiao Fan and immediately saw the teasing and indifferent look in his eyes. I couldn't help but feel a little regretful, but the arrow was on the string and had to be shot.
"Brother, can you be gentler?" Qin Hao forced a smile that was uglier than crying. "Okay, of course, no problem."
Xiao Fan grinned. Of course he wouldn't use his full strength, because he was afraid of killing Qin Hao with one punch. Thanks. Before Qin Hao could finish his words, Xiao Fan's punch had already hit him in the stomach. The 300-pound body rose from the ground and crashed directly into the school's automatic retractable door. The huge impact force knocked down the thick retractable door. It hurts. It hurt so much, Qin Hao felt as if all his internal organs had shifted. A large amount of blood couldn't help but spurt out of his mouth.
"Are you okay?"
"I only used half of my strength just now."
"I thought you could hold on."
After hearing Xiao Fan's murderous words, Qin Hao felt a black screen before his eyes and passed out. Ding, beat up the son of luck, reward villain value 30,000 inch. Oh, blame me, blame me.
Xiao Fan shook his head helplessly.
He didn't know that Qin Hao was so weak. Xiao Fan immediately took out his cell phone and called an emergency number for Qin Hao. The ambulance arrived at the scene quickly. Looking at the 300-pound Qin Hao, several medical staff were stunned. Finally, with the help of the onlookers, Qin Hao was carried into the ambulance. When the ambulance was about to leave, Xiao Fan kindly reminded,
"Remember to give him the best medicine. He has plenty of money." "Don't worry, we will definitely use the best medicine."
The leading medical staff nodded solemnly.
It was their duty to save the wounded and save the dying.
"Qin Hao, don't thank me.
This is what I should do."
Xiao Fan muttered to himself as he walked towards the school guardroom. By the way, the man who just fainted is called Qin Hao. I remember asking him for money to repair the door after he recovered. The guard looked at Xiao Fan with admiration. He nodded. It was the first time he saw such a fierce man. In a single room in the hospital, Qin Hao opened his eyes with great effort. Qin Hao looked around before realizing that he was in the hospital. Qin Hao, who had been unconscious for 2 hours, only felt a little thirsty. When I saw the water dispenser next to me, I wanted to get up and get some water to drink. Before I could sit up, I felt sharp pain in my abdomen. This bastard actually hit me so hard, but luckily I made the right bet and he didn't dare to kill me. Thinking of the 10,000 yuan in the card, Qin Hao's mood improved a little.
Why is my hand so swollen? Who gave me the 4 drip? It's totally unprofessional. This hospital is such a rubbish.
Qin Hao picked up the pager beside the bed and pressed it. Soon a petite nurse came to Qin Hao's room with a bottle of medicine. The young nurse looked up at the bottle of medicine Qin Hao was dripping, and found that only 1/3 was left. The young nurse frowned, somewhat dissatisfied. "This potion can only be changed after it is applied.
Do you know how busy I am? Don't press it randomly next time."
The nurse put the medicine on the bedside table and said, "Call me to change the medicine after the injection is finished." Wait a moment. Qin Hao saw the pretty face of the little nurse and a hint of lust flashed in her eyes.
"Beauty, did you give me the injection?"
"Yeah,
what's wrong?"
Looking at Qin Hao's eyes, the young nurse felt a little disgusted.
"Don't you think you should give me an explanation? Look at how swollen my hand is."
Qin Hao raised his right hand and shook it.
"You don't want me to complain about you."
Hearing this, the young nurse's face turned pale. Qin Hao's arms are so fat that you can't even see the blood vessels. The nurses in the hospital were helpless. It was thanks to her persistence that she finally found the right blood vessel for Qin Hao. I didn't expect Qin Hao to use this to threaten her.
"Go ahead and file a complaint if you want. Also, since you're awake, remember to pay the hospital bill."
After saying that, the little nurse left without looking back. leaving Qin Hao with a confused look on his face. This plot is quite different from what I imagined. Not long after, a thin middle-aged man came to Qin Hao's room with a payment list. There is also a POS machine in his hand. You must be Qin Hao, please pay the hospital bill.
Isn't it just the hospital fees?
I, Qin Hao, am not short of money. But after taking the payment list, Qin Hao's face looked as ugly as if he had eaten something ugly.
Why is it so expensive? Can you give me a discount? I'm still a student.
Judging from the clock on the wall in the room, he had only moved in not long ago. It turns out that a total of 5,000 yuan has been incurred. Student? You can't be a beast today, the middle-aged man sneered secretly. It was the first time he heard of bargaining with a hospital. Your friend specifically told me to give you the best medicine. 5,000 is not expensive, young man.
Cash, card, or scan my QR code?
Swipe card. Qin Hao took out his wallet from his pocket tremblingly and handed over his bank card reluctantly, his little money. After swiping the card, the middle-aged man handed the invoice to Qin Hao and turned away. No, I have to be discharged from the hospital.
What's the point of being here? He only earned a little over 10,000 yuan in total, and it was all gone after living here for 2 days. After taking a look at the 4 bottle, Qin Hao was about to get up but then gave up the idea. Since the money has been spent, at least we should finish the potion. In the blink of an eye, it was time to go home from school. Xiaofan took Chen Shuiqi's hand and walked to the Bentley. Suddenly, a hidden murderous aura came from the crowd. Shuiqi, go back first. I have something else to do tonight. As Xiaofan said that, he opened the car door and Chen Shuiqi walked in immediately. Xiaofan immediately took out his cell phone and sent a message to Qing Yuan, instructing her to protect Chen Shuiqi secretly. After doing all this, Xiaofan began to walk towards a remote place. When passing by a dark alley, Xiaofan turned and walked into the alley. Come out, stop hiding. As Xiaofan finished speaking, an old man with white hair and a youthful face appeared at the entrance of the alley. Boy, you dared to offend my lady, your good days are over. While Old Feng was speaking, Xia Lianxue had already walked to the entrance of the alley. Are you sick? When did I offend your lady? Xiaofan believed that he had never offended a woman. Xiaofan, do you still remember me? Xia Lianxue turned around and looked directly at Xiaofan with a gaze as sharp as lightning. You are? Xia Lianxue? 65 Xia Lianxue from the Sweet Girls group. It's no wonder that he didn't dare to confirm it for a moment. It was because Xia Lianxue in front of him had changed so much. If we say that Xia Lianxue before was a lively, youthful, sweet girl next door and now she is the majestic and noble queen, just one look at it makes one feel ashamed of oneself. Very good, it seems you have forgotten everything, Master Feng. Xia Lianxue was secretly resentful in her heart. She now had no good feelings towards this scumbag Xiaofan. I finally got moved, but I didn't expect this to be the result. Yes. Old Feng responded and appeared in front of Xiaofan in the blink of an eye. The fist, wrapped in light green energy, attacked Xiaofan's chest. Mad woman. Xiaofan cursed angrily and raised his hand to punch him. The two fists collided, and the powerful force pushed Old Feng back more than 10 steps. Looking at the ground under Feng Lao's feet, several cracks had already appeared. So strong, Old Feng exclaimed in his heart that he thought there would be no pressure at all in defeating Xiaofan, but now it seems that he may not be able to beat Xiaofan. Don't be so proud. I was just testing you just now. This time I'm going to use my full strength. Looking at Xiaofan's playful eyes, Old Feng felt angry that he did hold back just now. After all, Xia Lianxue's order was only to teach Xiaofan a lesson. Now that he knew Xiaofan's strength, he decided to go all out. Do you think this is all my strength? Xiaofan grinned. This old man Feng was quite powerful. It was a good opportunity to try his hand on him. As soon as he finished speaking, blue and red energy burst out from Xiaofan's body. At the same time, the fine stones on the ground began to jump rhythmically. The powerful momentum forced Feng Lao, who had just walked forward, to stop. Miss, go! Boss Feng shouted. He could feel the terror in Xiaofan at the moment. None of you can escape today. Try my punch now. Xiaofan attacked fiercely, and the powerful force created a big hole in the floor beneath his feet. Old Feng still wanted to dodge, but his speed was no match for Xiaofan. Xiaofan's punch was aimed directly at Feng Lao's face, but the fist hadn't arrived yet. Old Feng already felt a hot breath. At the critical moment, Old Feng had to cross his hands in an attempt to block Xiaofan's punch. Bang! After a loud bang, Old Feng was already lying in the ruins.
Coughing up blood, Xiao Lianxue watched as Old Feng was defeated in one move, with a hint of surprise in her eyes.
I almost forgot about you. You actually dared to trouble me. Looks like I have to teach you a lesson. Xiao Fan flashed to Xiao Lianxue's side. Ha, you dare to touch me? I'm the eldest daughter of the Xia family.
Although she was surprised at Xiao Fan's strength, there was no trace of fear in Xiao Lianxue's eyes.
What if I move you?
Xiao Fan grabbed Xiao Lianxue's fair neck and pressed her against the wall.
Kill me if you can.
Xiao Lianxue's face turned a little red, but her mouth was still as hard as ever. Just when Xiao Fan wanted to destroy the flower. I know I was wrong, brother Xiao, please let me go. The voice was soft and sweet, and Xiao Fan was a little confused. When I looked up, I saw Xiao Lianxue crying with tears in her eyes. Her eyes were filled with grievance, no longer the cool and noble look she had just had. Seeing this scene,
Xiao Fan's heart almost melted. How could he bring himself to do it? How could such a cute girl have any bad intentions? Why did you bring people to trouble me?
I didn't, it wasn't me. Seeing that Xiao Fan stopped hitting her, Xiao Lianxue slowly stopped sobbing. You wouldn't, a thought came to Xiao Fan's mind. Oh, man, since you have guessed it, then keep it a secret for me, otherwise. As she spoke, Xiao Lianxue regained her noble demeanor and pushed Xiao Fan against the wall. I like you very much, break up with your girlfriend. As long as you follow me, the entire Xia family will be ours in the future. From this sentence, it was not difficult for Xiao Fan to see that she had great ambitions.
I'm sorry, I can't do this. Let's stop here for today, Hugh. Xiao Lianxue was a little angry.
No one had ever dared to reject her like this. She just raised her little hand and wanted to slap Xiao Fan. In a flash, her little face was held down by a big hand. I advise you not to be ungrateful. I really like this gift today, but next time if you dare to mess with me again, it won't be so simple. After saying that, Xiao Fan let go of his hand and turned to leave. Looking at Xiao Fan's receding back, Xiao Lianxue murmured to herself, you are worthy of being the man I like.
I like you.
At this moment, a delicate cry rang out in her mind.
This is obviously Xiao Fan whom I know. What on earth do you want to do? Shut up and stay still.
Xiao Lianxue scolded in a low voice, then she remembered that Old Feng was seriously injured. He pulled out his cell phone and dialed the emergency number. Hey, the air in Xia country is so fresh. Xinglong greedily took a breath of the air, with an intoxicated and slightly morbid expression. Passers-by around the airport thought they had met a pervert and kept away from him.
Hey, I've already gotten off the plane. I'm at this Express 69 hotel next to the airport. Wait for me there for a moment. I'll be there soon.
At this time, Xiao Fan was sitting in a taxi, but he was not in a hurry. Instead, he asked the taxi driver to pull over to the side of the road. After buying a handful of snacks, he slowly asked the driver to drive. The taxi driver did not show any impatience because Xiao Fan gave him $300. After deducting the gas money, he can earn at least $280 from this trip.
Damn, why isn't he coming yet?
After half an hour of waiting and still no one showing up, Xinglong was getting a little impatient. Suddenly, a size 43 shoe kicked him accurately in the face. Chapter 66, Beating Xinglong. This sudden kick stunned Xinglong. He fell to the ground and rolled several times before he stopped. As luck would have it, I just rolled over a small puddle. For a moment, Xinglong was covered in mud and looked very embarrassed.
You are Xinglong, right?
A bohemian voice came. Xinglong shook his confused head.
Is it you?
Looking carefully at the young man in front of him, Xinglong felt a little jealous. There is no other reason. The boy's appearance is simply perfect compared to his. Xinglong was able to seduce Su Yuan's woman, so her appearance is needless to say, but the first time he saw the boy, he felt a little ashamed. This is your new ID card. What you need to do now is to lurk around Su Yuan. Remember to report to me what he does every day.
Xiao Fan took out an ID from his pocket and threw it to Xinglong. Ha, you dare to order me, Xinglong, do you think we are still communicating over the phone?
Xinglong's eyes were full of arrogance, and his smile showed his contempt for Xiao Fan. He didn't even take the ID card that Xiao Fan threw to him, and let it fly into the small puddle beside him. But he admitted that he was careless and did not dodge, but he didn't think Xiao Fan was his opponent, as he was at the Grandmaster level. Since when did a little boy dare to order him to do things? The most important thing is that Xinglong felt unhappy when looking at Xiao Fan's handsome face.
Well, since you said that, I can only educate you again.
Seeing that Xinglong dared to speak arrogantly in front of him, a hint of coldness flashed in Xiao Fan's eyes. 20 minutes later, Qinglong knelt in front of Xiao Fan with a bruised face.
Brother, I admit that I spoke a little loudly just now. Do you think I still have a chance?
Too fierce, a total monster, Qinglong swore that he had never felt such despair even when it came to Su Yuan. It would have been better if you had done this earlier. Next time you see me, remember to lower your head and behave yourself.
Yes, brother, I will remember this.
Xiao Qing will lower her head and behave herself from now on. Qinglong smiled flatteringly, then crawled over and picked up the ID card from the puddle.
Remember to report to me.
If I find out that you have concealed anything, I dare not say anything about other places, but in Jiang province, you can't escape.
Xiao Fan's words were full of threats. Qinglong did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. Brother, I've got it in mind. Don't worry about me doing the job.
Qinglong patted his chest and assured afterwards. Xiao Fan gave Qinglong some more instructions before turning around and leaving. After seeing Xiao Fan's figure disappearing into the distance, Qinglong stood up and cursed Xiao Fan in his heart, but he didn't dare say anything, for he was afraid that Xiao Fan had spies monitoring him. If Xiao Fan heard this, thinking of Xiao Fan's punch just now, Qinglong couldn't help but shudder. Master God of War, don't blame me, I had no choice. Don't worry, after you die, I will take charge of the War God Temple and make it flourish. On second thought, after Su Yuan's death, there would be no one to put pressure on him and the Temple of War God. A smile unconsciously appeared on Qinglong's lips. Hiss. The smile accidentally pulled the wound on his face, causing Qinglong to grimace in pain. Ding, you have recruited the protagonist's subordinates to rebel in advance, and you will be rewarded with 30,000 villain points. Fei Yen baby, come down quickly, I'm downstairs at the hotel.
Really? Wait for me for a moment, I'll be down soon.
Luo Fian was lying on the sofa applying a facial mask. When she heard Xiao Fan coming, she threw the facial mask she had just applied into the trash can.
It's okay, I'm not in a hurry.
After waiting for about 20 minutes, Luo Fian appeared in front of Xiao Fan. Today Luo Fian was wearing a beige knee-length skirt. A charming and mature face with light makeup. There is a hint of charm in the elegant temperament.
Sorry for the wait, Luo Fian walked forward and naturally took Xiao Fan's arm.
I'm willing to wait for you no matter how long it takes.
Let's go for a walk outside.
Xiao Fan raised his hand and gently stroked the strands of hair on Luo Fian's forehead. There was tenderness in his tone. Okay, Luo Fian agreed without thinking. Now in her heart, Xiao Fan is everything to her. She was already very satisfied that Xiao Fan could take time out to accompany her after school. The two held hands, feeling each other's warmth, and their hearts were calmer than ever before.
Fei Yen, do you remember the first time we met?
Walking on the path in the park, Xiao Fan took the initiative to break the silence.
Why are you suddenly saying this? Hearing this, Luo Fian's face flushed, and even her steps quickened unconsciously.
You little rascal, you still dare to say, feeling the beautiful woman's hands that were slightly sweaty due to nervousness, Xiao Fan smiled silently. Okay, I won't mention this. After the conversation started, the two began to talk about everything, from the present to the future. Before they knew it, they had strolled to a square.
Fei Yen, do you want a teddy bear? No. No more.
Luo Fian felt a little eager, but when she thought about her age, it seemed that she was not very suitable for the teddy bear. Xiao Fan naturally understood what Luo Fian meant, and took his hand and came to a small stall. Hey, bro, your girlfriend is pretty.
Do you want to try hitting the balloon? It's very simple.
Seeing that there were customers coming, the stall owner greeted them with a smile.
Okay.
After Xiao Fan transferred 100 yuan to the boss, he took the air gun handed to him by the boss. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of balloons exploding continued in less than 10 seconds. All the balloons hanging on the stall were blown away by Xiao Fan. The boss's speed of hanging balloons could not keep up with Xiao Fan's speed of hitting balloons.
Wow, Xiao Fan, you are awesome.
Luo Fian's eyes were full of little stars, and she instantly turned into Xiao Fan's little fangirl.
You can try it too, it's very simple.
Xiao Fan handed the air gun to Luo Fian. Luo Fian took the gun and hesitated, but I have never played with it.
If you see this, I will teach you. Xiao Fan walked behind Luo Fian and began to give instructions.
Here is the shooting, just align this with the crosshairs of the gun. Luo Fian nodded, not quite understanding. Bang, a gunshot rang out and the boss, who was still hanging balloons, jumped up. The move just now hit him squarely on the back. Seeing this, Luo Fian stuck out her tongue a little embarrassedly. The boss was about to get angry. 1,000 yuan has arrived. The pleasant sound of money transfer was heard, and the boss, who was about to get angry just now, had a smile on his face. He couldn't earn that much in one night, even though the shot just now was a bit painful, but one shot costs 1,000 or something. He just wants to say, give me as many as you can. Handsome guys and beautiful girls, you guys can have fun, don't worry about me. The boss quickly hung up the balloon and walked aside. Chapter 67 Fireworks. It's okay, don't worry, it won't be normal at first. Xiaofan comforted Luofian softly. Lift the gun up, align your eyes with the center in the sight, the 3 points are in a straight line. Xiaofan held Luofian's hand and began to guide her step by step. Bang, there was a gunshot and a balloon exploded. Yeah, I got it. Seeing that she had hit the target, Luofian excitedly turned around and hugged Xiaofan. You are a good student and have a good talent. Xiaofan touched Luofian's head lovingly and said softly. Really? Actually, I'm not that smart. It's mainly because you taught me well. As she spoke, Luofian stood on tiptoe and kissed Xiaofan. Boss, who am I and where am I? What's the matter with this sudden dog food? Only after he had used up all his bullets did Luofian stop with a feeling of unfulfilled desire. You too, choose your prizes. Looking at Luofian's eyes, Xiaofan directly chose a white teddy bear doll. Thank you. Luofian's little face flushed red. She didn't expect Xiaofan to be so attentive and actually noticed that she liked this little bear the most. Fireworks, I want to set off. Luofian looked excitedly at a stall full of fireworks not far away. Okay, I'll do as you say. Of course you have to pamper your own woman. Xiaofan walked up to the stall and bought all the fireworks. Boss, can you lend me a lighter? The owner of the fireworks stall readily took out a lighter and handed it to Xiaofan. Here's to you, handsome man. Fei Yan, which one do you want to put first? Xiaofan selected some fireworks that could be held in the hands and set off. First put this big fairy wand, and then this one seems pretty good too. Luofian's eyes were full of excitement. She hasn't set off fireworks for a long time. It may have been more than 10 years, or perhaps more than 20 years. It has been so long that Luofian can hardly remember it. Okay, then let's do it one by one and release them all. As the sound of the lighter sounded, the fairy wand began to light up with sparkling sparks. Luofian was waving the fairy wand under the dim light. The light from the fairy wand shone on her delicate little face. At this moment she looked like a dancing fairy. Oh my god, they are such a perfect match. Woo woo, I want to set off fireworks too, please buy some for me. Many couples in the square looked at the golden boy and girl with envy. Thank you, husband. I am really happy today. There will be something better later. Xiaofan bought all the fireworks from the fireworks stall, but there were still many fireworks that had not been set off. Stand further away first. Xiaofan arranged more than 20 pieces of fireworks neatly. With the activation of the internal energy, all the fireworks were ignited instantly. Soon, more than 20 fireworks bloomed at the same time. The brilliant fireworks streaked across the dark night sky like shooting stars. Luofian snuggled in Xiaofan's arms, quietly enjoying this moment. This moment, she felt that she was the happiest woman in the world. Soon, the fireworks were over and the night sky became dark again. Only countless little stars are still twinkling. After the fireworks, Luofian felt a little tired, so the two took a taxi back to the hotel. Are you coming home tonight? Luofian blinked her big eyes and looked at Xiaofan. Hearing this, Xiaofan's mouth curled up slightly. So you want me to go back? It's so late now. Boys should protect themselves well when they are outside. Don't go back tonight. Luofian generously put her arm around Xiaofan's. Okay, I'll listen to you then. Late at night, Xinglong looked at Su Yuan, who was living in the doghouse, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. This is a huge contrast from the previous invincible god of war. If Xinglong had not been with Su Yuan for several years, he would have thought he had recognized the wrong person. Xinglong, what are you doing here? What's wrong with your face? Su Yuan sensed some unusual movement nearby and woke up instantly. With a flash, he appeared in front of Xinglong. Master Su Yuan, you have to make the decision for me. Xiaofan is not a human being. He contacted me yesterday and wanted me to betray you. I, Xinglong, am a man of steel. How could he do such a thing as selling out his master for personal gain? I rejected him sternly at the time. Xinglong knelt on one knee, his eyes full of admiration and passion for Su Yuan. Later, I was worried about your safety, so I took the risk and came to Jiang province alone. Xiaofan got the news from somewhere and arranged a lot of people in advance. Of course, I would not surrender and I decisively fought with those people. Many of his men were crippled, and only then were we able to break out of the encirclement. Hearing this, a trace of anger flashed in Su Yuan's eyes. Qinglong is his #1 general. Isn't this a slap in the face of him, the god of war? Su Yuan reached out and patted Qinglong on the shoulder. Get up first. I'll take care of this matter, but it's not the right time yet, it will take another 5 days. Hearing this, a hint of doubt flashed through Qinglong's mind. Master Su Yuan, why does it take another 5 days? It's okay to tell you, I have reached an agreement with a big shot, and I cannot take action within the next 3 years, otherwise, I would have dealt with Xiaofan long ago. How could I allow him to shout in front of me? With the master here, I believe that Xiaofan is nothing but a chicken and a dog. Qinglong then offered his flattery, but in his heart, he was thinking about passing this news to Xiaofan as soon as possible. He and Xiaofan are now on the same rope. His only way out is to join forces with Xiaofan to kill Su Yuan. That's right, Qinglong, you should follow me for the time being. I will personally take you to seek revenge in a few days. Su Yuan hasn't been flattered for a long time. Qinglong's words made him feel a little elated. Thank you, Master Su Yuan. I will serve you till my death. Hey, didn't I tell you? Don't kneel down all the time. That's not allowed here. Having said that, Su Yuan's smile was obviously harder to suppress than AK's. Yes, sir. Qinglong lowered his head, a cold light flashing in his eyes. He's had enough of being the second in command. Chapter 68, The Doorman's Flirty Actions, updated. Get up. Pay attention to what Suzaku was doing these few days and report to me. Su Yuan keenly noticed that something was not right about Suzaku's reaction recently. There was no longer the same respect in his words as before. Yes, Qinglong promises to complete the task. Qinglong bowed and accepted the order. Well, you are calm and steady, and I am always at ease with you. Stand down, I need to rest. After saying that, Su Yuan lay back down in the doghouse. As for what Qinglong would think, Su Yuan was too lazy to think about it. There is no need for Su Yuan to explain to anyone what he did in his life. After Su Yuan lay down, Qinglong turned around and disappeared into the darkness not far away. Su Yuan has an agreement with a big shot, and he can make his move in 5 days. Also, he asked me to investigate Suzaku. What should I do next? After sending the message, I haven't received a reply yet. Just when Qinglong was about to make a call, the scene of yesterday morning suddenly flashed through his mind. Only then did I suppress this idea. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Now his fear of Xiaofan has completely surpassed that of Su Yuan. Although we still don't know Xiaofan's specific background, he is so powerful at such a young age. It's definitely not something he can take advantage of. No, I have to leave myself a way out, in case he turns against me later. Thinking of this, Qinglong left in a hurry. The next morning, Xiaofan woke up early. Although the battle last night was fierce, it was a piece of cake for him as a grandmaster. Looking at the beauty who was still sleeping soundly beside him, Xiaofan gently kissed her forehead. He then quietly put on his clothes and turned away. Looking at the message on the phone, Xiaofan knew that he had made the right move. 5 days is a bit short. It seems that we need to find out who the big man behind Su Yuan is first. Just report Suzaku's matters to Su Yuan normally. Also, go and find out who is behind Su Yuan. Since Su Yuan has already begun to doubt Mo Qingwu, the time for the two to break up is probably approaching. Dad, help me check who is behind Su Yuan, the son-in-law of the Ran family. Okay, I'll call you when I have the result. Xiao Tian agreed without asking the reason. Good. After Qinglong replied, he deleted all the text messages. He had to be cautious when doing things under Su Yuan's nose. After arranging everything, Xiaofan rushed to school. At this time, at the school gate, Xinhao was setting up a stall just like yesterday. Although the strength of the qi and the heavenly grade technique he practiced was not top-notch, its recovery ability was among the best among heavenly grade techniques. After being discharged from the hospital yesterday, he practiced his skills and ate a lot, and his injuries have almost healed. Even his realm has begun to loosen, and Xinhao is confident that he can break through to the 3rd level of innateness today. Xinhao was setting up the stall while looking around nervously. He didn't want to be beaten into the hospital by Xiaofan again today. Soon, a familiar figure walked towards the school gate. Xinhao's pupils shrank. Everyone, that's all for today. I have to go to school. After hearing Qinhao's words, everyone dispersed with a sense of unfulfilled desire. Fortunately, Xiaofan didn't look over, which made Qinhao breathe a sigh of relief. Hee hee, I made more than $1,000. If I opened the stall earlier tomorrow morning, I should have no problem making more than $2,000. Just as Chin Hao walked to the door, the guard reached out and stopped him. Boy, you broke the door yesterday, pay for it. I'm sorry, you got the wrong person. Chin Hao turned around and wanted to leave. Compensation? What compensation? No money, no life either. If he can't get in through the gate, he can always climb over the wall, right? Kid, I knew you were going to play this trick on us. Guys, stop him. Suddenly, several strong men rushed out of the guardroom and surrounded Chin Hao. The person in charge is the head of the school's security department, who was hired at a high salary and is also a master of the innate realm. Boy, you'd better behave yourself in front of our security department, or you'll suffer. Kai Feng, the head of the security department, shook his neck habitually, with a warning in his words. Well, isn't it just a door? Can I pay for it? How much? Seeing that the other side had more people and more power, Chin Hao had no choice but to bow his head. It would have been better if you had done this earlier. You could have just paid 80,000 yuan. How many? As soon as the guard said this, Chin Hao's voice instantly rose by 100 decibels. Even if you strip him naked now, he still can't come up with 10,000 yuan. Uncle security guard, can you give me a discount? I don't have that much money right now. What kind of discount do you want? A broken bone? The old man spoke bluntly. It's easy to deal with if you don't have money. Do you have a cell phone? Give it to me. I, Sun Ji, have plenty of money. Hearing this, Chin Hao took out the new mobile phone he had just bought yesterday and handed it over. Following the uncle's operation. Ding, 100,000 yuan has arrived. A pleasant voice sounded. Fuck, where did you get all this money, sir? Chin Hao was stunned. This was 100,000 yuan. In the past, the most money he had in his card was only over 70,000 yuan. I lent you an online loan. You're welcome. This is what I should do. Chin Hao, thank you. When he took the phone and looked at the interest rate on it, Chin Hao felt dizzy. The security guard lent him 150,000 yuan, of which 100,000 yuan was deposited into his account. 1 month later, he had to pay back 250,000 yuan including principal and interest. Chin Hao just wanted to ask one question at this moment: is there still law? Is there still justice? Okay, stop standing there and transfer the money over. Sun Ji pushed Chin Hao, urging him to transfer the money quickly. Chin Hao transferred the money woodenly, and the security personnel dispersed upon seeing this. These online loans are really shady. But they can be fleeced. As for whether you have the ability to make me pay back the money, that is another matter. After figuring it out, Chin Hao's mood instantly improved. In 1 month, he was confident that he could enter the Grandmaster realm. He would like to see who dares to come and collect the money. Then, from today on, he, Chin Hao, is a rich man. Is Chin Hao a fool? Why is he so silly? Looking at Chin Hao's perverted smile sitting in his seat, Xiaofan was speechless. The son of epic destiny, is that it? Sometimes Xiaofan even suspected that the system had made a wrong judgment. This time, Chin Hao was holding his mobile phone and frantically downloading various loan apps. I saw him opening his mouth and shaking his head. In a short time, he got 400,000 yuan from various loan platforms. I have the money, but I still have to be careful. Chin Hao looked at Xiaofan warily. He was really a little scared. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Chin Hao's mind. By the way, why not deposit the money with Kong Juanhao? That way, you won't have to worry about it being robbed. As for whether Kong Juanhao will embezzle his money, are you kidding? They have the best bond. Chapter 69 Happy Cooperation. Hey, Juanhao, can I deposit some money with you? There was a request between the lines, but it was written in a tone that could not be refused. When Kong Juanhao on the other end of the phone heard this, he sneered in his heart. You refused to lend me money before, but now you have money? Brother Hao, we are brothers, of course it's okay. Kong Juanhao agreed without any hesitation. The more you save, the better. Whether to give the money to Chin Hao is another matter. Good brother, when I become rich, I will find you 2 sisters-in-law. Hearing Juanhao agree, Chin Hao grinned. He really did not misjudge the person. He picked up his phone and transferred the money to Kong Juanhao's card. Ding, 400,000 yuan has arrived. Looking at the text message on his phone, Kong Juanhao forced himself to hold back his laughter.
Brother Hao, just call me whenever you want to use me. I'm always available. Okay, I have something else to do, so I'll hang up first.
Beep beep, the sound of the phone being hung up was heard. Kong Juanhao spat with disdain on his face.
Do you really think I'm still the lackey you ordered me around?
He is following Xiao Fan now, so why would he care about Qinhao, inside a rental house in Jiangxi province, huh?
Who? Come out.
Mo Qinggu shouted when she sensed some strange aura. Seeing that he was discovered, Xinglong no longer concealed it and knocked on the door of the rental house. With a creak, the door was opened.
Xinglong, why did you come to Xia country?
Mo Qinggu frowned slightly when she saw the person coming. Xinglong did not answer Mo Qinggu's question, but grinned instead.
Lord Suzaku, won't you invite me in and sit down for a while? If you have something to say, say it. If not, get lost.
Facing Xinglong's teasing, Mo Qinggu did not have a happy expression at all. She had a bad impression of Xinglong to begin with. He was extremely ambitious, and the way he looked at her made her uncomfortable. Well, originally, since we are both one of the 4 Dharma protectors, I wanted to give you a reminder. Now it seems that I was just being too sentimental.
Xinglong shook his head with pretended regret and turned away. Wait, what do you mean by reminder? Mo Qinggu called him.
She was very sensitive at this moment. She didn't want to miss any clue. A smile appeared on Xinglong's lips. It seemed that there was indeed something wrong with Mo Qinggu.
Would you like me to come in and sit down? Come in.
Mo Qinggu walked into the room first. Seeing this, Xinglong followed him in and closed the door. Oh my, I didn't expect Suzaku-sama to live in such a shabby place. This really damages the reputation of the 4 guardians of the War God Temple. Xinglong looked around the rental house. There was simply a bed, 2 stools, and some basic daily necessities inside.
If you have something to say, just tell me. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you here. Okay, let's get down to business.
Xinglong spread his hands, looking somewhat helpless. Mo Qinggu was good in every way except that she is a little boring.
Lord Su Yuan asked me to investigate you.
We have always had a good relationship, so naturally I have to inform you in advance. At this moment, Mo Qinggu's heart was in turmoil, but her face remained expressionless.
Really? Since Lord Su Yuan asked you to investigate, then you just need to report truthfully. Why are you telling me this?
In that case, I will report to Lord Su Yuan truthfully that you are investigating the incident that wiped out the Mo family. Xinglong stood up from his chair and pretended to leave. He thought Mo Qinggu would call him, but he didn't expect that Mo Qinggu remained silent until he opened the door. Damn, you're really patient. Xinglong cursed inwardly and then turned around. Don't you want to know the truth about the Mo family back then? Su Yuan must know, but he can't tell you, and I happen to be the person he trusts the most. After these words were spoken, Mo Qinggu could no longer hold back.
What do you want?
Of course I want you. Hearing this, a flying knife suddenly appeared in Mo Qinggu's hand and shot towards Xinglong. The distance was very close, and Xinglong did not expect Mo Qinggu to suddenly attack. Although he finally reacted, his left arm was still scratched by the flying knife.
You crazy woman.
Shit. Seeing that Xinglong dared to curse, Mo Qinggu instantly had 2 flying knives in her hands.
Wait, I was just kidding you.
Seeing this, Xinglong hurriedly explained that he came here just to win over Mo Qinggu. I had absolutely no intention of fighting her to the death.
Tell me, what do you want? Mo Qinggu asked again with a cold face.
I want you to help me take the position of the Lord of the Temple of War. Among the 4 Dharma protectors, Azure Dragon and White Tiger have always had a good relationship. However, Xuanwu was a die-hard supporter of Su Yuan, and it is impossible to win him over. As long as he can win over Suzaku, he will be able to directly suppress Xuanwu once Su Yuan dies. Mo Qinggu thought for a moment and nodded slightly. She now has to rely on Xinglong to find out the truth. As for other things, they are not important at the moment. Seeing Mo Qinggu agreed, Xinglong smiled.
Then I wish us a pleasant cooperation, Lord Suzaku.
Chapter 70. Don't you want to take responsibility? It's a pleasure to work with you. Mo Qinggu looked at the hand that Xinglong extended and did not choose to shake hands with him. Instead, her tone was somewhat cold. Xinglong smiled silently. He understood Zhu Chua's temper and there had been frictions between them in the past. He didn't expect Zhu Ke to obey him, he just wanted him to support him at the critical moment.
I have something else to do, so I won't keep you here.
When Qinglong heard that Mo Qinggu had ordered him to leave, he felt a little unhappy, but he didn't show it.
Okay, I'll go first then.
After saying that, Qinglong walked out the door and disappeared around the corner of the stairs in the blink of an eye. Fuck, bitch, sooner or later I will let you know how powerful I, Qinglong, am. After Qinglong walked downstairs, he looked back at Mo Qingwu's room and spat fiercely, but what he didn't know was that at this moment, Suzaku was quietly watching him on the roof. Seeing the azure dragon going away, Suzaku withdrew his gaze and turned away, but the direction she turned to was not her own room. Today is a good day.
Shinhao was in a good mood today.
He hummed a song while walking after class. Not far away from the school, a familiar big hand pulled Shinhao over.
Brother, you are robbing me, right? I will give you all the money.
Shinhao had long guessed that Xiao Fan would arrange these people to rob.
Good boy, you are quite proactive.
Scarface looked at the extra 20,000 yuan on his phone and patted Shinhao's shoulder with satisfaction.
Can I go now?
Shinhao's bones were nearly broken by the powerful blow, but he didn't dare show it. Instead, he looked at Scarface with a flattering smile. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. I, Shinhao, will remember this grudge. Just when Shinhao thought Scarface would agree, the scarred man grinned grimly and grabbed Shinhao by the collar. Boy, your cooperation doesn't give me any sense of accomplishment.
I'm very unhappy now. Brother, you tell me what to do and I'll do it.
In the face of Scarface's power, Shinhao had no power to resist, not to mention that there were a few strong men standing by and watching closely.
How about this, you practice boxing with us, what do you think?
Scarface stared at Shinhao with a ferocious look in his eyes. It seemed that as long as Shinhao disagreed, he would be killed in the next second. Shinhao couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart when he was stared at with such eyes. I could only force myself into a smile that was uglier than crying. I agree. In this situation, how could Shinhao dare to refuse? However, he soon regretted it. Brother, you can hit me in the face, but please don't kick me in the crotch. Shinhao stretched out his hand to block the sudden kick, and a drop of cold sweat flowed from his temple. If he hadn't been quick-witted and stopped it in time, he may not have any happiness in the second half of his life. You asked for this yourself, so you can't blame us guys. Scarface had never encountered such an unreasonable request in his entire life that he did not hesitate anymore and called on a few people to start punching and kicking Shinhao. Half an hour later, phew, cool.
Scarface waved his hands and exclaimed that it was great fun. Brothers, is it fun? Cool.
Okay, then I'll treat you guys to another wave of pleasure.
Let's go to the Red Romantic Foot Bathing City for a foot massage.
Today's luxury package is all-inclusive. Scar Brother is generous. When they heard Scarface say he would treat them, the others said in unison, although they are not short of money, they still enjoy the pleasure of getting something for free. Then they left with laughter. Only Shinhao was left lying in the alley, feeling hopeless. Bang. You son of a bitch, you actually used my money to wash your feet, damn it. These words pierced Shinhao's heart deeply, and he himself was reluctant to go. Just now he didn't dare to show off due to the strength of those people. Now after they left, Shinhao was so angry that he punched the wall. Haha, luckily I had foresight, otherwise you would have snatched them all. Shinhao sneered and struggled to stand up. Fortunately, I put the money with Kong Juanhao. When I become stronger, I will definitely take back today's situation.
The Maybach in front suddenly braked hard, stopping Xiao Fan's Bentley. The door of the back seat of the Maybach opened, and a pair of slender, white legs stepped out.
Xiao Lianxue, what on earth do you want to do? Xiao Lianxue was wearing light blue shorts and a beige short-sleeved shirt today. The pair of long white legs were even a little dazzling under the sunlight, but Xiao Fan was not in the mood to appreciate it at this moment, because, oh, I didn't expect your girlfriend to be so pretty. No wonder. Xiao Lianxue looked at Chen Sueki next to Xiao Fan, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. And Chen Sueki was also looking at the noble woman in front of her. The two women are not similar in appearance, but their temperaments are different. This has nothing to do with you, right? If it's alright, I'll leave first. Xiao Fan pressed the button to close the car window, but unexpectedly Xiao Lianxue reached out and pressed it. Don't you want to take responsibility for what you did to others yesterday? Chapter 71 Leopard Brother Who Builds Reputation. Xiao Fan? Slander. Absolutely slander. It was clearly this woman who took the initiative yesterday, but why does it seem like he abandoned her in the end?
I don't understand what you are talking about. If there is nothing else, I will leave first.
Noticing the somewhat resentful look of Chen Sueki beside him, Xiaofan quickly denied it. My beautiful lady, since my brother Xiaofan has said so, you should stop pestering him. Chen Sueki looked at Xiao Lianxue with a hint of vigilance in her eyes. Unexpectedly, Xiao Lianxue did not restrain herself after hearing this. Instead, she covered her mouth and chuckled. I didn't realize your girlfriend trusts you so much. As she spoke, Xiao Lianxue stretched out her index finger to tease Xiaofan. Fortunately, Xiaofan reacted quickly and dodged it. As the daughter of a gangster boss, Chen Sueki is naturally not a naive person. Don't be fooled by the fact that she usually acts as obedient as a kitten in front of Xiaofan. Seeing that this woman was still pestering Xiaofan, a fierce light flashed in his eyes. He reached out and grabbed Xiao Lianxue's hand. I warn you, don't let me see you pestering Xiaofan again, otherwise, oh? What else can we do? Xiao Lianxue asked with interest. She had never been threatened before, even in Kyoto. No one dared to speak to her like that. You can try. Looking at the two women who were about to fight over a disagreement, Xiaofan felt overwhelmed. After separating the two, Xiaofan looked at Chen Sueki standing beside him. Wait a minute, I'll take care of it. After Chen Sueki nodded, Xiaofan opened the car door and walked out. You're willing to come out now, are you worried about your girlfriend? Don't worry, I won't touch her. What do you want to do? After the two walked to the side of the road, Xiaofan held his forehead helplessly. If I had known that Xiao Lianxue was as sticky as taffy, I should not have provoked her in the first place. Didn't I tell you yesterday that what I want is very simple? You want to control the Xia family. I can help you, but what? Don't bully a little girl like me. Hearing Xiaofan's agreement, Xiao Lianxue smiled, hee. Xiaofan laughed dryly. You just have to pay a small price. I don't know what brother Xiaofan wants me to pay. Xiao Lianxue looked at Xiaofan with charming eyes. Her peach blossom eyes seemed to be emitting electricity. After you take control of the Xia family, you need to help me do 3 things. Then you won't take this opportunity to make some excessive demands. Xiao Lianxue pretended to be afraid and took a step back, covering her chest with a nervous look on her face. Seeing this, Xiaofan shook his head. He didn't expect that Xiao Lianxue was such an acting queen. See the reaction of the boy in front of me. A trace of anger flashed in Xiao Lianxue's eyes, and her tone became cold. You are such a man who doesn't understand romance. Tell me, what's going on? I haven't thought it through yet. I'll talk about it later. Also, I don't want something like what happened today to happen again. After saying that, Xiaofan turned around and left. Looking at the back of the car going away, Xiao Lianxue gritted her teeth. If she could beat Xiaofan, she would have to teach him a lesson. Sueki, what happened today? Xiaofan was about to explain, but Xueqi interrupted him unexpectedly. Brother Xiaofan, I believe you, you don't need to explain. Chen Sueki stared at Xiaofan. She believed in her man. Xiaofan had the opportunity to deceive her before, but he still chose to confess. So now she doesn't need to explain. Sueki, I am so lucky to have you. Uncle Zhou, who was driving, heard the conversation between the two and was filled with envy. I think he was so charming when he was young, until he met that woman. Everything has changed. If he wasn't old, he would really like to learn from Xiaofan. Under the disdainful look of the lady at the front desk of the buffet restaurant, Xinhao took the meal ticket and walked in. As for why she felt disgusted, it was because the cash the young lady had just received had a slightly strange smell. Fortunately, Xinhao, never put all my eggs in one basket. Xinhao hid these few $100s in the most private part of his body. Then I'll start. Looking at so many delicious foods in front of him, Xinhao took decisive action. Little did he know that when he came in, he had already been discovered by Xin Yuan through surveillance. His body shape is really too eye-catching. However, Xin Yuan did not recognize Xinhao's identity at all. This fat guy can really eat a lot. He's on par with Xinhao from a few days ago. Xin Yuan stroked the ring on his hand. It's a pity that Xinhao seems to have disappeared from the face of the earth. Brother Bao and his team have been searching for him for such a long time but still haven't found him. I hope this kid can be more sensible. Otherwise, having said that, Xin Yuan stood up and left the room and came to Xinhao. Hello, fatty. Are you interested in eating at the buffet restaurant across the street? When Xinhao heard the word fat, his mentality immediately collapsed. Looking again, it was the same boss, the same familiar lines, and Xinhao grinned. Boss, you didn't fail to recognize me, hee. Hearing this familiar voice, Xin Yuan looked carefully at Qin Hao, who had a bruised face.
I wonder where you are from, fatty. Qin Hao looked like this, not to mention Xin Yuan, even his uncle wouldn't be able to recognize him.
Boss, you are really humorous.
Didn't you say the same thing to me last time?
Qin Hao said vaguely while stuffing steak into his mouth.
It's you.
Xin Yuan finally reacted after hearing Qin Hao's words. I didn't expect that he would not take the road to heaven, and now it is delivered to his doorstep. Looking at Xin Yuan's surprised expression, Qin Hao felt secretly happy that he can't beat Xiao Fan. So is there anything wrong with coming here to make his presence felt?
Then take your time eating.
I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Seeing Xin Yuan leave, Qin Hao thought he was hit. Without giving it any more thought, he continued to sweep. Hey, Brother Leopard, the person has been found, in my shop. After returning to the monitoring room, Xin Yuan immediately made a phone call. I took a photo of Qin Hao from the surveillance footage and sent it to Brother Bao. Very good, keep an eye on him, I'll be there soon. After Brother Leopard on the other end of the phone hung up, he immediately called on his younger brothers to take action.
Everyone, bring your weapons and get to work.
After hearing what Brother Leopard said, the dozen or so younger brothers who were just bragging immediately walked out of the room. When they came back in, some people already had bulges around their waists. There were even quite a few of the younger brothers carrying packages, which obviously contained some lethal weapons. Brother Bao put on a thin coat to cover himself and tied a hidden arrow on his arm. Although he is a congenital master, this is not a one-on-one duel, but a life-threatening business. He builds his reputation, so he can't afford to make any mistakes. Chapter 72 Tang Long takes action. Slow down, fatty. Looking at Qin Hao's departing back, Xin Yuan gave a meaningful smile. This boss, I think I need to patronize him more often in the future.
Qin Hao left slowly, holding a toothpick in his mouth. Boy, you have murderous intent.
Just when Qin Hao walked to a remote place, Tang Long suddenly reminded him. Sure enough, Brother Leopard and a dozen of his brothers surrounded Qin Hao. In an instant, several pistols were pointed at Qin Hao. Each pistol was equipped with a silencer.
You were sent by Xiao Fan, right?
I don't have any money on me right now, so remember to queue up next time you rob someone. As Qin Hao was talking, he wanted to leave, but unexpectedly one of them pointed a gun at his head. Good boy, I didn't expect you to offend young Master Xiao.
Now I can't keep you here any longer.
A hint of joy flashed in Brother Leopard's eyes. If I can get Qin Hao's head, maybe I can get Xiao Fan's support. As a person who has been in the business for a long time, he naturally knows all the people in both the black and white worlds. He already knew by heart which people he could provoke and which he couldn't provoke. Qin Hao was stunned when a gun was pointed at his head. He usually likes to flirt with girls and look at pretty girls, but he has never experienced such a scene.
Godfather, help me!
Qin Hao shouted loudly in his heart. He is only at the 3rd level of the innate realm now.
If he is shot, he will be dead. Hey, can you offend fewer people in the future?
Tang Long sighed, knowing that he had to take action today. Immediately, under Qin Hao's surprised eyes, the power in his body continued to surge. Grandmaster, until it skyrocketed to the peak of Grandmaster, then it stopped. Feeling the powerful force in his body, Qin Hao was somewhat fascinated.
Ha, you still want to kill me? Die now.
Seeing that Qin Hao dared to speak so arrogantly, Brother Leopard on the side could not help himself. With a gesture, several armed men shot at Qin Hao. The bullet passed through the silencer, making a low puffing sound. The next scene will be unforgettable for Brother Leopard. Qin Hao's whole body was covered with milky white energy. All the bullets were blocked by this strong energy and could not move forward even an inch. Today I'll let you know why the flowers are so red. Qin Hao, who was originally a little worried, smiled wildly when he saw his current strength. He looked at Brother Leopard, and the murderous look in his eyes made Brother Leopard tremble with fear. Grandmaster, Brother Leopard was trembling all over, stammering and unable to speak. In his heart, he even greeted all 18 generations of Xin Yuan. If he knew that this person was a master, he would never dare to take this job.
Grandmaster?
Qin Hao clenched his fists, and the aura around him exploded completely. Under the impact of the powerful momentum, more than a dozen younger brothers with only acquired strength fell to the ground instantly.
I am a Grand Master now.
Looking at Brother Leopard, who was so arrogant just now, he now looked scared. Qin Hao felt a great sense of satisfaction in his heart. Fat brother, when Brother Leopard said this, Qin Hao's face changed. No, Brother Hao, please let me go.
I'll tell you who asked me to come. Tell me, who is it?
Qin Hao appeared in front of Brother Bao in the blink of an eye and grabbed his neck. You have to promise to let me go first, then I will tell you. Brother Bao was strangled and had difficulty breathing.
Okay, I promise you. After all, there is no deep hatred between us. Yes, Xin Yuan asked me to do it.
Brother Bao's face turned red after being pinched by Qin Hao, and he sold Xin Yuan without thinking that if he could survive this time, he would even want to skin Xin Yuan alive and pull out his tendons. He was supposed to be an innate master, but I didn't expect that he was actually a grandmaster. Qin Hao already had a guess in his mind, and now it was confirmed. After all, he had just come out of the buffet restaurant. How could he meet these people by chance?
Since you are so honest, I will let you go. As he spoke, a wisp of energy silently entered Brother Bao's body with Brother Leopard's innate strength. He naturally couldn't detect it. I thought Qin Hao was really going to let him go. When Qin Hao let go, Brother Bao immediately knelt on the ground and expressed his gratitude to Qin Hao. Okay, there are conditions for letting you go. 1 day later, I want to see the news of Xin Yuan's death. How could Qin Hao let go of someone who wanted to harm him, let alone Xin Yuan? With the internal energy he had just injected, even Brother Leopard would die quietly in 3 days. If Qin Hao wasn't afraid of the huge impact, he would have wanted to kill the dozen or so younger brothers behind him. However, considering that this would be too eye-catching, Qin Hao decided to give up for the time being. He still needs to develop now. When he becomes the ruler of the world, these people will naturally be liquidated one by one. Okay, no problem, I will do it. Brother Leopard patted his chest and made the promise. Okay, take your people and get out.
Qin Hao waved his hand in a cold tone. He could already feel the strength in his body gradually draining away. When Brother Leopard heard this, he looked relieved. He fled with a dozen frightened brothers, feeling the power slipping away. Qin Hao felt empty inside. The power just now made him feel like he was in control of everything.
Good boy, I didn't expect you to be so ruthless. Killing someone with a borrowed knife is a good move.
Tang Long, who had just lent his strength to Qin Hao, spoke in a weak voice. Isn't this all under the guidance of my foster father? After seeing Tang Long's role, Qin Hao immediately acted like a bootlicker and started to flatter him. Godfather, how about you lend me your strength and I'll go kill Xiao Fan? After hearing Qin Hao's words, Tang Long, who just thought Qin Hao had some brains at this moment, I just want to take back what I just said. I think it's better not to provoke Xiao Fan for the time being.
I can't figure this person out. Well, okay, since my godfather has said so, I will listen to you.
Qin Hao felt a little unhappy when he saw his proposal was rejected.
Don't worry, there will be opportunities later.
After Tang Long said this, he fell into a deep sleep and no longer cared about Qin Hao. The attack just now consumed a lot of his soul power. But I don't want to wait until later. Qin Hao said this secretly in his heart. His mind had already lost itself in the powerful force just now. He felt that Tang Long must have said that because he didn't trust him. You lose. In a secret room, Zhao Xian pointed the wooden sword in his hand directly at Zhao Jing's neck. Hearing this, Zhao Jing felt a little dazed, and the scene of that day emerged in her mind. Seeing Zhao Jing's dazed eyes, Zhao Xian sighed.
You're not still dwelling on your loss to Xiao Fan that day, are you? He had already noticed during the fight just now that Zhao Jing was a little absent-minded. Normally, even if Zhao Jing was no match for him, she wouldn't be defeated in just 20 moves.
Miss, you are going to inherit the Zhao family in the future. Why bother about temporary success or failure?
Chapter 73. Overnight at Chen Sueki's house. Uncle San, I know what's going on. Let's stop here today.
Okay. Zhao Xian knew that he had to figure this kind of thing out on his own, so he didn't say anything more, turned and left the secret room.
Xiao Fan, what on earth have you been through?
How come you were so strong? Thinking of that desperate figure, for the first time, Zhao Jing began to understand a man's psychology. Sueki, eat more. Xiao Fan put a piece of chicken breast into Chen Sueki's bowl. You are what you eat. You should eat more. Watching the two of them showing their affection in front of me, several black lines appeared on Chen Zhenya's forehead. If he had known this would happen, he would not have invited Xiao Fan to his house for dinner. He was just being polite. Unexpectedly, Xiao Fan was so shameless that he climbed up the pole and directly pulled Chen Sueki's hand into his house. Uncle Chen, your chef's cooking tastes pretty good, but it's still a little bit behind me.
Xiao Fan commented while eating. Wow, brother Xiao Fan is so awesome. Before Chen Zhenya could say anything, Chen Sueki looked at Xiao Fan with admiration. That's enough. Chen Jianye slammed the table and stood up. He really couldn't stand it anymore.
It was fine if this kid was just feeding dog food in his house, now he is still bragging in front of him. You should know that his chef is a 5-star chef even in the entire Jiang province. There are only a few people who can definitely beat him in cooking skills.
Boy, you can fool my daughter with this, but you want to fool me?
Looking at the way Chen Sueki was looking at someone, Chen Jianye felt a little headache. How could such a smart man have such a love-brained daughter? Today he must expose Xiao Fan so that he can lose face.
Dad, how can you say that?
After all, we will soon be a family. Chen Sueki looked at Chen Jianye with some dissatisfaction. Chen Jianye looked at his daughter and was so angry that he was speechless. His little cotton-padded jacket is more than leaking air. Since Uncle Chen doesn't believe me, let me give it a try.
Xiao Fan took out a napkin, wiped his mouth slowly and then stood up. Well, I want to see how much you weigh. Chen Jianye was so angry that he laughed.
Originally, for the sake of his daughter, he had not thought of making things difficult for Xiao Fan. Unexpectedly, he came to my door himself. 2 hours later, hey. My dear nephew, I've always known you were good at cooking since you were little. Your cooking skills are impeccable.
Chen Jianye's face flushed as he swung his arm around Xiao Fan's shoulders.
No, this is all because of my usual low profile.
Xiao Fan picked up the wine glass and drank it all. Hey, my dear nephew, you are too modest.
After eating the meal you cooked today, I realized that I have lived half my life in vain. Every dish is a work of art. After taking a bite, it feels like being in heaven, and the whole person is floating in the air.
But that's not what you said before.
To be honest, Xiao Fan still wanted to see the somewhat arrogant Chen Jianye, yet so much praise actually made him feel a little embarrassed.
Don't worry about these details.
Come to my house for dinner more often when you have time.
Chen Sueki could hardly bear to watch this anymore. Are you asking Xiao Fan to come to your house for dinner? You are just envious of his cooking skills. Okay, I'll be there when I have time.
Xiao Fan responded. After all, he was his father-in-law. After they drank and exchanged glasses for a while, my dear nephew, it's settled then. Before he could finish his words, Chen Jianye fell asleep on the table. I'm so sorry, brother Xiao Fan, my dad is not usually like this. It's okay, just ask someone to help him to bed and have a good sleep.
Chen Jianye is indeed quite interesting.
No wonder he and Xiao Tian have the same opinion. Looking at the sleeping Chen Jianye, Xiao Fan suddenly revealed a wicked smile. This scene happened to be seen by Chen Sueki.
Sueki, it's getting so late, why don't you take me in?
Hearing this, Chen Sueki's face turned a little red.
But, your house is not far away, can you bear to see me walk back home drunk?
Xiao Fan stood up and pretended to stagger. He knew that all Chen Sueki needed at this moment was an excuse.
Okay, in that case, I'll go back. Wait, why don't you stay at my house tonight?
After saying this, Chen Sueki felt her face burning.
Sueki, I know you are the best.
Xiao Fan walked up to the beauty and kissed her rosy little face. This made Chen Sueki so upset that she ran away covering her face. After helping his father-in-law to the bed, Xiao Fan closed the door.
You shouldn't be too honest.
You don't even know how to use your inner energy to dispel the smell of alcohol.
Xiao Fan shook his head. Actually, he couldn't drink much, but who could blame him for being so smart?
But this is also good, it gives me a chance. Xiao Fan turned around and came to a room filled with fragrant smell. The bedroom has a pink theme, and with that familiar scent, it must be this place. Xiao Fan took off his restraints and got under the quilt. It smells so good. Not long after, Chen Sueki came to the bedroom and saw Xiao Fan occupying her bed.
You bad boy. I've already made the bed for you, get up now.
As she said that, Chen Sueki wanted to pull Xiao Fan up. Unexpectedly, Xiao Fan was so strong that she was pulled over by Xiao Fan instead. Sueki, I didn't expect you to be so virtuous, but the bed is big enough for 2 people to sleep on.
Are you kidding? He's not here to sleep in another bed. Doesn't he feel good sleeping on this bed?
Let me go. Chen Sueki struggled to leave. She was not mentally prepared yet.
No, I won't let you go, even if you kill me. The meat is now in his mouth. How could Xiao Fan let it go?
If you don't let go, I'll bite you. Seeing that she couldn't break free, Chen Sueki showed her 2 little fangs and threatened Xiao Fan.
Then bite me. I'm not afraid anyway.
Xiao Fan looked like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. Chen Sueki's actions obviously posed no threat to him at all. Then you have to promise me that you won't do anything bad. Seeing that she couldn't escape, Chen Sueki had no choice but to make 3 rules with Xiao Fan.
Okay, of course, no problem.
Xiao Fan agreed without hesitation. As for what will happen next, only God knows. Let me go first, I'm going to take a shower. After hearing this, Xiao Fan reluctantly let go of her hand. Chen Sueki stood up with a red face and quickly took clothes from the closet. After arriving at the bathroom, Chen Sueki did not forget to lock the door. Hearing the sound of the door being locked, Xiao Fan smiled silently at this little girl. Chapter 74. Stealing the house. Wait until Chen Sueki finishes taking a shower and comes out. Xiao Fan, lying on the bed, had closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep.
You are worthy of being my man. No matter how I look at you, you look so handsome. I like you so much.
Chen Sueki sat on the edge of the bed, holding her chin with her hands, staring at Xiao Fan blankly. Alas, I thought you were attracted by my talent, but I didn't expect you were attracted by my body.
Xiao Fan suddenly opened his eyes and whispered, "You fell asleep?"
No, I couldn't fall asleep at all.
How could you do this?
Realizing that she had been fooled, Chen Sueki's face turned red. Didn't Xiao Fan hear everything she just said? It's so embarrassing. Looking at the beautiful woman's shy face, Xiao Fan pulled her into his arms. The picture is so beautiful, let's use our imagination. The next morning, boom boom boom, there was a knock on the door.
Sueki, get up, you're going to be late.
Chen Jianya's voice came from outside the door. Seeing no movement in the bedroom, Chen Jianya knocked on the door again.
Stop knocking. I heard you.
Xiao Fan turned over and muttered in dissatisfaction. What he hates most is being woken up in the morning. Chen Jianya,
why are you in Sueki's room?
Although he knew that this day would come sooner or later, he didn't expect it to come so soon.
No wonder you kept forcing me to drink last night, you're despicable.
Chen Jianya's excited voice woke up Chen Sueki, who was still sleeping. Chen Sueki had just woken up and made an alluring sound.
Little bastard, come out and I want to fight you in a duel.
Chen Jianya continued shouting outside the door. At the same time, I couldn't help but feel a little regretful. If I had known, I wouldn't have drunk so much last night.
Sueki baby, your dad wants to beat me, do you care?
It was naturally impossible for Xiao Fan to challenge his father-in-law in a one-on-one duel. He immediately pretended to be pitiful and complained to Chen Sueki, who was standing beside him. Puff. Hearing this, Chen Sueki looked at Xiao Fan's pitiful appearance and couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle.
He can't beat you. Chen Jianye? What are you talking about?
Listen. What are you talking about, Uncle Chen? Please stop staring at me.
It's creepy.
At the dining table, looking at Chen Jianya's gaze, Xiao Fan shrugged helplessly. But the loving breakfast Sueki made for me is delicious. Xiao Fan praised while eating. Hearing this, Chen Sueki on the side broke into a happy smile. Being affirmed by the one she loves may be her greatest happiness. A click sound suddenly sounded. Xiao Fan was a little confused. What's that sound?
Chen Jianya bent down and picked up the wrench that fell on the ground.
The TV at home is broken, so I use a wrench to fix it.
Is that reasonable? That makes sense.
Xiao Fan gave a dry laugh. What kind of person would use a wrench to fix a TV? Xiao Fan secretly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. After breakfast, Xiao Fan took Chen Sueki's hand and left. If he didn't leave, he was really afraid that Chen Jianya would give him a wrench. Ultimately, he was in the wrong for this home invasion.
Asshole.
Chen Jianya was upstairs watching the two people get into the Bentley and drive away. Then he shouted loudly just when Xiao Fan arrived at the gate of the community by car. A veiled and graceful woman stopped the car. Who else could it be but Mo Qinggu?
It looks like you figured it out?
Xiao Fan rolled down the back seat window and spoke in a calm tone. Mo Qinggu's expression changed slightly under her veil, and she came to find Xiao Fan. I also hope that Xiao Fan knows the truth of that year. Now she believed 80% of what Xiao Fan said.
I think your girlfriend won't mind if I delay you for a few minutes.
Mo Qinggu looked at Chen Sueki, who was standing beside her. Chen Sueki looked at Mo Qinggu with a hint of hostility in her eyes. Compared to the woman yesterday, the proud figure of the woman in front of her made her feel a little inferior. Although we still don't know what kind of face is under the veil, but looking at those eyes that shine like stars in the night, it is not difficult to guess.
I don't mind, brother Xiao Fan, you can go ahead.
Naturally, Chen Sueki would not ruin Xiao Fan's plans because of her willfulness. The two walked to the side and said, "Just tell me what you want to say."
Mo Qinggu bent down and pleaded in a low voice, "I want to ask you to help me.
I must know the truth about what happened back then, and from this angle, Xiaofan can see everything clearly, suppressing the urge to bleed from his nose. Xiaofan said calmly, okay, since you trust me, I don't mind helping you, but, after that, you should know what to pay for. After all, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Pervert, the Grand Master's perception was so sharp that Xiaofan's eyes were fixed on it. How could Mo Qingwu not sense it? But now she is extremely anxious and doesn't want to wait any longer.
Okay, I'll be yours when this is done.
Mo Qingwu's voice was like a silver bell, but to Xiaofan, it seemed to carry a kind of determination to cut off one's own arm, but he naturally doesn't care about these, he only wants the result.
Okay, I'll leave first. Wait for my notification later.
Xiaofan waved his hand, turned around and was about to leave. Mo Qingwu stopped him.
Wait, can't we do it now?
Xiaofan turned around and looked at Mo Qingwu's eyes with a hint of stubbornness, his tone cold. I don't hope there will be a next time. After saying that, Xiaofan got into the car without looking back. Mo Qingwu pursed her lips, but in the end she didn't say what she was about to say. Watching the Bentley go away, Mo Qingwu felt a little aggrieved. She had clearly humbled herself and begged Xiaofan, Sweki, why are you silent? Looking at Chen Sweki with a stern face beside him, Xiaofan knew that she was jealous. Who wants to talk to you? You have so many women coming to you every day, how can you remember me? Looking at Chen Sweki turning her face away, she looked like she couldn't be coaxed. Xiaofan leaned forward and kissed her, then said to comfort her, Sweki baby, I'm doing serious business. Xiaofan wanted to hold Chen Sweki's hand, but she dodged him unexpectedly. I don't know whose eyes were wide open just now. Now I understand what you mean by liking. As soon as these words came out, Xiaofan quickly covered Chen Sweki's mouth. This is just his hobby, and he doesn't want to make it known to everyone.
Don't talk nonsense. There are outsiders here. Zhou Bo?
When I was a child, you called me Uncle Joe when you held me and looked at the stars, and now that the newcomers have defeated the old ones, they have become outsiders, right? Then why were you staring at that just now? Chen Sweki felt a little aggrieved. She is just a little bit younger than that woman. What's the big deal?
Chapter 75 Classmate, your soap fell. What should I do?
Waiting online, very anxious, Xiaofan's brain started to work so fast that it almost burned out the CPU. Puff. Chen Sweki looked at Xiaofan's anxious expression and chuckled while covering her mouth. The laughter was as clear and sweet as a silver bell.
Okay, don't do this again next time, or I'll be really angry.
Xiaofan understood as soon as he heard this. If you can't watch it in person, you can watch it from behind. As expected of me, the boy who always gets full marks in reading comprehension.
Did you hear that?
Chen Sweki pinched Xiaofan's waist. Although it didn't hurt, Xiaofan still pretended to be in pain and grimaced. It hurts, I won't do it again, there won't be a next time.
Humph, I don't think you would dare to do that.
Chen Sweki pouted her lips, as if saying, I am the boss and you are just second in command. The two played together all the way and reluctantly parted after arriving at school.
Hey, isn't this classmate Qinhao? Why don't you go to the school gate to make money today?
Looking at Qinhao in the corner, Xiaofan couldn't help but walk over and tease him. Qinhao stared at Xiaofan without saying a word. If looks could kill, Xiaofan would probably die hundreds of times.
Mr. Xiao, how does this kid make money at the school gate?
Sun Chuan continued Xiaofan's words. As a younger brother, he did have some foresight.
Nothing. This kid is using his body to make money at the school gate.
To be honest, Xiaofan felt that he was telling the truth. Isn't getting beaten a way of making money using your body? But others didn't know that after hearing Xiaofan's words, many students looked at Qinhao with horror. There was only one sturdy man, about 1.9 meters tall, with shining eyes.
Oh my God. Qinhao, how could you sell your body?
I don't have a classmate as spineless as you. Seeing that Sun Chuan was about to compete with him for the limelight, Wang Xiuhu stood up, pointing at Qinhao with an extremely exaggerated expression. He said loudly, as if afraid that someone in the classroom couldn't hear it. Now everyone's eyes turned to Qinhao. Qinhao's face turned red and his chest heaved violently. Obviously he was very angry.
I earn my money honestly, so what? What's wrong?
Qinhao stood up and retorted, but he didn't expect that after he said this, everyone looked at him even more strangely. Can you still be honest when you earn money by using your body?
You must be kidding me, right?
It's okay, I understand. It's not easy for Qinhao either, so let me personally sponsor you 20,000 yuan. Hearing this, Qinhao sneered. He didn't believe that Xiaofan would be so kind.
Xiao Fan, stop pretending to be sympathetic here. Xin Hao, will never ask you for a penny. Xin Hao, how can you talk like that? Xiao Xiao cares about his classmates. I wanted to help you, but you said that. That's too much.
Seeing that Xin Hao was ungrateful, Sun Quan started to scold him. Yes, Master Xiao has always been very kind to his classmates.
I didn't expect you to be such a person. Humph, I think this kid has pink eye. He must get some treatment.
With Sun Quan, the rhythm master, leading the way, everyone in the classroom criticized Xin Hao.
Okay, everyone, stop talking.
I believe Xin Hao had no choice but to do this. It was not until everyone felt a little dry in the mouth that Xiao Fan spoke out to stop them. This time, Xin Hao's face had turned the color of liver.
Xin Hao, are you sure you don't want these 20,000 yuan? Xiao Fan deliberately emphasized the two words 20,000. As expected, as soon as these words were spoken, Xin Hao's conjunctivitis came back and his eyes turned red. However, his remaining rationality made him restrain himself. If he fights, it is obvious that he cannot beat Xiao Fan, and he will only bring shame upon himself. Xin Hao was so angry that he gritted his teeth. This was all his money. If Xiao Fan gave him his money, wouldn't that be a slap in his face? Ha, take out your phone.
Xiao Fan then transferred 20,000 yuan to Xin Hao. Anyway, the money will be returned this afternoon.
What's that look in your eyes? Hurry up and thank Master Xiao.
Sun Quan shouted sternly from the side. That's right, young Master Xiao sponsored him with so much money that he has no gratitude at all and even looks at people with that kind of eyes.
What a shrimp head.
Everyone's comments made Xin Hao feel like his heart was being cut by a knife.
It was obviously his money. Thank you.
Xin Hao forced it out of his mouth.
Hey, we're all classmates, so it's polite of you to say that. I'm very optimistic about you. Xiao Fan patted Xin Hao on the shoulder. To outsiders, this seemed like Xiao Fan appreciated Xin Hao, but little did they know that Xiao Fan was secretly circulating his internal energy to output it. This seemingly gentle action made Xin Hao feel like dying. Even though Xin Hao's face was covered with cold sweat from the pain, he still didn't cry out. He knew that this was all Xiao Fan's plan. If he dared to cry out in pain, Xiao Fan would probably accuse him of being a scammer. Ding, the epic son of luck breaks through the defense, and the villain value is rewarded with 30,000. Pa.
There was constant applause, and everyone was impressed by Xiao Fan's character. Only Yu Fuyao looked at Xiao Fan with a strange look. She didn't believe that Xiao Fan would be so kind, but with the previous lessons, she now recognizes the facts. Xin Hao, who was sitting at the table reading a book, suddenly felt that the sky seemed to have suddenly darkened. Xin Hao was a little confused and looked up. A 1.9 meter tall muscular man who looked like a gorilla stood in front of him.
Xin Hao, right? My name is Wu Daxiong. I have something to ask you. Come out with me. Xin Hao was a little confused.
He didn't know this person at all. Out of curiosity, he followed Wu Xiong to the corridor outside. I heard that you make money with your body, and that's exactly what I like. One price, 100,000 a month. Wu Daxiong stretched out his hand to hold Xin Hao's hand, but Xin Hao dodged it unexpectedly. Seeing this, the excitement in his eyes became even more intense. It's better to have resistance. He doesn't like dead fish or anything like that.
I, Xin Hao, am not that kind of person. If there is nothing else, I will go back. Xin Hao sneered.
Did he really regard him as a comrade? Besides, with 100,000 yuan a month, who are you looking down on? Xin Hao can get hundreds of thousands of dollars in every minute. Do you, Wu Xiong, need the 100,000 yuan?
You're short of money, right? I'll give you 1 million.
Looking at Xin Hao's back, a hint of madness flashed in Wu Daxiong's eyes. He is not short of money at all. He owns 2 KTVs and a black boxing gym at home, especially that boxing gym, which has a monthly income of tens of millions. This is the net income after paying the bulk of the money to the boss. Hearing this, Xin Hao couldn't help but pause. He turned around and looked at Wu Daxiong's somewhat disgusting face.
You got the wrong person.
Don't answer so confidently. Here is my business card.
I am waiting for you to think it over carefully.
As he spoke, Wu Daxiong took out a gold-embossed business card from his pocket and handed it to Xin Hao. Xin Hao hesitated for a moment, but still took it. Judging from the appearance of this business card, it should be able to sell for a lot of money. Call me anytime you have thought it through. My asking price remains unchanged this month. Wu Xiong grinned, turned, and walked into the classroom. He was confident that Qin Hao could not escape from his grasp. Chapter 76. Beating Fong Hanfei. Looking at the smile on Wu Daxiong's gorilla face, Qin Hao just felt like vomiting. Fuck, you're sick. After glancing at the business card, he casually put it in his pocket. Fong Hanfei, what are you doing here again? Get out of my company immediately, or I'll call security. Ran Qingyan's face looked a little ugly. He shouted at the slightly sickly young man in front of him. Faced with Ran Qingyan's threat, Fong Hanfei just smiled contemptuously. Call the security guard, it's no use. The guy behind me is a congenital master. He just didn't believe that Ran Qingyan's company security could pose a threat to him. Ran Qingyan was a little angry. This Fong Hanfei was like a piece of plaster. I admit that you have the ability to cooperate with Longtian Pharmaceutical Company, but my brother-in-law is the vice president of Longtian Pharmaceutical. As long as I make a phone call, you should know what will happen, right? Ran Qingyan said nothing, took out her cell phone and made a call. What's wrong, Qingyan baby, do you miss me? Hearing this familiar voice, Ran Qingyan felt a little sour in her nose. Xiaofan, someone is bullying me, do you care? Hearing the slightly crying voice on the other end of the phone, Xiaofan immediately became angry. There are actually people in Jiang province who dare to bully his woman. Wait for me, I'll be there soon. After hanging up the phone, Xiaofan left the classroom directly. The teacher who was giving the lecture obviously knew Xiaofan's identity and turned a blind eye to everything. I rushed outside and hailed a taxi. Go to Qingyan Technology Company, Limited, and you'll be there in 10 minutes. I'll give you 10,000. If you arrive in 5 minutes, I'll give you 100,000. Qing Yuan has been carrying out his orders for the past 2 days and has not been around. The driver took a quick look at Xiaofan's attire. Although he couldn't tell what brand it was, it looked very expensive. It doesn't matter whether it's money or not. The main thing is that he doesn't know what's going on today and he just wants to drive fast. Hold on tight. As soon as he finished speaking, the driver took off and the car shot out like an arrow. Hey, it looks like you're going to call the pretty boy over. A cold light flashed in Fong Hanfei's eyes. Okay, then I'll wait for him. I'll let him know what true cruelty is. Hearing Fong Hanfei's words, Ran Qingyan sneered in her heart. His man is from the Xiao family in Jiang province. In Jiang province, there is no other family that dares to go against the Xiao family. Okay, you wait. After calling Xiaofan, Ran Qingyan's bad mood improved a lot. Instead, he came over with great interest and made some tea. Even if you make me some tea and confess your guilt, it's useless, I'm already angry. Seeing this, Fong Hanfei on the side said with contempt. He thought Ran Qingyan was the kind of upright woman, but he didn't expect that he was wrong. Ran Qingyan? Where did this Pu Xian man come from? But she was too lazy to pay attention to Fong Hanfei. As soon, Xiaofan arrived downstairs of Qingyan Technology Company. Handsome guy, no more, no less, exactly 5 minutes. The driver looked at Xiaofan with stars in his eyes. Xiaofan felt a little scalp tingling after seeing this. After taking out his mobile phone to transfer the money, Xiaofan quickly walked into the company building. Beautiful lady, may I ask which floor Qingyan Technology Company is on? Xiaofan didn't see any signboards along the way. I had no choice but to look at the cute girl with some baby fat standing next to the elevator. It's on the 16th floor. The girl looked in the direction of the voice, and the moment she saw Xiaofan, she couldn't speak clearly. Okay, thank you. No, you're welcome. The girl lowered her head and dared not look at Xiaofan. After the elevator arrived, Xiaofan walked in and only then did I realize that the girl was still standing there in a daze. Aren't you coming in? Xiaofan put his hand on the elevator door and asked. Sorry, I was distracted just now. Thank you, the girl finally reacted and walked in with her head down. Don't be so polite. My name is Xiaofan. What's yours? Xiaofan extended his hand politely. My name is Song Xiaoxian. Song Xiaoxian stretched out his hand and shook hands with Xiaofan. Looking at the cute girl in front of him, Xiaofan wanted to tease her. Little beauty, you are so nervous, could it be that you like me? Feeling Song Xiaoxian's little hands that were a little sweaty due to nervousness, Xiaofan teased. No. I didn't, and Song Xiaoxian quickly retorted. Although she was inexplicably attracted to Xiaofan at first sight, she couldn't describe what the feeling was, but it was wonderful. Hearing this, Xiaofan pretended to be sad. I thought, it was a mistake after all. Just at this time, the elevator reached the 16th floor. Xiao Fan, whose face was full of sadness just now, walked out without looking back. Only Song Xiaoxian was left standing in the elevator in a daze. How long will it take for your baby to arrive? My patience is limited, so don't force me. Fang Hanfei slammed the table impatiently. Suddenly he felt as if he was flying, then his head started to hit the wall uncontrollably. Bang! The noise is so loud that if you don't know, you might think there's renovation going on. Xiao Fan, you are here. When she saw the person coming, Ran Qingyan's eyes lit up. She missed this man a lot after not seeing him for a few days. No one except Xiao Fan could give her that long-lost sense of security. What's wrong with this kid? Xiao Fan looked at Fang Hanfei, who was standing beside him with a bloody head. Before Ran Qingyan could say anything, Fang Hanfei covered his head and stared at Xiao Fan. You bastard, if you dare to hit me, there's no way you can survive. Snap! With a crisp sound, Fang Hanfei was slapped and fell several times, another close contact with the wall. Did you get to speak? Xiao Fanyun clapped his hands calmly. Uncle Wang, Uncle Wang. Fang Hanfei turned around and shouted like a madman. Are you talking about that old Deng? He tried to stop me when he came in just now. Xiao Fan pointed at the man sleeping on the ground. No, no, no. This is impossible. This is impossible. Fang Hanfei's face was full of disbelief, and he wanted to get rid of the innate strong man silently. At least one has to have the strength of a grandmaster, right? Xiao Fan looks even younger than him. Such a young master. Thinking of this, Fang Hanfei's scalp began to tingle. Xiao Fan, you don't know, he often comes to my company to harass me. The last incident in my company was caused by him. Ran Qingyan walked up, took Xiao Fan's arm, and told him all of Fang Hanfei's crimes. Xiao Fan raised his eyebrows and looked at Fang Hanfei. Tell me, how do you want to die? Xiao Fan couldn't think of any reason for Fang Hanfei to live when he wanted to touch his woman. I was wrong, please give me a chance. Fang Hanfei also realized that Xiao Fan was not easy to mess with. Adhering to the principle of being a good man, he would not suffer a loss in front of him, and he bowed to the two of them repeatedly to apologize. You have no sincerity at all. Kneel down. Chapter 77, The Ruthless Fang Feiyu. Following Xiao Fan's loud shout, Fang Hanfei fell to his knees involuntarily. That's the proper way to apologize. You should apologize in a proper manner. When you get down there, slowly repent. Xiao Fan walked up to Fang Hanfei with a calm tone, but what he said made Fang Hanfei shudder. You can't kill me, my father is Fang Feiyu. You should have heard of my father's name. Give him some face. Faced with Fang Hanfei, who was crawling over and pulling his trouser leg, Xiao Fan kicked him away. What Fang Feiyu? I've never heard of him. He thought he had eaten the face fruit? Is he worthy of me, Xiao Fan, giving him face? Seeing that nothing he said was of any use, Fang Hanfei came up with a plan. Are you afraid of my dad? Let me tell you, my dad has never been afraid of anyone in Jiang province. Do you dare to let me make a phone call? 6. Xiao Fan's answer was not very hurtful, but extremely insulting if Fang Hanfei felt at this moment like a mouse whose tail was stepped on. Since you think it's okay, then ask your dad to come and have a try with me. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Xiao Fan just likes to take advantage of the moment when his enemies see hope, then shatter that glimmer of hope. Okay, this is what you said, don't regret it. Fang Hanfei was afraid that Xiao Fan would regret it, so he quickly took out his cell phone and called Fang Feiyu. Dad, someone hit me, whoa. As soon as the call was connected, Fang Hanfei started to play the victim. When Fang Feiyu heard that someone dared to touch his son, he immediately became unhappy that I didn't have time to ask anything else. Where are you? I'll bring someone over right away. I'm at Qingyan Technology Company, come quickly. Beep, beep, beep. After the call was hung up, Fang Hanfei finally felt relieved. His father is a veteran master. There aren't many people in Jiang province who dare not give his father some face. Qingyan baby, let me try your tea art. Xiao Fan was dismissive of Fang Hanfei's call for support. In Jiang province, anyone who dared to challenge the Xiao family now has grass 3 feet high on his grave. After they sat down, they slowly sipped their tea. Fang Hanfei, who was standing by, was itching to bite. Not long after, several middle-aged men rushed in aggressively. The leader's hairstyle is like a lion, and you can tell at first glance that he is not someone to be trifled with. Dad, I've finally got you here. Fong Hanfei was wiping his snot and blood on Fong Feiyu. Unexpectedly, Fong Feiyu not only did not feel sorry for him, but kicked him to the ground. Then he bowed respectfully to Xiao Fan.
Meet Mr. Xiao. Oh. It seems you know me.
Xiao Fan was a little surprised because he didn't usually attend high-class banquets. I didn't expect that this person would actually know me. I had the honor of meeting Mr. Xiao at Secretary Zhao's birthday party 2 years ago. I don't know what this idiot did to make young Master Xiao unhappy.
Fong Feiyu looked at Xiao Fan, his words full of humility. This guy wants to touch my woman, what do you think I should do?
Xiao Fan's cold voice made Fong Feiyu feel like he was falling into an icy cave. He originally thought that Fong Hanfei was just short-sighted and had angered Xiao Fan. I didn't expect my son to be so bold.
This is going to be a big trouble.
Mr. Xiao, stop, just beg for mercy. Since he is your son, I will give you a chance to do it yourself. Xiao Fan interrupted Fong Feiyu and blocked his retreat. As soon as these words came out, Fong Feiyu's expression kept changing: hesitation, reluctance, and determination.
Dad, I'm your son.
Seeing Fong Feiyu approaching step by step, Fong Hanfei was so scared that he stepped back repeatedly. Even my pants were wet until I retreated to the corner. I know, but there's nothing I can do. If you don't die, our family will have a hard time surviving. As soon as he finished speaking, Fong Feiyu punched him to death. Xiao Fan quickly covered Ran Qingyan's eyes with his hands and said softly, "Be good, turn around." After Ran Qingyan turned around, Xiao Fan stood up from his chair and started applauding.
Papa, it's really exciting, Patriarch Fong. I'm very curious, you didn't hesitate at all. How did you feel at that time?
Facing Xiao Fan's question, Fong Feiyu cursed him 100 times in his heart, but his face remained respectful.
Master Xiao, you are joking.
He deserves death for what he did. It is my honor to be able to help Xiao Xiao. Looking at Fong Feiyu, who seemed respectful on the surface, Xiao Fan naturally knew what was going on and now Fong Feiyu really wanted to kill him, but he had no intention of letting Fong Feiyu go. This man is so cruel to his own son, it would be a disaster if he kept him. I guess he'll stab him in the back when he gets the chance. I am very satisfied with this matter. Since this is the case, I will let bygones be bygones.
Get out of here.
After hearing Xiao Fan's words, several people felt relieved.
Thank you, Mr. Xiao. Thank you, Mr. Xiao.
After expressing his thanks repeatedly, Fong Feiyu quickly left with a few people. Notify everyone in the family immediately and give them 2 hours to clean up. After we have packed up, we will move together. After coming downstairs, Fong Feiyu said to the people around him. A middle-aged man with a refined appearance nearby was somewhat puzzled. Brother, didn't young Master Xiao agree to let me go? Humph, I tell you, your destiny is in your own hands.
Just listen to me.
Fong Feiyu had a high prestige in the Fong family, and soon the Fong family members began to take action. On the other side, Xiao Fan had already called Xiao Yun.
Then I'll trouble Uncle Yun. Why are you saying this? Your business is my business.
Then Xiao Fan called Xiao Tian again. Let him minimize the impact of this matter. After doing all this, Xiao Fan noticed that Ran Qingyan next to him was trembling slightly. Xiao Fan walked up to her and hugged her.
What's wrong, my beautiful CEO?
Xiao Fan, I'm a little scared. Ran Qingyan's face turned pale and she couldn't accept it for a while. She had never been exposed to such a dark side. Qingyan, this world is not as simple as you see it. You will understand it later. Don't worry, I'm here. No one can hurt you. Xiao Fan hugged the beauty and comforted her softly. After a while, Ran Qingyan finally recovered and her face became rosy again.
Thank you, I don't know what I would do without you. Ran Qingyan took the initiative to hug Xiao Fan and mustered up the courage to give him a kiss. So how are you going to thank me? Xiao Fan smirked.
He still preferred actions rather than words. How can you be so indecent? Ran Qingyan patted Xiao Fan's chest gently. When Ran Qingyan saw Xiao Fan smile, she knew that he must be thinking about something sad. The cooking skills of your family were pretty good last time.
How about I go over and have a meal with them again?
When Ran Qingyan heard Xiao Fan say this, a hint of sadness flashed across her eyes. She was obviously already prepared. What an idiot.
Chapter 78 Visiting Ran Qingyan. Now that you've said that, how can I refuse? After all, you're my savior.
Hearing Ran Qingyan's somewhat sarcastic words, Xiao Fan didn't hesitate to walk up to Ran Qingyan and pushed her against the chair.
Don't you dare talk to me like that next time.
Xiao Fan pretended to be fierce. He finally realized that this beautiful CEO just needed discipline and she couldn't be spoiled forever. I don't dare anymore. tears welled up in Ran Qingyan's eyes. She couldn't understand why Xiao Fan suddenly became so fierce. She didn't seem to mind this feeling. Soon, several people from the War Department appeared and carried Feng Hanfei's body out. Afterwards, a few people cleaned up the scene at an extremely fast speed. The speed is so fast and the technique is so skillful. Xiao Fan felt that these people would have a bright future as part of the cleaning team. After they finished their work, Xiao Fan locked the door and drew the curtains. Then he looked at the beautiful CEO sitting in the office chair with ill intent. "You, don't come over here." Looking at Xiao Fan's murderous eyes, Ran Qingyan panicked. This sentence sounded so ridiculous to Xiao Fan. How could a wolf let go of a sheep that is right at its mouth, especially a fat sheep?
If I don't come over if you tell me not to, won't that make me lose face?
The beautiful president still has the familiar configuration, a combination of Balenciaga and Valentino. Let me ask you, who can withstand such temptation, unless that person is a eunuch? Come on, let's go to your house now. Su Yuan is nothing but an arrogant guy. Xiao Fan was ready to get the words out of him directly, but before that, you need to bring a pen.
Qingyan, do you have a pen?
Xiao Fan looked at the beautiful female CEO next to him.
Didn't you just, how could you do this? Ran Qingyan blushed at this question and reached out to pinch Xiao Fan beside her. Xiao Fan? Who am I? Where am I? Can I drive on any bad road? What are you doing? I just want to borrow a pen from you.
Although Xiao Fan had a strong body, this didn't hurt him at all. However, Xiao Fan felt a little puzzled. Women are really weird sometimes. I thought you were asking. Realizing that she had misunderstood, Ran Qingyan lowered her head and was speechless. It was clearly Xiao Fan who drove the car first, so why did he brake? Qingyan, your ideological awareness needs to be improved. How could you be so dirty?
Xiao Fan only reacted at this time, but I swear to God, he really didn't want to drive just now. They walked out of the office hand in hand. The company's employees looked at the two of them and lowered their heads. After walking out of the company, Ran Qingyan grabbed Xiao Fan's arm, her face blushing. Xiao Fan raised his eyebrows. Can you blame me for this? Who made you so sexy? You're good at talking. I'll forgive you this time.
Ran Qingyan raised her head proudly.
Oh, little rich girl, you actually drive a Rolls-Royce.
Looking at the car in front of me that flashed yellow light twice, Xiao Fan opened the passenger door and sat in. My company can earn tens of millions a year, sharp.
It's terrible. Okay, awesome. Why don't you drive?
Xiao Fan looked at Ran Qingyan, who was sitting in the driver's seat, feeling a little confused.
I can't drive, so my driver asked for half a day off today.
Xiao Fan, I unfastened the seatbelt reluctantly. He also wanted to try what it felt like to sit in the passenger seat, but now it seemed like he had no chance.
Why did you sit in the back? Did you think I was the driver?
I'm sitting in the front and I'm afraid you'll do something bad, so I won't do that. Damn, how does this woman understand me so well? Xiao Fan was a little surprised inside, but his face showed a look of deep pain.
If I do something bad, my good brother Qin Hao will die miserably. Zundu Fakidu? Alright then.
Seeing Xiao Fan speak so confidently, Ran Qingyan closed the back door and sat in the passenger seat. 5 minutes later, Ran Qingyan slapped Xiao Fan's hand away.
What did you just say about doing something bad, liar?
You really can't trust what men say. In response to this, Xiao Fan just smiled faintly. In any case, Qin Hao would not die a good death.
What does it have to do with him, Xiao Fan? Soon, the car arrived at Ran Qingyan's door. Qingyan, you're back.
Seeing Ran Qingyan coming back, Su Yuan hurried forward to show his courtesy. Unexpectedly, at this time, Xiao Fan got out of the car and put his arms around Ran Qingyan's slender waist.
Xiao Fan, let my wife go. Chapter 79. Su Yuan's White Moonlight. Your wife? Xiao Fan raised his eyebrows. Are you an idiot? As he said that, Xiao Fan moved closer to Ran Qingyan and took a big sip. Seeing this scene, Su Yuan clenched his fists. Then he remembered that he only had 4 days to take action. Okay, I'll endure it. Su Yuan slowly loosened his fist. 4 days later, he would kill Xiao Fan. The more proud you are now, the more miserable you will be in 4 days. Qingyan, divorce this loser today. Xiao Fan played with Ran Qingyan's hair, with a hint of nonchalance in his words. As if he was talking about something insignificant. Good. Ran Qingyan had long wanted to draw a clear line between herself and this piece of trash. The reason why we didn't divorce before was because Su Yuan was too good at denying things. When Su Yuan heard about the divorce, he rolled on the ground, but now that Xiao Fan is here,
everything is different. Ran Qingyan believed that Xiao Fan had plenty of ways to deal with Su Yuan. No.
What a joke. He hasn't even given me enough of her gigolo life. How can we get a divorce? Waste, is there any place for you to talk here?
Luo Yan walked out cursing. Bang. When he walked to Su Yuan, he didn't forget to slap him in the face.
Mr. Xiao, now that you are here, I will arrange for someone to cook.
Facing Xiao Fan, Luo Yan's expression immediately changed 360 degrees, and her face was filled with an eager smile. She had heard Ran Qingyan say that it was Xiao Fan who helped save the company, and it also takes the company to the next level. What this represents is self-evident. Now that young Master Xiao has asked Qingyan and Su Yuan to divorce, doesn't it mean that he accepts Qingyan? Thinking of this, Luo Yan's smile became even brighter, but when his eyes glanced at Su Yuan, a barely perceptible ruthlessness flashed across them. No one can stop the rise of her Ran family, and she will deal with anyone who dares to stop her. You're useless, you have no sense at all. Why don't you get in there and stop causing trouble for young Master Xiao? Looking at Su Yuan, who was standing stupidly beside her, Luo Yan shouted sternly. Su Yuan walked into his private room, doghouse, with a blank expression. Humph, the Ran family is blind. When Su Yuan, come back, I hope you won't kneel down and beg me.
Su Yuan lay down skillfully, feeling full of indignation. Mr. Xiao, please let me know next time you come. I haven't prepared anything.
What do you think? After arriving in the living room, Luo Yan looked at the few fruits in the refrigerator and said somewhat embarrassedly,
It's okay, I just came to have a meal, no need to be so polite.
Xiao Fan waved his hand, signaling Luo Yan not to worry about it. Luo Yan is still counting on Xiao Fan, so how can she really not care? How about this? I'll go buy it myself. Before Xiao Fan could say anything, Luo Yan had already hurriedly taken the car keys from the shoe cabinet at the door and went out.
Qingyan, my shoulders are a little sore.
Xiao Fan shrugged in hint. Ran Qingyan blinked her big eyes and said, then lie down and rest for a while. Xiao Fan finally realized that he should play straight with this beautiful female CEO. Her train of thought is really a bit strange sometimes.
Give me a massage on my shoulders.
Xiao Fan lay on the sofa and acted like the master.
No. Okay then.
Ran Qingyan was about to refuse, but when she thought of Xiao Fan's methods, she agreed. After all, she was still feeling a dull pain somewhere.
Comfortable.
Xiao Fan let out a long breath. Although Ran Qingyan's technique is clumsy, her comprehension is indeed very high. He had only been doing it for less than half an hour, but it was as if he had already figured out the key points.
That's all right.
Ran Qingyan rubbed her sore arms.
Okay, you can leave now.
Seeing that Ran Qingyan was a little tired, Xiao Fan didn't force her.
Ha! You really treat me as a maid, don't you?
Ran Qingyan pinched Xiao Fan, then walked into the bedroom without looking back. It's quite powerful. Xiao Fan wondered if this woman was born with this skill. After taking out his cell phone and sending a message, Xiao Fan walked out of the living room. Suck, suck, suck. Xiao Fan hooked his finger towards the doghouse. Su Yuan?
Are you polite? What the hell are you doing? Don't force me.
Faced with Xiao Fan's repeated insults, even the chi-cultivating master Su Yuan found it difficult to bear. Nothing, just fun. I never thought that the lord of the war god temple would live in a doghouse.
Come on, smile. Xiao Fan took out his cell phone and took 3 consecutive photos before Su Yuan could react. If your men saw this, I wonder how they would make fun of you behind your back. What do you want to do?
Su Yuan stared at Xiao Fan with red eyes. He had never wanted to kill someone so much before.
It's really funny, you should know exactly what I want to do. I am here to take your life on behalf of Qinggu and the 30 people in the Mo family. As soon as these words came out, a trace of horror flashed in Su Yuan's eyes. What he did back then was so secretive, how could anyone know about it? Are you wondering how I know this? Is it possible that I'm trying to trick you?
Xiao Fan smiled contemptuously, with a hint of contempt in his eyes. Who knows the plot? But this kind of thing must not be told. Back then, you hired assassins from the Blood Rain Tower to kill all the members of the Mo family. Afterwards, all those who knew about this incident were dealt with. I have to say, the means are ruthless. It's hard to imagine that you were able to do such cruel things when you were only 20 years old.
Su Yuan was extremely shocked. What Xiao Fan said was true and he was powerless to refute it. Ha, since you already know everything, then I have nothing to hide. Yes, I did do that, but so what? Su Yuan sneered.
In his opinion, strength is everything. Even if Xiao Fan knew about this, he would not be afraid. It seems that your Xiao family is indeed very powerful and is able to defeat my subordinate Qinglong, knowing so many of my secrets, but I didn't do anything.
Really? Then go ahead and hit him here.
Xiao Fan pointed at his head, with 4 characters written on his face, "Come and hit me." Su Yuan hardened his fist, then it softened again. Only 4 days, 4 days. Su Yuan kept telling himself that he would fulfill his promise with that person in 4 days, then, he can rely on that person's power to gain a firm foothold in the country and even move to a higher level.
You're not a weakling.
Xiao Fan looked at Su Yuan in surprise, reached out and grabbed Su Yuan's collar and pulled Su Yuan out.
I've already given you a chance, but you're useless.
Xiao Fan slapped Su Yuan on the face without mercy. Su Yuan said nothing, but he controlled himself in his heart.
Oh, how can you be so patient? By the way, I remember you seem to have a childhood sweetheart. What's her name? I think it's Bairuoli, right?
You'd better not touch her, or I will kill you without a burial place. Su Yuan said word by word that Bairuoli has always been his white moonlight. He wouldn't allow anyone to hurt her.
Really? Her life depends on my thoughts at this moment. Are you sure you want to talk to me like that?
Xiao Fan patted Su Yuan on the shoulder.
Kneel down and talk to me. Chapter 80 Mo Qingwu's killing intention. Impossible, you must be lying to me, right? Su Yuan kept shaking his head.
He didn't know Bairuoli's whereabouts. He didn't believe that Xiao Fan could know.
You really won't cry until you see the coffin.
Seeing that Su Yuan didn't believe him, Xiao Fan took out his cell phone and called Qing Yuan. I pressed the hands-free button.
Young master, what do you want me to do? What about that woman?
Let her have a word. Yes, say a few words, Miss Bai. Qing Yuan pushed open the door and put the phone on speakerphone. A woman with a delicate face and shaggy bangs was tied up and thrown on the bed. The thick hemp rope shows off her curvy figure to the fullest. However, when the woman heard Qing Yuan's words, she did not respond at all.
Ha! I knew you were lying to me. Now you're exposed.
Su Yuan was ecstatic. Now Xiao Fan had no leverage over him.
Let's see how this kid could fight him. Beat her until she speaks.
As soon as Xiao Fan finished speaking, a scream was heard from the other end of the phone. When Su Yuan heard the voice, he had a bad feeling. This voice is so familiar. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. Bairuoli really couldn't bear the beating. Each of Qing Yuan's attacks hit her sore spots. It hurts.
It hurts so much. Xiao Fan, you and I cannot coexist. Su Yuan was almost losing his mind and was about to attack Xiao Fan.
Ha, you've thought it through. If you dare to do that, your childhood sweetheart will be beheaded in the next moment.
Xiao Fan was fearless.
When he came, he had already converted all the villain points into experience. Now he is at the peak of Grandmaster level, and with the 9 Yang divine body, his strength is almost comparable to that of King Martial. Don't say that Su Yuan is not his opponent now. Even if that were the case, he could still control Su Yuan. Su Yuan, please save me. Whoa. The sound of Bairuoli crying came from Xiao Fan's phone. Before Bairuoli finished crying, Xiao Fan hung up the phone.
Where did this idiot come from?
He's crying and making so much noise. What he can't stand the most is women crying. It's troublesome. Immediately, Xiao Fan turned his gaze to Su Yuan.
Why don't you kneel down and wait for me to carry the durian for you?
Hearing Xiao Fan's words, Su Yuan woke up as if from a dream and stared at Xiao Fan. Finally, after struggling for a long time, Su Yuan lowered his noble head. With a thump, Su Yuan knelt on the ground. Ding, the son of Lux's Dao heart is broken, and the villain value reward is 80,000.
You're still too young to fight me, kid. Do you know that?
Xiao Fan stepped on Su Yuan's shoulder. This feeling of stepping on the child of luck can be described in one word: cool. He took out his cell phone and sent the recording he had just made to Mo Qingwu. Mo Qingwu has good talent and strength, and is worthy of being conquered. Of course, Xiao Fan felt that the most important thing was that she was really pleasing to the eye. Ding, the son of luck and the beauty have completely broken up, and the villain value is rewarded with 50,000.
Obviously Mo Qingwu had heard the recording just now. What do you want to do? As long as you let Bairuoli go, I won't bother you in the future.
Su Yuan's voice was a little hoarse, and he lowered his head and did not look at Xiao Fan.
Let her go?
I never thought that the god of war would say something so naive.
Xiao Fan smiled contemptuously. If you want me to release him, you have to show your sincerity. Tell me, what do you want? Su Yuan seemed to have accepted his fate. Where's that treasure of yours that can identify talent? Hand it over and I'll let you go. Su Yuan was able to build such a huge force from alone, and this treasure pendant played an indispensable role. As long as there is a gifted person nearby, the pendant will send a prompt. This is also the reason why Mo Qinggu was targeted by him. This jade pendant can even subtly increase a person's talent. This is also the reason why Su Yuan rose to prominence in a short period of time. Most importantly, this pendant is about a promise, but at this time, Su Yuan had not yet realized the preciousness of this treasure. Really? I feel like you're lying to me. Su Yuan was a little afraid of Xiao Fan, as he was afraid that he would be tricked again. Don't worry, Xia people don't cheat Xia people. I am a person of integrity. Xiao Fan gave Su Yuan a reassuring look. Su Yuan hesitated again and again, but finally decided to exchange the pendant with Xiao Fan. In his opinion, this pendant can only cultivate power. Bai Ruoli is the love of his life. Su Yuan has a scale in his heart to judge what is more important. Su Yuan turned around and walked into the villa, and came out after a while. There was an antique wooden box in his hand. The wooden box is light red and exudes a faint fragrance. It is carved with exquisite patterns of harmonious dragons and phoenixes. Xiao Fan took the wooden box and opened it, and a red dragon-shaped pendant appeared before his eyes. That's right. Xiao Fan was delighted. He could only say that this was a huge profit. Now you can notify them to release him. Su Yuan looked at Xiao Fan, who had a happy expression on his face, and reminded him. Release them? Release whom? Xiao Fan was a little confused. When did he say he would let them go? Didn't you say you would let him go if I gave you the pendant? Hearing this, Su Yuan had a bad feeling in his heart. Yes, I did say that, but did you forget the last sentence? You are a Chinese citizen now. Is there anything wrong with me lying to you? What the hell? What he said makes a lot of sense. I am speechless. Su Yuan's face turned red, but he couldn't find a reason to refute. You are still too naive. Xiao Fan put the jade pendant into his pocket and turned to walk into the villa. Just then, a delicate cry came from a distance. Su Yuan, return my family's lives to me. The person who came was Mo Qingwu, but now she no longer has the charm of the past. His hair was disheveled and his eyes were red. If you didn't know him well, you would think he had just been through a great battle. It's you again. Seeing that the truth was revealed, Su Yuan knew that it was Xiao Fan who was causing trouble again. Don't thank me. Xiao Fan felt extremely relieved when he saw Su Yuan gritting his teeth. What a damn son of luck, get down here. Just as Su Yuan was about to speak again, two flying knives flew towards him. Between life and death, Su Yuan no longer cared about hiding. He circulated his internal energy to stop the two flying knives. Suzaku, are you crazy? He is trying to drive a wedge between us. Su Yuan was still thinking about making a final rescue attempt. Suzaku is dead. My name is Mo Qingwu. Before he finished speaking, Mo Qingwu rushed towards Su Yuan with murderous intent on her face. Faced with irrefutable evidence, Mo Qingwu would not believe anything Su Yuan said, but how could she be a match for Su Yuan? But after 5 rounds, he could no longer hold on. Okay, stop it. Chapter 81 Spiritual Weapon, Dragon Sword. Suzaku, don't stop. Su Yuan stopped attacking when he heard Xiao Fan's words. Bai Ruoli is in Xiao Fan's hands, so he has to give in now, but Mo Qingwu still ignored it and attacked Su Yuan frantically. Crazy, crazy. Su Yuan said as he stepped back. Unexpectedly, I felt a sharp pain in my kidney. Su Yuan came to his senses and flew backwards. The size 43 number on Xiao Fan's shoes is clearly visible. Stop it. Seeing that Mo Qingwu was still refusing to give in, Xiao Fan reached out to stop him. Su Yuan can die, but now is not the time. He hasn't squeezed out the last bit of Su Yuan's value yet. Get out of the way. Mo Qingwu paused, her tone extremely cold. Whoever dares to stop her at this moment will be her enemy. This little girl has quite a bad temper. Xiao Fan felt a little unhappy when he saw that she dared to talk to him like that. Have you forgotten our agreement? Xiao Fan reminded. Hearing this, Mo Qingwu showed hesitation on her face. Don't worry, I will definitely kill Su Yuan. Su Yuan? You're saying this in front of me? Don't I, the god of war, have any dignity? But Xiao Fan's kick just now was too fast. Although it seemed like a sneak attack,
the speed was so fast that Su Yuan felt inferior to him.
Okay, I believe you. Mo Qingwu stared at Xiao Fan and nodded seriously, then he turned and left.
She didn't want to see Su Yuan's face now, otherwise she was really afraid and would fight him to the death.
See, I saved your life again. Don't you think you should thank me?
Hearing this, Su Yuan sneered inwardly. If Xiao Fan hadn't intervened just now, he would have been able to defeat Mo Qingwu in less than 3 moves, but now Bai Ruoli is still in Xiao Fan's hands, so he still needs to pretend to be nice to her. Su Yuan immediately forced a smile.
Thank you very much, Mr. Xiao. No need to say thank you, I like something practical. Xiao Fan glanced at Su Yuan.
Su Yuan had a lot of treasures on him, otherwise, it would be impossible for him to become a grandmaster at such a young age. Being stared at by Xiao Fan, Su Yuan felt uncomfortable all over. A bad premonition came over me. Su Yuan quickly crossed his arms and said, Mr. Xiao, I am straight. Hearing this, Xiao Fan's forehead was full of black lines. I'm not interested in you. Do you know how much your words just now hurt me? How about this, if you give me another treasure, I will forgive you, because I am so generous. Su Yuan swore that he had never seen such a shameless person in his life, but now the situation is stronger than the person, so he has to hand it over. After hesitating for a while, Su Yuan took out a small sword from his arms and threw it at Xiao Fan. He has had this weapon for a long time, but he has always used a knife. A hint of hidden joy flashed in Xiao Fan's eyes. He didn't expect Su Yuan to give him this spiritual weapon directly. Not only can spiritual weapons be enlarged or reduced in size at will, they can also provide tremendous boost to strength.
Yes, I am very satisfied. If that is the case, I will naturally let Bai Ruoli go.
Xiao Fan nodded and did not forget to paint a big picture for Su Yuan. As for that bitch Bai Ruoli, she is exactly the same as Su Yuan. He is even more ruthless than Su Yuan towards such a woman. Xiao Fan wouldn't want it even if it was given for free. Although Bai Ruoli is the childhood sweetheart of the protagonist, her appearance is indeed impeccable. Fortunately, Xiao Fan has already thought of a way to control her. At that time, let her lurk beside Su Yuan and stab him in the back at the critical moment. Xiao Fan felt excited just thinking about this scene.
Thank you, Mr. Xiao.
Su Yuan forced himself to suppress the smile on his face. Once Bai Ruoli is safe, he will definitely take revenge. Stepping on Xiao Fan. No, it's not satisfying enough. Su Yuan rejected this idea in his heart that he wanted Xiao Fan to drink his foot washing water, because his feet were even stinkier than the Chinese national football team. Seeing Su Yuan standing there in a daze, Xiao Fan shook his head and walked in. This fool really thought he got the upper hand. Not long after Xiao Fan walked into the living room, Luo Yan came over carrying some fruit. Seeing Su Yuan standing there with a silly smile and not willing to help,
Luo Yan got angry. Bang! A slap hit Su Yuan's face. You useless thing, don't you have any sense at all?
Su Yuan, still immersed in fantasy, was a little confused. The slap brought him back to reality.
You dare to hit me? I am. Su Yuan covered his left cheek. He was in a bad mood today. What are you?
You are a piece of trash. Seeing that Su Yuan dared to refute, Luo Yan spit directly on Su Yuan's face. Another slap came with the backhand.
Yes, I am a waste.
Last 4 days, Su Yuan kept repeating this in his mind, trying to hypnotize himself. Ever since his defense was broken by Xiao Fan, his chi cultivation skills seemed to be less stable. After hearing Su Yuan's words, Luo Yan walked into the villa cursing. If it wasn't for the purpose of entertaining Xiao Fan well, she would have to teach Su Yuan a lesson.
Xing Yan baby, remember to call me if you miss me.
After eating and drinking, he looked at Ran Qingyan and made a gesture. This made Ran Qingyan blush, because Xiao Fan's gesture was exactly the same as the previous one. Thinking that her stockings were still in Xiao Fan's pocket, Ran Qingyan felt as if her face was burning.
Qingyan, why is your face so red? Luo Yan was a little confused.
No, nothing, maybe it's because the weather is a bit hot and humid today. Naturally, Ran Qingyan couldn't tell Luo Yan about this kind of thing. As expected of a son of destiny who has reached a certain level, he has so many treasures on him. Compared to Su Yuan, Lin Yan is really poor. After Xiao Fan sat in the car sent by Zhou, he took out the small sword and looked at it carefully. Then he injected the strong energy into the small sword. The small sword, which was only 10 centimeters long just now, suddenly grew 10 times in size, transformed into a long sword. The simple yet elegant hilt is matched with the shining sword edge. One glance is enough to tell that this sword is extraordinary. The more Xiao Fan looked at her, the more he liked her, just like a pervert seeing a peerless beauty. That's right, let's call it Extreme Sword. At this moment, the long sword began to clang.
It is indeed a good sword. It seems that you agree with this name, right?
Hearing Xiao Fan's words, the sword began to tremble even more violently.
Okay, I was just joking with you, why did you take it so seriously?
Xiao Fan just wanted to try whether this sword had any spirit, I didn't expect it really exists.
Let's call you Yulong. You are as graceful as a startled swan and as gentle as a swimming dragon.
At this time, the sword trembled, as if agreeing with the name.
Chapter 82 By Ruoli's fear. After Xiao Fan's car drove away, the murderous intent in Su Yuan's eyes almost solidified. Xinglong.
Su Yuan growled. Xinglong appeared in front of Su Yuan in response.
My lord god of war, what do you want me to do? Bring me Suzaku's head.
Su Yuan will not let go of anyone who dares to betray him. Xinglong shuddered inwardly. Even though he already knew Su Yuan's methods, he still couldn't help feeling fear in his heart. It's cruel, so cruel. However, he did not dare to disobey Su Yuan's orders now, at least on the surface.
Yes, sir.
After Xinglong lowered his head and accepted the order, he disappeared from Su Yuan's sight.
Suzaku, you forced me to do this. Isn't it better to be a confused person? Now you have to pay the price for your impulsiveness.
Su Yuan looked at the bronze ring in his hand and reached out to take it off. Su Yuan exerted force with his hands and instantly crushed the ring into a ball, and this ring was the gift that Suzaku gave him that year. Xing Yuan, send me the location.
Based on the location, Xiao Fan quickly arrived at a 3-story building in the suburbs. Where are the people?
Xiao Fan looked at Xing Yuan, who stood up to greet him. Xing Yuan did not dare to delay and brought Xiao Fan to the room where Bai Ruoli was tied up. Looking at Bai Ruoli, who was tied up, Xiao Fan couldn't help but praise her.
It's tied beautifully. Let me go quickly, or Su Yuan won't let you go.
Seeing Xing Yuan being so respectful to the young man, Bai Ruoli realized that her kidnapper had arrived.
Let you go?
Xiao Fan glanced at Bai Ruoli, as if he wanted to see through her.
Why are you the same as that idiot Su Yuan?
But he just begged me to let you go. Xiao Fan lifted Bai Ruoli's chin. Unexpectedly, Bai Ruoli turned her head and looked at Xiao Fan fiercely. Really, such a scary look. I wonder if you have the same look when you look at the stepmother who had a miscarriage and her unborn brother? Bai Ruoli only felt like there was a thunder in her head, buzzing.
I don't know what you're talking about, you'd better let me go.
Bai Ruoli looked directly into Xiao Fan's eyes and pretended to be calm.
You're really good at acting, the Oscars owe you a little golden man, but do you still remember the medicine you bought at Yong'an Hall?
Xiao Fan looked down at Bai Ruoli with a sharp gaze. Bai Ruoli felt guilty seeing this. You are indeed very cautious. You always buy Chinese medicine separately with the prescription, but those medicines together are exactly what makes an abortion drug.
I don't know what you are talking about.
Please let me go, please. Bai Ruoli was defeated in the stare-to-eye contact with Xiao Fan, and her words no longer had the previous confidence. Instead, it was more of a pleading tone. It's not a problem to let you go, but Xiao Fan paused.
What do you want?
I'll give you everything I have, except my
Xiao Fan?
Don't worry, I'm not that hungry. You just need to stay by Su Yuan's side and report everything about him to me on time. When Bai Ruoli heard Xiao Fan say the words hungry enough to eat anything, her face turned from pale to red. Obviously, he was very angry. I promise you, please let me go. It's so uncomfortable to tie me up. Don't be impatient.
In order to prevent you from regretting it, I still need your cooperation. How to cooperate?
Bai Ruoli asked with some confusion. Soon her face turned extremely pale. Xing Yuan was standing in front of her holding a SLR camera.
It's very simple.
I just need you to help me take some artistic photos that have a youthful vibe. Xiao Fan walked forward and cut the rope that bound Bai Ruoli. After Bai Ruoli was released, she slashed at Xiao Fan's neck with a knife, but soon she was stunned. The knife hit Xiao Fan's neck accurately. What she faced was not only the severe pain in her hands, and Xiao Fan grinned at her somewhat creepy smile.
Would you believe me if I said it was a misunderstanding?
Bai Ruoli forced a far-fetched smile. Obviously she miscalculated. She didn't expect Xiao Fan's strength to be so abnormal. Xiao Fan didn't answer her, but just uttered a word coldly.
Take it off.
As soon as these words were spoken, Bai Ruoli's face turned pale and blue. Since you don't want to, I can only call 10 or 8 strong men to help you.
No, don't, take it off.
Bairuoli felt disheartened. Long sleeves, pants, I have to say, Bairuoli has a really good figure. It is well proportioned and crystal clear. As the shutter sounds continued, Bairuoli's heart sank. She knew that she was under Xiaofan's control. Now she just wanted to complete the task assigned by Xiaofan so that Xiaofan would return these artistic photos to her. As for Su Yuan, Bairuoli had already forgotten about him completely at this moment. That's right, it would have been great if you had cooperated earlier. By the way, you have a nice figure. Xiaofan would certainly not be absent from such an important occasion. It was truly a feast for the eyes just now. Little pervert. Don't give me a chance, or I'll kill you. Bairuoli said viciously in her heart, go find Su Yuan. He's at the Ran family. Just report his actions to me. In addition, do not act without my order. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaofan left with Qing Yuan and others without looking back. Asshole, asshole. Bairuoli was furious and grabbed the hemp rope beside him and started to vent his anger, but this hemp rope was specially made, and even with her acquired strength, she was unable to cause effective damage for a while. Finally, Bairuoli collapsed and sat on the bed. Ding-ling-ling, a pleasant bell rang. Qin Hao ran out of the school. The speed was so fast that everyone passing by was amazed. Just then, his cell phone rang. Qin Hao sounded a little unhappy, wondering why someone was always interrupting him. Hello, who is this? I have followed your instructions and captured Xin Yuan alive. I am ready to take your orders at any time. The deep voice of Brother Leopard came from the other end of the phone. At the same time, there was Xin Yuan's scream. The sound was extremely miserable. It was obvious that he was suffering inhuman torture. Where are you now? I'll be there right away. Qin Hao was overjoyed to hear that Brother Bao was so efficient. No one can offend Qin Hao and get away with it. I'll wait for you at Dongxing Street. After hanging up the phone, Qin Hao excitedly hailed a taxi. Unexpectedly, the first thing the driver said was, friend, if you offer double the price, I will take you, otherwise, please go down first. The taxi driver looked at Qin Hao with a firm tone. Who can blame Qin Hao for being able to take on so many people alone? Most importantly, he was afraid that Qin Hao would damage his car. Qin Hao, who was insulted, would naturally not agree. Get out of here, or I'll beat you up. Qin Hao waved his fist, pretending to hit the driver. Unexpectedly, the driver took out the walkie-talkie. Brothers, there's a commotion at the entrance of Jiang Province University. Chapter 83 delivered to your door. Grasped Qin Hao, cursed in his heart. Is there still justice? Is there still law? You call people names as soon as you disagree with something? You are so great and noble. Qin Hao didn't have time to bother with these people, so he just ran away. He quickly disappeared from the taxi driver's sight. Since the matter didn't become a big deal, the driver naturally wouldn't run over Qin Hao. After cursing a few times, he gave up. After running for a distance, Qin Hao hailed another car. Looking at the driver's hesitant look, Qin Hao shouted, I'll give you double the price, okay? After hearing this, the driver agreed. Qin Hao immediately opened the car door and squeezed into the back seat. The moment I sat in, the car started to shake. The driver could clearly feel that the right rear wheel was bearing weight that it shouldn't have. However, Qin Hao had already offered double the price, so he couldn't say anything more. With a step on the accelerator, the taxi arrived at the destination in no time. Brother Hao, this is it. Brother Leopard took Qin Hao to a dark alley. The person lying inside was Xin Yuan with a bruised face and nose. Seeing Qin Hao slowly approaching, Xin Yuan's old face turned green. Brother, please let me go. I really won't dare to do it next time. Let you go? Ah, why do you think I will let you go? Qin Hao jumped up and stomped hard on Xin Yuan's leg. Click, the sound of breaking bones was heard, followed by Xin Yuan's shrill wail. Please let me go, I still have a wife and children. What Xin Yuan didn't expect was that when these words came out, a hint of excitement flashed in Qin Hao's eyes. It's good to have a wife. Don't worry, I will take care of your wife after you die. Xin Yuan pointed at Qin Hao, trembling and unable to speak. That he didn't expect that Qin Hao was actually a good wife. Abeo, kill him for me. Qin Hao did not choose to do it himself. Hearing this, Brother Leopard smiled cruelly and walked forward. Xiao Xin, don't blame your brother Bao. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for picking on the wrong person. As he said that, Brother Leopard punched Xin Yuan in the head. Xin Yuan fell to the ground, but he lost his breath in just a moment. Obviously, this is not the first time that Brother Leopard has done this. Well done, Abeo. I'm very optimistic about you. Xinhao patted Brother Bao on the shoulder and spoke earnestly. If he wasn't strong enough now, he might be backfired. To be honest, he was really reluctant to kill Brother Leopard. Of course, this is what I should do. The person in front of him is the Grand Master Xinhao. Even though he was a dozen years younger than him, Brother Bao, who was called a Bao, was still not angry. It's all for survival, not shabby. Okay, I'll be leaving first then. Xinhao felt a little guilty, as he was only at the innate realm now, facing Brother Leopard and his dozen fully armed younger brothers. He would be finished if he was discovered. Brother Hao, walk slowly. Brother Leopard and a dozen of his younger brothers bowed to Xinhao and said in unison. It had obviously been rehearsed before seeing this scene. Xinhao nodded with satisfaction, then he left without recognizing anyone. Damn it, you bastard! Brother Leopard spat fiercely in the direction where Xinhao was leaving. Boss, what should we do now? A red-haired little brother looked at Brother Leopard with fierce eyes. It was obvious that this guy was not a good person. What else can we do? Let's try to get in touch with young Master Xiao. Otherwise, we can only run away. Thinking that Xiao Fan was going to deal with Xinhao, maybe he could get close to Xinhao and establish a relationship with Xiao Fan. Brother Bao, he's a big shot, would he care about small characters like us? At this point we can only try. If you have a better idea, just tell me. No. I'll just do as you say. Red-haired man scratched his head, telling him that he was good at fighting. It would be better to give him an electric shock than to let him bother thinking about these things. Okay, let's clean him up. Beauty, are your appearances always so special? Xiao Fan was driving to pick up Chen Sueki, but unexpectedly a man suddenly jumped out from the side of the road. Taking a closer look, who else could it be other than Zhao Jing? This familiar operation, Xiao Fan was a little helpless. This woman really didn't follow road safety rules. Although the Grandmaster was not afraid of being hit by a car, he did not want any trouble. I didn't mean to do that, I won't do it next time. After hearing what Xiao Fan said, Zhao Jing did not refute. She also felt that she was wrong. Just tell me if you have anything to say. I want to practice with you for a while, is that possible? Zhao Jing walked to Xiao Fan's car window, lowered her head and spoke sincerely. Well, Xiao Fan was a little stunned. Is this woman a little crazy? Practice with him? He spends his days chatting up girls, looking at legs, reading books and stuff. Looking at the heroic Zhao Jing, an idea popped into Xiao Fan's mind. If so, it should be fun. Well, you can practice with me, but you have to listen to me in everything. Okay, please give me more advice in the future. Zhao Jing obviously didn't see through Xiao Fan's bad intentions, and agreed without thinking. How about this, you leave your phone number to me and I'll call you tomorrow. Of course it's not possible today, Chen Sueki will be out of class soon. Oh, then remember 199. After writing down the phone number, Xiao Fan didn't stop and stepped on the accelerator. Bentley shot out like an arrow from a bow. Acceleration from 0 to 100 km per hour in 3.8 seconds. No joke, watching the car disappearing into the distance, Zhao Jing felt a sense of anticipation for no reason. As for what she was expecting, perhaps she herself couldn't say it. Third brother, I'm sorry to bother you with this matter. I will definitely thank you after it's done. Brother Leopard had a huge smile on his face, and all the wrinkles on his face were squeezed together, like a chrysanthemum. Hey, Abeo, isn't it strange for you to say that? You should know who I am. We are all brothers, so let's not say such polite words. No need to thank me, just give me the cash. Brother Leopard? No problem, of course. Once you're done, I'll give you half of the goal. Since he had to ask for help from others, Brother Leopard had no choice but to swallow his anger. Okay, I'll help you contact Mr. Xiao, but if Mr. Xiao, don't worry, third brother. I know all the rules. Brother Leopard gritted his teeth. He didn't expect the third brother to be so greedy, but there was nothing he could do, because among so many people he knew, only the third brother knew Xiao Xiao. He had no choice but to swallow this loss. Okay, that's it for now. Toot toot. After hanging up the phone, the third brother showed a smile, simple and charges a lot of money. Although he is just a small gangster, he is the one helping Xiao Fan. Even if Brother Bao is a ruthless man famous in the underworld of Jiang province, you must bow your head and behave yourself when you meet him. Let's first ask Xiao Xiao what he thinks. Chapter 84 Senior Tea Master. What's up? Mr. Xiao, it's like this, The third brother told the story somewhat stiffly. Xiao Fan pondered for a moment. Okay, let him stay with Qin Hao first and wait and see.
Okay, Mr. Xiao, I won't bother you anymore.
Seeing that Xiao Fan agreed, the third brother was overjoyed. Now he has achieved half of his small goal. Fortunately, Xiao Fan did not contact Brother Leopard directly, otherwise, his position would be in danger. Su Yuan, I finally see you. Well, when Bai Ruoli saw Su Yuan at Rant's house, she burst into tears. Su Yuan felt distressed when seeing this.
Ruoli, it's okay. From now on, I'm here and no one can bully you.
Su Yuan quickly patted his chest and made a promise. Hearing this, Bai Ruoli, who was crying, sneered in her heart with disdain. But if what Su Yuan said was true, how could she be caught? But now she still remembers her mission. After all, her life photos are still in Xiao Fan's hands. If this gets out, she will be ruined. For the sake of his own destiny, he had to let Su Yuan down.
Thank you, Brother Su. Bai Ruoli's voice was choked. She naturally knew how to control Su Yuan. Su Yuan walked to Bai Ruoli and wanted to hug her. Unexpectedly, Bai Ruoli dodged it without leaving a trace. For a moment, Su Yuan stood there in a daze, not knowing whether to move or not.
Brother Su, can you help me get revenge? That Xiao Fan was too much. He even asked his men to slap me in the face. Look at my face, it's still a little swollen. Bai Ruoli pointed at the little face with a faint palm print. Don't worry, Ruoli, I will definitely avenge you. Seeing Bai Yueguang being beaten, Su Yuan was filled with anger and immediately forgot what had just happened. Su Geizhai, I knew you were the best. When Su Yuan heard the sound of Bai Ruoli's clappers, he felt it was like the sound of nature. There's nothing I can do about it, he dislikes this. By the way, I have no place to live now, and my money was robbed.
Can Brother Su find me a place to live?
Bai Ruoli blinked her big eyes and looked at Su Yuan, her eyes full of anticipation. Su Yuan just felt a little overwhelmed. He couldn't just leave Bai Ruoli and the Ran family. By then Luo Yan will have to make a fuss for 3 days and 3 nights. He wanted to have some peace and quiet in his last few days.
Ruoli, why don't you stay in a hotel?
I'll pay for you.
Ah.
Brother Su, don't tell me you dislike me. That's right, Brother Su is so outstanding. How can I be worthy of Brother Su? Bai Ruoli's eyes were a little dim, no longer as bright as before. Seeing that Bai Ruoli seemed to have misunderstood, Su Yuan quickly explained, You misunderstood, it's just that I'm living under someone else's roof now. It would be bad if you were to suffer with me again.
So that's how it is. Actually, it doesn't matter to me. As long as I'm with Brother Su, I'm very happy. Ruoli, I am blessed to have you.
Su Yuan was deeply moved. Where could he find such a considerate woman?
Ruoli, just listen to me. I can't bear to see you get hurt again.
Hearing Su Yuan's words, Bai Ruoli sneered inwardly. If it weren't for Su Yuan, she is still the eldest daughter of the Bai family, and now, under the pressure of Xiao Fan's power, the Bai family has directly severed ties with her.
Well, then I'll listen to Brother Su, but if I miss Brother Su during the day, can I come to see Brother Su?
Of course, any time is fine. Seeing that Bai Ruoli was mesmerized by his charm, Su Yuan's lips curled up. Let me take you to the hotel first. There is a hotel not far from here. Su Yuan was a little worried every moment Bai Ruoli was at the Ran family. He was afraid that Bai Ruoli would get hurt if Luo Yan saw it. Okay, Bai Ruoli nodded obediently and followed Su Yuan. Brother Su, it seems like we haven't seen each other for several years. What have you been doing all these years? Hearing this question, Su Yuan instantly became alert. Stand back, I'm going to start showing off. I have been abroad for the past few years. You know the United States, right? I didn't do it because, along the way, Su Yuan boasted about himself to the skies. In his words, the Temple of War is invincible. Bai Ruoli, who was standing by, secretly despised what he heard. She originally wanted to trick Su Yuan into talking, but she didn't expect that Su Yuan liked to brag so much.
Wow, Brother Su, you are so awesome.
I wish my life could be half as exciting as yours. I'll take you to visit the Temple of War God if there's a chance in the future.
Su Yuan looked at Bai Ruoli's admiring eyes and his vanity was greatly satisfied. During the conversation, the two came to the nearby Express 69 hotel. Looking at the name of the hotel, Bai Ruoli wanted to curse in her heart. She didn't expect Su Yuan would bring her to stay in such a low-class hotel. After all, she is the eldest daughter of the Bai family and now you have to live in a motel? And Su Yuan just boasted so much, but now he actually, at this moment, Bai Ruoli couldn't help but feel
Fortunate that she didn't accept Su Yuan. Su Yuan noticed by Ruoli's expression, but in my heart I was blaming myself. Ruoli, don't worry, I'll let you stay in a 5-star hotel in a few days. Will you die if you don't brag? Bai Ruoli was speechless. Why didn't she realize that Su Yuan liked to brag so much before? Really? Brother Su is so nice to me. Bai Ruoli did not show it on the surface, instead she looked surprised. Of course, isn't it my duty to be nice to you? After the two of them checked into the room, Su Yuan still wanted to go in and look for an opportunity. How could Bai Ruoli not see Su Yuan's thoughts? He made up an excuse and sent Su Yuan away. If you are a toad wanting to eat swan flesh, why don't you just pee and look in the mirror? Looking at the somewhat simple layout of the room, Bai Ruoli just felt uncomfortable. Forget it, just bear with it for a few more days. Bai Ruoli gritted her teeth. Fei Yan, have you missed me recently? You little rascal, you haven't called me for a few days. I thought you forgot about me. Luo Fian's coquettish voice came from the other end of the phone. How is that possible? No matter who I forget, I will never forget you. Are you free tomorrow? Come with me to do something. Do something? What? Luo Fian's face flushed, and she instantly thought of certain scenes. This bad guy. Okay, where should I find you tomorrow? It was impossible to refuse, as she had already tasted the sweetness of it. Don't bother, I'll pick you up tomorrow. Chapter 85. Buying a villa. Good. After hanging up the phone, Luo Fian covered her red face. It took a long while for his complexion to return to normal. You must dress up nicely tomorrow. Luo Fian sat in front of the dressing table, looking at herself in the mirror and muttering, women dress up to please themselves, and her heart has already completely belonged to Xiaofan. Early the next morning, after Xiaofan sent Chen Sueki to school, he drove to the hotel. Hello beautiful lady, want a date? Xiaofan teased as he looked at Luo Fian, who was walking out of the hotel gate. Luo Fian was wearing a white long dress, exquisite face, matched with those flaming red lips. It looks elegant and noble, making people dare not look directly at it. Appointment. Luo Fian walked forward and hugged Xiaofan's arm. This action left the hotel doorman stunned. It seems that my previous methods were wrong. It turns out that picking up girls is so easy. The doorman picked up his phone and called the girl he had a crush on. Beauty, want a date? With a hopeful look in his eyes, the doorman slowly uttered 4 words. Unexpectedly, what I got in return was a cold word from the other end of the phone. Roll. Beep, beep, beep. The doorman came to his senses only when he heard the sound of the phone being hung up. Then he called again. The number you dialed is currently busy. There must have been another call just now. It must be like this. The doorman spoke tremblingly, took out his cell phone and sent a penguin message to Xiaoya. A red exclamation mark appeared on the cold screen. No. Xiaoya, how can I live without you? At this time, Xiaofan drove a Bentley past the hotel entrance, and the doorman finally reacted. It turned out that he had already lost from the very beginning. Where are we going? Luo Fian was a little confused. Shouldn't they go to a hotel to do something embarrassing, or does Xiaofan want to do something more exciting? Thinking of this, Luo Fian's face couldn't help but turn red. You'll know when you get there. By the way, why does your face seem a little red? Xiaofan glanced at Luo Fian. He clearly didn't extend his hand? Nothing. Maybe it's just a little hot in this car. Is that so? Then I'll turn on the air conditioner. As he spoke, Xiaofan turned on the air conditioner. Looking at Xiaofan's serious expression, Luo Fian realized that she had misunderstood, but soon, Xiaofan's hand actually reached into her skirt. You, drive carefully. Luo Fian stretched out her hand to stop him, but she was powerless to resist Xiaofan's strength. The anti-aging pill made Luo Fian's skin look like that of a young girl. Xiaofan's evaluation can be summed up in 2 words, silky. It's okay. What I'm best at is driving a Bentley with one hand. As a grandmaster, Xiaofan's reaction is many times faster than that of an ordinary person. There is basically no possibility of a car accident. Okay, I know you're awesome. Seeing that resistance was useless, Luo Fian covered her hot little face and let Xiaofan do what he wanted. Soon, the two arrived at their destination, Tianrong Real Estate Company sales office. What's wrong? Do you want to buy a house? I want to buy a house, but not for me. I want to buy it for you. I don't need it. It's not like I have no place to live. Luo Fian shook her head and rejected Xiao Fan without thinking. The decoration of this company looks so high-end and the houses inside don't look cheap at all. She likes Xiao Fan as a person, not his money. Little fool, living in a new house means starting a new life. Just listen to me.
Xiao Fan took Luo Fian's hand and was about to go in.
But Luo Fian wanted to say something, but Xiao Fan turned around to seal her little mouth. It took a long time for the two to separate.
Any questions? Xiao Fan looked into Luo Fian's eyes, as if he was going to continue talking if there was no disagreement. No more. Looking at Xiao Fan's eyes, Luo Fian lowered her head, not daring to look him in the eye. Seeing that Luo Fian had no objection, Xiao Fan took her little hand and walked in.
Hello, handsome guy and beautiful girl, which apartment would you like to see? The moment they saw Xiao Fan, the sales lady's eyes lit up. It's not just because of his looks, which are only slightly inferior to yours. More importantly, his clothes were custom made. Even people who don't understand it can tell at a glance that it is worth a lot of money. As for the sales industry, it goes without saying that the vision of several sales ladies is very sharp. Call your manager over. Looking at the salesman rushing to get in, Xiao Fan felt helpless. He also wanted to keep a low profile, but his strength did not allow it. After hearing this, several people dispersed in disappointment. They don't have the guts to compete with the manager for clients. Not long after, a middle-aged Mediterranean man with a big belly and sweating profusely came over.
Mr. Xiao? Are you here to look at the house? My last name is Qian, you can just call me Xiao Qian.
After seeing Xiao Fan, manager Qian's face was full of smiles. He once had the honor of seeing the company chairman's flattering attitude towards Xiao Fan at a banquet. From that moment on, he remembered Xiao Fan deeply. Even the chairman of the board needs to be pleased, so how dare he act like a manager?
Take me to see a villa. It has to be furnished and ready for you to move in. Price is not an issue.
Okay, this way please. Manager Qian came to the sand table and began to introduce it. Half of the buildings in this Shanshui garden community are villas, with beautiful scenery and fresh air. The green coverage rate of the community has reached 80%. This villa number 1 is the king of buildings in our community, covering an area of 800 square meters, swimming pool, gym, private cinema, billiard room.
Let's go and take a look at the site. If there is no problem, I will buy it directly.
Okay. Manager Qian was overjoyed, knowing that after selling the villa, his commission is at least millions.
Fei Yan, what do you think? Do you like it?
Hearing Xiao Fan's words, Luo Fian seemed to be in a dream and just came back to her senses. The house in front of her simply met all her fantasies about a house. The presidential suite in a 5-star hotel is just as luxurious as the rooms inside, but a hotel is a hotel after all, and it lacks the feeling of home. Like, if you like it, buy it.
How much is it?
Mr. Xiao, the total is 200 million. You are our chairman's distinguished guest. I will give you the biggest discount. How about a 10% discount? Manager Qian looked at Xiao Fan cautiously, fearing that he might be unhappy in some way.
Forget it, it's too expensive.
Luo Fian pulled Xiao Fan's hand nervously. She couldn't earn this price even if she sold fruit for hundreds of years. My darling Fian likes it, so of course I have to buy it. Xiao Fan gently patted the back of Luo Fian's hand, signaling her to be at ease. It's just 200 million. His annual pocket money is more than that, not to mention that he also has a black gold card that can overdraw billions.
Go back and sign the contract.
Chapter 86, Buying Clothes. Okay, this way please. Upon hearing Xiao Fan sign the contract so readily, Manager Qian almost worshipped him. It took him no time at all to close the deal. It is also the king of buildings in the garden community. Sitting in the car on the way to the sales office, Luo Fian couldn't help but speak. This house is too expensive, why not just forget it? Looking at Luo Fian's worried eyes, Xiao Fan smiled faintly. Fian baby, this little money is nothing to me. Don't worry, just enjoy your life in the future, and give me a big fat boy.
How do you know it's a fat boy?
What if it's a daughter?
Luo Fian's attention was successfully diverted by Xiao Fan. It would be even better if it's a daughter. A daughter is well behaved and sensible. As long as it's our child, I like them all.
Xiao Fan naturally did not have such old feudal ideas.
Well, you're so nice.
Luo Fian leaned on Xiao Fan's shoulder with a happy smile on her face. Manager Qian, who was driving in the front, looked envious. After signing the contract, Xiao Fan took Luo Fian back to the hotel. By the time we got back to the hotel, it was already noon. Fei Yan, pack your things first, and I'll take you over to live there tomorrow. I'll hire a few babysitters for you then.
But I want to eat the meal you cooked tomorrow.
Thinking of Xiao Fan's cooking skills that day, Luo Fian felt a little hungry for no reason, and tomorrow will be her and Xiao Fan's first day in their new home. She didn't want anyone to disturb their world of two. Okay, I'll listen to you. Xiao Fan rubbed Luo Fian's head lovingly, then stood up from the sofa. I'll leave first. I have classes in the afternoon. Okay, then you go back to school first and drive safely. I will be careful to stay safe, but don't you feel like something is missing before we part? Hearing this, Luo Fian plucked up the courage to move forward. Xiao Fan didn't let her go until she felt she was almost out of breath. Leave. Xiao Fan waved his hand and left the room. When the door closed, Luo Fian felt a little lost, but thinking about the fact that I will have my own little home with Xiao Fan tomorrow, Xiao Fan even filled in her name on the property certificate. Luo Fian felt sweet in her heart. Where should we go first? Xiao Fan, sitting in the Bentley, was a little worried. Some things were really difficult to decide. Forget it, let's go to the mall first. After making the decision, Xiao Fan drove on his way. When Xiao Fan came to a women's clothing store, he looked at the wide variety of clothes and felt dazzled. However, he took a quick glance and did not find the target clothing. Handsome guy, do you want to buy clothes for your girlfriend? The shop assistant was a cute girl. After seeing Xiao Fan, she came up to him and asked, "Where can I find a girlfriend? But if you agree, young lady, I would like to have a girlfriend like you." Ah. Isn't that too fast? Faced with Xiao Fan's straightforward words, the cute girl put her hands behind her back with her fingers tightly entangled together, looking very conflicted. Although Xiao Fan is indeed handsome, she is not ready yet. Well, why don't you help me find some clothes? Seeing that the girl was about to agree, Xiao Fan quickly changed the subject. He just wanted to try out how good this guy's looks were, which were 0.1 less than the reader's. It turns out that it works really well. Okay then, what kind of clothes do you need? The expression on the cute girl's face seemed a little regretful. Do you have any Noel costumes? Give me a few. Hearing this, the cute girl blushed a little. She didn't expect Xiao Fan to be such a person, and now she likes him even more. Yes, it's in the warehouse inside. Please wait a moment, I'll get it. As he said this, he trotted into the warehouse as if escaping. Soon, she came out with 2 sets of clothes. Xiao Fan took it and took a look. Well, very good, very nice, a cool style, and each set of clothes also comes with cat ears. Just this size, 2 colors, give me 5 of each set. Xiao Fan already knew the size early on, and this cute girl held it just right. Soon the cute girl packed the clothes. After paying, Xiao Fan picked up the bag and prepared to leave. Wait, can you leave a contact number? The cute girl's big eyes twinkled, her gaze full of anticipation. Sorry, I don't have a cell phone. After saying that, Xiao Fan picked up the bag and left without even looking back. Are you kidding? He has something urgent to do now. Besides, it's not like he can't walk when he sees a woman. Bah, scumbag. She knew that Xiao Fan had just paid with his mobile phone, but now he said he didn't have a mobile phone. Looking at Xiao Fan's back as he walked away, the soft girl snorted. There was a ferocious expression on his face, making him look quite fierce. After coming out of the shopping mall, Xiao Fan went straight to the sales office of Tianrong Real Estate Company. Mr. Xiao, are you dissatisfied with anything? Seeing Xiao Fan, Manager Qian hurriedly walked forward to greet him. No, is there any other villa in the community where I can live by myself? Hearing this, Manager Qian smiled a smile that every man can understand. Yes, this Ziyu Huafu was our company's high-end villa community. A villa number 1 has not been sold yet, covering an area of 2,000 square meters. Manager Qian immediately began to introduce himself in a torrent of words. In his words, this villa was almost praised as the fairy palace of the Jade Emperor. Okay, take me to see it. Xiao Fan raised his hand to interrupt Manager Qian. After arriving at the site, this villa is worthy of the title of the king of high-end villa area. Not only are the furniture used for decoration made of precious redwood, but the room is also equipped with all kinds of high-tech equipment. The house is nice, let me tell you the price. Xiao Fan took a careful look around and felt quite satisfied overall. The selling price is 600 million. How about 500 million for you? Not long ago, Manager Qian contacted the chairman and explained the situation. Unexpectedly, the chairman directly instructed him that if Xiao Fan came to buy a house again next time, I will sell it no matter how much Xiao Fan bargains. No need for that. Your highest authority should be 10% off. Then let's do it at 10% off. Even if you sell this house at a 10% discount, you can still make money. but if you sell it directly you will lose 100 million. Xiao Fan estimated that he might suffer a slight loss. It is self-evident what this represents. It's not like he is short of money, so he naturally doesn't want to owe others favors for no reason. Okay, I'll do as you say. Manager Chen nodded in agreement, and then the two returned to the sales office to sign the contract. After paying the money and transferring the house, Xiao Fan got the key to the house. After driving to his new home, Xiao Fan took out his cell phone and made a call.
Zayuafu, Villa District Number 1, come here now. Chapter 87 Warming the bed. Oh, okay, I'll be there in a minute.
Zhao Jing was a little confused. It was obvious that Xiao Fan's home was not in Ziyua Mansion, but she didn't think much about it. She just packed up and set off. I'm really looking forward to it. Xiao Fan rubbed his hands excitedly. It must be very nice for a heroine to become a maid. As for the good practice, who would practice it seriously? It didn't take long before Zhao Jing arrived at Villa Number 1. Xiao Fan threw the bag in his hand to Zhao Jing.
Go in and change your clothes first.
What's this? Zhao Jing was a little confused. She had never seen such strange clothes before.
This is fun. Go in and change first. Remember to wear the white one.
Xiao Fan has been watching a lot of black things recently. He felt that he should take a look at Baici and adjust his aesthetic taste. Hearing this, Zhao Jing picked up her clothes and went in. Not long after, Zhao Jing walked out with a slightly strange look on her face. Her curvy figure is perfectly outlined by the clothes. The snow-white skin is even 3 points whiter than the white silk. What Xiao Fan didn't expect was that Zhao Jing was so talented. Normally, she wears loose training clothes, and it is not noticeable at all. P.S. Picture posting area.
I always feel like something is missing.
Xiao Fan looked at it carefully, and then seemed to remember something. He took out the pair of white fluffy cat ears from the back seat of the car. Now it's perfect. Xiao Fan put the cat ears on Zhao Jing's head perfectly. Zhao Jing felt a little uncomfortable and wanted to take off the cat ears.
Don't move. Didn't you say you would listen to me?
Zhao Jing's little hand, which had just been raised, paused in place, and then she put it down. How dare you tease the young master of the Zhao family? Zhao Xian shouted angrily and jumped in from outside the villa wall. Xiao Fan's behavior was obviously to play with Zhao Jing, but Zhao Jing had never experienced any of this and was completely kept in the dark, sent out by the clan to protect Zhao Jing. Even though he knew he was no match for his opponent, Zhao Xian still stood up.
You handle it, or I?
Xiao Fan ignored Zhao Xian and looked at Zhao Jing instead. He decided to give the future mate some face. After all, we will meet each other every day in the future, so the situation cannot be made too ugly.
Let me do it.
Zhao Jing was very sensitive to murderous intent, even though it only lasted for a moment.
Uncle San, this is my own decision, and I hope you can respect me.
Zhao Jing looked at Zhao Xian with an extremely serious look in her eyes, and what's more, if Zhao Xian doesn't leave, she was afraid that Zhao Xian would not have the chance to leave. She was well aware of Xiao Fan's terrifying strength, and Zhao Xian could not contend with him. Young master, but Zhao Xian wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Zhao Jing.
No need to say more. I will stay here for a while. You don't have to follow me for the time being.
Okay, I'll be leaving first then. It seems that Zhao Jing is determined to do it. Zhao Xian knew that it was useless to say anything now. Immediately, Zhao Xian turned his gaze to Xiao Fan. I hope you don't mess around. Zhao Xian didn't say anything else. After a few jumps, he disappeared around the corner.
Well, don't mind it.
My third uncle is also worried because of his concern. Zhao Jing explained at a loss as to what to do, fearing that Xiao Fan would misunderstand. It's okay, why would I mind? Come on, I'll take you for a walk first. From now on, when I'm not at home, you will have to clean the house. This is also part of the practice. By the way, can you cook? Hearing that this was also a form of spiritual practice, Zhao Jing nodded seriously.
I can't cook, but I can learn.
Seeing that Zhao Jing was so aware, Xiao Fan nodded with satisfaction.
From now on, you have to call me master at home. Do you understand?
Oh, okay. Besides, in this way, Xiao Fan established more than a dozen unequal treaties, and every time Zhao Jing wanted to refute, Xiao Fan said, this is also part of the practice. This statement was refuted. After talking so much, my mouth is dry. Pour me some water. Also, my waist is a little sore. Please massage it for me later.
Xiao Fan naturally half lay on the sofa and acted like a boss.
Master, water. The little maid came over with water. Xiao Fan didn't pay attention and picked up the cup and drank it in one gulp. I just felt like my mouth was burning. Puff. Xiao Fan was so scalded that he sprayed out all the water. Zhao Jing dodged and avoided all the water sprayed by Xiao Fan.
Are you trying to murder me?
Xiao Fan suddenly felt that this little maid didn't seem that fragrant anymore. I can't even do the little things well.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean it just now.
Zhao Jing took a piece of paper from the table and bent down to wipe the water from Xiao Fan's mouth. Hiss. Xiao Fan took a breath of cold air. Can I watch this without becoming a member? As expected, steamed buns and other things are still very fragrant. Xiao Fan retracted what he had just said in his heart without even thinking about it. If you don't know how to do it, you can practice.
No one can do it right from the beginning.
Comfortable, Xiao Fan lay on the sofa and let out a long sigh. What surprised him was that Zhao Jing's massage technique was actually very good, even better than Red Romantic 007's techniques.
How do you know how to do this? Have you learned it before?
Practicing martial arts, you will have some understanding of the acupuncture points in various places. After the massage, Zhao Jing stood up with a strange blush on her cheeks. Just now, when Xiao Fan was massaging her, his hands kept touching her legs inadvertently every time she wanted to speak. Xiao Fan retracted his hand. After repeating this over and over again, she is now a little afraid of Xiao Fan. The feeling just now made her feel very strange, and her heart beat faster. Is this really spiritual practice? Zhao Jing kept asking herself this question. Just then, Xiao Fan interrupted her.
Thoughts.
I'm going to sleep, go warm my bed. This is also one of the unequal treaties between the two. Xiao Fan also wanted to try the taste of corruption and be infected by the bad social trends. How could I get such treatment at home? After hearing Xiao Fan's words, even though Zhao Jing was inexperienced, she couldn't help but feel her face burning. I hope you're not lying to me, otherwise, Zhao Jing thought to herself. Then he walked into Xiao Fan's bedroom,
lifted the quilt and lay down on it. After lying on the sofa for a few minutes, Xiao Fan walked into the bedroom. Go down, I want to sleep.
Zhao Jing felt relieved and quickly opened the quilt and got out of bed.
Go out and close the door. Don't call me unless necessary.
I am used to sleeping until I wake up naturally. As he said that, Xiao Fan lifted the quilt and lay down on it. Good. Zhao Jing responded and walked out without looking back. When he reached the door, he closed it gently.
This is life, it's comfortable.
The bed was warm and filled with a unique fragrance. Chapter 88, Kitchen God. Zhao Jing. The smell was so good that Xiao Fan fell asleep quickly, until a while later, a burning smell came in.
What the hell? There's a fire?
Xiao Fan quickly got off the bed. After opening the door, a thick black smoke filled the entire villa. In the black smoke, a figure was busying himself with a pot. There was a steak that was fried beyond recognition. In addition to the steak, there was a pile of black stuff on the plate outside. Xiao Fan couldn't even tell what these were. It's great bullshit. Or you should stop cooking in the future. Xiao Fan looked at Zhao Jing, who was working as ferociously as a tiger, and said helplessly, holding his forehead with his right hand, who understands? Not only do they not use oil or water when cooking, they don't even turn on the range hood.
Master, you are here. Do you want to try the food I cook?
Zhao Jing obviously hadn't realized it yet, and instead walked in front of Xiao Fan with the pot.
Have you eaten it yourself?
Looking at the steak that was blacker than ink, Xiao Fan's face was filled with black lines. He even suspected that Zhao Jing was deliberately taking revenge on him.
No, didn't the master say that I can't eat in front of you?
Zhao Jing blinked, seeming a little confused as to why Xiao Fan asked that.
I'm allowing you to eat it first, please try it.
Xiao Fan felt that he still had to let Zhao Jing recognize her cooking skills, which was good for both her and himself. It's all good. Zhao Jing picked up the chopsticks, picked up the steak and took a bite. With a loud clang, the pot fell to the ground. Zhao Jing's face turned pale and blue. Water. Zhao Jing ran to the kitchen, turned on the faucet and started rinsing her mouth. Bitter. It's so bitter. Zhao Jing felt as if all the bitterness she had experienced in the past 20 years had been added together. Nothing compares to this steak.
Why didn't you tell me earlier?
After recovering, Zhao Jing looked at Xiao Fan indignantly. Xiao Fan clearly knew everything, but he didn't tell her.
It was simply too much, Xiao Fan shrugged. What am I saying? This isn't a dish you cooked yourself. I'm glad I didn't accuse you of murder.
Zhao Jing glared at Xiao Fan fiercely. She had worked so hard to learn how to cook. What he got in return was Xiao Fan's ridicule. Even though she had special feelings for Xiao Fan, she couldn't help but feel a little angry.
Okay, stop looking at me like that. I will cook for you later and show you what a great chef is. Just blow it. Hearing Xiao Fan's words, Zhao Jing sneered in her heart. She admitted that what she cooked was indeed unpalatable. However, Zhao Jing didn't believe that the food Xiao Fan could cook could be delicious. Another bowl, please. Zhao Jing couldn't wait to walk to the rice cooker. You've already eaten 3 bowls, can you still eat more? Humph, stop looking down on me, I can still eat 2 bowls. 20 minutes later, Zhao Jing looked satisfied and collapsed on the sofa. If you don't know, you might think something shameful has happened. Your cooking is so delicious, how do you do it? Zhao Jing swore that she had never eaten so full as she did today. Ha, I don't know who was saying I was bragging just now. Then I don't know. Zhao Jing looked at Xiao Fan's gaze with a somewhat evasive look. Well, since you asked, I'll tell you the trick. Wait a minute, let me remember it. Zhao Jing ran to the study, found paper and pen, and looked at Xiao Fan seriously. After eating such delicious food today, she also became interested in cooking when she thought that if she had a cooking skill as good as Xiao Fan's, she could eat it every day. Talent. Xiao Fan uttered 2 words, then the 2 of them started staring at each other. No more? Zhao Jing was the first to break the silence. No more. Xiao Fan spread his hands helplessly. Really gone? Zhao Jing still had some hope. How could Xiao Fan know any tricks? He is where he is today only thanks to his talent and a little help from the system. Please clean up the house. I'm going out. After resting for a while, Xiao Fan received a message from Chen Sueki and prepared to drive to pick her up. Watching Xiao Fan driving away around the corner, Zhao Jing felt a little lost. She hadn't felt so relaxed in a long time. In the past, I practiced martial arts every day. Now she seems to have seen a new direction in her life. Home, Zhao Jing murmured as she looked at the direction where Xiao Fan disappeared. He has already reached the 4th level of innateness. It's really fast. Xin Hao was overjoyed. In just less than a week, he advanced 3 levels from the 1st level of innateness, reached the 4th level of innateness. At this rate, he would definitely be able to advance to Grandmaster level within 2 weeks. How much, waiter? Xin Hao was in a good mood and shouted for the waiter. Here, this 100 is a tip for you. Xin Hao generously handed over the only 100 yuan in cash he had left. Sir, your total spending is 4,500 yuan. Would you like to pay by card or cash? After receiving the $100 in cash, the waiter's attitude instantly became much more polite. Swipe the card, 6 zeros for the password. Xin Hao took out the banknote and threw it to the waiter. The waiter came to the front desk and handed the card to the cashier. The guest in box 3 pays the bill. As the bank card was inserted, it clearly showed insufficient balance. Sir, there is insufficient balance on this card. The waiter brought the card to Xin Hao. That's impossible. How can there be insufficient balance? Xin Hao had a bad feeling in his heart. He only has this one bank card. Wait a minute, I'll pay later. Okay, enjoy your meal. The waiter nodded, turned around and left box number 3. Seeing this, Xin Hao quickly took out his mobile phone and called Kong Juanhao, but he was afraid of being robbed, so he put all his money into Kong Juanhao's card. After class, he called Kong Juanhao and asked him to transfer money to him. I didn't expect Kong Juanhao to be so unreliable. The money still hasn't been transferred after such a long time. Hey, Juanhao, please transfer the money over first. I need it urgently. Xin Hao's tone was filled with a hint of anxiety. He ate too much today. If he couldn't pay for it, I guess the store will call the police. Brother Hao, I was robbed and all the money I had was taken away. Mad, are you a loser? That's my money. Xin Hao roared in his heart. If Kong Juanhao was in front of him, Xin Hao would have to slap him a few times to vent his anger. Little did people know that at this time, Kong Juanhao was enjoying the hair washing service from a technician at the Red Romance Club, and there are 2 of them. Juanhao, go call the police and get all the money back. Xin Hao also had a general understanding of the forces behind Fan.so. Even if he was robbed, those people were too vigilant. He couldn't get any substantial evidence at all. However, he planned to let Kong Juanhao take the lead. Don't worry, Brother Hao, I will help you get your money back at all costs. Beep, beep, beep. After hanging up the phone, Kong Juanhao turned around gracefully. Wash the front for me. Chapter 89. Xin Hao went in. Hearing this, the 2 beautiful technicians immediately began to serve Kong Juanhao. After the massage, phew, it feels good. It's so comfortable to spend brother how's money.
Kong Juanhao let out a long sigh, feeling that all the fatigue of recent days was swept away. After writing down the two people's work badges, Kong Juanhao stood up. Before leaving, he did not forget to indulge in his hand addiction. This caused the two female technicians to complain.
I'll order you two next time and give you extra time then.
Compared to Kong Juanhao's elegance, Xinhao seemed extremely embarrassed. After finding everyone who could lend him money and borrowing from them, Xinhao only had a little more than 1,000 yuan in his card. Compared with the several $1,000s spent, this little money is far from enough. Xinhao wanted to leave, but when he opened the door, the waiter looked at him with a smile.
Where is the toilet? I'm going to use the toilet.
Sir, there is a toilet inside the private room.
The waiter kindly reminded me. Didn't I know there was a toilet in the private room?
The key point is that the toilet window over there is too small. Xinhao cursed in his heart, but since the waiter said so, he naturally couldn't go to the bathroom again. But how to leave became another big problem. Faced with Xinhao's series of confusing actions, the waiter finally reported it to the hotel owner. Soon, the boss pushed open the door of the private room and walked in.
Sir, did you enjoy your meal? It's okay, but the food is a little sticky. Since you have already used up all the money, why don't you pay me first?
Hearing this, Xinhao's face fell. If he had known this, he would have forced his way out of the window. It's not right to run now, and it's not right not to run either. Difficult clam.
Sir, you don't want to eat a free meal, do you?
When the restaurant owner saw Xinhao's expression, he was mentally prepared. He gave the waiter a wink, and the waiter immediately understood what he meant. He closed the door without leaving any trace.
Boss, how about I stay and wash the dishes?
Xinhao forced a smile. He was afraid that his boss would call the police. If he was arrested, he would probably be locked up for a few days at least.
Ha, you look like a plate to me.
The restaurant owner was almost amused by Xinhao. If it was 1 or 200, it would be fine to let Xinhao wash dishes for a day. Thousands of dollars is not something that can be solved by simply washing dishes.
So what do you want to do? Either give me the money or I'll call the police. It's up to you.
The boss stared at Xinhao, afraid that he would run away. This was not a small amount of money. If Xinhao ran away, all his 10 days' work would have been in vain.
Brother, I only have 1,000 yuan on me right now. If I had more money, I would definitely give it to you.
Xinhao's face was bitter.
If Kong Juanhao hadn't been robbed, he wouldn't have been so embarrassed. Ha, you dare to eat so much without money? I give you half an hour to raise enough money, otherwise, I will call the police. No, let me think of a solution, okay?
Seeing his boss staring at him, Xinhao felt helpless. Then he took out his cell phone and began his final struggle. He opened his mouth, shook his head, and nodded alone failed, because Xinhao borrowed too much before. However, no matter which online lender he went to, they would not lend him money anymore.
Have you finished it, kid?
The restaurant owner looked at Xinhao's operations and was somewhat confused. The silly boy wouldn't think that he can pay for his meal just by opening his mouth and nodding.
Right away.
Xinhao was as anxious as an ant on hot pan when he saw that one online loan after another failed. If someone could lend Xinhao 5,000 yuan now, he would be grateful to that person for the rest of his life. Half an hour passed quickly. Xinhao has even borrowed from all the classmates he had never spoken to before. The result was a question: "Are you sick?" What follows is a red exclamation mark. These days, don't even mention borrowing money.
The time has come. Have you raised the money?
The boss has lost his patience and has become aggressive in his speech.
Boss, how about I give you $1,000 first, and then I'll give you the rest tomorrow? Can I put my ID and student ID here first?
Xinhao looked at the boss with a hint of pleading in his eyes.
Are you still a student?
Hearing that Xinhao was still studying, the boss' tone softened a little.
Okay then, but don't even think about running away. Yes, I will definitely not run away.
Seeing that the boss agreed, Xinhao nodded hurriedly. Then I handed both my ID card and student ID to the boss, etc. Just when Xinhao turned around and was about to leave, the boss yelled and stopped him. Can you explain to me why your ID card and student ID are two different people? Do you think I'm particularly gullible? Brother, listen to me. However, the restaurant owner could no longer hear what Xinhao said. The boss, feeling that his IQ had been rubbed to the ground, immediately took out his cell phone and called the police. Then he narrated what had happened.
I just forgot to bring money. You look down on others.
Seeing his boss calling the police, Qin Hao became furious and immediately pointed at his boss' nose and cursed. The boss ignored Qin Hao. Now it is a civilized society, and he didn't believe that Qin Hao would dare to hit him. As long as Qin Hao dared to take action, he would lie on the ground and extort hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's not like he hasn't done this kind of thing before. It is thanks to this unique skill that he can afford to open a 200 square meter restaurant soon. The police arrived at the hotel.
Who called the police? A sturdy middle-aged man in police uniform asked. It's me.
He deliberately ate without paying. I strongly suspect he is committing fraud. Oh, so, let's take it back and investigate it carefully. The middle-aged policeman took the packet of cigarettes handed over by the boss without leaving a trace. He put it in his pocket, familiarly faced with handcuffs. Qin Hao did not dare to resist. At least that was the case before he had the strength to compete with the Xia state officials. Qin Hao was then taken into the police car. Brother Xiaofan, sorry for the long wait. Chen Sueki walked forward and took Xiaofan's hand naturally.
I just got here too.
In fact, Xiaofan had been there for almost an hour. Of course, he certainly wouldn't say that he was watching a beautiful woman dancing hot dance live.
It seems to be quite early now. How about we go shopping?
Chen Sueki shook Xiaofan's hand and said coquettishly. When Xiaofan heard the word shopping, he felt a chill for no reason. No.
Absolutely not. Chapter 92 Women Meet. I want to go shopping with you, but I bought a new house today. There are still some things that need to be added. I need to go and do some statistics. Do you want to go and have a look?
Let's go. Upon hearing the news, Chen Sueki no longer wanted to go shopping. With excitement on his face, he ran to the passenger seat of the car and sat down, not forgetting to fasten his seatbelt. Seeing Chen Sueki's reaction, Xiaofan smiled silently. He then sat in the driving seat and started the car. It was a half-hour journey. At the urging of Chen Sueki, Xiaofan managed to compress the time to 20 minutes.
Wow, is this your new home?
It's really big. You are so rich. I will depend on you for support from now on.
Chen Sueki hugged Xiaofan's arm, looking pitiful.
Okay, I'll make you plump and white from now on. Although Chen Jianye's assets are only tens of billions on the surface, behind the scenes, Xiaofan estimated that it was at least tens of billions, or possibly even more. Chen Sueki is simply a wealthy woman, so why does she need him to support her? However, Xiaofan naturally knew the woman's little thoughts and did not expose them.
Mua brother Xiaofan is so nice. Chen Sueki took the initiative to kiss him. Let's go in and take a look. If you want, you can come and live here in the future. Xiaofan opened the gate of the yard and pulled Chen Sueki in. Ha? Living here? Is he hinting at me? Or?
Hearing this, Chen Sueki started to imagine things in her mind. It's nothing less than a brainstorming session.
Master, you are back.
After opening the door, Zhao Jing bent down and bowed to greet him. He also considerately handed the slippers to Xiaofan. There is murderous intent. Xiaofan keenly felt the murderous atmosphere in the air. How could he have forgotten about this? He was just thinking about not going shopping. I forgot that Zhao Jing was still at home, careless.
This is? Chen Sueki turned her gaze towards Zhao Jing. This is the babysitter.
Huh, whose nanny is so pretty and wears such colorful clothes. If you like exposing yourself so much, you might as well not wear any. Xiaofan's words could barely be used to fool a 3-year-old child. Chen Sueki stared at Zhao Jing, trying to make her give up. However, the two of them just stared at each other. Xiaofan really couldn't stand the weird atmosphere, so he took the initiative to speak to break it.
You two didn't even blink an eye. Are you really not going to do anything?
After these words were spoken, the two women could no longer hold back. Zhao Jing covered her mouth and chuckled. Chen Sueki rolled her eyes at Xiaofan.
Come on, Sueki, I'll show you around. Xiaofan took Chen Sueki's little hand and wanted to take her upstairs. Unexpectedly, Chen Sueki directly rejected him. Didn't you say we still need to count what's missing? You go ahead and do your work, and let this nanny show me around. Chen Sueki emphasized the word nanny. Obviously he was mocking Zhao Jing. Although Zhao Jing appeared calm on the surface, she was secretly somewhat unhappy. However, due to the rules Xiaofan set for her, Zhao Jing did not show it. Is this appropriate?
Xiaofan looked at the two of them. I feel like if I wasn't here, these two would probably fight.
There's nothing inappropriate.
You go first. Chen Sueki grabbed Xiaofan's shoulders and turned him around, pushing him into the room. He closed the door from the outside.
Who should I give it to? You. Take me to have a look.
Shinseki pointed at Zhao Jing with an unfriendly tone. She could tell at a glance that it must be this woman who was seducing Xiao Fan. Despicable. Zhao Jing didn't say anything, but silently took Shinseki upstairs to tour the place. Humph, wearing so little, who are you trying to seduce? Looking at Zhao Jing going upstairs in front of me, I could see the scenery vaguely under the maid's skirt. Shinseki couldn't help but speak out. Don't be so harsh. I didn't buy the clothes. What right do you have to say that to me? Zhao Jing's face looked a little unhappy, and she immediately opened her mouth to refute. No one would be in a good mood if they were told this, considering that the people were brought by Xiao Fan. She endured it again and again. That if she had been like her in the past, she would have drawn her spear and attacked him long ago. As the young master of the Zhao family, no one dared to speak to her like this. Xiao Fan, thank you for listening to me. With Xiao Fan's current hearing ability, he could naturally hear the conversation between the two clearly. What? Shinsueki's voice rose by more than 10 decibels. She never thought that Xiao Fan would do this. She then walked downstairs angrily without even bothering to tour the house. I opened the door of the room and it was empty inside. As soon as Xiao Fan heard this, he had already opened the door and slipped out. If you don't run now, when will you run? I saw that there was no one in the room. Originally Shinsueki was not sure, but now it seems to be Xiao Fan without a doubt. Xiao Fan came to the courtyard garden inside, knowing that he couldn't escape today. Sure enough, Shinsueki appeared in front of him soon. Don't you think you deserve an explanation? Shinsueki looked at Xiao Fan, tears seemed to be flashing in her eyes. I didn't do anything, so I bought her some work clothes on the way. Xiao Fan quickly explained. I swear to God, he just wanted to feast his eyes, he didn't have any other thoughts, absolutely not now. Really? I feel like you're lying to me. Shinsueki's tone sounded a little aggrieved. Really, if you don't believe me, go ask her. She was the one who insisted on pestering me. If I hadn't felt sorry for her and had no place to live, I wouldn't have taken her in. Seeing that Xiao Fan was so confident, Shinsueki didn't care anymore, but she made a decision in her heart. She was originally still hesitating whether to live here. Now it seems absolutely necessary. What if that shameless woman runs to Xiao Fan's room in the middle of the night? Shinsueki just didn't believe that this woman could do anything while she was here. Humph, since you are so honest, I will forgive you. Come to my house later and bring my things over. I want to live here from now on too. Xiao Fan was a little confused, but also a little surprised. If Shinsueki lived here, he could do whatever he wanted. Making Qin Jianye be on guard against him every day is equivalent to directly stealing his crystal. What? You don't want me to live here, do you? Shinsueki put her hands on her hips and stared into Xiao Fan's eyes. No, how could that be? I'm so happy. Xiao Fan walked forward and picked up Shinsueki. He sucked on Shinsueki's little face, full of collagen. It is even smoother than jelly. Sueki baby, let's set off now and move all the luggage to your house first. Shinsueki had already made up her mind and immediately followed Xiao Fan into the car. Soon, the two arrived at Shinsueki's home. When Qin Jianye heard the news, his face turned green. He slapped the table excitedly. No. I absolutely disagree. Chapter 91 Policewoman Huatian's thoughts. Uncle Chen, don't worry, I will take good care of Sueki. I'm worried because of you. Qin Jianye said in his heart, and then turned his gaze to Shinsueki, started playing the emotional card. My daughter, I'm alone at home and I'm lonely. Can you bear to do this to me? Hearing this, Shinsueki felt a little shaken. However, when he thought of the little maid with white silk cat ears, a sense of crisis immediately emerged in his heart. Just when Shinsueki didn't know how to start, Xiao Fan said, Uncle Chen, Sueki will have to move out sooner or later. It's just a little earlier now. Yeah, sooner or later you have to move out anyway. Shinsueki quickly agreed. Okay, go, let's all go. Qin Jianye waved his hand impatiently. Dad, don't worry, I will definitely come to see you often. Hearing that Qin Jianye agreed, Shinsueki hurriedly comforted him. It would be best. Since Shinsueki had too many things, Xiao Fan asked Zhou Bo to drive a Rolls-Royce over. After loading everything into the car, Uncle Chen, we'll leave first. Xiao Fan stood next to the Bentley, holding Shinsueki's little hand, and waved towards the villa. Seeing that no one answered, Xiao Fan didn't say anything else. He took Shinsueki and left. My little cotton-padded jacket. Qin Jianye walked from the living room on the second floor to the balcony and looked in the direction where Bentley left. He kept muttering to himself, Beauty, this is really a misunderstanding.
I just don't have enough money with me.
Xin Hao stared at the beautiful policewoman in front of him with his eyes wide open, noticing Xin Hao's naked gaze. A trace of disgust flashed in the eyes of the beautiful policewoman. I advise you to be honest and explain the problem clearly. The beautiful policewoman slammed the table and shouted angrily, "It's spicy enough, I like it." Just then, a middle-aged man walked in. "Chief, why are you here?" The beautiful policewoman saw the person coming and greeted him. "Xiao Tian, how is his explanation going?" "Still refuses to confess." Tian Xinyu felt a little helpless. She was already annoyed because she was forced to go on a blind date the next day. When Tian Xinyu thought of her mother's nagging, she felt a headache and had to reluctantly agree. "How about this, you go back first and I'll examine it for you." "This isn't appropriate, Director Zhang." "I'll leave first then." Having said that, Tian Xinyu stood up and left the interrogation room. She had long been fed up with Xin Hao's gaze. If they hadn't been in the police station, she would have wanted to hit him. "I told you I just didn't bring enough money. I'll give it to him later." Xin Hao explained again. Unexpectedly, Director Zhang turned off the video equipment. "Who is Qin Feng to you?" Xin Hao was a little confused when he heard this question. Why are you asking him this out of the blue? "Qin Feng is my father, what's wrong?" "Xiao Hao, I'm your father's good brother, Zhang Dao. Do you still remember me? You peed on my hand when you were a kid." The middle-aged man walked forward, shook Qin Hao's hand, and looked excited. "Uncle Dao, I remember now, you are Uncle Dao." In fact, Qin Hao didn't think about it at all. How could he remember things from his childhood? "I've heard about your parents. It's not easy for you to grow so strong by yourself." Zhang Dao sighed, looking very sad on the surface, but feeling mixed emotions in his heart. "The good news is that Qin Feng is dead. What worries me is that Qin Hao's mother is gone. 20 years ago, on that dark and windy night, Qin Hao's mother walked into his room without any clothes on." "Uncle Dao, this is all a misunderstanding. Can you please let me go?" Xin Hao looked at Zhang Dao with expectation. "Of course it's no problem. If you have any problems that you can't solve in Jian province, just come to me." Zhang Dao patted his chest and made the promise. The reason why he had not recognized Xin Hao before was that he wanted him to inherit Qin Feng's shares. Unexpectedly, the Qin family went bankrupt recently, and Zhang Dao has been looking for an opportunity to meet Qin Hao. As fate would have it, Xin Hao appeared in front of him by coincidence. "Uncle Dao, look at this." Xin Hao raised his handcuffed hands to signal. Zhang Dao immediately took out the key and opened the handcuffs. "By the way, Uncle Dao, who was that beautiful lady just now? Why does it seem like he is not very respectful to you?" Xin Hao was a little confused because Zhang Dao was obviously the director. Why does it feel like that beautiful policewoman was very casual in her words to Zhang Dao? "Why, are you attracted to her?" "Her name is Tian Xinyu, and she is the daughter of the mayor of Jinhua district." As the daughter of his immediate superior, Tian Xinyu certainly doesn't have to care about his mood. On the contrary, sometimes he still needs to take care of Tian Xinyu's emotions, otherwise, she would complain to her father, the district chief. In his lifetime, Zhang Dao might only be able to become the director of the Jinhua District Public Security Bureau. Tian Xinyu's grandfather is the former executive vice-governor of Jiangxi province. He has a huge network of contacts. If Xin Hao can pursue Tian Xinyu, then he can use this relationship to move to the next level. "The one who understands me is Dao Shu." Xin Hao admitted it openly. He didn't know why, but when facing Zhang Dao, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. "Maybe this is fate. I can only assist you in this matter. As for whether you can pursue Tian Xinyu, it depends on you." Zhang Dao reached out and patted Xin Hao on the shoulder. "Uncle Dao, don't worry, I'm the best at chasing girls. When I catch up with Tian Xinyu in the future, I will thank you very much." Seeing that Zhang Dao was so willing to help, Xin Hao was filled with gratitude. "Ha, we are one family and don't have different opinions. I'll give you her penguin and phone number. I heard she's going on a blind date tomorrow, so that should be a good opportunity." Xin Hao obviously only heard the second half of Zhang Dao's words. He took out his cell phone and wrote down Tian Xinyu's phone number, then added penguin. "Thank you, Uncle Dao. I'll be leaving first." Xin Hao was overjoyed when he saw that the penguin account was added successfully. His mind is now filled with two words: pick up girls, and pick up girls damn well. "Come on, I'm rooting for you." Zhang Dao personally saw Qin Hao often did not forget to encourage him before leaving. Qin Hao turned a deaf ear to Zhang Dao's words, walking and grinning foolishly not long after. Tianxin you Senna? Ha, I'm so anxious, that's it, I'll keep you hanging for a while. Then I will make you curious about me, and then you will discover my strengths. Finally, he fell in love with me. Qin Hao looked at the question mark and smiled calmly. He had already planned it out in his mind. Half an hour later, Qin Hao has returned home. He calmly took out his cell phone, edited a message and replied to Tianxin Yu. Unexpectedly, what I got in return was a red exclamation mark. Chapter 92 Zhao Jing can't sleep at night, this is so fucking unscientific. Qin Hao screamed heartbreakingly. This was clearly what he was taught in the love course. Which link went wrong? Qin Hao racked his brains but still couldn't figure it out. Not giving up, he submitted a friend request again. Soon, the application was approved. This time Qin Hao didn't dare to be so arrogant and took the initiative to send a message. Hello, I'm Qin Hao. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the other party still did not reply. Qin Hao immediately edited another message. You are so beautiful, can I get to know you? After the message was sent, a red exclamation mark automatically appeared. Qin Hao, who was unwilling to give up, sent another friend request, but what he didn't know was that Tianxin Yu had blocked him the moment she found out who he was. Finally, we've finished moving. Xiao Fan let out a long sigh, slumped on the leather sofa in the living room. Sweki, if you can't sleep at night, you can call me. The two did not live in the same room, and Chen Sweki asked to live in another room. Xiao Fan naturally understood that this was a girl's modesty, but as a man, you have to take the initiative. The probability of a sit-and-wait event is still too low. Humph, I won't be unable to sleep. I have a very good sleep quality. Chen Sweki pouted her lips, her face turning a little red because of the move. Seeing this, Xiao Fan wanted to take a bite. Master, the takeaway has been ordered and will be here soon. Just when Xiao Fan was about to tease Chen Sweki, Zhao Jing came down from the second floor. When she saw Zhao Jing, Chen Sweki's face fell. She is just like that, all her thoughts are written on her face. Okay, I get it. Go clean the stairs first. Noticing Chen Sweki's expression, Xiao Fan quickly sent Zhao Jing away. I don't care, I don't want takeout, I want to eat the food you cook, just cook it for me alone. Chen Sweki walked over to Xiao Fan and sat down, holding Xiao Fan's arms with both hands and shaking them continuously. Okay, I'll do it for you, I can only pamper my woman, what else can I do? Xiao Fan immediately went to the kitchen and started to get busy. Zhao family, Yuanan City. What did you say? How bold. When Zhao Rulong, the second master of the Zhao family, heard what Zhao Xian said, he clapped his hands. The rosewood coffee table in front of him shattered into pieces in an instant. He could never have imagined that someone would dare to bully the young master of their Zhao family in Jiang province. This is simply not taking the Zhao family seriously. Xiao Fan. Could it be that he is from the Xiao family? After a while, Zhao Rulong gradually calmed down. Others may not know, but he knows it very well. The Xiao family is now at its peak in Jiang province. He is extremely powerful in Jiang province. In terms of military strength alone, the two families are almost the same. However, in other aspects, the Zhao family is completely inferior to the Xiao family. If it is really the Xiao family, then we must let the old man contact the person from the Xiao family. Although the Zhao family is not afraid of the Xiao family, there is no need to tear each other apart over such a small matter. Zhao Xian, go contact Jiayu, let him send 2 great masters to bring that girl back first. You remember, you must be quick, this matter cannot be known to Big Brother. Brother, I'll do it now. When Zhao Xian heard the word Big Brother, his expression changed, then he hurried towards Jiayu's residence. Oh my, the dishes cooked by Brother Xiao Fan are so delicious, and they are specially made for me. Chen Sweki sniffed the delicious dishes on the table. He looked at Zhao Jing provocatively. Zhao Jing ignored her and turned her eyes away, but the alluring fragrance seduced her all the time. Gurgle. An inopportune voice sounded. Zhao Jing's face flushed red. The sound just now came from her stomach. Why don't you sit down and eat together? Chen Sweki looked at Zhao Jing and finally softened her heart. Zhao Jing wanted to be stubborn for a while, but unexpectedly her stomach started to protest again. Now she stopped being pretentious. After adding more rice, she sat down and started eating. Before Xiao Fan could react, the food on the table had already been cleared away by the two of them. After having dinner together, the atmosphere between Chen Sweki and Zhao Jing also eased. The two began to chat casually. Your skin is so good, what skincare products do you usually use? No, I haven't used it. I usually exercise more. If you want to learn, I can teach you a set of moves. Okay. Seeing that the two of them were getting along better and better, Xiao Fan felt relieved. At night, just when Xiao Fan was about to fall asleep, a message alert sounded on his mobile phone.
Chapter 93 Lu Chen's request for help this morning. Are you okay? Early the next morning, Chen Sueki looked at Zhao Jing's faint dark circles and asked with concern after yesterday's communication, although the two are not yet friends, they no longer have the initial hostility. It's okay. It's just my first time living here. I'm a little uncomfortable with it.
Facing Chen Sueki's questioning, Zhao Jing was obviously a little guilty and spoke hesitantly. She couldn't say that she heard those noises last night and didn't sleep much the whole night, right? If you have insomnia, you can try energy eye patch. Sueki, have breakfast first, you have to go to class later. As an old driver, Xiao Fan naturally understood why Zhao Jing had dark circles under her eyes. Chen Sueki stuck out her tongue when she heard that and went back to her room to wash up. The task of cooking naturally fell on Xiao Fan again, there was no other way. If Xiao Fan let the maid cook, he was afraid that he would get poisoned after eating it. After breakfast, Xiao Fan took Chen Sueki to school. Before leaving, Xiao Fan did not forget to give some instructions. If you're sleepy, go to sleep. If you're hungry, order takeout. Considering that Zhao Jing is a girl, Xiao Fan did not speak directly. However, he believed that after Zhao Jing tasted her own cooking, she would not dare to cook again. Good. Zhao Jing lowered her head and responded, not daring to look at Xiao Fan's eyes. She felt that as long as she saw Xiao Fan's eyes, the voice from last night would come back to her mind. Okay, we'll go first then. Juanhao, I'll give you a task today. After you complete it, I'll treat you to a health checkup. At the school gate, Qinhao pulled Kong Juanhao aside and whispered. What mission? Could it be, yes, your brother Hao has taken a fancy to a woman and needs you to be his wingman. Don't worry, I won't treat you unfairly after this is done. Qinhao patted his chest, causing the flesh on his chest to tremble. Is that true, brother Hao? Congratulations in advance. Kong Juanhao pretended to be surprised, but he started to have other plans in his mind. Qinhao knew nothing about this and burst into laughter when he heard Kong Juanhao's words. Then he stretched out his right hand and patted Kong Juanhao on the shoulder. Keep a low profile, it's still uncertain now. Although he said this, the smile on Qinhao's face never stopped. He even had the baby's name in mind. Then let's make a deal. You go up and pretend to tease her, and then I'll take action. Okay, brother Hao, just watch me. It's time for the two heroes Feng Lan to return to the arena. Kong Juanhao had a smile on his face, but in his heart he had already greeted Qinhao's 10 generations of ancestors every time he acts as the wingman, while Qinhao goes up to pick up girls. Afterwards, Qinhao didn't give any benefits at all. Instead, he said, you are still young, you can't handle these things, so let your brother Hao do it. If conditions permitted, he really wanted to spit on Qinhao's face. But now is not the time yet, he still needs to complete what Xiao Fan assigned him. Good brother, I know you are my best bond. Wait for my message this afternoon. After Qinhao finished speaking, he turned and walked into the school. He didn't notice at all that after he turned around, Kong Juanhao showed a meaningful smile. Seeing that Qinhao had disappeared in the crowd, Kong Juanhao took out his cell phone. As soon as I opened it, a piece of news popped up. Recently, Feng Feiyu, an entrepreneur from our province, was caught by the police after he was reported to be cooperating with overseas drug lords. To ensure the safety of citizens, our provinces. Special forces attacked the enemy Feiyu and his family members. After seeing this news, Kong Juanhao felt that Feng Feiyu was crazy. You actually dare to sell drugs, you were simply asking for your life. I, Huang, swear that I will never tolerate gambling and drugs. After complaining, Kong Juanhao sent a message to Xiao Fan and then walked into the school. You must go to the blind date this afternoon, otherwise I will punish you when you come back. A young woman who was about 28 years old looked at Tian Xinyu, her words full of threats. The young woman was wearing a red cheongsam, which outlined her figure like a cartoon. Her hair was tied up with a phoenix-shaped jade hairpin, showing her elegance, but her eyes inadvertently revealed a hint of charm. Okay, I get it, Mom, I'm going to work first. Hearing Lin Wanqing's nagging, Tian Xinyu felt overwhelmed. She is only 23 this year and has only graduated for a short year. Lin Wanqing acted as if she would never get married and often urged her to go on blind dates. Tian Xinyu took a box of pure milk and rushed out without looking back. This girl, when will she change her impulsive habits? Lin Wanqing shook her head helplessly. I hope she'll be able to like him this time, otherwise, given her personality, I don't know when she will be able to get married. Just after sending Chen Sueki to the classroom, Xiao Fan's cell phone rang. Xiao Fan was a little surprised when he saw the contacts on his phone.
Lu Chen, you rarely contact me on your own initiative, is there something wrong?
As expected of Brother Fan, he is truly a master of predictions.
Lu Chen immediately flattered him. Brother Fan, I would like to ask you for a small favor. I don't know, tell me first, I will help if I can. That's right, my family arranged a blind date for me, but who am I?
I'm Lu Chen. Not as long as the moon doesn't fall, I won't fall either.
How can I be bound by a woman? I want Brother Fan to help me deal with it. No.
What a joke! You want him to help with such a small matter? Xiao Fan refused without even thinking about it. Brother Fan, don't force me to say harsh words. Lu Chen's voice on the other end of the phone became a little excited. Xiao Fan raised his eyebrows. He really wanted to know what harsh words Lu Chen would say.
Come on, play one and I'll listen. I'll cover your expenses for the next month. That's all? That's it? Xiao Fan was a little disappointed.
Well, since you don't want to go, then forget it. I heard that the girl is extremely beautiful and she has never been in a relationship. Xiao Chun, Brother Fan thought about it and decided that since it's a request from my brother, I still need to help, and don't forget the expenses for that month.
Tell me the time and place. Brother Fan will go through this sea of fire and swords for you. How could Xiao Fan ignore his brother's affairs? Longjing Garden, 3 p.m., Box 1.
Lu Chen reported the time and place readily. He heard that the person he went on a blind date with today had violent tendencies. Every time we capture a criminal, either someone is killed or injured. He wouldn't dare to marry a woman like this, no matter how beautiful she was. What if they find out about his romantic past and kill him?
Chapter 94 Blind Date. Lu Chen definitely cannot control this woman. If the blind date angers her, I might get a beating.
I hope Brother Fan can hold on. After Xiao Fan hung up the phone, he saw Kong Juanhao's message.
This Qin Hao is really boring.
Instead of thinking about getting stronger, he's trying to pick up girls.
Xiao Fan shook his head.
Is the quality of this year's Sons of Fortune so low? Look at Lin Yan. In order to become stronger, he gave up his second brother just because he said no. Or, a thought suddenly flashed through Xiao Fan's mind.
Let's go pick up Fian first.
Xiao Fan drove his Bentley away from the school. As for classes, Xiao Fan said, I don't even study anymore, so why should I take this class? He just didn't believe that anyone would dare to give him a failing grade. There were a lot of cars during the morning rush hour, and it took Xiao Fan almost an hour to reach the hotel. When they arrived at the suite, Luo Fian had already packed her luggage.
Fei Yin baby, did you miss me last night?
Xiao Fan hugged Luo Fian from behind and rubbed her black hair gently with his chin. No. Luo Fian struggled symbolically for a while, then stopped and snuggled in Xiao Fan's arms.
Really? Xiao Fan asked. A little bit.
In fact, she was thinking about her future life with Xiao Fan in her new home last night. I just didn't say it out of modesty.
You let go.
Luo Fian's face flushed and her body collapsed in Xiao Fan's arms. If you tell the truth, I'll let you go.
I missed you. I was thinking about you all last night. Luo Fian blushed and muttered. Lying is not a good thing. Will you dare to lie again in the future? I don't dare to do that anymore.
Luo Fian's face turned as red as an apple, and she quickly grabbed Xiao Fan's hand and moved it away. Xiao Fan picked up his hand and smelled it. It still had that familiar milky scent.
Let's move our things down first.
Seeing that Xiao Fan still wanted to do something bad, Luo Fian hurriedly said, It is still broad daylight.
Okay, let's move first.
There wasn't much luggage, so the two of them moved it all in one trip. After checking out of the room, Xiao Fan took Luo Fian to her new home, then he went to a housekeeping company and hired several top nannies.
Fei Yan, take a look at what you're missing and choose something online.
Xiao Fan lay on the sofa, enjoying Luo Fian's massage. His eyes became a little blurry.
That's enough. Now we have everything we need.
Do you want to come here tonight? Xiao Fan naturally understood the meaning of Luo Fian's words and agreed immediately.
Then I'll be leaving first. I have something else to do later. I'll come back in the evening. Xiao Fan took Luo Fian's soft little hand and rubbed it. Well, I'll wait for you then. After getting in the car, Xiaofan sent another message to Qin Yuan, asking her to arrange 2 people to protect Luofian, and now Luofian lives alone outside, so she's better off being safe than sorry. Of course, the person who is assigned must be a female. After arranging everything, Xiaofan looked at the time. It was almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Xiaofan drove to Lanjing Garden. When he arrived, it was already 2:30. After asking the waiter about the location of box number 1, Xiaofan went to box number 1 and sat down and waited quietly. Soon, a girl in a white short-sleeved shirt pushed open the door and walked in. Neat short hair, delicate oval face, peach blossom eyes and that big chest. Xiaofan couldn't help but sigh in his heart, what a great evil, but he just glanced and looked away. After all, it's the first time we meet, and it's not good to stare at each other all the time. Okay, I'll just get straight to the point. I'm just here to deal with my mom. Let's just go through the process, and we'll go Dutch later if we have to eat. Tian Xinyu sat down and spoke directly. She has always been straightforward and doesn't like beating around the bush. If the man in front of her wasn't so handsome, Tian Xinyu wouldn't have been patient enough to go through the process. Usually she would just say something and leave. Tian Xinyu has always had a natural aversion to blind dates. She thinks that only those who are willing to compromise would come for blind dates. Okay, waiter, take your order. Seeing that the girl said this, Xiaofan just thought of it as finding a dining companion. Chef Lan Jingyuan's cooking skills are quite good. In box number 1, the chef cooks the food himself. This, and this. Xiaofan ordered 3 dishes. Tian Xinyu couldn't help but secretly despise him in her heart, because the 3 dishes Xiaofan ordered were all very cheap vegetarian dishes. This made her label Xiaofan as stingy in her mind. Don't take these 3, but give me 1 portion of the others. Xiaofan handed the menu to the waiter. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. The waiter took the menu and hurriedly left the box. Can you finish eating so much? Tian Xinyu felt a little sorry for her wallet. Xiaofan ordered so much, how could he possibly finish it? She only makes a few thousand yuan a month and can save about 3,000 yuan every month. I just took a quick look at the prices of those dishes. Each one costs hundreds of dollars, and the more expensive ones are several thousand. The money she carries with her may not be enough. If you can't finish it, just pack it up. Don't waste food, you. Tian Xinyu's chest heaved violently due to Xiaofan's anger. If she hadn't already said that they wanted to split the bill, she would have turned around and left. Soon, one fragrant dish after another was served. Then I'll start first. Xiaofan smelled the fragrance, picked up the dish and put it into his mouth. He hasn't even had lunch today and he's already feeling very hungry. Seeing that Xiaofan had no manners at all, Tian Xinyu didn't bother to be polite with him. He picked up the chopsticks and started eating. She had to pay half of the money for such an expensive dish, so naturally she couldn't let Xiaofan eat it all. Then she would be the scapegoat. A blind date turned into a dinner party for 2 people. No, I can't eat anymore. Tian Xinyu put down her chopsticks, took out a napkin to wipe her mouth, and rubbed her bloated belly. Looking at Xiaofan, who was sitting opposite her and tasting the dishes, Tian Xinyu was a little surprised. Xiaofan eats much faster than her, and he is still not full. It seemed that none of the big eaters she had seen could eat as much as he did. After a while, Xiaofan picked up the napkin and wiped his mouth with satisfaction. I'm going to the bathroom first. Having said that, Xiaofan left the box. Tian Xinyu didn't think much about it and waited in the box. However, 5 minutes, 10 minutes passed, and Xiaofan still hadn't come back. A bad thought arose in her mind. Waiter, how much is this table for us? Tian Xinyu quickly called the waiter to ask. Ma'am, the gentleman just now has already paid. Okay, I understand. Tian Xinyu then realized that she had been judging others by her own mean standards. This time, Xiaofan had just started the car and was ready to leave. Unexpectedly, I saw a familiar figure. Who else could that broad figure be but Qin Hao? Chapter 95, The Forced Melon. It can't be such a coincidence, right? Xiaofan was a little confused. It wasn't him who wanted to cause trouble for Qin Hao. Qin Hao brought trouble to him on his own initiative. If that's the case, don't blame me. Xiaofan grinned and saw the villain waving at him again. Sure enough, after a while, Qin Hao's good brother Kong Juanhao also appeared nearby. The 2 of them crouched at the door of Lan Jingyuan. After a while, Tian Xinyu walked out from the gate. Seeing this, Qin Hao quickly gave Kong Juanhao a look. Kong Juanhao understood what she meant, and walked forward with a gated step, blocking Tian Xinyu's way. Beautiful lady, can we be friends? Kong Juanhao said this, but he waved the phone in front of Tian Xinyu. It clearly said, someone wants me to be a wingman. Tian Xinyu frowned.
It was the first time she encountered such a weird thing. I'm a little confused by Kong Juanhao's outrageous actions.
Get lost.
Tian Xinyu, who had a bad temper, looked at Kong Juanhao, who had a lewd expression on his face, and scolded him.
Okay. Kong Juanhao responded naturally.
It was obviously not the first time he was treated like this. Just then, Xinhao came over from the side and grabbed Kong Juanhao by the collar.
You kid, get out of my friend's sight right now. Kong Juanhao showed a panic expression and his voice trembled.
Brother, I'm leaving now. After Xinhao let go, Kong Juanhao ran away in panic. Seeing this scene, Xinhao smiled faintly. Don't worry, you are my friend, I won't let. Before he could finish his words, Tian Xinyu turned around and left. Aller?
Xinhao was a little confused. Shouldn't the script be about him accepting worship at this time?
Wait, aren't you supposed to thank me? Xinhao called out to Tian Xinyu. Hearing this, Tian Xinyu's anger was almost unsuppressible. Xinhao's tricks work well in front of others, but in front of him, he is just a clown. Not to mention that the wretched man just now gave her any hints. He didn't even give her any hints at all. She could see it at a glance. Do you really think her time at the police academy wasted?
Get out of here now before I get angry. Tian Xinyu shouted sternly.
Ha, are you playing hard to get with me? Xinhao walked forward, wanting to show off his skills in picking up girls. Suddenly, there was a sharp pain in my lower body. This feeling hurts. It hurts so much. Xinhao covered his second brother with his hands, sweating profusely and rolling on the ground in pain. He never expected that Tian Xinyu would actually kick his second brother. Looking at Xinhao rolling on the ground, Tian Xinyu didn't feel a trace of sympathy in her heart. This kind of scum should be punished like this. Tian Xinyu turned around and wanted to leave, but what she didn't expect was Xinhao actually stood up despite the severe pain.
You can't leave today.
The second brother was injured, and Xinhao's eyes turned bloodshot, as if he wanted to choose someone to bite. Since I can't pursue her normally, it might be nice to try forcing her. As long as it can quench my thirst, it's fine. Looking at Tian Xinyu's graceful figure, Xinhao's eyes were full of greed. He has decided to get this woman today. As for the consequences, who cares? Tian Xinyu turned around and felt Xinhao's aura. Feeling a little shocked, her hand naturally went to her waist, and then she remembered that there was no mission today, and she didn't bring a gun.
I advise you not to do anything rash, otherwise, you will suffer the consequences.
Looking at Xinhao's bloodshot eyes, Tian Xinyu felt a little flustered.
Xinhao, you are still young, you must not embark on the path of crime.
Xinhao, just want to commit a crime today. Just then, several people nearby noticed Xinhao's actions. I picked up my phone and wanted to take a picture of this scene. Unexpectedly, Xinhao was quick-witted and snatched the mobile phones from several people. The phone fell to the ground and shattered instantly, making a low sound. This what it feels like to smash someone else's phone. Xinhao looked at several passers-by, and just one look from them was enough to scare them to death. He crawled away. A people's policeman, Tian Xinyu, was afraid that Xinhao would hurt these ordinary people, so she did not take this opportunity to escape.
Okay, now that no one is here to mess things up, let's have a good conversation.
Xinhao approached Tian Xinyu step by step. At this moment, a white light flashed twice from not far away.
Yes, that's it, don't move yet.
Xiaofan took out his cell phone and took 2 photos of Xinhao in a row. When he saw Xiaofan, Xinhao immediately wilted. He quickly covered his face with his hands and said, "Stop taking pictures. If you do, I'll sue you for violating my portrait rights."
Right of image, right?
Xiaofan walked forward and controlled Xinhao's hands with one hand. He raised his other hand and slapped Xinhao in the face.
Are you still going to sue? Just wait for me. You're so stubborn.
Xiaofan shook his hands and slapped him again. The force was so great that a palm print instantly appeared on Xinhao's face. 2 teeth were knocked out. I poked. Xinhao was stunned by the slap and kept begging for mercy. At the same time, Xinhao secretly called Tang Long in his heart, wanting Tang Long to lend him strength. Unexpectedly, his calling was of no use at all. "Since you know you are wrong, you must admit your mistakes and kneel down."
As soon as these 2 words came out, Xinhao knelt on the ground as if by reflex. I hate it.
Xinhao roared in his heart, lowered his head, and his eyes were full of ferocity. Ding, the epic son of luck has his Dao heart shattered, and the villain value reward is 80,000. The pleasant voice of the system sounded, adding the villain points accumulated last time and paying back the villain points borrowed from the system. There will still be 60,000 left. This also made Xiaofan make up his mind to borrow 18 million next time and pay it back slowly.
Don't let me see you bullying men and women again, otherwise it won't be as simple as kneeling down. Go away.
Xiao Fan kicked Xin Hao to the ground. Xin Hao felt relieved when he heard Xiao Fan telling him to get out. He got up and instantly turned into a gust of wind and disappeared from the sight of the two people.
Well, thank you. Tian Xinyu looked at Xiao Fan with some confusion, not knowing what to say. I only gotta thank you. You're welcome.
After Xiao Fan finished speaking, he left without looking back. Now that he has villain value, he naturally has to study how to advance to Martial King. I no longer have the energy to talk to Tian Xinyu. If it's not enough, you can just borrow some from the guy. It's easy to fool people. Watching Xiao Fan walk into the Bentley and then leave in a leisurely manner, Tian Xinyu felt a little uncomfortable. Is it because she is not charming enough? Xiao Fan was not even willing to say a word to her.
Humph. I don't even like you. Tian Xinyu stomped her feet in annoyance before leaving.
Chapter 96 Breakthrough to King Wu. After returning to the secret room in his home, Xiao Fan called up the system panel. Xiao Fan age, 18 gender, male hobbies, beautiful women strength, grandmaster peak appearance, 99.9 system, list all the true meanings for me. If you want to break through to the level of Martial King, you must first comprehend the true meaning. After understanding the true meaning, condense all the energy and true meaning in the body together. Finally, it condenses into an inner elixir. The inner elixir of martial arts is also divided into 3 levels: white, purple, and gold. After searching for a long time, Xiao Fan finally chose his favorite sword, Intent. While being murderous, it also looks elegant and handsome. The price of the sword. Intent is not expensive, only 300,000 villain points. Xiao Fan waved his hand and borrowed 300,000 from the system. But if you borrow, you must return it, and it will not be difficult to borrow again. After the system passed through Xiao Fan's CPU, it agreed without thinking. After purchasing the sword Intent, insights about the sword were constantly instilled into Xiao Fan's mind. It was as if he had practiced it through hard work. After a while, the delivery was completed.
Is this the sword Intention? It's really magical.
Xiao Fan stretched out his right hand, and the Yulong sword seemed to have life and began to spin around him, sometimes fast, sometimes slow. Like a naughty child, Xiao Fan felt that with the sword Intent, his combat effectiveness had more than doubled than before.
I've been stuck at the Grandmaster level for several days.
It's time to break through to the Martial King level. Fortunately, no one else heard what Xiao Fan said, otherwise he would have been so angry that he would vomit 3 liters of blood. Everything that followed came naturally. The sword Intent and the internal energy merged smoothly together. A golden inner elixir was born. King of Martial Arts realm, achieved. Is this the true essence of the Martial King realm? A deep blue true energy appeared in Xiao Fan's hand, and the true energy was beating actively. It combines the sharpness of sword Intent and the heat of 9 suns divine will.
I'd better not try it. If the house is demolished later, it will be the end of me.
Feeling the strength of the true energy, Xiao Fan gave up the idea. The true energy in his hand also disappeared into his palm as Xiao Fan clenched his fist, taking out his cell phone and checking the time. Xiao Fan called Chen Sweki.
Sweki, I'm going to have a breakthrough today, so I'll stay at my parents' house. I'll pick you up tomorrow morning.
After informing Chen Sweki, Xiao Fan went to the second floor. This time, Mu Yun and Xiao Tian had not returned yet. Xiao Fan casually took the key of a Maybach from the shoe cabinet and just walked downstairs. A car slowly drove into the courtyard gate. The person who got off the car was Xiao Tian.
You kid, you still remember to go home.
Where have you been fooling around these past 2 days? When Xiao Tian saw Xiao Fan, the serious expression on his face no longer existed.
I just bought a villa. I will move out in the future. Don't miss me too much at night.
Fuck you, you're not a little girl, why would I miss you? Xiao Tian scolded with a smile. Unexpectedly, an unfriendly voice suddenly sounded from a distance.
Really? You mean you missed the little girl at night?
Mu Yun walked over with a frosty face, and the murderous intent in her eyes made Xiao Tian feel uneasy. Save me, Xiao Tian whispered to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan scratched his head and then walked aside. What a joke. It's better not to get involved in such matters. Then Mu Yun gave Xiao Tian a loving lecture. Halfway through the conversation, Xiao Fan helped change the subject. Mom and Dad, I made another breakthrough.
Xiao Tian. Mu Yun, oh Carrot, he has made another breakthrough so quickly? My Xiao family has a successor.
Xiao Tian's eyes were full of excitement. Compared to Xiao Tian, Mu Yun seemed much calmer. Obviously, he had no idea about Xiao Fan's breakthrough. No matter how powerful Xiao Fan is, he is still her son, right? However, Xiao Fan's words successfully changed the topic. This is why Xiao Tian's education was stopped.
Mom and Dad, I'm leaving now. Sweki and I are living outside now. Hearing this, Muyun instantly perked up.
You better hurry up and let Mom hold her grandson as soon as possible. There's no need to take any safety measures back then. Your dad lied to me and said he wore it, but he ended up secretly puncturing the bubblegum. Then there is you. What we mean is it so explosive? Xiao Fan looked at Xiao Tian, his eyes full of admiration. Xiao Tian had nothing to be embarrassed about. Didn't you see everything at the time? Then the two of them started to show their love to each other. Xiao Fan could see that the relationship between the two was really good, but he didn't want to eat dog food. He walked to the Maybach, opened the driver's door and got in.
I'll be leaving now. You two can slowly build your relationship.
Xiao Fan rolled down the window and said, as the V12 engine emits a low roar, the car quickly disappeared from their sight. This child has finally grown up, and it has made us less worried. Muyun held Xiao Tian's hand, her eyes full of relief.
Yes, I have always thought that this boy is a good candidate.
I didn't expect that he would give me such a surprise. Hearing this, Muyun rolled her eyes at Xiao Tian.
Didn't you say before that you wanted to practice trumpet?
How come you changed so quickly now? Hey, honey, if you want, we can practice another one. Xiao Tian picked up Muyun and the two of them entered the bedroom amid her screams. As for what happened, I'm afraid only God knows. This Maybach actually got stuck in traffic.
It would be better to drive a Rolls-Royce next time. Because it was the evening rush hour, Xiao Fan was stuck in traffic for an hour before he arrived at Luo Fian's new home. Fei Yan, you are really clever and skillful. You have decorated the house so warmly. Looking at the newly renovated living room and bedroom, Xiao Fan couldn't help but praise them.
How can it be? Luo Fian lowered her head somewhat embarrassedly. She was secretly happy in her heart as she had spent a lot of time and effort decorating her home. It is so that Xiao Fan can feel warm and at home when he comes.
You are such a good wife.
Xiao Fan walked up and hugged Luo Fian, and the two of them hugged each other quietly for a while, feeling each other's heartbeat and breathing.
You haven't eaten yet. I'll go make you some food first. Don't worry about eating yet. There is something more urgent than eating right now. What?
Luo Fian looked at Xiao Fan with some confusion.
She didn't understand what the urgent matter was.
Chapter 97 Seafood Dinner. The first ray of sunlight in the morning shone through the gap in the curtains and hit Xiao Fan's face. Xiao Fan turned around lazily, took out his phone and looked at it. Fortunately, it's only 12 o'clock. It's still early. Xiao Fan let out a long sigh and put his phone aside. I closed my eyes and was about to go back to sleep when I suddenly realized something. It seemed like it wasn't even 12 o'clock in the morning. Depend on, Xiao Fan cursed in his heart. We had originally agreed to pick up Chen Sweki. You forget it, since it's already late. I might as well sleep a little longer. Thinking of this, Xiao Fan lay down again. He still prefers a bad life, which can be summed up in 2 words: comfort. After lunch, Xiao Fan left. Wow, Su Yuan Geijai, you are amazing. What happened next?
Ruoli looked at Su Yuan with eyes full of admiration.
Later on, I threw him to the African savannah, where he was eaten by a group of lions. Bragging, why don't you blow it up to the sky? Ruoli no longer believed even a single punctuation mark in Su Yuan's words. If Su Yuan was really that powerful, how could he not be able to defeat Xiao Fan? However, as a senior tea art master, Ruoli would naturally not reveal anything. Instead, she covered her mouth with a surprised expression on her face.
The lion must not be full.
This train of thought, Su Yuan could only say that she was worthy of being his white moonlight, and her thoughts were exactly the same as his.
That was natural.
The lions rushed towards me.
So what happened next? What happened next?
Ruoli looked at Su Yuan nervously, and the atmosphere seemed extremely depressing. Then I went up and threw a left jab and a right kick. The lion was killed directly, and once the lion was dead, the other lions naturally fled.
Oh my God, Su Yuan, you are so powerful that you can even kill a lion. I really admire you so much.
Ruoli was so excited that she almost jumped up, and the word admiration was almost written on her face. That's for sure, but killing a lion is just a piece of cake. When I was at my best, Su Yuan wanted to continue talking, but Ruoli didn't want to listen anymore. She was afraid that if she continued listening, she would vomit. Su Yuan, Gigi, let's go eat first. I'm so hungry now. The sound of Gigi almost melted Su Yuan's heart.
What do you want to eat?
I'll take you there. I want to eat seafood, golden caviar, bluefin tuna, puffer fish. Hearing this, Su Yuan took a breath. These things are not cheap to eat in one meal, and he doesn't have enough money on him now. But looking at Bai Ruoli's expectant eyes, Su Yuan couldn't bear to refuse. I had no choice but to agree. Then Su Yuan took out his cell phone and sent a message to Qinglong while Bai Ruoli was not paying attention. Send 1 million first. As for Qinglong, Su Yuan just treated him as an obedient henchman. Even asking Qinglong for money seemed so natural.
Wait a moment, I'll send it to you right away.
Qinglong, who received the message, naturally did not dare to neglect it and transferred the money immediately, but in his heart he cursed Su Yuan 100 times. What a crap god of war, he even borrowed my money to pick up women. But this woman is really hot. Qinglong was not far away from Su Yuan, so he could naturally see Bai Ruoli's appearance clearly, especially the pitiful temperament that was revealed inadvertently, which made people feel pity for her. This woman, if you, Su Yuan, can seduce her, why can't I? Qinglong, Qinglong made a very bold decision in his heart. Since Su Yuan cares so much about this woman, he would know that this woman has been fucked before. I don't know what expression it will be. Really? I'm kind of looking forward to it. Thinking of this, Qinglong felt much better seeing the text message of the incoming money on his mobile phone. Su Yuan smiled confidently. How much does a meal cost? Could it be possible that he could spend millions? Soon, the two arrived at the most luxurious seafood restaurant in Jiang Province, Yulongchuan. Although this place is not large in scale, it is the highest standard seafood restaurant in Jiangxi Province. Of course, the price is also surprisingly expensive. Ruoli, eat whatever you want, I'll pay for it. With 1 million in hand, Su Yuan became more confident when speaking. Really?
Thank you, Su Yuan Jigiai.
Bai Ruo's face was full of surprise. Since Su Yuan said so, how could she be polite? As for Su Yuan, if he doesn't have money to pay the bill, why not just let him stay here and wash dishes to pay off the debt? What does it have to do with Bai Ruoli? Waiter. Bai Ruoli snapped her fingers and the waiter immediately came over with the menu, but Bai Ruoli didn't even look at the menu and started ordering directly. 2 servings of golden caviar, 2 servings of bluefin tuna, Kobe steak, and beania ham, and a bottle of Romani Conti from 1919. After ordering these, Bai Ruoli looked at Su Yuan, but she didn't expect Su Yuan to look normal. It seems that Su Yuan still has a little bit of strength, but that's all.
I've already ordered. Do you want to see if there's anything else you need? Is it enough? Do you want to order some more? Don't be polite with me, or I will be angry.
Su Yuan usually doesn't have any requirements for food and has no idea about the prices of these dishes.
Then, order another bottle of red wine.
Bai Ruoli had no intention of being polite to Su Yuan, let alone now that Su Yuan had spoken. Bai Ruoli planned to pack some food and take it back with her so that her little sisters could envy her. A bottle of red wine costs more than 1 million yuan. Even she, as the eldest daughter of the Bai family, could not afford to order a bottle. Wouldn't it be better to spend this money on other things? But now there is a victim, so it's a different matter.
Okay, please wait a moment, I'll serve you 2 dishes right away.
After saying that, the waiter turned and left. Soon, a jar of caviar and 2 exquisite small plates were brought to the table. Along with it comes a small scale.
What's the meaning? Su Yuan slammed the table, stood up and glared at the waiter.
Chapter 98. Muinin comes to school. A little bit of caviar and a scale. Who are you looking down on? Facing Su Yuan's accusation, the waiter lowered his head and explained patiently, Sir, our golden caviar is sold by the gram, and it's the same for everyone.
What are you doing?
If the people in the neighboring country know about this, they will think we can't afford it. Another can, no, 2 cans per person.
Seeing Su Yuan getting angry, the waiter didn't dare to say anything more. Please wait a moment.
I'll bring it to you. Soon, another 3 cans of caviar were brought over.
Wow, brother Su Yuan, you are so domineering.
Looking at Bai Ruoli's admiring eyes, Su Yuan felt extremely satisfied, but what he didn't know was that a can of golden caviar would cost hundreds of thousands. This is caviar, which is said to be more precious than gold. The main reason is that the waiter was so contemptuous.
Who would eat such a small amount of caviar?
Yes, dogs look down on people. Bai Ruoli echoed, then he picked up the spoon and put a big mouthful of caviar into his mouth. The taste is indescribably delicious, but even so, Bai Ruoli still pays attention to her image and behaves elegantly and dignifiedly. She couldn't let herself make a fool of herself in front of the dog.
Cheers, Ruoli.
Su Yuan imitated what he saw in TV dramas, extending his red wine glass and gently clinking it with Bairuoli's glass. Then, he drank it all in one gulp. Where did this dog come from? It's so embarrassing, seeing the strange looks from the people around her. Bairuoli felt so embarrassed that she might dig a villa out of her toes. Who drinks red wine in one gulp? What kind of rubbish is this red wine? It's so damn hard to drink. It's even worse than Erguotu. When these words were spoken, many people except the two of them laughed. Those who had not laughed out loud now covered their mouths, obviously unable to hold back their laughter any longer. At this time, many people labeled Su Yuan a nouveau riche. Bairuoli had already lowered her head. If she had known Su Yuan was like this, she would not have come even if she was beaten to death. Su Yuan, I have something else to do later, so I'll go back first. Bairuoli didn't want to stay here any longer. She was really afraid that something even more embarrassing would happen later. Waiter, pack this bottle of wine. Brother Su Yuan will pay for it later. Bairuoli pointed at Su Yuan. Okay, I'll pack it for you. The waiter didn't think much about it. He packed the Romani Conti 1919 and handed it to Bairuoli. Brother Su Yuan, you eat first, I'll leave first. Bairuoli took the red wine, waved at Su Yuan with a smile, then quickened her pace and left this place of trouble. After Bairuoli left, Su Yuan no longer had the appetite to continue eating. After taking 2 bites, he called the waiter. How much is the total? Sir, your spending is 5,383,200. I'll give you a 0 and waive 200. Hearing this, Su Yuan was stunned. He never expected that a meal would cost so much money. Damn it, no one told me this meal would be so expensive. I'll pay the bill later. Su Yuan said to the waiter with a dark face. Okay. The waiter nodded, turned and walked to the door, said something to a few security guards, and then went to greet other guests, and several security guards began to stare at Su Yuan. If Su Yuan makes any unusual movement, several people will rush up and take him down. Su Yuan took out his cell phone and sent another message to Qinglong, asking him to transfer 5 million immediately. But this time Qinglong replied that he had no money left, because he was returning to the country secretly. Qinglong didn't dare to make a big fuss. He simply hid some valuable items. There are only a few 100,000 in his card now. Where would he get the 5 million to give to Su Yuan? However, Su Yuan did not think so. Instead, he sent a message to Qinglong, which was full of threats. I need money urgently now. It doesn't matter if you steal it or rob it. You have half an hour to bring it to me, otherwise you know what will happen. After seeing this message, Qinglong was so angry that he almost dropped his phone to the ground. He is a great grandmaster. Is he going to become a robber? And his identity is not clean either. Although Xiao Fan had gotten him a fake identity, one should never be safe than sorry. Thinking of this, Qinglong simply pretended to be dead. Without paying any attention to Su Yuan's message, he turned off his phone. There was no way he would get himself in jail for Su Yuan. He was not that idiot Xuanwu. For Su Yuan, he even gave it away as his sister asked. Qinglong estimated that if Su Yuan asked Xuanwu to kill his own father, Xuanwu would do it without hesitation. I want to see what you can do. Qinglong sneered and immediately left the vicinity of Yulongxuan. Naturally, he didn't dare to stay here any longer, in case Su Yuan went crazy and wanted to fuck him, that he can't run away. Damn, this bastard. Su Yuan was furious. He didn't expect Qinglong to dare to disobey him. Don't let me see you, or I'll kill you. Looking at the security guards around him who were eyeing him with eager eyes, Su Yuan laughed inwardly. A few security guards who haven't even reached the acquired realm want to stop him. Innocent, he is a powerful man at the peak of the Grand Master level. Moreover, Su Yuan felt that it would not be long before he could comprehend the artistic conception. As long as you advance to the rank of Martial King, there is no place in this vast world that you cannot go. Su Yuan made up his mind and disappeared from the sight of several security guards in the blink of an eye. Before leaving, he did not forget to release a few bursts of energy, destroying all the surveillance images at the front desk. There was no way these people could stop Su Yuan, the Grandmaster, and they could only watch Su Yuan disappear from their sight in an instant. Quick, call the police. Several security guards reacted and quickly called the police. Xiao Fan, if I don't call you, will you not call me? A soft voice came from the other end of the phone, with a hint of dissatisfaction in the tone. Yinyin, I've been busy lately, you know me. Xiao Fan wanted to argue, but was interrupted by Yinyin. Humph, just keep your words to fool children. I won't be fooled. Muinin obviously didn't want to listen to Xiao Fan's explanation. You have to know that in this era of advanced communications, if a couple doesn't contact each other for a day, it means they have broken up. How long has it been since Xiao Fan contacted her? 3 full days.
Then how can you trust me?
Xiao Fan knew he was in the wrong and asked.
Unless you take me to eat lots of delicious food, and
I want gifts and to go to the movies. And take me to the amusement park to ride horses. Muinin said a lot of things she wanted to do with Xiao Fan in one breath. She had thought about these things many times in her mind.
Okay, I'll listen to you. Where are you now? I'll come pick you up.
Of course his woman would be pampered, so Xiao Fan agreed immediately.
I'm right in front of your school.
Chapter 99 Traditional Girl Muinin Danger. Xiao Fan keenly sensed the dangerous aura that he was on his way to pick up Shinseki, and at this moment, Muinin suddenly arrived at the school gate. What should I do?
Waiting online, very anxious. Brother Fan, why don't you speak?
Muinin on the other end of the phone looked at Xiao Fan without saying anything, feeling a little confused.
Nothing, I'll be done with get out of class in a minute.
Xiao Fan gritted his teeth. He thought that if he stuck his head out, he would get a knife. If he locked his head, he would get a knife too. It's just a matter of time, might as well sort things out now.
Okay, I'll wait for you then.
After hanging up the phone, Muinin looked into the school through the gate with anticipation, but not long after, Muinin saw a scene that she didn't want to see. Xiao Fan walked out holding a young girl's hand. Even though she was confident in her appearance, Muinin had to admit that the girl was more beautiful than her.
Xiao Fan, here.
Muinin pursed her lips, didn't run, but waved at Xiao Fan. What if that woman is just Xiao Fan's sister? What if before Xiao Fan could say anything, Shinseki raised her eyebrows and looked a little unhappy. Anyone who sees a strange beautiful woman greeting his boyfriend will naturally be wary. Xiao Fan slowly pulled Shinseki to Muinin. The three of them just looked at each other.
Well, there are too many people here, how about we talk in the car? As school celebrities, Xiao Fan and Shinseki naturally attracted a lot of onlookers. Hearing Xiao Fan's words, the two women nodded at the same time, and then followed Xiao Fan into the car. When she arrived at the car door, Shinseki naturally walked quickly to the passenger seat. I opened the car door and sat in naturally. Muinin's face turned pale when she saw this, but she didn't say anything. She opened the back door and sat in. As he disappeared from everyone's sight, the crowd burst into discussions. Shocking.
A mistress is coming to the school gate to tear the wife apart in public. As expected of Mr. Xiao, he actually has 2 girlfriends at the same time. But if I could have such a beautiful girlfriend, I would be willing to live 30 years less. I don't envy the Mandarin ducks or the immortals, I envy Xiao Xiao every day. Brother Xiao Fan, aren't you going to introduce yourself first? In the stagnant atmosphere, Shinseki was the first to break the silence. This is Shinseki, who grew up with me and is now my girlfriend. This is Muinin, my girlfriend. Xiao Fan pointed at the 2 women and introduced them to each other.
Are you Muinin?
There was a dangerous aura in Shensueki's eyes. If she remembered correctly, it was because of this woman that she and Xiao Fan had a conflict.
It's me, what's wrong?
Facing Shensueki's eyes, Muinin was not afraid at all, but looked back at her.
Haha, interesting.
Shensueki covered her mouth and chuckled, then extended her hand to Muinin. The 2 men shook hands lightly and then separated.
Let me tell you this. Xiao Fan and I were together long before I met you. Do you understand what I mean? Shinseki looked at Muinin, wanting her to give up. So what? I won't give up.
Muinin's eyes are full of determination. Xiao Fan saved her from that oppressive family, and Muinin would never give up Xiao Fan no matter what. Unless Xiao Fan said this to her, it would be useless no matter who else said it. Seeing that the sparks between the 2 women were growing stronger, Xiao Fan spoke up to change the subject. You must be hungry. I know a restaurant that serves delicious food. Yes, the food in that restaurant is very good, but unfortunately it is still far from Brother Xiao Fan's cooking skills. Unlike me, I can eat meals cooked by Brother Xiao Fan every day.
Xiao Fan?
Why does this sentence sound so tea-like? Seeing that the situation was getting out of control, Xiao Fan leaned over to the side of the road and stopped the car with the brakes.
They are all my women. What does this look like? Sweki, you can try to get along with Inin. She is a really nice person.
Seeing Xiao Fan speaking for Muinin, Shinseki turned her head to the side. And now I am just angry, the kind that no one can comfort me.
Inin. I know you are a traditional girl.
You may not be able to accept these things for a while. Xiao Fan looked at Muinin, but was interrupted by Muinin before he could finish his words.
Brother Fan, please stop talking. I know everything. If she doesn't mind, I'm willing to be her mistress.
Explosive, so explosive, Xiao Fan suddenly felt that he seemed to have some misunderstanding about the word tradition. Sure enough, there are still many good traditions left by our ancestors. Chen Sueki was also confused at this time. She was so provocative just to make Muinin angry and leave unexpectedly. Muinin didn't buy it at all, and instead tried to retreat in order to advance. This person is not simple. Chen Sueki began to become alert. She did not comment on Muinin's words. The decision-making power still lies with Xiao Fan, and she doesn't want to interfere with Xiao Fan's decision.
Then you will be good sisters from now on.
How could Xiao Fan not agree to such a good thing? Seeing that the matter had been initially resolved, Xiao Fan took the two of them to a restaurant for dinner. After dinner, he took the two of them shopping. Amid the envious and murderous gazes of countless male compatriots, Xiao Fan was held by two men, each holding one ARM. It turns out that sometimes 1 + 1 can really be greater than 2. Isn't this double the happiness?
Brother Xiao Fan, I want to eat that.
Chen Sueki pointed at the octopus balls and pulled Xiao Fan towards that direction.
Brother Fan, I want to drink milk tea.
The milk tea shop chosen by Muinin is completely opposite to that of Chen Sueki. Being pulled by the two women, Xiao Fan simply took one in each hand. In public, the two girls blushed with shame and dared not pull Xiao Fan anymore.
Now you know you were wrong, right? Xiao Fan looked at the two women and thought, can't I cure you?
I know I was wrong, the two women answered in unison. After looking at each other, they turned their heads away at the same time. Seeing this scene, Xiao Fan shook his head helplessly. He knew that these two people would not accept each other so quickly for a while. But as long as we don't fight, it's fine. What if a fight breaks out? Thinking of this, Xiao Fan's mouth corners slightly curled up. That scene is so great just thinking about it. Hiss.
While Xiao Fan was still immersed in his fantasy, Chen Sueki grabbed his waist. What bad things are you thinking? You are smiling so meanly. Chapter 100. There will be more exciting things to come.
Nothing, let's go buy some octopus balls first. Xiao Fan shook his head and took the two girls to the snack shop. Boss, give me 2 bowls of octopus balls, take away. After seeing Xiao Fan's actions, Muinin's heart darkened. Sure enough, in Xiao Fan's heart, she is more important after all. Just when Muinin was feeling sad, Xiao Fan handed her a bowl of octopus balls.
Want to eat?
This is delicious.
Muinin looked up and her eyes met Xiao Fan's. Thank you. Muinin took the octopus balls, picked up a bamboo skewer and put it in her mouth. Is it delicious?
Chen Sueki's rosy cheeks are like a hamster hoarding food, and she likes to eat 2 pills at a time. Hearing Chen Sueki's question, Muinin nodded and answered truthfully, it's quite delicious.
I like it very much. Come on, let's go and try out the milk tea you chose.
Hearing that Muinin also liked to eat octopus balls, Chen Sueki's hostility dissipated a little. The two of them had a common hobby, so they immediately pulled Muinin towards the milk tea shop. This taro bubble milk tea is also very good.
You have good taste. Sister Sueki is really amazing.
Looking at the two women who were almost fighting just now, they suddenly got along well with each other. Even Xiao Fan was a little confused by the scene before him.
Come on, why don't you stay at my house tonight? We can live together. Chen Sueki held Muinin's hand and walked in front of Xiao Fan, talking and laughing. Xiao Fan turned into a bag-carrying master, with all kinds of bags hanging all over his body. However, after hearing Chen Sueki's words, Xiao Fan could only say, well done. Ah? Is this suitable? Muinin was a little at a loss. They were so conflicted before, and now they were going to sleep in the same bed. Is that a bit too fast? There's nothing inappropriate about it. Let's just say it.
Seeing Muinin hesitant, Chen Sueki immediately made the decision, but at this moment, the two women's hearts were not as warm as they appeared on the surface. Inside the hotel, Ruoli was showing off to her bestie on the phone.
This is a gift from my dog.
Ruoli sent the photo to her best friend Zheng Yi. Wow, I really envy you, Ruoli, for having such a powerful bootlicker who can give you wine worth over 1,000,000 yuan just by saying so. Zheng Yi pretended to be envious, her tone full of surprise. In her heart, she secretly cursed Ruoli as a bitch for pretending in front of her for such a small matter. At the same time, Zheng Yi was secretly jealous of Ruoli. Ruoli has been expelled from the Bai family now. Why is she still living so well? Originally, she wanted to take advantage of Ruoli's downfall and trample her under her feet. Hearing the praise from her best friend, Bairuoli felt better and continued to share.
Do you know how much you ate in this meal? How much? More than 5 million. Oh, my God.
There was an exclamation from the other end of the phone. Hearing her best friend's surprised voice, Bairuoli felt secretly happy for her. There is nothing more fulfilling than acting smart in front of her bestie. Just as the two were chatting, there was a knock on the door. Hearing the knock on the door, Bairuoli became alert. Who would come to see her so late at night? Through the cat's eye, Bairuoli saw a middle-aged man who looked a little handsome.
Who are you? What's the matter? Bairuoli didn't open the door, but asked. Hello, Miss Bai.
I am the younger brother of Lord Su Yuan.
He asked me to bring you a gift. Humph, I didn't expect this bootlicker to be so thoughtful, but a bootlicker is a bootlicker, and he will never be able to get a permanent job.
Please leave the gift at the door and I'll take it later. Although this person is Su Yuan's younger brother, Bairuoli is still a little worried. She is so pretty and naturally beautiful. What if that person has bad intentions? Damn, this slave is really alert. Xinglong outside the door cursed inwardly, took out the gift he had prepared in advance and placed it at the door. Then he pretended to leave, but in fact Xinglong stayed on the wall, waiting for his prey to take the bait. The most important thing to be a good hunter is patience. Sure enough, after trying several times, Bairuoli confirmed that there was no one outside. I quickly opened the door, and what came into view was a tumbler. But before Bairuoli could get angry, she felt her mouth was covered. Who else could it be but Xinglong? Bairuoli wanted to resist, but Xinglong's strength was beyond her reach. Xinglong carried Bairuoli into the room and closed the door.
I can let you go now, but you can't speak, or I'll cut your little face twice.
Xinglong pressed Bairuoli on the bed and took out a dagger to threaten her. Bairuoli nodded, her eyes full of despair. She could already imagine what would happen next. Xinglong moved his hand away, stood up, and looked down at the beauty in front of him, his eyes full of desire and greed. But there is still a lot of time tonight. Xinglong is naturally not in a hurry.
Please let me go. I am Su Yuan's man. If he finds out, he will not let you go.
Bairuoli shuddered when she saw Xinglong's eyes. Normally, how could her licking dog dare to look at her like this?
Let you go? Xinglong sneered. Since he came today, how could he go back empty-handed? Not to mention, if this slave girl told Su Yuan about this, he would definitely be the one to die. He came here today to do only two things: capture Bairuoli and give a hat to the respected god of war. He gets the woman that even Su Yuan can't get.
Just thinking about it makes him feel accomplished. Of course, these two things can also be combined into one. After hearing Xinglong's words, Bairuoli thought he was scared, so she immediately sat up and started to act in a pretentious manner.
Yes, since you are Su Yuan's subordinate, you should know my identity.
As long as you stop at the brink of danger, I will not pursue you.
So, I should thank you, too?
Looking at this woman who was not aware of her own danger, Xinglong's voice turned cold.
No need to thank me, we are all family, no need to be so polite.
Bairuoli didn't understand Xinglong's teasing and reached out to push him aside.
Get out of the way. I need to put on my shoes.
Xinglong's movements were too big just now, and one of her slippers was still at the door. Bang! A crisp sound. In the face of Bairuoli's incredulous look, Xinglong spoke calmly. It seems that you haven't realized your situation yet. Your current thoughts are very dangerous, Miss Bai.
You dare to hit me? You dare to hit me?
Bairuoli covered the left side of her face, which was red from being slapped, and kept muttering to herself.
Do you think it's that simple that I just want to beat you up? Xinglong pushed Bairuoli down. There's something even more exciting coming up.
Chapter 101. Xinglong begins to seize power. No, don't do this, I'm scared.
Looking at the slowly approaching azure dragon, Bairuoli became completely panicked. Don't want? Xinglong knelt on the bed and held Bairuoli tightly.
You silly woman, I really don't know what Su Yuan likes about you. But it's okay this way. You still have some value.
Brother, please let me go. This is my first time.
Bairuoli's eyes were full of pleading.
Yes, Su Yuan. I can help you deal with him, I can. He listens to me the most. I'm not interested in you. Eat this and I'll let you go.
Xinglong took out a dark blue pill and handed it to Bairuoli's mouth. As for capturing Bairuoli, he was afraid that Su Yuan would fight him to the death. Bairuoli's eyes were filled with tears and she kept shaking her head. Her intuition told her that there must be something wrong with this pill. Bang! The slap was so powerful that Bairuoli was stunned on the spot. Eat. Xinglong shouted. Bai Ruoli opened her mouth with a dull look in her eyes, and Xinglong threw the pill into her mouth. The pill melts in your mouth and flows into your stomach. In just a moment, Bai Ruoli felt sharp pain in her lower abdomen, sweat ran down her hair and fair skin. Please, let me go, let me go. Bai Ruoli pleaded humbly. Looking at Bai Ruoli's pale face, Xinglong took out a red pill and threw it into her mouth. In a short while, the severe pain in Bai Ruoli's lower abdomen disappeared. Thank you, Bai Ruoli thanked him weakly. Don't be so anxious to thank me. This antidote is only effective for 3 days. But don't worry, as long as you are obedient, I will give you the antidote on time in the future. Xinglong stood up and left the room. Xinglong has absolute confidence in this medicine. With the help of the 7 deadly poison pills, he secretly controlled several masters of the Temple of War God. Only a grandmaster can force the poison out with the powerful internal energy. Now that the goal has been achieved, it is natural to leave. If Su Yuan comes here, he will not be able to get away. Asshole, asshole, asshole. You beast. 2 lines of tears flowed from Bai Ruoli's eyes. Su Yuan, it's all your fault, it's all your fault. Bai Ruoli gritted her teeth, but he picked up the pillow beside him and vented his anger. If it weren't for you, how could I have been drugged? Just wait for me, Su Yuan. If it weren't for you, I would still be the eldest daughter of the Bai family. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't. Bai Ruoli, swear that in this life, either you or me, either I or you. Bai Ruoli's expression suddenly turned ferocious, as if he was crazy. After a while, Bai Ruoli's expression returned to calm. Now that we have the confidence to fight against Su Yuan, it's time to start controlling the power of the War God Temple. Xinglong naturally knew that Su Yuan cared about Bai Ruoli, and now that Bai Ruoli is under his control, facing Su Yuan, it is like he has a golden card of immunity from death. Except for Xuanwu, the other 2 guardians of the Temple of War God support him. That he only needs to cut off Su Yuan's diehard followers in the Temple of War God before he can launch his attack. Xuanwu, let's start with you, the idiot. Xinglong took out a photo. In the photo was a bald, middle-aged strong man with fierce eyes. It was obvious that he was not a good person. As the sound of a lighter sounded, the photo was quickly burned to ashes. Xinglong took out his cell phone and dialed a number. It's me. Is it convenient to talk now? That's convenient, Brother Long. Are we going to take action now? The man on the other end of the phone spoke in a deep voice. Let's start with our good brothers, clear. After receiving the other party's reply, Xinglong hung up the phone. Xinglong crushed the ashes on the ground with 1 foot and quickly disappeared into the night. At this moment, Su Yuan, who was lying in the doghouse, suddenly felt a beating in his heart. He just felt a dull pain in his heart, as if something important was lost. Something's wrong. How could this happen? His intuition has always been accurate. Now that he suddenly has this feeling, Su Yuan doesn't believe that nothing happened. Who on earth is it? What happened? But at this moment, Su Yuan had no choice but to take action. Now there are only 2 days left, and he can lead the people of the Temple of War God to cleanse themselves of all wrongdoings. We came to Xia country to develop our power, and we can also put forward an extra condition to the boss. He has survived 3 years, and now all he has left are these 2 crucial days. However, he didn't know that the Temple of War would soon be in chaos, and his white moonlight has already been arranged by his subordinates. If he knew, Su Yuan would definitely go crazy and take action. Brother Xiaofan, I will sleep with Yining tonight, you can sleep by yourself. Chen Sueki held Mu Yining's little hand, and the 2 of them looked very close to eye. In this regard, Xiaofan could only say 2 words in his heart, strange. Well, since you said it, how can I not agree? Although Xiaofan already had a bold idea in his mind, but some things can't be rushed. However, Xiaofan didn't know at this time that the 2 women were only harmonious on the surface. They have already started to have their own little plans in their hearts. As the bedroom door closed, Chen Sueki, who had been smiling just now, suddenly turned cold. No woman would be willing to share the man she likes with other women. Chen Sueki was naturally no exception. She was just doing it outside for Xiaofan to see. She didn't want to make things difficult for Xiaofan. Tell me, how did you hook up with Brother Xiaofan? Facing the imposing Chen Sueki, Mu Yining was a little at a loss. She had never experienced such a situation before, but when she thought of Xiaofan, Mu Yining mustered up the courage to look Chen Sueki in the face. I didn't hook up with Brother Fan. We were in love with each other. Ha, what a mutual affection. Chen Sueki didn't get angry but laughed. Since you 2 are in love with each other, then what do you think I am? Muinin shook her head. She didn't know what to say. After all, she is the intruder. I won't give up. The two were silent for a while, and Muinin raised her head with a slightly red face, muster up the courage to speak out loudly.
Whatever you want.
Shinseki could see that Muinin really liked Xiao Fei, and in the face of her aura, Muinin could still say these words, and she slowly began to accept Muinin in her heart. After saying that, Shinseki walked into the bathroom and started washing up. At this moment, a figure came into the villa.
Mo Qingwu greets the master.
I saw a woman with a charming figure kneeling on one knee in front of Xiao Fan.
Okay, I have to help Qingwu. It's better than tens of billions.
Xiao Fan helped Mo Qingwu up. He originally wanted to say victorious than 100,000 soldiers, because that's what all the conquered characters in the novel said. However, considering that this is not ancient times, Xiao Fan still held back the 100,000 soldiers. He still prefers to use hundreds of millions of elite soldiers to defeat the enemy.
Qingwu begs the master to let me kill Su Yuan with my own hands.
Mo Qingwu's eyes were full of hatred as she returned home to pay tribute to her family. She had already sworn in her heart that next time she went there she would replace the pig's head with Su Yuan's dog's head. What are you thinking? If I give you the head, what about my treasure chest? Xiao Fan didn't expect that Mo Qingwu actually wanted to snatch the kill from him. You know, when he was playing the game before, he was a professional head stealer for 30 years. It is said that you will not pluck the feathers of a passing goose, and you will have nowhere to run if your health is low. Well, Xiao Fan pretended to be silent.
But Mo Qingwu's next words made him lose his composure. Chapter 102 Shivering Shinseki. If the master agrees, Qingwu can serve the master now.
Xiao Fan glanced at the graceful figure and peerless beauty, and it would be a lie to say he was not moved. But when it comes to grabbing kills, who can beat him? When the time comes, just say, it was an accident.
Isn't that all solved? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Xiao Fan pretended to be angry.
If you think I, Xiao Fan, am this kind of person, then you've got the wrong person. Take your hands off the zipper.
Owner.
Mo Qingwu's heart was inexplicably touched. She had hardly ever seen a man who could remain calm in the face of her temptations.
I'll keep the head for you. Just do good things for me in the future. Xiao Fan looked indifferent. If he wanted to pretend, he had to finish it. Thank you, master. You are such a good man.
Ha, this is the first time someone says I'm a good person. Xiao Fan wiped his nose, looking somewhat helpless.
Thank you.
I'll go down first.
Mo Qingwu looked excited and thanked him again. Okay, you go down first. Looking at Mo Qingwu's back, Xiao Fan felt his heart bleeding. Why are you pretending to be so good? Now the duck in your mouth has run away, and Mo Qingwu, how could you not have any tact at all? Couldn't you see that I was just being polite? Why did you take it seriously? You are so ignorant.
After complaining, Xiao Fan walked into the bedroom. Not long after, Shinseki finished washing up and walked out of the bedroom. Looking at Shinseki, whose figure and appearance were better than hers, Muinin couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency.
Why are you looking at me? Aren't you older than me?
Shinseki said as she wiped her hair with a towel. No way. Muinin tried hard to straighten herself up, wanting to prove herself. Puff.
Seeing Muinin's operation, Shinseki couldn't help laughing. Why didn't she realize before that Muinin had such a lovely side? Go wash up.
There's an unopened toiletry set. As she spoke, Shinseki picked up the hairdryer and started blowing her hair. Oh. Muinin agreed and slowly walked into the bathroom. When she came out of the shower, Shinseki was already lying on the bed.
What are you standing there for? Come up.
Looking at Muinin, who was a little dazed, Shinseki patted the quilt beside her.
No, thanks, I'll just sleep on the couch.
Muinin hesitated for a moment, but still rejected Shinseki's proposal. They slept in the same bed the first time they met. Although Shinseki was a girl, Muinin still felt it was weird. Unexpectedly, Shinseki stood up from the bed and pulled Muinin onto the bed.
If Brother Xiao Fan knew that I let you sleep on the sofa, he would think I was bullying you.
Just stay on the bed obediently. Hearing this, Muinin stopped resisting. After turning off the lights, the two people sitting next to each other fell into silence. However, hearing each other's uneven breathing, both knew that neither of them was asleep. After a while, Shinseki was the first to break the silence, but the question she asked made Muinin blush.
Have you had that with Brother Xiao Fan? Just once.
Hearing this, Shinseki breathed a sigh of relief. She had done it more times than Muinin.
You, take